A sudden explosion marked the air, a blast striking the infant's cheek as it detonated beside him. The man before the child was thrown back by the force, desperately shielding the infant with his body. He cradled the baby tightly from behind, his body colliding painfully against a grand tree. The leaf village is just ahead. I must endure. He coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips, yet he sprang back to his feet and leapt onto the branches, racing forward as four masked ninjas pursued him with incredible speed. Once more, he secured the baby on his back, his hands swiftly forming seals before he pivoted and jumped, fire style, grand fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted, hurtling towards the four masked figures who hastily dodged the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the man continued to sprint ahead with the infant. Navigating through a dense thicket, he finally glimpsed the gates of the leaf village. Earth style, earth flow, river. Behind him, one of the masked ninjas formed seals, transforming the ground beneath the man into mud that surged forth like a river, propelling him towards his pursuers. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, barely managing to regain his footing. Lightning style, land. Movement. He conjured lightning in his hands, thrusting it into the muddy earth, halting its advance. He leaped out from the mire, his feet bloodied from the impact of his own technique. Yet, he persevered through the pain, racing towards the gates of a leaf village. We can't catch up. The four masked ninjas halted in the woods, watching the man rush towards the entrance. Exchanging glances, one of them declared retreat. In an instant, the four vanished from sight. Who goes there? As the man carrying the infant reached the gates of the leaf village, four shinobi stood in their path, appearing to be Chunin. Help me, the man gasped, finally succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing onto the ground. The infant, gazing at the gates of the leaf village with wide, unblinking eyes, remained eerily silent throughout the ordeal, never once crying out. In other words, has that person already perished? A blonde-haired jonin stood by the bedside in Konoha Hospital, gazing at the slumbering infant. Indeed, a chunin beside him nodded. The individual had been on the brink of death when he collapsed at the entrance, barely clinging to life through sheer willpower. Have we ascertained his identity? The blonde jonin inquired. It pertains to a secluded clan at the border of the Fire Country, the Insororo clan, renowned for their mastery of wind and lightning ninjutsu. Yesterday, the entire clan was exterminated, and the identity of the assailants remains unknown. The deceased was a servant of the Insororo clan, and this infant is the sole survivor. Having just been born, the Insororo clan? The blonde jonin furrowed his brow, having never heard of this family. They are a hidden lineage, rarely making their presence known. I only learned of their name from Lord Hokage. It is classified information. It seems we are embroiled in a significant predicament. The blonde jonin offered a wry smile. Matters involving confidential affairs are seldom straightforward. Suddenly, the door to the ward swung open. Lord Hokage. The chunin hastily greeted the newcomer. The visitor was an elderly man with a head of white hair. Despite his age, he exuded a vigorous spirit. Lord Hokage, what brings you here? The blonde jonin greeted him as well. In Konoha, it is not customary for the Hokage to personally attend to every matter, particularly since this case had been entrusted to him. Given the involvement of the Insororo clan, I deemed it necessary to investigate myself, the Hokage replied, revealing himself to be Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha. Just what is the origin of the Insororo clan? Please excuse yourself for a moment. The third instructed the adjacent chunin. Yes, he acquiesced and exited, leaving only the third, the blonde jonin, and the infant in the room. Minato, this world is vast. In the past, formidable clans were not limited to the Senju and Uchiha clans. This dates back quite some time. Aside from the Senju and Uchiha, there exists another powerful clan that, without relying on any bloodline limits, could contend with both the Senju and Uchiha clans. The Insororo clan? Minato Namikaze was taken aback, realizing there was such a formidable lineage. Indeed, the third nodded. However, this clan shunned conflict and competition, opting to conceal themselves, remaining largely unknown. The records we possess have been passed down through generations of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Were it not for my position as Hokage, I would likely remain ignorant of their existence. Yet, how could such a powerful clan be annihilated? Who could have committed such an atrocity? Minato gazed at the infant on the bed, perplexed. The third shook his head, recounting that the leader of this clan, known as Insuroro Hen, was a ninja with prophetic abilities. He had foretold the founding of Konoha, the peace between the Uchiha and Senju clans, and the fierce battle between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. Prophetic abilities? Watergate was taken aback. In his understanding, only the figure from Miyamoku Mountain possessed the gift of prophecy. However, this individual, known as Endora, could not only foresee the future but also did so with remarkable detail and accuracy. In any case, this matter required further investigation. Until then, this infant shall be entrusted to you, Watergate. The third Hokage cast a glance at the baby and then solemnly at Watergate. What does this mean? Watergate stammered, momentarily bewildered. This child will be your responsibility to raise, the third Hokage stated, maintaining his composure as he gazed at Watergate. No way. I just married Kushina, and she is only just pregnant. You expect me to bring home a child? Watergate exclaimed incredulously. Haha. She won't suspect him to be your illegitimate child, and you should prepare for the responsibilities of succeeding the fourth Hokage. The third Hokage patted Watergate on the shoulder before leaving the hospital room, leaving Watergate in a state of utter confusion. What a predicament. Watergate sighed, looking at the infant in the bed, then rubbing his forehead as he picked the child up. With no other option, he carried the baby out of Konoha Hospital. As Watergate walked along the path, the infant opened his eyes and gazed at the handsome man before him. What a headache, the baby thought. I've just opened my eyes and already faced life and death, and now I'm to become the adopted son of Namikaze Minato. Watergate found himself equally troubled by the infant. In fact, the baby had awakened earlier during the conversation between the third Hokage and Watergate. Upon hearing the name Endora, he was certain that this Endora was also a transmigrator. After all, there was no such clan as the Endora clan in the world of Naruto. How could an ordinary person establish a family capable of contending with the descendants of Indra and Ajura? Fortunately, he had studied in Japan for 3 years and could understand Japanese. Endora must possess a profound understanding of the Naruto storyline to navigate the Warring States period with such ease. That era was not so distant from the present. Endora was essentially his great-grandfather, making this infant the scion of the Endora clan. Sigh, the infant lamented internally, sensing the baby's movement. Watergate looked down and smiled, reaching out to playfully poke the infant. Since he was currently in the infant's body, he could happily grasp Watergate's finger and smile in return, which endeared him even more to Watergate. By the time we get home, Kushina will definitely adore you, Watergate remarked with a smile. Of course, she will love the baby. The infant silently mused. After all, what woman could resist the charm of a child? As he opened the door, Kushina's voice rang out. You're back. I'm home. Watergate replied, and footsteps echoed in the house. Kushina was coming to greet him at the door. Watergate removed his shoes, preparing to step inside, but the moment their eyes met, Kushina's smile froze. Watergate's expression turned awkward. Kushina's look did not bode well. Watergate, she maintained her smile while observing the child in his arms, though her beautiful smile now seemed perilously dangerous. Let me explain, Kushina. With an awkward smile lingering on his face, Minato Namikaze prepared to speak. Just as he was about to utter his words, the infant in his arms let out a couple of soft sounds and reached out with tiny hands towards Kushina. Unable to bear Minato's uncomfortable demeanor any longer, the baby attempted to alleviate the tension with an adorable display. However, it seemed to have little effect. Where on earth did such a cute baby come from? I demand a proper explanation, Kushina said with a smile, playfully clenching her fist. Well, please don't be upset. Minato scratched his head and hurriedly explained the origin of the baby. So that is how it is. Kushina finally relaxed her fist and allowed Minato to enter. Relieved that the situation had settled, the infant once again launched an adorable assault on Kushina, smiling and making soft sounds, reaching out for a hug. Due to his undeveloped vocal cords, he could not articulate his words, despite his intentions. How adorable. At this moment, Kushina was utterly captivated by the infant. She swiftly took him from Minato's arms, cradling him and rubbing her cheek against his. The baby inhaled Kushina's sweet scent, finally revealing the first genuine smile since his arrival in this world. His smile, in turn, endeared him even more to Kushina. What an utterly charming baby, she remarked as she carried him into the house, settling onto the living room sofa, with Minato following closely behind. From now on, we shall raise him. Should we consider him a younger brother or a son? Minato pondered aloud. We've only just married. We can't just add another son like that. But if he is a brother, the age gap is quite significant, he continued. If he is a son, we'll need a name. How about Super Shining Wheel Dance Style? What a ridiculous name. Is that even suitable for a person? Kushina retorted in displeasure. Then what do you suggest? I believe it would be best for him to inherit our family name. How about Inxiang? Kushina hesitated before suggesting. Inxiang, does it have a special meaning? Minato mused. In signifies integrity, and I hope he grows up to be a person of honor and trust, she explained. Ah, in that case, Inxiang it is, Minato smiled. And little Inxiang mirrored his joy with a smile of his own. It seems you really like this name, Inxiang, Kushina said, gently poking his cheek with her finger. Uh-huh. Inxiang let out soft sounds and nodded, a truly clever child indeed. Seeing Inxiang like this brought happiness to both Kushina and Minato. Let us invite Kakashi and Rin over for dinner, so they can meet Inxiang, Kushina suggested to Minato. Speaking of which, Inxiang hasn't eaten anything since birth, Minato remarked. Inxiang's face suddenly fell as he felt the pangs of hunger. In his excitement upon arriving in this world, he had completely overlooked his need for food. What are we waiting for? Let us go buy some formula, Kushina exclaimed, as she had no milk to offer Inxiang and could only send Minato to procure some. All right, I'll go right away. Minato hurriedly donned his clothes and shoes before dashing outside. Observing his flustered demeanor, Kushina couldn't help but beam with joy, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of happiness. After spending the afternoon, Minato returned with Kakashi and Rin, bringing along a pram, formula, bottles, and an array of necessities for an infant, spending quite a sum in the process. Once Kushina fed the baby formula to Inxiang, she cheerfully proceeded to prepare dinner. What a darling! Minato-sensei, Rin exclaimed as she approached the pram to gaze at Inxiang. I never imagined you already had a child. Sensei, Kakashi teased from the side. Oh no, he is an orphan entrusted to my care by the third Hokage. Due to the confidential nature of the Inuzuka clan, Minato merely referred to Inxiang as an orphan. I'll help Sister Kushina with dinner, Rin said, casting a final glance at Inxiang before heading to the kitchen. What a beautiful girl, Minato thought. Having taken a closer look at Rin, it was clear why Obito was willing to risk the world for her. You must take good care of him as he grows, Kakashi, Minato said, patting Kakashi on the shoulder. What? Can't you take care of him yourself? Kakashi rolled his eyes. The more hands, the more strength. All right, I understand. I will take care of him, Kakashi conceded with a reluctant nod. Inxiang reached out his tiny hand towards Kakashi. Oh, it seems he really likes you, Minato chuckled. Really? Kakashi leaned down to examine Inxiang, who was trying to grasp at his mask, yet his strength was far too feeble. As a newborn, it was already quite a task for him to stay awake. Do you wish to remove my mask? Kakashi stood up, evading Inxiang's grasp. The baby emitted soft sounds, displaying a look of distress. I can't help but relent, Kakashi sighed, unable to resist his expression. He removed his mask momentarily for Inxiang to see before putting it back on, clearly indulging the infant. After a short while, Kushina and Rin completed the meal, and the group gathered to eat. With no one to play with him, Inxiang eventually succumbed to sleep. Rin, have you recently accepted a mission from the Hidden Mist Village? During dinner, Minato initiated a conversation with Rin. Yes. It's a reconnaissance mission in the Mist Village. It shouldn't be too perilous, Rin replied with a nod. Still, you must be cautious. The Mist Village is unstable. Especially after the recent war, they are still on high alert. I know, Rin affirmed. What about Kakashi? Minato turned his attention to Kakashi after speaking with Rin. I have other missions, but they are classified, Kakashi replied succinctly. All right, let us avoid such discussions during mealtime, Kushina interjected, tapping the table. Speaking of which, Sister Kushina, your child will be arriving soon. Have you thought of any names? Rin inquired, glancing at Kushina. Not yet. Honestly, having Inxiang is quite wonderful. They will have each other for support in the future. Kushina smiled as she gazed at the tranquil crib. Inxiang seems distinctly different from the other babies. He is remarkably well behaved, not crying or fussing, and quite intelligent, Rin remarked. It's as if he possesses the demeanor of an adult, Kakashi added, swiftly adjusting his mask. As they exchanged glances, Minato and Kushina concurred. Indeed, he still appears to be an infant. Kushina approached Inxiang, watching him peacefully slumber, and her maternal instincts surged as she gently kissed his cheek. The sleeping baby stretched his tiny hand and scratched his cheek. Inxiang is truly adorable, Kushina mused as she returned to her seat. Speaking of which, in 3 days, it would be Minato's inauguration as the fourth Hokage. Rin squinted with a smile. Unfortunately, I won't be able to witness it. Neither will I, Kakashi lamented. Do not be so disheartened. It is not entirely a joyous occasion. There will be more headaches to contend with, Minato replied with a chuckle. After finishing their meal, Kushina and Kakashi began to tidy up the table, while Rin, wanting to play with Inxiang, accidentally stirred him from his slumber. Yet, despite being awakened, Inxiang did not cry like other infants. Instead, he beamed at Rin. Oh, upon closer inspection, Inxiang's eyes are a lovely shade of lavender, Rin noted, leaning in to admire them, just as Inxiang planted a kiss on her cheek. Ah, Rin gasped, astonished by the baby's unexpected gesture, which seemed to delight him greatly. Oh dear, little Inxiang has yet to kiss me. It appears he has taken quite a liking to Rin, Kushina remarked from the kitchen, a hint of jealousy in her voice. What on earth? I have yet to be kissed by anyone. Rin blushed, feeling bashful after being charmed by the infant. If Obito were to find out, he would be infuriated, Kakashi interjected, causing the atmosphere to grow somber, and Rin's blush faded. Honestly, Kushina sighed, giving Kakashi a light jab. Why bring that up at such a time? Inxiang clapped his tiny hands and nodded, seemingly delighted by Kakashi's reprimand. This little rascal. Kakashi mused, observing Inxiang's joy. Afterward, Minato escorted Kakashi and Rin as they departed. Once Kushina finished washing the dishes, she changed Inxiang into a fresh outfit and took him out in his stroller. Even though it was still midday, along the way, they encountered several acquaintances of Inxiang, who greeted Kushina and playfully interacted with the baby. Naturally, Inxiang reciprocated their affection, including familiar faces like Might Guy and others, as well as Hinata and Nara Shikaku, who were contemporaries of Minato. As for the other members of the Konoha 12, only Miji, Tinten, and Lee had been born, all around Inxiang's age. This turn of events soon spread throughout Konoha, announcing that Minato and Kushina had adopted Inxiang, the young son of the fourth Hokage. After purchasing some infant necessities that Minato had overlooked, Kushina returned home with Inxiang. In discussing the carelessness of Minato, it is not entirely accurate to label it as such. Apart from the baby stroller and crib, he purchased double the amount of everything else. Preparing for the imminent arrival of Naruto, who would soon be born, Minato did not return until evening. Where have you been? Kushina inquired promptly. The third Hokage summoned me. He shared some precautions and couldn't help but express his sentiments. Minato replied with a scratch of his head and a smile. I see. That old man still treats us like children. Well, one cannot entirely blame him. The third is looking out for me and also spoke about Inxiang. Oh, what did he say? Kushina asked eagerly upon hearing about Inxiang. We still have not discovered who was behind the attack. However, his clan was slain in their sleep. With no time to resist, they had enjoyed a prolonged peace. Minato's demeanor shifted from jovial to serious. Is that so? Kushina's spirits dampened as she gazed at the playful Inxiang in the crib, relieved that he was too young to comprehend their conversation. In truth, Inxiang remained unaffected. Yet a twinge of fear lingered within him. What if those assailants returned to harm him? Do not worry. We will protect Inxiang, Minato reassured Kushina. Fear not. What can you protect me from? In a few months, you will both be gone, leaving me utterly helpless, Inxiang thought to himself. When the night of the Nine Tails arrived, he would barely be a year old. As such a small infant, even the thought of saving them seemed futile. A mere breath from the Nine Tails could spell his demise. The smile on Inxiang's face gradually faded, his eyes narrowing. Kushina, mistaking his expression for fatigue, picked him up and rocked him to sleep. He soon succumbed to slumber, as infants are prone to do. He slept soundly until midday the following day, awakening with a rumbling stomach. Fortunately, Kushina remained by his side, and upon seeing him awake, she greeted him with a radiant smile. She then fetched a basin of water, gently wiping his face and hands with a cloth before feeding him milk. After consuming half a bottle, Inxiang felt full. His tiny stomach could not accommodate much. This routine continued until the day Minato assumed the role of Hokage. On the day of his inauguration, villagers gathered en masse at the foot of the Hokage building, creating a lively scene, as they held great affection for Minato. The fourth Hokage, Kushina, cradled Inxiang, standing behind Minato, admiring the flowing robes of the fourth Hokage, and a sense of aspiration blossomed within her heart. Shortly after Minato took up his duties, a tragic event unfolded. Rin took her own life on Kakashi's Raikiri. Kakashi, burdened by anguish, had already lost Obito and now bore the weight of Rin's death, pushing him to the brink of despair. At Minato's suggestion, Kakashi joined the Umbu. tasked with protecting Kushina from the shadows. Due to Kushina being the host of the Nine Tails, she was exceedingly vulnerable during her pregnancy and required protection. As Minato was often preoccupied with his duties, the responsibility naturally fell upon Kakashi. Kakashi had not stepped inside the house. He silently kept watch from the rooftop, ready to spring into action at the slightest disturbance. Day by day, Kushina's belly grew larger, and the monotonous phase of infancy for Naruto passed, filled with nothing but sleep and nourishment. With Kushina's increasing size, it became cumbersome to care for Naruto, prompting the decision to hire a wet nurse who could tend to both Kushina and the child. Naruto, of course, noticed that Rin had not visited in quite some time, and he feared she might have perished. Fortunately, their bond had not been deep, sparing him from heartache. Kakashi would occasionally lower his mask at the window to catch a glimpse of little Naruto, the corners of his mouth appearing to form a strained smile, further confirming Naruto's suspicion of Rin's demise. "Time for your milk," the wet nurse said, approaching with a bottle. Naruto lay in bed and took the bottle himself, needing no assistance. "What a good boy," the wet nurse remarked, stroking Naruto's head. She had never encountered such an obedient child, and at merely 5 months old, Naruto was already capable of simple dialogue, a remarkable prodigy. "Where's my mother?" Naruto inquired. "The lady is in the living room reading the newspaper. Your brother will be born soon," the wet nurse replied. Naruto nodded. "All right, I'll call you when I finish." He spoke slowly, partly to disguise his fluency in Japanese. "Very well." The wet nurse smiled and exited the room. Naruto required little of her attention, and Kushina was also capable of taking care of herself. The wet nurse's duties mainly involved cooking, cleaning, and tidying up, which were relatively easy tasks. He still recalled the joy on Minato and Kushina's faces when Naruto first called out for his parents. They were overjoyed that such a young child could be so perceptive, foreseeing greatness in him. When Minato occasionally returned home after work, he would share stories of ninjutsu with Naruto, who pretended to grasp the concepts while diligently memorizing every word. When no one was watching, he would secretly practice hand seals with his tiny hands. Before long, 5 months had passed, during which Jiraiya also visited to see Naruto and bestowed upon Kushina's child the name Naruto. Finally, the day had arrived. That evening, Kushina, who was in labor, was escorted out of the village by a woman. The matter of Kushina's delivery was confidential, necessitating such caution. In a cave outside the village, surrounded by seals and guarded by 4 ENBU members, Minato personally suppressed the sealed Nine Tails. It was the first time he witnessed Kushina in agony, crying out in pain. Amidst the prolonged cries, the sound of a newborn's wail pierced through, leading to Kushina's gasps for breath. As she listened to Naruto's cries, tears of joy streamed down her face, tears filled with happiness. As Watergate gazed at his newborn son, Naruto, held tenderly in the hands of the mother, he found himself momentarily stunned, tears of joy welling in his eyes upon beholding his true flesh and blood. After a fleeting glance at Naruto, he prepared to fully suppress the Nine Tails, but in that instant, tragedy struck. The mother was slain, and a masked man appeared before them, cradling Naruto in his arms. In this tumultuous scene, Inseong was only aware that Kushina had been taken away by the mother, while he and the caretaker remained at home. Standing before the window at the tender age of 1, Inseong's expression was grave, striking fear into the heart of the caretaker, who dared not utter a word. Inseong sensed that calamity was imminent. Glancing at his hands, he pondered what he could possibly do in this frail body. Nothing at all. All he could do was wait for Watergate and his wife to meet their doom. With a thunderous crash, a small house in the backyard suddenly exploded. Hearing the commotion, Inseong rushed out. Young master! Young master!" the caretaker called from behind, but Inseong paid her no heed, sprinting out the door to witness Watergate cradling Naruto on the ground. Moments before, the masked man had thrown Naruto into the air, preparing to pierce him with a kunai. Watergate, using the body flicker technique, saved Naruto, but the blanket enveloping him was laced with explosive tags. In desperation, Watergate activated the Flying Thunder God technique and entered the small house, discarding the blanket, which resulted in the destruction of the dwelling. "Daddy!" Inseong gasped, stumbling closer to Watergate, breathless. "Inseong!" Watergate knelt in surprise at seeing him there. "How did you come to be here?" I sensed something was amiss tonight and heard the explosion, so I rushed over," Inseong replied quickly. "You're hurt, Dad." Inseong extended his hand and removed the wooden shard embedded in Watergate's leg, a consequence of the blast. "Inseong," Watergate said, gently ruffling his hair. Take care of your little brother. I will return shortly. With that, Watergate employed the flying thunder god technique once more, reappearing in their home to lay Naruto on the bed, leaving behind 2 scrolls. The masked man's target was Kushina, and he needed to hurry back. Just as Watergate was about to depart, In-seong clutched his sleeve. You must come back, Daddy. Watergate paused, gazing at his son's sorrowful expression. Do not worry. I shall certainly return, he reassured, using the flying thunder god technique to return to the previous location. In-seong held the 2 scrolls in his hands, contemplating their contents, the flying thunder god technique and the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, the masked man had already bound Kushina to a pillar and commenced the extraction of the 9 tails. A swirl of dark red chakra surged from Kushina's abdomen, forming a fox's head, and ultimately, the 9 tails erupted from her body, letting out a fierce roar to the heavens. Its eyes transformed into the Sharingan. Just as the 9 tails was about to unleash its wrath upon the weakened Kushina, Watergate arrived, embracing Kushina and vanishing from the scene, reappearing before In-seong. Mom. Seeing his mother in such a frail state, In-seong rushed over, grasping her hand. In-seong, I have returned. Although Kushina was in a weakened state, she still addressed In-seong, who was holding her hand tightly as Minato carried her to the bed. Mother, is Mother going to die? In-seong asked, tears streaming down her face as she clutched Kushina's hand while also holding onto Naruto. How could that be? I am perfectly fine, Kushina replied, turning to gently stroke In-seong's head, forcing a smile. Mother is lying. The tailed beast has left my body. I will die, In-seong said, her small tears flowing freely. Kushina and Minato exchanged surprised glances, and Kushina hurried to wipe away In-seong's tears. How do you know these things, In-seong? Kushina asked gently. Father will die alongside Mother to seal the tailed beast. I foresaw it, In-seong exclaimed in a panic, recalling what the 3rd Hokage had said to Minato about the foreseeing technique. I can use this foresight to deceive them, she thought. Minato donned his Hokage robes and approached, patting In-seong's head, his hand resting atop Kushina's. What you have foreseen must not be shared with anyone, In-seong, he said firmly. But father. In-seong turned to look at Minato, now clad in his ceremonial robe. Even if you know you will die, will you still go? Minato nodded. This is my duty as the 4th Hokage. Minato, thank you. Please be careful, Kushina said, turning to embrace Naruto. I will return soon, Minato declared with unwavering resolve. Before vanishing from In-seong's sight. Summoning technique. The masked man appeared in the center of the Hidden Leaf Village, directly summoning the 9 tails. Boom. The 9 tails manifested on the ground, crushing nearby buildings. Roar. The 9 tails let out a deafening roar, beginning its rampage. The village sprang into action, with all ninjas mobilizing to protect non-combatants and facilitate their retreat. Mother. In-seong clutched Kushina's hand, trembling all over. Kushina, having heard the chaos outside, reassured her, do not be afraid, In-seong. She turned to lift In-seong into her arms, but her strength failed her. Thus, In-seong climbed onto the bed herself, her comical efforts eliciting a faint smile from Kushina. She positioned herself beside Naruto, and Kushina embraced both children. Fear not. With Minato here, everything will be all right, Kushina comforted them, though her heart was filled with anxiety. Meanwhile, Minato was engaged in battle with the masked man at the small cabin where he had initially brought Naruto. He realized he had to defeat the masked man there. The village's 9 tails chose to trust the 3rd Hokage, believing in his ability to contain the beast. However, the masked man's abilities were exceedingly strange. Minato's attacks would pass through him, and he could solidify at will. Yet, Minato's legendary talent was not mere exaggeration. He quickly discerned the masked man's methods and, utilizing the flying thunder god technique in conjunction with the Rinnegan, struck directly at his back. With a tremendous force, the masked man was slammed into the ground. As the smoke dissipated, it became evident that his arm had detached, revealing that it was merely a gelatinous imitation rather than a genuine limb. Without granting him the opportunity to speak, Minato employed the flying thunder god technique and appeared before the masked man, delivering a decisive palm strike to his chest. He invoked a contract seal, thereby nullifying the pact between the masked man and the 9 tails, thus liberating the beast from his ownership. The commotion caught the attention of In-seong and Kushina. Rising from his bed, In-seong leapt down, determined to seek out Minato. However, at that moment, Minato reappeared before them, lifting Kushina and Naruto in his arms, preparing to leave with the flying thunder god. Yet, He had no intention of taking Inxiang along. Fortunately, Inxiang was quick-witted and grasped the hem of Minato's garment. The family of four materialized before the Nine Tails, now outside the village. Inxiang, how did you come here? Minato exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. I want to be with you, Inxiang declared resolutely. However, upon truly witnessing the Nine Tails before him, his small frame trembled with fear at its sheer ferocity and dreadfulness. Suddenly, several chakra chains emerged from behind Kushina, ensnaring the Nine Tails and rendering it immobile. Wow! Wow! Naruto awoke amidst the commotion. I disturbed your rest, didn't I? Kushina panted heavily. I'm sorry, Naruto. Seeing the chains Kushina had summoned, Minato's expression turned grave. This will restrain the Nine Tails. I am prepared to face death. In this way, we can delay the resurrection of the Nine Tails. Kushina gasped, speaking slowly. I will use the last of my chakra to assist you. This is the only way. A broad smile graced Kushina's face as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Little Naruto seemed to sense the somber atmosphere, his cries becoming softer and more subdued. Kushina, you made me the fourth Hokage, you made me your husband, and you made me the father of this child. Yet Minato's voice trailed off, his expression heavy with sorrow. Inxiang stepped forward and grasped the back of Minato's hand. Father, Minato, please do not wear such a sorrowful expression. Kushina continued to smile. I am very happy to have you and Inxiang loving me, and today is also this child's birthday. Kushina gazed at Naruto. More importantly, if I were to survive, apart from envisioning our family's future happiness, what else could I imagine? As Minato listened to Kushina's words, tears streamed down his face. Despite being the fourth Hokage, whose duty it was to protect the village, he was also a husband and a father of two children. I have but one final wish. I wish to see the grown-up Inxiang and Naruto, Kushina said, looking at the two children. Kushina, you need not perish alongside the Nine Tails. Minato wiped away his tears. I will ensure that you meet Naruto. I will seal the remainder of your chakra within him, combining it with the 8 trigram seal. As for the Nine Tails, I shall handle it. Not being a Jinchuriki myself, I can only rely on the Shiki Fuin. However, that sealing technique comes at a grave cost to the user. Kushina did not finish her sentence, as this sealing technique would demand the life of its practitioner. Furthermore, the Nine Tails sealed within me is only a fragment of its full power. Such formidable strength cannot be subdued through mere physical means, nor can it be strategically contained. The sealing of the Nine Tails involves your participation, and should a Jinchuriki not exist before its resurrection, the balance of tailed beasts would be irrevocably disrupted. By employing the Shiki Fuin, I could confine both myself and the remaining half of the Nine Tails. Thus, the half of the Nine Tails. Minato recalled the prophecies spoken by Jiraiya, referring to Naruto, sealing it within Naruto, utilizing the 8 trigram seal. Upon uttering this, Kushina was taken aback. I know what you wish to convey, but the world-changing events that Jiraiya-sensei mentioned, along with the calamities that accompany such transformations, I have confirmed 2 truths today. The masked man who attacked you will undoubtedly bring forth a storm of bloodshed, and the one who will thwart him is this child. Minato gazed at Naruto, asserting that this child, whom Jiraiya-sensei held in high regard, would serve as the Jinchuriki and forge a new future. For some inexplicable reason, I firmly believe this. Father, the other half of the Nine Tails can be sealed within me. Inxiang interjected from the side. Inxiang, you possess prophetic abilities, and your path will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Minato looked at Inxiang, urging him to diligently master the technique I have bestowed upon you. The Nine Tails cannot be sealed within your body, as it would adversely affect you. Father, however, if you seal the Nine Tails within Naruto, the villagers will perceive him as the beast itself and will not accept him. Both Minato and Kushina momentarily froze. Was Inxiang attempting to shoulder this burden for his younger brother? What a considerate child. Upon hearing this, Kushina understood Inxiang's intention, gently ruffling his hair. It's all right, Inxiang. Naruto will surely manage. Do you not believe in him? Minato added. I believe in him. He can do it. Inxiang responded without hesitation. That is reassuring. Minato smiled at Inxiang, gently placing Naruto on the ground. Who would have thought that Inxiang, at such a tender age, could retain these thoughts and be so understanding? How much more must he bear in the future? Tears streamed down Kushina's face as she gazed at Inxiang. Naruto did not yet remember them, which, in a way, was a blessing for them. Yet, Inxiang, so young yet so aware, already shouldering so much. Who knows how much more he will have to endure? Mother, please do not cry. I will protect my brother, and I will never allow anyone to bully him. Inxian stepped forward to wipe away Kushina's tears. Kushina embraced Inxian tightly, thinking that it was precisely this child that she could not bear to part with. As Kushina held Inxian, her tears flowed freely. Though he was not her biological child, he was nonetheless her first. You must take good care of yourself, eat on time, sleep on time, and if you wish to play, then play freely without restraint. You must also look after your brother. You are such a sensible child, yet you carry the weight of prophetic abilities. You must not allow anyone to discover this. As Kushina wept, she uttered, Mother. Inxiang, feeling utterly helpless, was enveloped in Kushina's embrace, unsure of how to respond, his small fists clenched tightly. Reaper Death Seal. Over at Minato's side, he had already begun forming hand seals, invoking the Reaper Death Seal, as the Shinigami manifested behind him. Trust in these two children. They are our sons, Minato said, gazing at Kushina. That seal. Could it be? Ah, it is the Reaper Death Seal. Unbeknownst to them, the third Hokage had arrived nearby, witnessing the scene unfold beneath the trees. Once the Reaper Death Seal is complete, I will seal your chakra within Naruto. I hope that as he attempts to control the Nine Tails as a Jinchuriki, you will lend him your strength. They are our sons. It is precisely for this reason that I do not wish for them to bear such a heavy burden. Kushina exclaimed at Minato. Moreover, why resort to the Reaper Death Seal, just so I can see the grown Naruto, for such a fleeting moment? Why must you sacrifice yourself for this? As Kushina spoke, Inxiang finally grasped that sealing the Nine Tails was not the cause of Minato's demise. Minato's death was solely to allow Kushina to see Naruto as he matured. This was an act of love. I wish for you to remain by Naruto and Inxiang's side, to protect him as he grows into adulthood. Why must Naruto become a sacrificial pawn for the sake of tailed beast balance, for the village, for the nation? Must you become a sacrifice for my sake? Kushina cried out, blood spilling from her mouth onto Inxiang, who was cradled in her arms. Abandoning the nation, forsaking the village, and discarding children. Surely, you can empathize with this as one whose homeland has perished. A fallen nation experiences a life of relentless hardship, especially for our family, who are all ninjas. Furthermore, I cannot triumph over you while I am alive, Minato stated, and Kushina paused for a moment. Though your time as a mother has been fleeting, the lessons imparted to our two children are beyond my reach. This is the duty of a mother. This is not solely for you, but also for Naruto. To willingly face death for one's child is a father's obligation. Minato crouched down to lift Naruto. The family of four sat facing one another, while Inxiang remained standing. The determination in Minato and Kushina's eyes was resolute. While the third Hokage outside attempted to intervene, but was thwarted by Kushina's chakra chains. Seal. Minato rose, using the Reaper Death Seal on the Nine Tails, which immediately shrank to half its size, with a portion sealed within Minato's body. Next came the 8 trigram seal, to bind the Nine Tails within Naruto. As Minato formed the seals, a stone altar appeared in the clearing, surrounded by candles, the ritual's sacrificial platform, upon which he placed Naruto. The Nine Tails glared furiously at Minato. A sacrificial altar? You intend to seal me away again? Into that little brat. Just then, Kushina was nearing her limit, her strength faltering. Mother, Inxiang, witnessing Kushina's struggle, felt a surge of worry. Kushina. Minato noticed the distress and hurried over. Now is the time. With a formidable roar, the Nine Tails lunged forward. Its claws aimed directly at Naruto. In an instant, Kushina exerted her strength, pushing Inxiang aside, who tumbled away. Meanwhile, Minato stood resolutely behind Kushina. Yet both were pierced by the claws of the Nine Tails, sliding helplessly to Naruto's feet. I have stated before that this is a duty within my father's capability. Minato managed to utter with great difficulty. If that is the case, then a mother should fulfill this duty even more, Kushina replied. Dad, Mom, Inxiang shouted as he regained his footing, witnessing the scene before him. Third Hokage, please save them. He rushed to the third Hokage, desperately pounding against the barrier. But to no avail. Lord Third, he cried out once more, his expression reflecting his distress. The third Hokage, equally troubled, wished to intervene but found himself unable to penetrate the barrier. Inxiang continued to scream until exhaustion overcame him, collapsing to the ground, his young body unable to endure any longer. This is the first time I have lost to you in our quarrel. I understand now how earnest you are. Thank you, Kushina, Minato expressed, while simultaneously forming seals to summon a toad. Ah, the Nine Tails. The toad was startled upon its arrival, noticing Minato's injuries. "What are you doing, fourth Hokage?" it exclaimed. "Frog Sage, I entrust you with the key to the sealing technique. Ensure that Jiraiya-sensei safeguards it," Minato instructed. "Ah, I see. Minato intends to make his child the Jinchuriki to save the village," the third Hokage realized, understanding Minato's intentions. The toad accepted the key and departed. "Now I can rest easy," Minato remarked, as the Shinigami behind him began to stir, licking its blade ominously. "Kushina, our time is limited. We must initiate the 8 trigrams sealing technique. I wish to seal as much chakra into Naruto as possible before we part. If you have anything to say to him, now is the moment. Naruto, do not be picky with your food. Eat heartily every day and grow strong. Remember to take warm baths daily. And do not stay up late. Ensure you get ample sleep. Additionally, make friends. It's fine if you don't have many. Just a few trustworthy companions will suffice. Also, cherish your time with your brother. Though I am not particularly adept at this, strive to learn and master ninjutsu. However, everyone has their weaknesses. If you find it challenging, do not lose heart. Respect your teachers and seniors in the training class. There is one crucial matter regarding the 3 prohibitions of ninjutsu. Firstly, do not lend money recklessly. Remember to save your task rewards. You must wait until you are 20 to drink alcohol. Excessive drinking is detrimental to your health. Moderation is key. Lastly, regarding the 3rd prohibition concerning women. Being a woman myself, I may not fully comprehend this, but essentially, there are only men and women in this world. Sooner or later, you will find yourself interested in women. Just be cautious not to be entangled with peculiar women. Seek out exceptional ones like your mother. At this point, both Kushina and Minato smiled warmly. And regarding the 3 prohibitions, be wary of Jiraiya-sensei. As for other matters, your brother Incheon will teach you, Naruto. Regardless of the heartache or suffering that lies ahead, you will encounter numerous challenges. It is essential to maintain your own pace and nurture your dreams, ultimately transforming them into reality while fostering self-confidence. As Kushina spoke, tears streamed down her face. "There remains so much I wish to convey to you. I long to share my life with you. I love you. Forgive me, Minato. I am the only one fervently expressing these sentiments." "No, it is of no consequence," Minato replied, shaking his head. "What I wish to convey, much like your nagging mother, is..." After finishing his words, Minato closed his eyes and employed the 8 trigram seal. The chakra from the 9 tails entered Naruto's body as the physical forms of Minato and Kushina collapsed to the ground. The barrier was lifted, allowing the 3rd Hokage and others to enter. The 3rd Hokage was the first to embrace the fallen Iruka, while the other ninjas rushed towards Minato and Kushina, as well as Naruto. Dad, Mom, Iruka, now unconscious, had already come to regard Minato and Kushina as his true parents. 3 days later, Iruka, regarding Naruto's situation, you must keep it confidential, the 3rd Hokage instructed. Addressing Iruka, who sat on the sofa with his head bowed, his eyes red from prolonged weeping. "Your parents have sacrificed so much for the village. Yet you want me to conceal the fact that Naruto is their biological son. As their child, is it truly appropriate for you to ask this of me?" Iruka continued to gaze at the floor, unwilling to meet the 3rd Hokage's eyes. In the interest of balancing the tailed beasts and preventing conflicts among the villages, it is necessary to disclose Naruto's identity as the 9 tails Jinchuriki. "With your intelligence, you should be able to comprehend this," the 3rd Hokage asserted, treating Iruka as an equal rather than a mere child. "Precisely because I understand, I am even more aware that the villagers know Naruto is the 9 tails Jinchuriki." Following the 9 tails attack on the villagers' animosity towards the beast will be projected onto Naruto, leading to his ostracization throughout his life. Why can't we reveal the truth? Iruka lifted his head and shouted at the 3rd Hokage. "Listen carefully, Iruka." The 3rd Hokage inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Iruka. "You are also aware that Naruto is the fabled child of prophecy. If the village announces his identity and allows him to grow up in a sheltered environment, he will be unprepared for the burdens that lie ahead. My actions are intended to prepare Naruto for the challenges he will face. Is it not said that when great responsibilities are bestowed upon a person, they must first endure trials and tribulations?" After hearing this, Iruka began to comprehend the 3rd Hokage's perspective. "Oh," the 3rd Hokage paused, acknowledging the validity of Iruka's words. "Since you understand, you must cooperate and never meet Naruto." "That is impossible." Irika was taken aback by the third Hokage's request, resolutely refusing to comply. Unless absolutely necessary, I cannot be kept apart from him. No. Not only will I not avoid Naruto, but I will also attend the ninja academy with him, in the same class. Irika leaped from the sofa, unafraid as he faced the third Hokage. Then I shall have no choice but to confine you. Danzo's voice emerged from behind Irika. As the door opened to reveal Danzo stepping inside, Ine turned back to glance at the person who exuded a palpable aura of threat. Danzo, speaking as he reached out to seize Ine, was halted by the third Hokage's interjection. Their eyes locked, and Ine discerned the situation clearly. I understand. It is as you say, he remarked promptly. Danzo, recognizing the shift, chose silence and turned away. What prompted this sudden concession? The third Hokage inquired with a hint of amusement, observing Ine. Lord Danzo is surely aware of the implications surrounding the Uzumaki clan, seeking to capture and control me to foresee events for his own purposes. You too wish to dominate my foresight for the sake of Konoha's safety. Rather than falling into Danzo's grasp, it is more prudent to yield to you. The third Hokage, momentarily taken aback, found himself astounded by the boy's astuteness. I did not anticipate such wisdom from you, he admitted. What are your plans for me now? Ine asked, fixing his gaze on the third Hokage. Return home. In due time, arrangements will be made. And Naruto? Ine inquired. He is at the orphanage. I see, he responded before turning to leave. This child, could he truly possess the gift of foresight? The third Hokage pondered, watching Yin's retreating figure, reflecting on how the boy had never encountered Danzo. It seemed to grasp the situation so well. After departing from the Hokage's office, Ine did not head straight home. Instead, he found himself kneeling before the graves of Minato and Kushina. Father, mother, I am sorry, he whispered, brushing his fingers against the tombstone. I cannot see Naruto, nor can I care for him as you would wish. We shall meet again, and I will apologize to you in person. Ine, you should return. Kakashi's voice called from behind, his hand resting gently on Yin's shoulder. Kakashi-san, Ine turned to see the masked figure, noting the peculiar layers of his attire. Isn't it stifling beneath all that? Kakashi remained silent, simply removing his mask. Kakashi-san, Ine exclaimed, rushing to embrace him, though he could only reach his thigh. What now? I have become an orphan. From now on, I will look after you, Kakashi asserted, placing his hand on Yin's head. Despite Kakashi's youth, he willingly took on the responsibility of caring for Ine. Kakashi's own past was marked by tragedy. He had lost his father, endured the deaths of 2 comrades, and tragically took the life of Rin. Shortly thereafter, he faced the loss of his teacher and mentor. Just as he thought he had preserved 2 children, one a Jinchuriki, he found himself burdened with formidable challenges. So now, you have shifted from protecting my mother to protecting me? Ine questioned. Yes, the third Hokage has tasked me with safeguarding you in secret, Kakashi affirmed with a nod. Shall we return? Ine suggested, grasping Kakashi's larger hand. Kakashi nodded, donning his mask once more as he led Ine away. As 2 individuals strolled down the street, the townsfolk greeted Ine Xiong warmly, offering him delectable treats and delightful trinkets. Everyone was well aware that Ine Xiong was the child of Minato Namikaze, who had perished in battle while sealing the 9 tails. As a result, Ine Xiong had become the village's beloved hero's son, an orphan of a champion. The villagers, already fond of him, showered him with even greater affection in light of Minato's sacrifice. Observing the numerous packages Kakashi carried, Ine Xiong sighed inwardly, pondering whether Naruto would have received similar treatment and thrived as a result. Perhaps, he mused to himself, if it were Naruto. Upon returning home, Kakashi entrusted the items to the caretaker. Although Minato and his wife were no longer present, Ine Xiong was still able to afford her salary. Reluctant to keep her around, he recognized that his young stature made it inconvenient for him to manage household tasks, leaving him with little choice but to retain her services. 12 fleeting years had passed, and Ine Xiong had matured into a striking young man, characterized by his tousled black hair and dark attire. Unlike others who donned open-toed footwear, Ine Xiong swiftly navigated the forest in black shoes. A swift movement sliced through the air as a shuriken was pulled from a tree, identical to one wielded by Minato, complete with the same markings. The one who had extracted it was none other than Ine Xiong. It's been 10 years, yet I still cannot match my father's speed, he thought, shaking his head as he retrieved the shuriken. Time for class. Kakashi's familiar figure appeared below, calling to him. At that moment, Kakashi had removed his mask. No longer a member of the Umbu, merely passing by when he spotted Yin Xiang. The shadow clone has already gone in my stead. This flying thunder god technique consumes far too much chakra. With my current reserves, I can only teleport 5 times. It's quite exhausting. I need to recuperate. Yin Xiang remarked as he settled into a meditative posture. Impressive. You've mastered the flying thunder god and shadow clone techniques so swiftly. Kakashi chuckled from below. But that is not all. If I had only learned these 2 jutsu over the years, my reputation as a prodigy would be a mere farce, Yin Xiang boasted. Though in truth, aside from the flying thunder god and shadow clone, he had only managed to learn the Rinnegan, without having grasped even a single C-rank technique. It wasn't due to a lack of desire to learn. Rather, there simply weren't any other jutsu scrolls available at home. Only intricate sealing technique scrolls that he could not comprehend without guidance. Thus, at the age of 12, Yin Xiang had only mastered these 3 techniques, along with basic body techniques. Although the flying thunder god and Rinnegan were indeed impressive skills, in this world, possessing merely these 2 was insufficient. Before long, you will graduate and be able to undertake some genin missions, Kakashi continued. Yet, those genin tasks are merely trifling matters. I'll leave them to the shadow clones. Kakashi, do you have any scrolls for lightning release or wind release? I would like to study them. They're at home. I'll fetch them for you now. Kakashi nodded and departed, swiftly delivering 2 scrolls to Yin Xiang, which contained records of wind release and lightning release techniques. Among them were only a few C-rank ninjutsu. I have recorded the B-rank techniques using my Sharingan. If you require them, I can transcribe them onto scrolls when I return and bring them to you tomorrow. All right. Thank you, elder brother. Yin Xiang leaped down from the tree and accepted the scrolls from Kakashi's hands. You seem rather idle. Not much happening recently. Kakashi replied with a nod. What about Naruto? Yin Xiang inquired. Still the same. He frolics outside every day, causing quite a headache for the 3rd Hokage. Kakashi had initially intended to learn about Naruto's identity when he began mentoring Team 7, but due to the circumstances surrounding Yin Xiang, he was informed earlier, though it made little difference. Is he wearing the new clothes I sent him? He is indeed. You are quite thoughtful, preparing new clothes for him every year, perfectly tailored. You also give him gifts for his birthday. Although he does not know who they are from, he gladly accepts them. Kakashi chuckled. I cannot meet him. I ought to do something for him. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to our parents, Yin Xiang remarked, smiling as he unfurled the scroll to examine its contents. When you all are able to undertake missions, you will inevitably encounter each other. I eagerly await that day. Wind release, great breakthrough, Yin Xiang proclaimed, forming hand seals. And a gust of wind erupted from the sky, causing the entire forest to sway, with countless leaves cascading to the ground. Kakashi was left speechless. Did you merely glance at it once before mastering the great breakthrough? It seems as if these wind release techniques are effortlessly within your grasp. Perhaps it is a matter of your innate qualities. Yin Xiang smiled. Recognizing why the Inasoro clan could rely on wind and lightning techniques to become one of the 3 great clans, their comprehension of these techniques was remarkably swift. Now, take a look at this, Kakashi said, unleashing a spark of electricity from his hand. Chidori, Chidori. Yin Xiang's eyes lit up as he leaned closer, then extended his right hand, gathering chakra. It began to shimmer with electrical energy. Chidori, I see you are not merely a genius. You possess extraordinary talent. Kakashi observed the electric currents emanating from Yin Xiang's hand as his own began to fade. With a resounding clash, Yin Xiang drove his Chidori into a nearby tree, causing it to crash to the ground. Impressive, he exclaimed, gazing at his right hand, exhilarated. With such an innate talent for wind and lightning techniques, he was nearly on par with the prowess of the Sharingan. It seems I can impart all my wind and lightning ninjutsu to you. I have not let down my teacher, Kakashi said, equally pleased. By the way, you have dismissed your caretaker, now. I believe I am the only one aware of your true strength. You should be able to graduate from the Ninja Academy with your current abilities. As Kakashi and Yin Xiang sat beneath the tree, engaging in conversation, Yin Xiang added, I wish to graduate alongside Naruto when he does, so I can be with him every day. Even though Naruto's graduation comes at the usual time, it is still a year later than yours. You are about to take your graduation exam, and among your peers, there are formidable talents like Neji Hyuga and the exceptionally skilled Rock Lee. Of course, I am well aware of this. My shadow clones perform remarkably well outside, consistently securing first place. Neji and Rock Lee are no match for me, and on several occasions, The teachers considered allowing me to graduate early. I have only delayed my graduation for Naruto's sake. Once the graduation exam begins, there will be no possibility of postponement. Kakashi laughed. I could always repeat the year. Don't joke around. With your grades, do you think the third Hokage is unaware of your intentions? Just focus on graduating. It's merely a year's difference, and there will still be plenty of opportunities to meet. I want to see Naruto. I started school before him and finished earlier. Yet I've never encountered him. Go to classroom 301, Kakashi said as he stood up. After Inxiang nodded, Kakashi vanished from sight. Once Kakashi departed, Inxiang picked up the black coat from the ground, donned his dark attire, and swiftly made his way to the ninja academy. Soon, he reached the rooftop of the academy, skillfully traversing the walls to arrive at the window of classroom 301, but he found no sign of Naruto. This rascal hasn't run off again, has he? Inxiang furrowed his brow before disappearing into the wall. He moved nimbly across the rooftops of Konoha until he finally spotted Naruto on Hokage Rock, doodling on the face of the fourth Hokage. You little brat, Inxiang scoffed, then leaped beside Naruto. Hey, Naruto exclaimed, startled, nearly tumbling off the lift. But Inxiang caught him just in time. Why are you drawing on Hokage Rock? Inxiang inquired, gazing at Naruto. Wait? I know. You're the son of the fourth Hokage. Naruto squinted, suddenly realizing. He often wandered the streets unnoticed, while Inxiang was always the center of attention, and naturally, Naruto had observed him. Hearing Naruto's words, Inxiang felt a pang of discomfort. After all, he was the true child of Minato. However, when Inxiang noticed Naruto's attire, he frowned. It was the same old yellow outfit he had always worn. Didn't Kakashi mention he had gifted him new clothes? Why are you still wearing that old outfit? Inxiang asked Naruto. Naruto looked at his paint-splattered clothes, holding a paint bucket in one hand and a brush in the other. I only wear this when I'm painting. I don't know who sends me new clothes every year, but I can't get those dirty. Naruto rubbed his nose with the brush. Just like Mom, Inxiang mused, a slight smile appearing on his face. Listen, Naruto, you can't just scribble on Hokage Rock. Especially not on the fourth Hokage's face. Why not? Just because you're the fourth Hokage's son doesn't mean you can boss me around. Naruto retorted nonchalantly. You little rascal. Inxiang could no longer restrain himself and struck Naruto on the head with a fist, causing paint buckets to topple over. Come back with me at once. If I catch you scribbling on Hokage Rock again, be wary of my wrath. As he spoke, Inxiang bound Naruto tightly. Shadow clone technique. Inxiang formed the necessary seals, summoning a shadow clone to tidy up Hokage Rock, thus fulfilling the role of an elder brother in cleaning up after Naruto's mischief. Subsequently, Inxiang led Naruto back to the Ninja Academy. You must study diligently, do you understand? Inxiang declared as he flung Naruto into the classroom and shut the door behind him. What the heck? Why are you acting so smug? When I become Hokage, I won't let you off easily. The bound Naruto protested, bouncing against the door. Naruto. Irika shouted from behind him. Irika-sensei. Naruto slowly turned around to find Irika's stern expression. Pay attention in class. Irika bellowed. Hi. Naruto responded loudly. Inxiang stood by the door, a smile gracing his lips. Naruto, you will become Hokage. With that, he returned to his classroom. After knocking on the door, the shadow clones within vanished, and Inxiang appeared at the entrance. Although the teacher was puzzled, he allowed Inxiang to enter. After all, Inxiang excelled academically and held a special status. Even if he had skipped class, no one would admonish him. When did you leave, woofing Inxiang? Niji Hyuga inquired. His brow furrowed as he regarded Inxiang. Though Inxiang still bore the surname Insolo, this matter had been kept confidential. Everyone knew he was the child of Minato, leading them to naturally refer to him by the bluffing surname. Inxiang made his way to his seat, located in the center of the last row, drawing the attention of the entire classroom. His appearance was striking, and the girls in the class were captivated by him. Hey, Tian. Inxiang greeted as he returned to his seat, which was beside Tian. When did you go out? I didn't see you, Tian whispered to him. I just stepped out for a moment. Don't worry about it, Inxiang replied with a smile. Though he attended class using shadow clones, all experiences were transferred to his true self upon the clone's dissolution, allowing him to adapt to the lessons seamlessly. We have our graduation exam tomorrow, and we'll be assigned our team leaders. I wonder who I'll be paired with, Tian mused, resting her chin on her desk while occasionally glancing at Niji. You like Niji Hyuga, don't you? Inxiang leaned closer to Tian, his head nearly touching hers as he whispered in her ear. Tian blushed fiercely, flustered both by Inxiang's assertion and by his proximity. Who said that? I don't like him. She stammered in denial. Admit it. If you like him, just say so. Denying it is rather dull, Inxiang remarked, pouting slightly as he propped his chin on his hand, gazing at the lessons on the blackboard, knowledge that was all too familiar to him. Well, that's enough for today. Tomorrow, upon arriving at the classroom, we shall commence the graduation test. Those who pass will receive their headbands and become ninjas. The test tomorrow will focus on the shadow clone technique, so make sure to prepare diligently. With that, the teacher exited the classroom. Tomorrow marks our graduation, and the students in the classroom lingered for a moment, bursting into joyous chatter, reminiscing and inquiring about each other's well-being, vowing to look out for one another in the future. Inxiang, this is for you. A girl. Her cheeks flushed, approached Inxiang just as he rose to leave the classroom. Oh, it's a love letter, Tian remarked, propping her forehead with her wrist. Inxiang said nothing, merely accepted the letter from the girl, offering a faint smile before departing. The envelope was quite thick, suggesting it contained more than just one person's correspondence. I never expected to receive a love letter, he mused as he walked, then leapt onto a rooftop, swiftly returning home. Upon opening the letters, he discovered that they were indeed from multiple classmates. Aside from Tian, nearly every girl in the class had penned a note. Inxiang chuckled softly, gathering the letters and placing them on a nearby shelf. A sudden sound echoed as the shadow clones at Hokage Rock dissipated, leaving the area pristine. Obito, oh Obito, although it was the nine tails that killed my parents, it was you who unleashed it. If only I lacked the memories of my past life, I could seek revenge without the burden of conscience. Yet, you were later redeemed, leaving me conflicted, Inxiang reflected, seated in the corridor outside, sipping tea. Contemplating these matters seemed futile. Even if he wished to confront Obito, he lacked the strength. With a self-deprecating shake of his head, Inxiang acknowledged the evening's arrival. After a brief meal, he retired for the night. The following day, Inxiang breezed through the test, successfully acquiring his headband. He affixed it around his waist and made his way to Ichiraku ramen. Not only did Naruto relish it, but Inxiang was also fond of the ramen, which indeed showcased remarkable culinary skill. Ah, Inxiang has arrived. The usual? Uncle Ichiraku greeted him warmly. Yes, the usual, Inxiang replied with a smile. All right. Uncle Ichiraku responded as he began to prepare the noodles. I'll have chashu ramen today. Naruto's voice rang out from a distance as he burst into the shop. Oh, Naruto's here. Take a seat. In the village of Konoha, aside from Inxiang and a few others, Uncle Ichiraku was one of the few who treated Naruto kindly. But why did Uncle Ichiraku show such warmth towards him? It was because Kushina, Naruto's mother, also adored ramen and frequently brought Inxiang along, often mentioning Naruto's name during their meals. Hence, Uncle Ichiraku was well aware of Naruto's true identity. Naruto, isn't it class time now? Inxiang remarked, sitting beside him. Eh? You. Naruto was startled upon seeing Inxiang, leaping up from his seat and pointing. What are you doing here? Inxiang chuckled, glancing at Naruto. What's the matter? Am I not allowed to be here? I only taught you a lesson yesterday. Have you already forgotten? I understand now. I'll head back, Naruto exclaimed, turning to flee. However, he was swiftly caught by the collar of his shirt by Inxiang. This rascal had indeed donned the new clothes that Inxiang had gifted him, which were far more spirited than his previous attire. What are you doing? Let me go? Naruto struggled in Inxiang's grasp. Sit down and eat. I'm treating you. After the meal, you shall return to class, Inxiang declared, lifting Naruto back onto the stool. Wait, you're treating me to a meal? I didn't expect you to be so nice. Naruto's mood brightened at the prospect of a meal courtesy of Inxiang. What's wrong? Is it not acceptable for me to treat you? Of course it is. It's just that no one has ever treated me to a meal before, Naruto replied. At that moment, Uncle Yao placed 2 bowls of ramen before them. Dig in. Haha. Seeing the two seated together brought a smile to Uncle Yao's face. It was indeed a rare sight. I'm starting, Naruto declared, placing his hands together and seizing his chopsticks to begin eating. Inxiang observed Naruto's voracious appetite with a smile, feeling a sense of affection for him as he now viewed him from the perspective of an older brother, having previously seen him from an outsider's standpoint. What's wrong? Aren't you eating? If you're not, I'll take your share, Naruto remarked, feeling uneasy under Inxiang's attentive gaze. All right, it's all yours. Inxiang chuckled and pushed his bowl towards Naruto. Uncle, another bowl, please, he called to Uncle Yao. Fantastic. Naruto wasted no time, lifting Yin Xiang's bowl and digging in. This is delicious. What flavor is this? It's Mom's favorite, miso seafood ramen, with a bit more salt since she enjoys savory foods, Yin Xiang explained, smiling at Naruto. So it's something your mother loves. I think it's delicious too. Uncle, I want this next time. Naruto shouted at Uncle Yao. All right, miso seafood ramen coming right up. Uncle Yao quickly brought another bowl to Yin Xiang. I'm starting, Yin Xiang said quietly and began to eat with a grace that far surpassed Naruto's. Moments later, Naruto had devoured 2 bowls of ramen, leaving no remnants. Thank you for the treat, he said with a cheerful grin as he finished. Yin Xiang, still eating, merely nodded in acknowledgement, swallowing his mouthful of noodles. Let us head back to class, Naruto. From now on, do not skip class, Yin Xiang solemnly advised him. Naruto remained silent, narrowing his eyes at Yin Xiang. What is the matter? Yin Xiang noticed Naruto's demeanor and set down his chopsticks to look at him. Why are you so kind to me? Apart from Uncle Yao, others look at me with disdain. You treat me to a meal and encourage me to study hard. It feels like you are an older brother. Naruto shook his head vigorously, dismissing the notion with a chuckle. After all, he was merely a year younger. How could he possibly be regarded as my elder brother? After uttering these words, Naruto dashed out, but instead of wandering aimlessly, he found himself inexplicably returning to the classroom. I am indeed your brother, murmured Yin Xiang softly after Naruto's departure, shaking his head with a smile as he continued to savor his ramen. One day, you two will surely recognize each other, said Uncle Irika, leaning over the bar to address Yin Xiang. Indeed, I too believe that day will arrive. The sooner, the better, Yin Xiang nodded, finishing his ramen, wiping his mouth, and leaving some money for Uncle Irika. I shall take my leave now, Uncle. Yin Xiang waved goodbye. All right, Irika replied, nodding as he collected the money from the table. Upon returning home, Yin Xiang awaited the next day to attend school, when the teachers would be assigned to lead them. Perhaps I should delve into ninjutsu, he pondered, unfurling a B-rank ninjutsu scroll, personally authored by Kakashi for him. Wind release, pressure damage. Yin Xiang swiftly formed hand signs, expelling a concentrated sphere of high-pressure wind, which struck a nearby tree, creating a gaping hole before it collapsed moments later. Truly impressive for a B-rank ninjutsu, he mused, gazing at the fallen tree. However, Yin Xiang reflected, while wind release counters lightning release, if I master both, wouldn't my own techniques negate one another in a confrontation? He contemplated, lowering his gaze, pondering how the Inzoro clan could fully harness the potential of both wind and lightning techniques. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, chin resting on his hands, he meditated on wind. Lightning. As he mused, spheres of wind and lightning materialized in his hands. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He executed Chidori with his left hand and Rinnegan with his right. Upon collision, both techniques dissipated simultaneously. During the climactic battle between Naruto and Sasuke, they unleashed their respective Rinnegan and Chidori, and the clash was so potent that each lost an arm. Logically, since wind release counters lightning release, Naruto's Rinnegan should have prevailed, sparing him from injury. Yet, both suffered the same fate. It seemed that when ninjutsu reaches a certain level of power, the elemental weaknesses could be disregarded entirely. If one could master both wind and lightning techniques to their utmost potential and merge them, they could unleash tremendous might. This thought brought a smile to Yin Xiang's face. Chidori is an A-rank technique, while the more formidable Raikiri belongs to the S-rank category. Rinnegan is also an A-rank technique, with the superior S-rank being the Raisen Shuriken. I can seek Kakashi's guidance on Raikiri, yet I must independently explore the Raisen Shuriken. Once more, Yin Xiang conjured a Rinnegan in his hand, attempting to infuse it with wind-release chakra. The Rinnegan in his grasp began to swell slightly, manifesting 4 transparent wind blades. Yet a sharp pain shot through his wrist, prompting Yin Xiang to swiftly dissipate the technique. Indeed, I almost forgot. This spiral shuriken can inflict severe internal injuries on its wielder and has been classified as a forbidden technique by Tsunade. Only after mastering Sage Mode can Naruto wield it with ease. Yin Xiang grasped his wrist, wincing in pain. It seems that mastering S-rank ninjutsu cannot be rushed. Even with a physique attuned to wind and lightning, such reckless training is unwise. Yin Xiang sighed. What he currently lacked was practical combat experience, and he lacked it significantly. Despite his mastery of formidable ninjutsu, he had no experience in actual combat against ninjas. Faced with a genuine battle, He could easily be annihilated by a true ninja in an instant. He hoped to undertake combat missions soon to accumulate some battle and killing experience, which would enable him to assist Naruto in the future. In Xiang lifted his gaze to the sky and then returned to his room, taking a few jugs of wine and settling down in the corridor. "I'm sorry, mother," he murmured, recalling her admonition that he and Naruto should not drink until they were 20. With a smile, he poured himself a cup of wine and downed it in one gulp. He sat alone until nightfall. Although Naruto lived in solitude, In Xiang was no different. Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki made others wary of approaching him, while In Xiang, being the orphan of the fourth Hokage, instilled fear in others, leaving both without friends. Their classmates maintained only a superficial camaraderie, with no one daring to get close to them. I, In Xiang, do not wish to be a feared ninja in this world. I simply desire to live a peaceful life, to possess the strength for self-protection, to have a wife and a child, and to enjoy a joyful existence, In Xiang declared as he gazed at the moon in the sky. Suddenly, four shadowy figures darted across the roof of his abode, landing on the wall before him, adorned with masks and emanating an intense aura of murderous intent. Startled, In Xiang dropped his wine cup to the ground. These four figures, were they not the masked assailants who had once hunted him? Were they here to kill him again? Rising from the corridor, he felt a chill. After all these years, why had they chosen this moment to return? Silently forming hand seals, In Xiang prepared to use Flying Thunder God to escape, realizing he was no match for these four. "Master," one of the figures addressed him, unexpectedly vanishing from the rooftop to kneel before In Xiang. "What?" In Xiang staggered back in astonishment. What was happening? Were these four not here to kill him? "Master, 12 years ago, we were ensnared by an illusion and we killed our own kin," one of the masked figures confessed. "We nearly took your life. And we deserve to die for our sins," another added. "No. What is going on? Are you members of the Isuru clan?" In Xiang inquired, furrowing his brows in confusion. "We are the four guardian kings of your lineage, having safeguarded the Isuru clan from harm for generations. However, on that fateful night, a masked figure appeared before us, and we, lacking in strength, were ensnared by an illusion at the first encounter. Brothers of the clan, yet all perished at our hands. Recently, having escaped the clutches of the illusion, we learned of our sovereign's whereabouts and hastened to your side, willing to accept your judgment." The four knelt in prostration, their heads bowed, too timid to meet In Xiang's gaze. "How did you come to know of my presence in Konoha?" Though ensnared by the illusion, our memories remained intact. The last time we beheld our sovereign was indeed in Konoha, and we searched high and low until just moments ago, confirming that you are our lord. The illusion. From the mention of the four great guardians, In Xiang discerned that this individual, Insolo Hen, must be a fellow traveler like himself. "What kind of illusion ensnared you?" In Xiang inquired, his eyes fixed upon them. "The Sharingan." "The Sharingan?" In Xiang's pupils constricted sharply. "If it were the Sharingan from 12 years past, then it must belong to Obito, correct? Pray, grant us the mercy of death. If death is our fate, why seek me out?" In Xiang settled into a cross-legged position. As long as they posed no threat to him, he felt a sense of relief. Without the sovereign's decree of death, we dare not end our own lives. Is the education of Insolo so stringent? In Xiang scoffed. "There is no need for death. You are free now. Do as you please. And let the Insolo clan fade into oblivion." The four exchanged glances, then turned their eyes back to In Xiang. "Will our sovereign not avenge our kin?" "Avenge? Setting aside whether I possess such intent," In Xiang smiled. "Even if I did, I lack the strength. We are willing to serve our lord faithfully, even unto death." "Faithfully serve? What use is your devotion when the enemy can ensnare you with a mere glance? I can barely contend with you, let alone those who easily control you." In Xiang shook his head. "Since you have just arrived, you must have heard my desire for a tranquil existence. Possessing the ability for self-preservation is sufficient. Let the Insolo clan be consigned to obscurity, for they ought never to have existed in the annals of ninja history," In Xiang mused. "As for vengeance for my kin, it never crossed my mind. I am not of this world. Even if this body is a descendant of the Insolo clan, it bears no connection to me. Since our sovereign has granted us freedom, we are entitled to the right of self-determination. May you one day come to understand and seek vengeance for the Insolo clan. We shall repay our sins with our lives," one among them proclaimed, drawing forth a blade from his back and swiftly severing his own throat. Thud! For lifeless bodies collapsed before In Xiang. This Yin Xiang stood in stunned silence, bewildered by their actions. Do they truly value their lives so little? Staring blankly at the four corpses, the wine in his cup lost its allure. Gulp. Yin Xiang swallowed hard. It was, after all, his first true encounter with death, and he could not help but feel a twinge of unease. After a prolonged moment, he summoned a shadow clone, and together they buried the four individuals in the woods, during which he scavenged some items from their possessions: scrolls, ninja blades, shurikens, explosive tags, military rations, and some currency that held little value for him. Your demise is inevitable. At the very least, you should leave one individual to bury you. This is nothing but an inconvenience for me. After Yin Xiang placed the final shovel of earth, he planted the shovel into the ground and sighed. What sort of clan rules govern the Inisoro family that they neither dare to command nor even take their own lives, showing such indifference to their existence? It seems that Inisoro Hen must also be a cold-hearted individual. He is likely my great-grandfather. The offspring of a time traveler giving birth to another time traveler is indeed a grand jest. Yin Xiang muttered to himself. As the day waned, he tidied up his belongings and refreshed himself before retiring for the night. For tomorrow, he would be assigned to a class at the Ninja Academy. The events surrounding the four Inisoro clan members did not stir any commotion in Konoha. They arrived silently and perished just as quietly, as if they had never been there at all. Aside from Yin Xiang, no one was aware of their presence. Upon arriving at school the next day, the girls noticed that Yin Xiang ignored them entirely, leaving them quite disappointed. However, none dared to speak to him again. Today we will be assigned to our classes. I wonder who I will be placed with, said Tian. Yin Xiang, who do you wish to be in a class with? I. As long as you do not hinder my progress or cause me trouble, I have no objections. I certainly do not want someone like you, Yin Xiang replied with a smile. What do you mean? Are you implying I would be a hindrance? Tian exclaimed, banging her fist on the table, drawing the attention of the entire class, prompting her to quickly sit back down. See, you've already caused me trouble, Yin Xiang shrugged. Tian glared at him, her teeth clenched, but she chose to remain silent. Soon, a teacher entered to lead the students away. Eventually, a broad-shouldered, watermelon-headed individual arrived to escort Niji, Tian, and Shaoli, leaving Yin Xiang alone in the classroom. Yin Xiang was not anxious. He could not fathom who might come to guide him, and it seemed he was the only one in this class, indicating that this individual must be quite special. After a brief wait, the classroom door finally swung open, and a pineapple-haired figure stepped inside. What a bother. I didn't expect to be tasked with guiding this little brat, he remarked upon seeing Yin Xiang. Nara Shikaku. Yin Xiang frowned, surprised that this person was to be his teacher. However, upon seeing him, Yin Xiang understood why he was the only one in the class. Nara Shikaku was inherently averse to hassle, and he would undoubtedly be reluctant to lead even a single student, let alone 3. To think it would be you, Nara-senpai, guiding us. What a delightful surprise. Yin Xiang stood from his seat and approached Shikaku. I had no intention of leading, but the third Hokage insisted I take you under my wing, so here I am. Nara Shikaku's decision was not solely out of respect for the third Hokage, but also for his old comrade, Minato. Very well, Teacher Shikaku, I shall rely on you henceforth, Yin Xiang said, offering a slight bow, as respect for his teacher was essential. Since the classroom is empty, let us converse here. Lu Jiu nodded and took a seat in the front row, while Yin Xiang sat across from him, the two facing each other. I have a general understanding of your situation. Why don't you share your dreams? Lu Jiu remarked with a smile. Dreams? Just to be a casual ninja, possessing the strength for self-defense, having a dutiful wife and an obedient child, living a harmonious life as a family of 3, leading a simple and peaceful existence for a lifetime. Yes, that's about it, Yin Xiang replied. Oh, Lu Jiu paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. That sounds quite similar to Nara Shikamaru's aspirations. Shikamaru's dream was merely to be a casual ninja, earn some money, marry a woman who was neither beautiful nor ugly, have 2 children, first a daughter, then a son, and upon his daughter's marriage and his son becoming independent, retire from his ninja duties, leading a leisurely life of playing chess or Go, and passing away even before his wife. Lujiu-sensei, what exactly do you intend to teach me? Yin Xiang asked, gazing at Lu Jiu. What shall I teach you? First and foremost, chakra control, Lu Jiu contemplated before responding. I am already quite proficient in that, Yin Xiang declared as he leaped up and hung from the ceiling. Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite impressive, Lu Jiu chuckled upon witnessing this. Let us discuss the purpose behind the third Hokage asking you to mentor me, In Xiang said, descending from the ceiling and standing before Lugio. Lugio suddenly felt a bit uneasy. This child was indeed extraordinary, just as the third had said. He thought to himself, just speak plainly, Lugio-sensei. I am not one for beating around the bush, In Xiang continued. Very well, the third wishes for me to cultivate you into an excellent advisor. So you may wholeheartedly assist the future Hokage, Lugio candidly stated. So, you sought out the most intelligent of the Nara clan? In Xiang smiled as he spoke. Though in his heart, he pondered, wanting to confine my martial prowess and develop only my intellect, relying on my foresight to aid the future Hokage? This old man wishes to bind me tightly to Konoha. Even without such measures, I have no intention of betraying it. Indeed, you are quite astute. You possess the qualities of an advisor, Lugio affirmed with a nod. I wish to learn the shadow manipulation technique, In Xiang directly declared, looking at Lugio. Huh. You truly do not like to beat around the bush. That is a secret technique of our Nara clan. How could I possibly impart it to you? Lugio was taken aback. This boy's straightforwardness exceeded his expectations. Rest assured, I would never let your clan's secret techniques leak out. There is no benefit in doing so for me. Your request is akin to asking the Hyuga clan for the Byakugan or the Uchiha clan for the Sharingan. They would never grant you such a thing, Lugio illustrated. Indeed, acquiring their bloodline limits was entirely impossible. If you wish for me to protect Konoha, yet refuse to teach me anything, do you expect to transplant your brain into mine? In Xiang retorted with a smirk. Haha, that is quite unlikely, Lugio chuckled. Lugio smiled and remarked, it is quite advantageous for you that I have come to train you alone. Although I cannot impart the art of shadow manipulation, I can share with you my combat philosophy, methods, and tactical approaches. As for ninjutsu, well, apart from the secret techniques of my clan, there isn't much else. You should already be familiar with basic techniques like the body replacement technique. Lugio felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ah, very well, In Xiang sighed. Don't appear so disheartened. Hey, Lugio exclaimed, many would desire to be taught by me, yet I am selective. To avoid disappointing me, why not teach me the shadow manipulation technique? Who knows? I might even develop something more profound. In Xiang proposed. Hearing this, Lugio was momentarily taken aback. That is impossible. Our clan's secret art has been in use for so long, without further development. How could you possibly achieve that? If you choose not to believe me, that's fine. If you refuse to teach me, I'll conduct my own research, In Xiang replied with a smirk. But if I manage to create a superior shadow manipulation technique in the future, don't expect me to share it with you. Quite the confident one, aren't you? Very well. Let us see your capabilities. If you truly manage to develop your own shadow manipulation technique, I shall reveal to you the scroll of our clan's secret arts. Lugio responded with a smile. Agreed, In Xiang said, brimming with confidence. All right, we shall conclude for today. Let us gather at training ground number 3 tomorrow, Lugio announced before preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, In Xiang was faster, vanishing in a flash of black light. Flying Raijin? Upon witnessing this display, Lugio finally grasped the remarkable abilities of the young man before him. After a moment of shock, he composed himself and exited the classroom. Meanwhile, In Xiang had instantly returned home using flying Raijin, not only to demonstrate his prowess to the third Hokage, but also to assert his identity as the son of the fourth Hokage, having received Minato's true teachings, thereby alleviating any unnecessary caution from the third. Indeed, when Lugio informed the third Hokage of In Xiang's usage of flying Raijin, the third, though surprised, wore a smile. You have become In Xiang's messenger, the third chuckled. Though I anticipated this role, I had to come. This child excels in both strength and intellect. It seems highly appropriate to nurture him as a potential successor to the Hokage, Lugio asserted before the third. We possess limited knowledge about the Insororo clan, and while In Xiang's origins are somewhat clear, we cannot ascertain if they harbor ambitions. He fled to Konoha at birth and grew up here, knowing only his surname, Insororo, and remains oblivious to the clan's true nature. How could he possibly have any ambitions? Lugio reasoned, as the third prepared to enlighten him about In Xiang's background since Lugio was to be his guiding instructor. Our knowledge of the Insororo clan is nearly non-existent. Yet, In Xiang has demonstrated extraordinary talent from a young age. Just a few days ago, Kakashi informed me that In Xiang could master wind and lightning techniques at a glance. Though his power is still developing, this is an astonishing feat. What? Mastering techniques at a glance? How could someone possess such an ability? Upon hearing such news, Lugio could not remain calm. He realized that he might have taken on an extraordinarily gifted disciple. However, Inxiang had confided in him that his only aspiration was to lead a simple, unremarkable life. Lugio pondered for a moment before concluding, "It is perhaps too early to discuss this. Inxiang is still young. You should nurture him well." The third generation waved his hand dismissively. "As for the matter concerning our clan's secret techniques," Lugio gazed at the third generation. Recognizing that although these were clan secrets, should the third generation relent, he would consider imparting this knowledge to Inxiang. Let us not rush. First, we shall observe how Inxiang approaches his studies. At this juncture, the third generation chuckled, remarking on what an amusing little rascal Inxiang was. Indeed, Lugio nodded in agreement before taking his leave. Meanwhile, Inxiang had already commenced his exploration of the Nara clan's secret arts. In this world, all ninjutsu was predicated upon the utilization of chakra, which meant that manipulating shadows was, in essence, the infusion of chakra into those shadows. Inxiang focused intently on his shadow, practicing the hand seals characteristic of the Nara clan. He endeavored to channel chakra into his shadow. It flowed from his body downward, reaching his feet. The final step being the infusion into the shadow. However, at this crucial moment, Inxiang's chakra did not enter the shadow as he had envisioned, but instead sank into the ground, causing a sudden thundering collapse of the earth, while the shadow remained utterly unresponsive. Unsuccessful, Inxiang murmured softly, releasing his hand seals. Given his meticulous control over chakra, it seemed implausible that he had misdirected it. This indicated that the shadow manipulation technique was not merely about injecting chakra into the shadow. If not injected into the shadow, where could it possibly go? Was it perhaps a matter of releasing chakra, enveloping the shadow? Contemplating this, Inxiang attempted once more to release chakra, aiming to envelop the shadow upon the ground. A layer of faint blue chakra cascaded over his shadow. Under Inxiang's precise control, the shadow exhibited the slightest reaction, though it quickly settled back into stillness, akin to the gentle ripples on a tranquil lake. Nonetheless, Inxiang detected this subtle fluctuation. It is possible. Inxiang felt a surge of hope and, filled with excitement, infused more chakra into the shadow. Indeed, it responded with a greater disturbance, yet, much to his dismay, it soon returned to its calm state. Still not working? Inxiang furrowed his brow but remained undeterred, repeating the process, once, twice, until the 10th attempt, when he finally grasped the futility of his approach. Although this method could not yield the shadow manipulation technique, he was reassured that he was on the right track. With further diligent research, he should be able to successfully replicate the shadow imitation art. A smile graced Inxiang's face. After all, these were the secret arts of another clan, and he had not expected to master them swiftly. Besides his proficiency in wind and thunder ninjutsu, he lacked a natural affinity for any others. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Time for dinner. Inxiang casually waved his hand and returned home, where he prepared a meal for himself. After dining, he retired for the night. The following morning, he hastily consumed a light breakfast before heading to training ground number 3. Lugio had also arrived, and they approached each other from different directions. What shall we do today? Are we embarking on a mission? In the future, I will be taking you on missions, so I need to assess your capabilities. Let us conduct the evaluation here. Lugio halted his steps in a small clearing within the forest. All right, Inxiang promptly agreed, retreating several meters to stand 5 paces away from Lugio. This presented an excellent opportunity to closely observe the art of shadow manipulation. He mused internally. Come at me, Lugio declared, extending a hand to signal Inxiang to commence. The objective was not merely combat. It was to scrutinize the intricacies of shadow manipulation. Firmly setting a personal task, Inxiang seized a kunai and dashed forward, engaging Lugio with physical techniques. Lugio also brandished his kunai, and when their weapons met, he sensed the strength of Inxiang's wrists and arms. In a swift motion, Inxiang's left hand produced another kunai, which he wielded with precision. Lugio, exerting force from his wrist, deflected Inxiang's right hand and blocked the kunai from his left, then delivered a kick aimed at Inxiang's chest. Reacting quickly, Inxiang raised his right hand to shield his chest, absorbing the kick to his arm, which sent him flying. Utilizing the momentum, he executed a graceful flip in midair and landed smoothly on the ground. Impressive strength, speed, and reflexes. Continue. Lugio assessed Inxiang's recent maneuvers. Indeed, Inxiang nodded. feeling a surge of excitement. This was his first experience fighting as a ninja, rather than engaging in childish scuffles. Although it was merely a strength test, it served as his initial taste of combat experience since becoming a ninja. Wind release, great breakthrough. Yin Xiang formed seals with his hands, unleashing a powerful gust towards Lu Jiao. As the wind surged forward, he hurled a kunai infused with lightning chakra, propelling it towards Lu Jiao with astonishing speed. Riding the winds of the great breakthrough, the velocity was so remarkable that evasion was impossible. Lu Jiao's eyes widened in surprise, but it was too late. The kunai struck him squarely in the chest, and he was subsequently toppled by the force of the great breakthrough, rolling helplessly across the ground. Teacher Lu Jiao. Seeing this, Yin Xiang rushed over. As he approached, a soft thud echoed. The fallen Lu Jiao transformed into a wooden log, and a kunai pressed against the back of Yin Xiang's head. Do not underestimate your opponent. Yin Xiang slowly turned his head, discovering Lu Jiao standing behind him. While Yin Xiang had begun forming seals, Lu Jiao had discreetly executed the body replacement technique. Although uncertain of Yin Xiang's chosen ninjutsu, Lu Jiao opted for the substitution to evade. Simultaneously, he felt a stroke of luck. Had he not employed the body replacement technique, the fate of the wooden log would have been his own. This young man's technique was indeed formidable, utilizing the technique of lightning release to launch an accelerated kunai, followed by a great breakthrough to further enhance the speed of the already accelerated kunai, results in a projectile moving at an astonishing velocity, rendering it nearly impossible to evade. Though it appears that the great breakthrough is the primary attack, in reality, it is the swift and potent lightning release kunai that poses the true threat. This technique is remarkable. Rikuju retracted the kunai that he had pressed against Yin Xiang's head and praised him. However, he still managed to evade Rikuju's attack. Yin Xiang withdrew the kunai from the wooden target, acknowledging, indeed, the teacher is still superior. How else could I assume the role of your mentor? Rikuju chuckled in response. Your prowess is commendable. That lightning release kunai technique, while not classified as ninjutsu, possesses the power equivalent to a B-rank ninjutsu after acceleration. And it consumes a minimal amount of chakra. You have such strength. What you lack is combat experience. Once you accumulate sufficient experience, the Chunin exams will be a breeze for you. The Chunin exams are still some time away. By then, I will undoubtedly have gathered enough combat experience. Yin Xiang asserted with determination. Logically speaking, given your abilities, we could already undertake C-rank missions. However, a minimum of a 3-person team is required for such tasks. Consequently, we must team up with others to embark on C-rank missions. Unfortunately, everyone else is still engaged in D-rank assignments. So we are left with no choice but to accept D-rank tasks to pass the time, Rikuju explained to Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang felt exasperated, wishing they could bypass D-rank missions and focus solely on training until they were capable of tackling C-rank assignments. Despite his protests, he ultimately yielded and reluctantly commenced his D-rank mission. Yet, each time he arrived at the task site, the individuals assigning the missions greeted him warmly, while the responsibilities often fell upon Rikuju. Yin Xiang, however, did not take advantage of this. He utilized shadow clone technique to assist Rikuju, who was well aware of Yin Xiang's capabilities with the technique. Currently, Yin Xiang could only complete missions during the day and practice ninjutsu at night. However, without sunlight, he had no shadows to manipulate, thus hindering his progress in mastering the shadow control technique. Good morning, Rikuju-sensei. At last, after 2 months of D-rank missions, Yin Xiang was finally able to accept the C-rank task today. Indeed, today we will join Team 3 to undertake a C-rank escort mission, safeguarding a merchant convoy as it travels from the borders of the Fire Country. We will meet with ninja from neighboring nations for the handover. Rikuju promptly informed Yin Xiang about the task. All right, the individuals this convoy will encounter are likely to be bandits, correct? Yin Xiang inquired, nodding thoughtfully. Under typical circumstances, they are merely ordinary robbers, though we cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of encountering ninjas. Understood. Yin Xiang nodded, and together they departed. The duo met Team 3 at the entrance of Kanahagakure. Kakashi, Lee, Niji, and Tintin had just arrived at the gate. Hey, Yin Xiang. Tintin greeted him enthusiastically, as she was the most familiar with him among those present. Long time no see, Tintin. Yin Xiang returned her greeting, and they quickly engaged in conversation. Let us embark on a mission that ignites the passion of our youth, Kakashi exclaimed as soon as everyone had gathered. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, Little Lee shouted loudly from the side. Lu Jiao and Yin Xiang looked at the two disciples, Little Li and Kai, with exasperated expressions. They truly seemed well matched. Young master, don't lag behind, Ning Xi remarked with a hint of hostility towards Yin Xiang. Rest assured, Yin Xiang replied with a gentle smile, a stark contrast to Ning Xi's demeanor. Soon, the five of them set off and encountered a convoy in a village, where two individuals led a cart covered with a cloth, beginning their journey. The trip progressed smoothly, and they quickly delivered the cargo to the neighboring country, completing their task without encountering any bandits. This mission is exceedingly dull, Yin Xiang sighed lightly, admitting that despite it being his first time outside the village, there was little of interest beyond the endless woods. It's certainly better than chasing cats and dogs around the village, Tian remarked, walking alongside Yin Xiang every day. That's true, Yin Xiang agreed with a nod, whispering in Tian's ear, how nice it is to be in the same class as someone you like. What? Tian's face flushed crimson once more. Still not admitting it? Yin Xiang chuckled, placing his hand on Tian's shoulder and pulling her into an embrace. Tian instinctively struggled, but Yin Xiang tightened his grip, making it impossible for her to escape, leaving her perplexed as she looked at him. Look at Ning Xi, I have you in my arms. Yet he shows no reaction whatsoever. He has no feelings for you, Yin Xiang said, resting his head against Tian's. Tian turned to glance at Ning Xi, who indeed remained indifferent, following Kai without any change in expression. A tinge of discontent washed over Tian, prompting Yin Xiang to release her. So it seems you haven't made any progress. He doesn't have any feelings for you. Ah, right. He hasn't noticed my feelings at all. Tian sighed. So you must. Who? Suddenly, Yin Xiang raised his hand, launching a lightning kunai. With a thunderous crash, a tree was pierced through, collapsing under the impact. The group was taken aback by Yin Xiang's display of power. Without the support of wind techniques, the kunais might rival that of C-rank ninjutsu, easily toppling a tree. Though surprised, they quickly fell into a defensive stance, eyeing the fallen tree. Impressive, Leaf Ninja, a figure leapt down from another tree, revealing a scorched mark on his cheek, a result of Yin Xiang's kunai. Sound Ninja. Yin Xiang recognized him by the forehead protector on his head, identifying him as a ninja from the land of grass, affiliated with Orochimaru. What brings a Sound Ninja here? Lu Jiao asked, staring at the intruder. Just passing by. The Sound Ninja replied. Passing by? If that were the case, why did you exude killing intent towards me? Yin Xiang explained that he had felt a sudden sense of unease and suffocation, which led him to the tree, prompting him to throw the lightning kunai. However, the fact that the lightning kunai evaded a sudden attack and only grazed the cheek of the Sound Ninja before him indicates that he is no ordinary foe. This realization dawned upon the onlookers, prompting them to refrain from rash actions. My apologies, I mistook you for someone else, the Sound Ninja remarked dismissively. Nonsense, Yin Xiang retorted, launching another lightning kunai, albeit one that was slightly different. Observing the incoming kunai, the Sound Ninja deftly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the projectile. Despite evading the kunai, a flicker of alarm crossed his eyes as Yin Xiang's figure vanished, reappearing behind him. Flying Thunder God, Kai exclaimed, his eyes widening as he recognized the jutsu. Rinnegan. Yin Xiang manifested at the location of the lightning kunai, seizing it, revealing it to be the Flying Thunder God kunai of Minato. He executed the Rinnegan with remarkable speed, striking the Sound Ninja directly. The impact sent the body spiraling away from the tree, while Yin Xiang resumed his original position. A clone, Yin Xiang frowned, realizing that, although he had yet to use the Rinnegan on a living target, he had employed it on Earth before. Indeed, the Sound Ninja that crashed to the ground transformed into a puddle of mud. Quickly, Yin Xiang leapt back among his companions, seeking safety in their numbers. The five remained vigilant for a moment, but the Sound Ninja did not reappear. They exchanged glances, gradually relaxing their guard. I didn't expect Yin Xiang to be this formidable, Kai remarked, his demeanor shifting as he regarded Yin Xiang. After all, he is the son of the fourth Hokage. This is the essence of youth, Kai exuberantly proclaimed, his earlier levity returning. Who could that person be? The Sound Ninja is shrouded in mystery, and we still have no knowledge of who orchestrates it, Rikuju said, his expression grave. However, it seems he has departed. We should return to the village and investigate further, Kai suggested, and the others concurred, departing from the scene. Has he truly grown this powerful? That lightning kunai was extraordinarily swift, and his instantaneous disappearance. Flying Thunder God, What is that? Niji mused, his expression serious as he observed Yin Xiang's retreating figure. This individual, his peer, whom he himself was regarded as a genius, appeared to be vastly superior. After Yin Xiang and the others left, a figure emerged from behind a tree, peeling away a layer of skin from his face, blood trickling down his cheek. Gazing at the charred remnants of the mask, he extended his elongated serpentine tongue to clean the blood from his visage. Minato's adopted son, how intriguing, he mused. The man being none other than Orochimaru. With thoughts of Minato, who had usurped his position as Hokage, and now that Minato was deceased, his animosity shifted towards Yin Xiang. In that fleeting moment, his murderous intent was palpable, sensed by Yin Xiang, prompting him to hurl the lightning kunai, striking Orochimaru. The Chunin exams. I must keep a close eye on this young prodigy, Orochimaru smirked. Soon, Yin Xiang and his companions arrived at the gates of Konoha. I shall inform Lord Third about the happenings outside, Yin Xiang declared. Kai stated, leading his third class away, while Tian waved goodbye to Yin Xiang. Yin Xiang also smiled and waved back. The individual reacted with remarkable speed, adeptly evading the combined attacks of the Flying Thunder God and the Spiral Sphere, demonstrating a prowess that could only be attributed to an elite jonin. The presence of such a person in the vicinity of Konoha was alarming. However, Yin Xiang remained oblivious to the fact that this individual was none other than Orochimaru, merely perceiving him as an elite shinobi from the Sound Village, likely sent to gather intelligence. It was presumed that an Umbu would subsequently investigate this matter. Rikuju remarked to Yin Xiang, nonetheless. Your abilities have proven capable of putting an elite jonin at a disadvantage. That is quite impressive. Yet, he continued, it was merely a stroke of luck. Even with the element of surprise, I failed to inflict any damage. In a direct confrontation, I fear I would quickly fall to him. With a nod of approval, Rikuju added, you exhibit neither arrogance nor pride. Very commendable. As dusk approached, Yin Xiang suggested, let us reconvene tomorrow, Rikuju-sensei. Rikuju nodded, and they parted ways. Yin Xiang strolled through the streets of Konoha and eventually indulged in a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku before making his way to the lakeside. Sitting by the water's edge, he gazed at the gently rippling surface. His heart mirrored the tranquility of the lake. Having inexplicably arrived in this world, he had thus far navigated it with relative ease. His current strength allowed him to either confront adversaries or retreat if necessary, enabling him to live a peaceful life. Yet, his youth weighed heavily upon him, especially with the responsibility of protecting Naruto. To safeguard Naruto, he would need to contend with formidable foes, such as the Akatsuki and the Otsutsuki clan. His current capabilities were woefully inadequate, and he recognized the necessity of growing stronger. However, pursuing that strength would undoubtedly disrupt his tranquil existence. Contemplating how he had come to this world, he felt a sense of confusion. What purpose did his bewilderment serve? He tossed a stone into the water, watching as it sank without a trace. Who are you? A voice called from behind him. Turning around, Yin Xiang saw Uchiha Sasuke. Rising to his feet, Yin Xiang addressed him. You must be Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke? The young Uchiha furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling the name. Yin Xiang, I remember now. Indeed. Yin Xiang nodded in acknowledgement. This is my territory. You should leave, Sasuke asserted, indicating that Yin Xiang was intruding on his space. Is that so? Yin Xiang merely smiled in response, stepping closer to Sasuke. You don't seem like it at all. After uttering this perplexing remark, he departed, leaving Sasuke with a look of confusion. Not at all like Naruto, huh? What of the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra? Shaking his head, Yin Xiang returned home, tidied up, and prepared for sleep. The days continued with monotonous tasks until the day arrived when Naruto would be reassigned to a new class. As usual, Yin Xiang and Rikuju gathered at Training Ground 3, where, after a simple breakfast, Yin Xiang brought an apple along. However, today, they found several unfamiliar faces among the usual assembly. Yin Xiang and Lu Jiu approached from opposite directions, where three individuals were already seated in the open space. Yin Xiang glanced over and recognized Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. It appeared today was their designated assembly day. Hey, Yin Xiang, what brings you here? Naruto exclaimed, leaping to his feet and rushing toward Yin Xiang. I've been here waiting, Yin Xiang replied as he walked. Have you all been reassigned? He hesitated to ask. Yes, Kakashi-sensei requested us to arrive by 7, and he forbade us from eating. Yet, he has yet to arrive. Naruto lamented, clutching his stomach, which responded with a loud growl. Not eaten. Here, take this. Yin Xiang produced an apple he had casually brought along that morning, unexpectedly offering it to Naruto. Wow, finally something to eat. Naruto eagerly accepted the apple without hesitation and began to munch on it. Watching Naruto's enthusiasm, Yin Xiang chuckled as they made their way to join Sasuke and the others. Isn't that Yin Xiang? Naruto, do you know him? Sakura inquired, noticing Yin Xiang's approach. Though she had seen him from a distance before, she was struck by how strikingly handsome he appeared up close. Yeah, we've always known each other. Naruto, preoccupied with his snack, neglected to respond, prompting Yin Xiang to smile at Sakura instead. Sakura, captivated by Yin Xiang's smile, found herself grinning foolishly. All right, Yin Xiang. We must get to our mission, Lugio remarked to him. Yin Xiang nodded in agreement. Naruto, I'm off. Do take care around Kakashi-sensei. Naruto nodded while finishing the apple, calling out, see you, to Yin Xiang's retreating figure. As Yin Xiang walked away, a vague emotion flickered in Sasuke's eyes. He recalled the way Yin Xiang looked at Naruto, filled with such fondness, reminiscent of how that man once gazed upon him. Has there been no news on that sound ninja yet? Yin Xiang asked Lugio. None whatsoever. Since we're not on a mission today, let's south head to my place for a game of shogi, Lugio suggested. Another game of shogi, huh? Yin Xiang sighed. For their matches were always a mix of wins and losses, igniting Lugio's desire to frequently engage in such games with him. Haha. You're the only one who can match me in shogi. I truly suspect your intellect rivals that of our Nara clan, Lugio jested. My intellect is not lacking? If it were, it would be rather embarrassing that I've been studying your secret technique for nearly a year without success, Yin Xiang retorted as they strolled along. After all, it is a secret technique. If it were so easily deciphered, it wouldn't be deemed a secret technique, would it? I thought I had made some progress a year ago, only for that move to extract my shadow from the ground, creating a genuine shadow clone, a rather dark version of myself. Yin Xiang curled his lips in disdain. A year ago, when he enveloped his shadow in chakra, he believed he was on the brink of success. However, as time progressed, things began to take an unexpected turn. The shadow astonishingly rose from the ground, allowing him to manipulate it according to his will, which left Yin Xiang quite startled. Wasn't that rather commendable? Although he had not mastered the art of shadow manipulation, he had nonetheless birthed an A-rank ninjutsu, the shadow secret technique. Only he and Kakashi had achieved the feat of creating their own ninjutsu at the tender age of 13. His shadow secret technique even permitted him to swap positions with his shadow, rendering it exceedingly formidable. Yet, for someone like me, who can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, such positional exchange holds little significance. Yin Xiang's technique bore resemblance to Madara's shadow of the moon, save for the fact that Madara's shadow is invisible, while Yin Xiang's shadow is distinctly visible. He was perplexed as to how he had conjured such ninjutsu. It was quite a bewildering experience. Therefore, you should bestow your shadow manipulation technique upon me. As a disciple of Nara Shikaku, it would be rather embarrassing for me to lack the ability to manipulate shadows. Do not attempt to obfuscate the distinction. A teacher is a teacher, and a secret technique is a secret technique. The Nara clan's secret techniques cannot be divulged to you. Shikaka chuckled, as the two soon arrived at his residence and settled on the corridor to engage in a game of shogi. Speaking of Yin Xiang's current prowess, he was merely equivalent to a chunin. Even with the element of surprise offered by the Flying Thunder God, he could barely qualify as a jonin. While the Flying Thunder God is indeed swift, those who attain the rank of jonin are not to be underestimated. One might suffer a single defeat at the hands of the Flying Thunder God. Of course, that would be Yin Xiang's version. Were the user of the Flying Thunder God to be the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, or the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the outcome would be vastly different. Uchiha Azuna and the Masked Man serve as prime examples. One met his demise while the other had his arm shattered. However, Yin Xiang was not yet capable of such feats. Where is Shikamaru today? Yin Xiang inquired of Shikaku, as he often encountered Shikamaru during his visits. He has gone to assemble. Asuma is leading the new generation of Inoshikacho. Shikaku arranged the pieces and prepared to commence the game. You may not be aware, but your reputation as a prodigy has spread far and wide. When did this happen? How come I was not informed? Yin Xiang scratched his head, genuinely oblivious to this news. Mastering the Flying Thunder God and Rinnegan from the fourth Hokage's teachings, swiftly learning the Wind and Thunder ninjutsu, and creating A-rank ninjutsu. This is the tale of the genius ninja, Bo Feng Yin Xiang. Shikaku relayed the gossip from outside to Yin Xiang. I truly have not heard of it. How could such news circulate without my knowledge? It seems I have missed out on my own accolades. In any case, I consider it an honor to be your teacher. Your future is boundless. Shikako laughed heartily, and the two began their game of shogi. Alas, with greater fame comes greater troubles, Inxiang sighed. He had learned the flying thunder god for self-preservation. The wind and thunder ninjutsu came naturally due to his lineage. And the creation of ninjutsu was entirely by chance. What sort of prodigy does that make him? I appreciate your humble demeanor. Have you made any progress in your studies of sealing techniques? Not great, just some incomprehensible symbols. I can't decipher a single one. Inxiang shook his head and remarked. I see. As for sealing techniques, Kakashi employs the sealing evil technique, and if we seek someone adept in sealing arts, the third Hokage comes to mind. Rikuju was also brainstorming solutions for Inxiang. Well, I plan to consult the third about sealing techniques. I possess scrolls for 5-element sealing, 8 trigram sealing, diamond lock, and fire sealing technique. These 4 are formidable sealing arts, all bequeathed by my mother. These 4 sealing techniques are indeed coveted. If you wish to master them, your only option is to inquire with the third. However, Rikuju suddenly regarded Inxiang with a grave expression, a rarity for him. Never learned the corpse demon technique. I understand. Inxiang nodded, a tinge of sorrow evident in his eyes. Rikuju felt a pang of sympathy. In truth, Inxiang lacked the innate talent for sealing arts. Yet he persevered in his studies, driven by the desire to honor his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, the most formidable woman in Konoha's sealing techniques. He did not wish to bring disgrace upon her. Junjun, Inxiang placed a piece, blocking Rikuju's king. Rikuju was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly, surprised to find himself bested once again by the young lad. With a resigned sigh, he set up the pieces anew, ultimately laying down the king, also referred to as the jewel. Inxiang, do you know what the jewel signifies? Rikuju inquired. The jewel? Yihan furrowed his brow. This question had once been posed by Asuma to Shikamaru. Only after Asuma's passing did Shikamaru comprehend the true significance of the jewel. If playing chess represents my mission today, then the jewel symbolizes my goal to protect. Inxiang's response took Rikuju aback. He had not anticipated such an answer. What if it is not a mission? Rikuju pressed on. If it is not a mission, then the jewel represents what I must safeguard. If my jewel were to vanish, everything would be lost. Are you referring to Naruto? Rikuju asked, his silence lingering for a moment. Inxiang nodded. What I must protect is indeed Naruto. And if one day Naruto were to become a rogue ninja, what would you do? Rikuju queried, aware that given Naruto's current treatment by the people of Konoha, betrayal was a distinct possibility. How would Inxiang respond in such a scenario? That won't happen. Inxiang shook his head. Naruto will never betray Konoha. If that day were to come, I would shatter my jewel with my own hands. He gazed at the jewel on the board, his conviction unwavering that Naruto would not turn against them. Tomorrow, we have to undertake a B-rank mission alongside Team 3, Rikuju nodded. A B-rank mission? What kind of B-rank mission? Be prepared. There may be ninjas along the way, and we might engage in combat. It is a bodyguard mission. Where are we escorting them? To the land of Honey, a small nation. This individual has been in Konoha for quite some time, having fled from pursuers. Their identity is that of a princess from the land of Honey, accompanied by a guard, whose strength is only that of a chunin. The princess of the land of Honey? The strength of the guards is merely that of a chunin, which implies that the ninjas pursuing her along this path are also of no greater rank. From the information provided by the guards, it appears that 5 chunin were involved, who retreated only after chasing her into Konoha. However, there remains a significant likelihood of encountering them on the return journey, so make sure to prepare thoroughly. Understood. The following morning, Team 3, along with Inxiang and Rikuju, arrived at the designated location to await the arrival of the princess of the land of Honey. They waited from morning until noon, when the princess and her guards finally appeared, looking as if she had just awakened, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She appeared to be around Inxiang's age, certainly no older than 14. Is this all? Just a handful of children? Do you truly consider my safety trivial, Konoha? Remarked the long-haired girl in a light yellow kimono, her tone haughty. Rest assured, we have 2 jonin accompanying us. This team represents the utmost level of security you can procure, Rikuju replied calmly. Among the most capable individuals in Konoha were Nara Rikuju, renowned for his intellect, the formidable Might Guy, a master of taijutsu, the prodigious Hyuganiji, and the talented Uzumaki Inxiang, alongside the diligent Rock Lee and the skilled Jinin Tintin, adept with weapons. No other team of genin could rival this one in strength for such a protective mission. Very well, let us proceed. Upon learning that 2 jonin would accompany her, the princess felt a wave of relief, for in such a small nation as the Land of Honey, jonin were exceedingly rare. You, take these. The princess pointed at Li and then at a large backpack by the door, presumably filled with provisions for her journey. Li hesitated momentarily, but then approached the door to hoist the heavy bag onto his back, viewing it as a form of training. He clenched his fist, motivating himself. Though it was evident that the burden was considerable. Make sure you don't drop it. Those are my supplies. The princess shouted after him. Rest assured, Li replied with determination. Inxiang let out a silent sigh, realizing that the most arduous aspect of this mission would not be battling ninjas, but rather attending to the whims of the princess. Thank you for your assistance, the princess's guard said to Rikuju and Guy, bowing respectfully. He appeared youthful, likely no older than 17. As they approached the village gates, Inxiang stretched, ready to leave the village once more, this time venturing to another country, a sort of travel adventure, as Chunin posed no real threat. You, come here and carry me, commanded the princess, pointing at Inxiang. He stumbled slightly, incredulous. Me? Carry you? Your Highness, allow me to carry you instead, the guard interjected. Previously, they had used a palanquin, but it had been damaged during their flight, resulting in the bearer's demise. Since then, the guard had been carrying her. No, I want him to carry me, the princess insisted, enunciating each word clearly. The guard gazed into the princess's eyes, clearly captivated by her presence. Although they could not perceive it, he had been her protector since childhood, growing up alongside her, and he understood the meaning behind that gaze. How troublesome. It is no wonder she is a princess. Inxiang sighed, forming a seal with his hands. A shadow rose from the ground and approached the princess, bowing before her. My shadow will carry you, he declared, and without a backward glance, he departed. Is this the shadow secret technique? How impressive, Shaoli remarked, observing the dark silhouette. Although he had heard of Inxiang's creation of the technique, witnessing it firsthand was truly remarkable. Kai chimed in. Indeed, youth brims with boundless potential. Yes, Teacher Kai. The two, inexplicably moved, embraced, and began to weep. You, the princess exclaimed, watching Inxiang's retreating figure, stamping her foot in frustration. Yet, she soon leaned against his shadow, which began to move forward. This ninjutsu, this young man. As a chunin, the guard recognized this as a technique he had never encountered before, perhaps a self-created ninjutsu. With their escort, perhaps they could truly. Hey, Inxiang. Your charm is quite formidable. The princess has taken an instant liking to you, Tian remarked as she rushed to his side. Those men may not have noticed, but as a girl, she could see it immediately. What good is charm? You still prefer Hyuganiji, Inxiang replied, turning his gaze toward a nearby tree. Huh. Tian paused, contemplating. No way. It can't be true. How could Inxiang like me? She shook her head, mumbling to herself. What are you dawdling about? Let us go. Niji's voice called to her, snapping Tian from her thoughts. Realizing that she had halted while Inxiang had already taken several steps ahead, she quickly responded and fell in step beside Niji. Hey, that kunoichi, come here for a moment. The princess called out to Tian, who turned and approached her. What is it? Tian smiled, inquiring. Tell me about that person. What is his name and what is he like? The princess leaned over the shadow, curious. Oh, him? Tian followed the princess's gaze, indicating Inxiang. His name is Wave Wind Inxiang, the son of the 4th Hokage, a genius ninja of Konoha. The son of the 4th Hokage? The princess was taken aback by this revelation. I didn't expect the son of the 4th Hokage to be our escort. We are indeed fortunate. The guard was equally astonished. Although Princess Miki was a royal of a small nation, her status paled in comparison to that of a great nation's Hokage. Inxiang's identity as the son of the 4th Hokage eclipsed even that of a princess. Do not mind it. I am merely fulfilling a mission, the shadow that bore the princess then spoke, startling her. She nearly tumbled from its grasp, but was fortunately caught. You nearly scared me to death, she exclaimed, shaken. She had not anticipated that the shadow could speak. Inxiang. Every day? Tian was taken aback as she glanced at Inxiang ahead. However, Inxiang continued on his path, seemingly oblivious to the events unfolding behind him. His shadow concealment technique felt as though a part of himself had been detached, allowing him to share a sensory connection with his shadow, whatever the shadow could see. He could perceive, and whatever it could hear, he could listen to. This ability would be extraordinarily beneficial for gathering intelligence under the cover of night. Yet, while the notion was splendid, reality proved harsh. Without the sun, shadows could not exist, rendering the technique useless after dusk. Hey, I have a question for you. Would you consider becoming a prince in our honey kingdom? Miji spoke directly to the shadow. Upon hearing this, Tian felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest. Unsure of the reason behind her unease. You are rather forthright, the shadow replied in a calm tone. In truth, Inxiang's heart was anything but tranquil. The princess's candor was excessive. His sarcastic remark, when uttered by the shadow, transformed into a voice devoid of emotion. I will not leave Konoha, the shadow continued. Upon hearing this, Tian felt her anxious heart ease, as if she were fearful of Inxiang agreeing to Miji's proposition. The honey kingdom is splendid. Filled with beautiful flowers and greenery, not inferior to Konoha, Miji persisted, unwilling to relent. Is it truly wonderful? A princess traveling while being pursued for the purpose of using you to threaten the daimyo of the honey kingdom? The kingdom is still embroiled in war, is it not? The shadow inquired. Well, they would need to capture me to threaten my father, and that is only because they cannot breach the honey kingdom. Which proves our strength, Miji stammered. The shadow shook its head. At a time of war, the daimyo permits your departure not for leisure, but to ensure your escape. The honey kingdom is on the brink of ruin. If you return this time, it will either be to face death or to seek our assistance in saving the kingdom. Indeed, Lugio halted in his tracks, having come to a realization. The others paused as well. What? Is that truly the case? Akai exclaimed. Miji lowered her head in silence, and the guards followed suit. If that is the case, this mission would be classified as B rank, involving the salvation of a nation, an endeavor of utmost confidentiality. The tasks might include participating in foreign wars, assassinating key figures, or transporting classified documents. Elevating this to an S-rank mission. If you cannot clarify, I am afraid we must withdraw, Lugio addressed Miji. Miji clenched her teeth, affirming. Yes, that is correct. Fortunately, Inxiang discovered this early. For individuals like us, accepting an S-rank mission would be tantamount to courting death, Shaoli remarked. Inxiang returned from the front, standing before the shadow. You had better clarify the details. Who are the adversaries? How many Jonin? How many Chunin? And are there any ninjas of shadow-level strength? Additionally, increase the mission's reward. We will send someone back to request reinforcements, or we may have to abandon the mission altogether. I apologize, we have deceived you. The guardian knelt directly on the ground, realizing that the kingdom of honey was indeed on the brink of destruction. I managed to escape with the princess and sought the assistance of the Leaf Ninjas to reclaim our nation. However, we are currently unable to afford the remuneration for an S-rank mission. Observing the guardian's prostration, no one offered him aid. As they understood the gravity of the situation, this was a matter of life and death for the Leaf Ninjas. Yet, Inxiang and Luku exchanged glances. Teacher Luku, could it be that the third Hokage specifically assigned us this mission? Indeed, Luku nodded. Upon receiving this task, the third Hokage informed Team 3 and me to proceed to the Kingdom of Honey. This implies that the third Hokage is likely aware of the situation there. It is perilous, but with Guy's strength, facing a Kage-level opponent should not pose a problem. Inxiang looked at Guy, who wore a serious expression, surprised that Inxiang could discern his capabilities. Indeed, if he were to open the seventh gate, he could contend with a Kage-level opponent. Dispatching one of Konoha's strongest warriors, Guy, coupled with the astute strategist, Luku, leads me to speculate that the enemy's Jonin do not exceed 3, their Chunin no more than 10, with a majority of Genin, but not surpassing 50. This mission was specifically assigned to us by the third Hokage. You are correct, Inxiang. The enemy comprises 3 Jonin, 8 Chunin, and 23 Genin, based on the intelligence we gathered upon our departure. However, after the war, we cannot ascertain how many remain. It is likely that their numbers have diminished significantly, the Guardian remarked. Inxiang shook his head, unconvinced that their numbers would have decreased. We cannot rule out the possibility of the ninjas from the Kingdom of Honey choosing to surrender. Are dozens of ninjas truly a war? Tian mused, recalling tales of previous conflicts where villages deployed hundreds or even thousands of ninjas. Small nations differ from large ones. Having a single Jonin is already quite rare. Moreover, the disparity in strength between a small nation's Jonin and a large nation's is substantial. 2 Jonin from a small nation may struggle against just 1 from a large nation. If they were to encounter someone like Guy, He could easily take on 3 opponents, Luku explained. Hey Luku, are you implying that you do not wish to engage in battle? Guy immediately grasped Luku's insinuation. What a hassle, Luku chuckled. You all. The Guardian listened to their conversation, sensing that they were indeed inclined to go. While we intend to proceed, we must deliberate carefully. Upon reaching the Kingdom of Honey, we will need a detailed plan before taking action, Luku stated, nodding in agreement. Thank you ever so much. The Guardian bowed deeply to the group, recognizing the significance of their endeavor to save his nation. The remuneration will be adjusted to 1 million, with the possibility of an increase depending on the circumstances. Please remember to fulfill the payment upon the successful rescue of the Kingdom of Honey, Inxiang declared, turning to leave. Thank you. The princess also descended from the shadows to express her gratitude with a bow. But, are we truly going to undertake this S-rank mission? It seems perilously dangerous. Tian remarked, following closely behind Inxiang. The opponent's strength may only match that of a Chunin from our village, while the Chunin's prowess merely equates to that of a Genin. To us, Genin are merely ordinary individuals who can throw shuriken. As long as we assess the terrain carefully, seizing the opportunity to launch ambushes to diminish their numbers and thwart their tactics of overwhelming us with sheer numbers, we can successfully complete this mission. Inxiang conveyed to Tian. Have you already devised a plan? Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had always known Inxiang was intelligent, but she had not anticipated such brilliance. However, they must not become complacent. The possibility of casualties cannot be dismissed, so they must proceed with utmost caution. Inxiang nodded, for he had never taken a life before. Although the notion of ambushing and assassinating seemed straightforward in theory, he genuinely questioned whether he could bring himself to do it when the time came. Though ninjas are indoctrinated from a young age with the mindset of slaying their foes without hesitation, Inxiang, being a product of the modern world, held a more contemporary philosophy in his heart. He believed in the sanctity of life, insisting that even the life of a dog should not be trampled upon. If he were to take a life, he needed to prepare himself mentally. Mickey, feeling a bit ashamed, decided against having Inxiang carry her any longer. She followed behind him instead. Observing this, Inxiang retracted his shadow and retrieved a soldier's pill from his pack, consuming it to restore his chakra. Why are you eating a soldier's pill? Does the shadow technique consume that much chakra? Tian inquired. Indeed, Inxiang affirmed. It depletes not only chakra, but also stamina. The distance I've traversed with the shadow, combined with my own, means I've effectively covered double the distance you have. He offered a wry smile. So if the shadow is injured, the damage will also affect you? Such a technique could harm your body, Shu. Inxiang quickly hushed Tian. While it was true that such a technique could be classified as forbidden, he did not wish for it to be labeled as such. If his first created technique were to be deemed forbidden, it would be akin to inheriting the legacy of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. What if all the techniques he were to create in the future ended up as forbidden? That would be falling prey to Tobirama's fate. I want to mention it. Just promise to use this technique sparingly in the future. You cannot resort to forbidden techniques just to avoid carrying someone. Tian transformed into a nagging old woman at that moment. All right, I understand, old hag, Inxiang replied dismissively. Who are you calling an old hag? You old man, she retorted, indignant. Suddenly, she felt their banter had taken on an oddly intimate tone. Terms like old hag and old man were typically reserved for a long-married couple, and she was inadvertently drawn into Inxiang's trap. Haha, Inxiang chuckled. The group continued their journey toward the land of honey, needing to cross the ocean, which lay quite a distance away. After a week of travel, they finally reached the seaside. Why did it take so long? It was largely due to the delicate princess, who insisted on stopping every few moments to complain of fatigue. Even when being carried by a guard, she continued to express her exhaustion, and thus, their progress was slow, taking an entire week to arrive at the coast. After a week of close companionship, everyone became acquainted with the name of the guardian, Shanchen. The relationship between Inxiang and the third squad improved somewhat. Hinata Niji no longer regarded Inxiang with the same hostile gaze as before, having previously viewed him solely as a rival. Although he still perceived Inxiang as a competitor, he also began to see him as a friend. After renting a boat, they embarked on their maritime journey. Inxiang sat on the edge of the boat, gazing at the vast ocean, his heart filled with boundless reflections. The disparity between this world and his own seemed to lie merely in culture. There were no towering skyscrapers, no laws or regulations. Ultimately, he realized he was living in a world crafted by others. From the perspective of this world, its creator was the sage of six paths, while from an external viewpoint, it was Masashi Kishimoto. At this moment, Mickey's provisions had been significantly depleted, but fortunately, they were nearing the land of honey, and her food supply was still adequate. Everyone had prepared rations for this task, and unlike Mickey, Xiang and his companions had opted for easily preserved foods such as bread and biscuits. The environment in the Naruto world was quite pristine, allowing them to draw water directly from the lake. "What are you thinking about?" Tian inquired. Observing Xiang lost in thought at the edge of the boat. "Nothing much, just pondering who I'll marry in the future," Xiang replied teasingly. "You really are?" Tian felt a mix of exasperation and embarrassment, fully aware that Xiang was jesting with her. Throughout their journey, they had not encountered any ninjas from the land of honey, indicating that the country had likely fallen and the daimyo was probably dead. "When the time comes, the task of comforting Mickey will fall to you," Xiang remarked to Tian. "Why me?" she asked. "Because you're both girls. Do you expect Lee or Niji to console her?" Well, Tian imagined the scenario. "Mickey, don't cry. Let us forget about Uncle and ignite a new youth," exclaimed Lee. "Stop crying. It's fate. It cannot be changed," added Niji. Tian broke into a cold sweat at the thought. Those two would surely not be comforting anyone. If Guy were to intervene, it would be similar to Lee's approach, and Kakashi would find it troublesome. As for Xiang, no, she couldn't let him handle it. Tian shook her head. "All right, I'll take care of comforting her," she finally said, nodding after contemplating the matter. Although Xiang was oblivious to the depth of Tian's inner musings, he smiled and nodded in approval. Sensing that Mickey likely understood the grim reality, that her father might not survive. However, as long as she had not received confirmation, a flicker of hope remained in her heart. Once she learned the truth, it would undoubtedly shatter her. After 2 days of sailing, they finally arrived at the dock of the land of honey. They temporarily moored the boat on the shore, needing it for the return trip. To prevent theft, Kakashi erected a barrier around the vessel. Such a delightful aroma. A gentle breeze wafted in, carrying an exquisite scent that tickled their nostrils. This is the unique essence of the land of honey. As the land of honey is renowned for its floral nectar, one can find an array of fragrant flora throughout, their scents intertwining with the breeze. Uplifting the spirits of all who inhale them, Mountain Minister addressed the group. "Now, our mission officially commences here. This time, we have no support, no supplies. And our objective is to rescue an entire nation." Ryujin turned to the others and explained. "Xiang, although your plan is commendable, you seem to have overlooked an important detail," Ryujin remarked, gazing at Xiang. "What is it?" Xiang responded, perplexed, as he believed he had accounted for everything. "Soldiers. Every nation possesses its share of ordinary soldiers. While they may be powerless against ninjas, their sheer numbers pose a significant challenge. If we confront these ordinary individuals, escaping will prove exceedingly difficult," Ryujin elaborated. "Soldiers?" Xiang frowned, as he had initially assumed that only ninjas held any combat prowess in this world. The existence of ordinary soldiers was an unforeseen complication. "Although I overlooked these soldiers, I have devised an excellent strategy on our journey, one that will allow us to completely evade these commoners while gradually weakening the local forces." A dangerous smile crept across Xiang's face. "Let us first find a place to rest." Ryujin nodded in agreement. It was essential to secure a location before discussing plans. "There is a cave nearby. I encountered it during the ascent for the exam. Let us head there," Mountain Minister suggested. After receiving nods of agreement, he led the way, and after several hours, they arrived at the cave's entrance. "Wonderful. After days of relentless travel, I thought I might perish from exhaustion. At last, we can pause," exclaimed Honey Princess as they entered the cave and lit a fire. "Indeed, Your Highness," Mountain Minister concurred, setting down the bedding Honey Princess had carried, as she had been accustomed to sleeping this way throughout their journey. Xiang and the others settled for resting on trees or the ground, making do with whatever was available. "Xiang, please share your plan," Ryujin said, leaning against the wall as the group gathered around the fire. "If the land of honey has indeed fallen, it must now be in dire need of funds, particularly concerning ninja supplies. The costs are rising from warfare, including resources, medical expenses, and compensation, are exorbitant. A reality that holds true for both large and small nations alike. Even after the merger of the land of honey with the land of filling, With resources from both nations combined, it remains insufficient, as both sides continue to deplete their resources. Thus, they require money. How does one procure funds? By undertaking missions. Inxiang explained. Just as we do, ninjas accept missions. Are you suggesting we issue missions within the land of honey, enticing their ninjas to come here in waves? As Inxiang articulated this thought, Rujin understood, and a smile graced his face. Inxiang nodded with a grin. Similar to our own practices. Should a mission to eliminate bandits be received, a small team would be dispatched, an upper ninja leading 3 lower ninjas. If the mission fails and the team is obliterated, another group will be sent for reconnaissance. Should those dispatched also vanish, higher-ranking officials will intervene to investigate. We gradually lured their ninjas over and then eliminated them. Even in the worst-case scenario, we could reduce their numbers by half. It truly is a commendable plan. Kai nodded in agreement. However, for a small nation like this, they would not dispatch a jonin merely for the task of exterminating bandits. After all, they possess only 3 jonin and 8 chunin. So the most they could send would be 1 chunin and 3 jinin, Niji remarked, resting his chin on his hand. In fact, for such tasks, it is customary to send 5 jinin. In exceptional circumstances, 2 chunin might be dispatched for the swift completion of the mission, Shanqing interjected as he listened to their conversation. Indeed, Inxiang nodded in acknowledgement. Our current task is to infiltrate the village and ascertain the number of enemy ninjas. Originally, this task would have been best suited for Niji, but the Hyuga clan's aversion to other ninjutsu prevents them from utilizing transformation techniques, and their Byakugan is rather conspicuous. Therefore, I shall undertake this mission myself. I will employ the transformation technique to enter Mawazwang, gather intelligence on the current situation, and issue the mission while also preparing some supplies for our stay. As we may need to remain here for some time. Inxiang glanced at the group around him. Kai's entire squad specialized in taijutsu, making them ill-suited for such a task, and he felt reluctant to trouble Rukyu with reconnaissance. After weighing the options, he concluded that he would have to go alone. If you are to enter the village, you must exercise caution. Although we are a small nation, there are still perceptive ninjas among them. If they detect your use of transformation techniques, your situation could become perilous, Shanqing cautioned from the side. Yes, I will find a way to blend in successfully. Inxiang nodded and then stood up. Are you going now? Shouldn't you rest for a while? Asked Kai as he watched Inxiang rise. No, the sooner I complete the task, the sooner I can return. I find myself missing Ichiraku ramen, replied Inxiang, stretching and yawning before stepping out of the cave. You truly have taken on a reliable apprentice. Rukyu, Kai remarked to Rukyu beside him. Indeed, Inxiang is quite dependable, but he has his shortcomings. He has never faced adversity, Rukyu said thoughtfully, observing the spot where Inxiang had just departed. Never faced adversity? How could that be a shortcoming? Kai was momentarily taken aback by Rukyu's words. Rukyu sighed, shaking his head. It is often beneficial to encounter challenges while young. After exiting the cave, Inxiang set forth toward Mawazwang. Along the way, he had already clarified the route with Shanqing and even sketched a rough map of the village, making him quite familiar with the path. Inxiang arrived at the outskirts of Mawazwang, which was significantly inferior to Konoha. The entrance was guarded by 2 ninjas, appearing rather youthful, likely chunin. Why don't we simply infiltrate and capture the daimyo? That would compel them to surrender the land of honey, suggested Shaoli from the side. Indeed, Shaoli, you are quite astute. Kai chimed in enthusiastically. Lu Jio shook his head, expressing his disapproval. If the daimyo were to be assassinated, the nation would inevitably fall into the hands of the ninjas. It was akin to the land of fire, if its daimyo were slain. The power would shift to the 3rd Hokage, rendering the daimyo merely a decorative figure. I see. Shaoli nodded, disappointment evident on his face. Despite being the same age as Inxiang, he could not fathom such clever stratagems. Indeed, Inxiang was somewhat unlike his peers. He stood apart from the rest of them. Niji chimed in, remarking that Inxiang resembled a mature adult possessing the countenance of someone his age. Meanwhile, within the cave, discussions about Inxiang were ongoing. As for Inxiang, he had successfully apprehended a villager who had just exited the village, seemingly in search of supplies. This, however, was of no concern to Inxiang. He swiftly knocked the man unconscious, assumed his appearance, seized his belongings, bound him, concealed him, and proceeded towards the village entrance. Hey, didn't you just leave? Why are you back so soon? The 2 ninjas at the entrance clearly remembered this individual, as he had only just departed. Oh, I forgot to bring something. Yin Xiang feigned urgency, as if he had misplaced something of great importance. Very well, we still need to check your village entry permit. One of the ninjas replied. Entry permit. A surge of panic coursed through Yin Xiang, but he maintained an outward appearance of searching through his bag. Ultimately, he discovered a piece of paper within the villager's belongings, inscribed with the words Village Entry Permit, bearing the name Juyu Shihao. It appeared that this was indeed the individual he had impersonated. Found it, Yin Xiang declared calmly, producing the entry permit. The two ninjas verified it and subsequently registered Yin Xiang, permitting him entry into the village. Once inside, Yin Xiang exhaled a sigh of relief. That was close. Luckily, I took this man's bag. I had never heard of needing an entry permit before. Having successfully infiltrated the village, Yin Xiang sought a secluded corner, transformed into another person's likeness, and entered a tavern. He ordered a jug of wine and settled into a corner, listening intently. For taverns were indeed excellent venues for gathering intelligence. Everything has changed since the Mizuki's rise. Yin Xiang overheard two individuals at the adjacent table discussing. You ought to complain less. It's already a blessing that we ordinary folk can still enjoy a drink, one replied. Our ninjas are utterly lacking in ambition. It hasn't been long since the war started, and already some have defected. What cowards! Hey, keep your voice down. One of them urgently cautioned the other, covering his mouth. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Are you seeking death? Indeed, there were traitorous ninjas. Yin Xiang took a small sip of his wine. However, it appeared that aside from the change in leadership, little else had altered in this country. The residents remained the same. All right, let us go. Honestly, don't attract any trouble, the one who had silenced his companion urged, pulling the inebriated man away. Yin Xiang decided to follow them, for he might glean significant information from their conversation. The individual escorted the inebriated person home, and as he reached a less populated area, he swiftly struck the man unconscious. He then hoisted him over his shoulder, feigning that the man was merely intoxicated, and transported him to a secluded corner. Afterward, he awaited the man's awakening. Having not struck him too forcefully, he soon regained consciousness. Who are you? A ninja from the village? The man stammered. I'm sorry. Those words were all his. They have nothing to do with me. Please, spare me. Upon seeing Yin Xiang, the man began to wail in terror. Yin Xiang, growing weary of the man's cries, shoved him to the ground. I am not a ninja from this village. I have questions for you, and you shall answer truthfully. Of course, I will answer truthfully. The man hastily replied. How many ninjas from this village have defected? There are 2 jonin for chunin. But I'm not sure about the genin, he insisted. I swear, I'm telling the truth. Thus, there are currently 5 jonin and 12 chunin. Yin Xiang pondered internally. What of the daimyo of the land of honey? He was captured and imprisoned. Everyone in the village knows this. And the previous Mizuki? He died in battle, slain by the ninjas of the land of filling. Now, the entire land of honey is under their control. Well done. Do not breathe a word of this to anyone, or I shall return to end you. Though Yin Xiang had never taken a life, the intensity of his gaze instilled profound fear in the man. Yes, rest assured. I shall not speak of this. The man replied eagerly. After uttering these words, Yin Xiang vanished from the man's sight using the body flicker technique. 5 jonin, 12 chunin. If 2 chunin were dispatched to eliminate bandits, would one of the jonin be sent to investigate the disappearance? Yin Xiang contemplated as he walked. And after a moment of reflection, he transformed into another persona and entered the mission assignment area. He posted a bounty of 50,000 ryo for the eradication of bandits. A painful expenditure indeed. Although Yin Xiang was not lacking in funds, 50,000 ryo was still a substantial sum. He resolved to seek reimbursement from the 3rd Hokage upon his return. After posting the mission, Yin Xiang procured a plethora of supplies and, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, returned to the vicinity of the cave. He not only marked the area near the cave, but also left a mark in Mihua village, ensuring his future comings and goings would be unimpeded. I'm back, he announced as he set down his burdens. It had been far too long since he had savored cooked food, so he had purchased roasted chicken and duck, though he acknowledged that the remaining provisions must be easily preserved. Wonderful. After days of subsisting on those rations, my face was nearly turning green, exclaimed Xiao Li. His spirits lifted. Not only Xiao Li, but everyone else shared in the joy. How did it go, Yin Xiang? Did you gather the information? Lu Jiu inquired, leaning against the wall. Yin Xiang replied, it's about done. 2 jonin and 4 chunin have defected. I am yet to ascertain the number of genin. However, I have already posted the mission. and we should expect ninjas to arrive by tomorrow at the latest. You wrote the mission location in this cave? Indeed, Inxiang nodded, awaiting their arrival. This is merely the initial step of the plan. By the time they realize it, the losses will be catastrophic. A smile once again graced Inxiang's lips, and Lu Jiu mirrored his expression faintly. Inxiang cast a discreet glance at him. There is another piece of good news. Inxiang turned his gaze towards Mi Ji, who paused momentarily. Your father is not dead, he is imprisoned. We can rescue him later. Is that true? How wonderful. Upon hearing this news, both Mi Ji and Shan Chun were immensely delighted. But what about Mi Ying? Is he safe? Mi Ying? You still have ties with Mi Ying? Inxiang frowned. Inquiring about Mi Ying would not yield favorable tidings. Mi Ying is my brother, Mi Ji stated as she looked at Inxiang. Inxiang fell silent, and upon observing his expression, Mi Ji seemed to understand. Brother, has he died? Inxiang remained mute, merely nodding. Mi Ji too fell silent, and soon the cavern was filled with her choked sobs, eventually echoing with her cries. Inxiang sighed and turned to Tian Tian, who understood the unspoken cue, setting aside her food to console Mi Ji. Comforting a girl is often more effective when done by another girl. Hours slipped by, and darkness enveloped the surroundings as they prepared for slumber. Suddenly, two sounds pierced the stillness from the woods outside. Except for the sleeping Mi Ji, everyone else sprang to their feet. Are they really choosing to come at night? Inxiang approached the mouth of the cave and cautiously peered outside. Indeed, two ninjas were approaching. The bandits should be asleep now. We should seize this opportunity to eliminate them, one of the ninjas suggested. The other ninja nodded in agreement, and both unsheathed their kunai as they advanced towards the cave. Lightning release. Inxiang raised his right hand, gripping two kunai charged with lightning, hesitating momentarily whether to strike down these two intruders. Inxiang, a ninja's duty is to eliminate enemies. Just then, Lu Jiu's voice resonated behind him. Inxiang nodded, falling into silence for a brief moment. As the two ninjas were about to step into the cave, he hurled the kunai with lightning speed. Both middle-ranking ninjas collapsed instantly. One of them let out a pained scream. Inxiang approached, looking down at the lifeless body beside him, its head pierced by a kunai, while the other kunai lodged itself in a tree some distance away. Just moments ago, Inxiang had killed one middle-ranking ninja, leaving one alive. The ease of this encounter could be attributed to the fact that the ninjas had thought they were merely facing a few bandits, thus lowering their guard. Additionally, Inxiang's kunai flew with exceptional swiftness, and there was indeed a disparity in strength between them. Konoha ninja, the fallen figure, struck through the leg, recognized the headband at Inxiang's waist, and comprehension dawned upon him. Inxiang, upon seeing the corpse, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The last time he had encountered a corpse was when he buried the 4 guards of the Insolo clan. Now, he had taken a life himself. Although he did not vomit, an unsettling sensation churned within him. Lu Jiu proceeded to bind the living ninja, while Inxiang ultimately dragged the lifeless body away, casting it into the abyss below the cliff before returning to the cave. Your Highness, the princess remarked, astonished to learn that the Chunin was acquainted with Miji, indicating that he must be one of the traitorous ninjas. You know me? Miji, awakened by his agonizing scream, was equally surprised to see this ninja recognize her. I was once a Chunin of the Kingdom of Honey. The Chunin lowered his head in shame, unable to meet Miji's gaze. Hearing that he hailed from her homeland ignited a fierce anger within Miji, causing her to clench her fists tightly. How many ninjas from the Kingdom of Honey have turned traitor? Yamashiro inquired. His expression darkened, suggesting familiarity with the ninja before him. Yamashiro. The Chunin turned to him, finally recognizing him as Yamashiro, who had betrayed alongside Kai and Yamanaka. My father? Yamashiro's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that Yamanaka was indeed his father. He never imagined that his father would also defect. The Chunin nodded, revealing that, including himself and the one from earlier, 4 Chunins and 10 Jinins had betrayed their country. How could my father? Yamashiro remained incredulous, recalling how devoted his father had been in safeguarding the Kingdom of Honey, constantly reminding him of the importance of protection. If you two disappear, what level of individuals will come searching for you? Inxiang inquired, regarding the Chunin. The current situation is rather complex. If we 2 traitors vanish while on a mission, the village will dispatch someone to find us within a day. A day, sooner than anticipated. Inxiang nodded, contemplating that if it were not 2 traitors pursuing them, it would at least take 3 days for anyone to come looking. However, if 2 traitors did come, it would be merely to test their loyalty. Should they attempt to flee the village, a relentless pursuit would ensue. Let us take turns keeping watch tonight. They might have a tail following them. Lu Jiu concurred. I'll take the first watch, Young Li volunteered. Very well. In Xiang nodded, then approached the Chunin, securing him thoroughly before affixing an explosive tag to his back. Do not move, or you may lose your life, In Xiang warned, patting the Chunin's shoulder. Please, don't. The Chunin was visibly terrified by In Xiang's actions. There is no what if. As long as you remain still, nothing will happen. In Xiang smiled before returning to his position, leaving the Chunin curled up on the ground in fear. Subsequently, the others retired to sleep. But Yamashiro remained restless due to the troubling thoughts of his father. Young Li was soon replaced by Niji, who was later succeeded by Kai. And ultimately In Xiang took the last watch. By the time In Xiang's turn came, dawn was approaching, the sky beginning to brighten. He stretched at the cave entrance, flexing his shins, and sighed. Indeed, embarking on a mission often deprived one of restful slumber. Outside the cave, it was still unwise to linger for too long. So In Xiang soon returned, positioning himself at the corner of the entrance, quietly observing the world beyond until the time for the shift approached, when movement stirred outside. How unfortunate I am. It's always me here. In Xiang peered out, spotting a ninja clad in a dark yellow vest poised to enter, seemingly in his 20s. Could he be a jonin? Initially, doubts flickered in In Xiang's mind, but he dismissed them. According to Shan Chun, his father had also defected, and jonins were typically in their 40s. Nonetheless, the possibility of this individual being a jonin could not be entirely ruled out. However, if there were two of them, and he exited to eliminate this one, he risked his plans being thwarted if others witnessed the act. After careful consideration, In Xiang drew his kunai, leaning against the wall, awaiting the ninja's entrance, knowing he had to wait for the right moment to strike, perhaps eliminating him before anyone else followed. In Xiang exhaled softly, closing his eyes, attentively listening to the approaching footsteps. As the sounds drew near, just as the ninja was about to turn the corner, In Xiang seized his head, plunging the kunai directly into his throat, silencing him instantly. This action swiftly claimed the ninja's life, and In Xiang dragged him into the shadows, ensuring he remained unheard until his last breath. Panting heavily, In Xiang found a moment of calm after the initial panic subsided, catching his breath before resuming his vigil at the corner, scanning for any additional intruders. After a considerable wait, another figure leapt down from the trees. Indeed, it seemed these two were also Chunin, likely from the land of the rice. A smile crept across In Xiang's lips as he stepped forward, ready to confront this Chunin. He could not rely solely on ambushes forever. As he emerged from the cave, the ninja noticed the forehead protector at In Xiang's waist, identifying him as a leaf ninja. Understanding dawned upon the Chunin. So it's you too, is it? In Xiang nodded. The Chunin, seeing the youth in In Xiang, became emboldened, brandishing his kunai in preparation for battle. Shadow secret technique, In Xiang declared, forming hand seals as his shadow crept forth from the ground, darting towards the Chunin. The ninja widened his eyes. Though unfamiliar with this jutsu, he instinctively raised his kunai to defend himself. The shadow struck with force. Clang. The original shadow and In Xiang exchanged positions, and in that instant, In Xiang brought his kunai crashing down, while the shadow lunged behind the ninja, delivering a powerful blow to his midsection. The Chunin reacted swiftly, leveraging the force against In Xiang's kunai to retreat, narrowly avoiding the strike from the shadow. Lightning release, body flicker technique. In Xiang quickly formed seals, unleashing a bolt of lightning towards the ninja as he landed. Earth release, earth flow wall. The Chunin countered with an earth wall, successfully blocking In Xiang's attack. Spiraling sphere. In Xiang's voice echoed from behind him. He turned around, only to be struck directly in the back by a spiraling orb of energy, causing him to be propelled forward, crashing against his earthen wall. As In Xiang activated his earth manipulation technique, the shadow of In Xiang swiftly approached from behind. The two exchanged positions, catching the unsuspecting ninja off guard, who then collided with the wall and promptly lost consciousness. Indeed, the prowess of the small country's ninjas was lacking. It was no wonder they remained a small nation. In Xiang murmured to himself, retracting his shadow and dragging the unconscious figure into a cave. He retrieved some rope from his pack and bound the ninja, tossing him alongside the previous captive, affixing an explosion tag for good measure. Are they coming? Lu Jiu, now awake, gazed at In Xiang and inquired. Yes, just two Chunin. One dead and one captured. In Xiang nodded in response. They're almost awake now. You should rest a bit more, Lugio suggested as he stood up. Never mind. I shan't sleep any longer. With 2 Chunin dispatched, they might send an elite Jonin next. I shall see if I can also deal with that level. In Xiang shook his head, indicating his refusal to rest. The dawn had arrived, and further slumber seemed futile. Taking on a Jonin might be quite strenuous, Lugio cautioned. I have encountered Chunin before. Their strength is comparable to that of a Genin. While I can keep pace visually, my reactions fall short. The Jonin's strength likely won't differ much. One must not be complacent. If the strength of the opposing Jonin exceeds your expectations, a single encounter could prove fatal. Lugio advised In Xiang. Understood, In Xiang acknowledged with a nod. This village may harbor some Umbu or similar operatives. If they arrive later, their strength should be on par with our village's Jonin, Lugio added. The others began to awaken gradually. If such individuals come, leave them to me. Kai murmured sleepily as he rubbed his eyes. I can assist in identifying them. The previously captured Chunin, named Bijia, interjected, seemingly seeking an opportunity for redemption. Be aware. Whether you can identify them or not is inconsequential. As a traitor, your fate is sealed, In Xiang replied, fixing his gaze on Bijia. I understand. My crimes are unforgivable. I will assist you in any way I can, Bijia stammered, appearing to have steeled himself for the consequences. Very well, tell me, when will the next group arrive? In Xiang squatted before him and tore off the explosion tag from his back. Bijia exhaled deeply as the tag was removed. A sense of relief washing over him. If they suspect we have defected, this would be a long-term tracking mission. The earliest they would arrive is 5 days from now. 5 days. That is rather lengthy, In Xiang murmured, biting his lip. If you were to return and inform them of a formidable enemy attack, claiming only you escaped, how many would they send to exact vengeance? That, I truly do not know. Perhaps they would dispatch 1 Jonin accompanied by 4 Chunin. Bijia pondered, uncertain, as he was unfamiliar with the operational methods of the ninjas from the country of Filling. What if these 5 individuals were to vanish as well? This, even Bijia was at a loss for words. Just then, the ninja who had been knocked unconscious by In Xiang began to stir, writhing on the ground like a maggot. He might possess more knowledge. Noticing the ninja had awakened, Bijia remarked, this individual is a ninja from the land of Filling. In Xiang nodded and turned towards the newly awakened ninja. Awake, are you? The ninja, wide-eyed, surveyed his surroundings. When did so many ninjas infiltrate near Honey Blossom Village? I ask you, if you disappear, how long will it be before someone comes looking for you? I will divulge nothing, the Chunin retorted defiantly, steadfast in his silence. Is that so? In Xiang smiled faintly and extended a finger, gently prodding the spot previously struck by the Rinnegan. Ah! The ninja emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, exclaiming, I still won't speak. Each time In Xiang spoke, he would poke him again, the cavern reverberating with the ninja's cries. And no, it's impossible. The ninja, drenched in sweat and curled on the ground, still resisted revealing anything. Still unwilling to speak? Quite commendable, In Xiang acknowledged, ceasing his prodding. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Then I shall carve you piece by piece, sprinkle sugar on you, and toss you into the mountains, allowing the ants to devour you bit by bit. So you may experience the true meaning of 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart. Though In Xiang's voice was low, the ninja trembled, goosebumps rising on his skin. The others present felt a chill, realizing for the first time how ruthlessly cunning In Xiang could be. Shall we test this theory? In Xiang asked, simultaneously dragging the kunai across the ninja's face, blood trickling down. Ah, no. The ninja, feeling the warm blood on his face and recalling In Xiang's earlier words, was seized by terror. No, I will tell you. I will tell you. Another cut was inflicted, and the ninja's defenses finally crumbled. If only you had spoken sooner, In Xiang remarked, sheathing his kunai and squatting before him. Now, tell me, if you vanish, who will come searching for you? 3 days later, a Jonin accompanied by 5 Chunin. So, if 4 Chunin disappear, such a multitude would be dispatched? The situation in the village is dire, everything must be resolved swiftly. If 4 Chunin were to vanish, a significant force would indeed be sent. The ninja, now devoid of any secrets from In Xiang, answered each inquiry candidly. 3 days is somewhat acceptable. But what if they were to vanish again? Then it might attract the attention of 3 Jonin. Might, you say? This was classified information. The unexplained disappearance of so many ninjas would certainly raise alarms and incite panic among the villagers, the ninja noted. In Xiang nodded, understanding. Is that so? Very well. I shall see. He smiled and rose to his feet. What shall we do now? Niji inquired, looking at Inxiang. We wait, Inxiang replied, gazing at Niji. We shall await their arrival. Once their strength diminishes to a certain level, we can infiltrate Honey Blossom Village and eliminate the others. Indeed, it is a prolonged endeavor. How long has it been since we set out? Tian stretched lazily and remarked that they had been outside for 10 days, having journeyed from the Hidden Leaf Village to this place. Let us not be hasty. Waiting here for them to fall into our trap is far preferable to rushing in and sacrificing a few of our own. Inxiang smiled at Tian as he spoke. Next time someone arrives, I must be allowed to take action. My body feels as if it is on the verge of collapse, Li exclaimed, shaking his fist. He lamented that he had not had the opportunity to train properly during the journey, having only managed to exercise while on the boat. Next time, let us strike together and annihilate them all. We should aim to leave the Jonin alive. He may possess valuable information, Lu Jiu chuckled, observing Li's impatience. I will ensure he is captured alive, rest assured. I shall give it my all. Kai and Li, the master and disciple, shouted in unison. A team brimming with combat prowess truly requires the intellect of the sharpest minds to be deemed the strongest, Tian remarked with a smile. You are all far too relaxed. We are in a foreign land, Niji said, shaking his head in exasperation at the three individuals who seemed oblivious to the gravity of their situation. A little relaxation is beneficial. Being perpetually tense is not good. Lu Jiu added from the side. Then I shall take another stroll around Mistflower Village and see if there is any activity. Inxiang declared as he approached the cave's entrance. Be cautious, Lu Jiu called after him as he departed. Understood, Inxiang waved back before exiting the cave. 3 days later, as anticipated, the third group arrived. The newcomers matched the description given by the Chunin, 1 Jonin and 5 Chunin, indicating that this matter had indeed drawn the attention of Mistflower Village's upper echelons. Kai charged forward, engaging the Jonin in combat, followed closely by Li, who unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Niji also joined the fray, resulting in a 3-on-5 scenario, with Kai confronting the Jonin while Niji and Li each faced 2 opponents. 1 Chunin remained on the sidelines, attempting to interfere with Kai's efforts. Tian stayed behind in the cave. After finishing his statement, Inxiang dashed out, leaving only Lu Jiu and Tian within the cavern. Wind release, great breakthrough. As Inxiang ran, he performed hand seals, summoning a fierce gust that sent the interfering Chunin flying. Well done, Inxiang, Kai exclaimed, delivering a kick that sent the Jonin staggering back, giving Inxiang a thumbs up. Just a minor feat, Inxiang smiled before rushing to engage the Chunin. Although both Li and Niji possessed considerable strength, surpassing that of a typical Genin, they found themselves struggling against the 2 Chunin from Mistflower Village. Thus, Inxiang hurried to dispatch the Chunin and assist them. Spiral Sphere. Just as the Chunin rose from the ground, a massive sphere struck him, reducing his face to a bloody pulp, nearly causing his head to explode. This was unlike the depictions in the anime. The spiral sphere, upon contact, would shred the skin from the face. The Chunin was sent flying, crashing into a tree, where he lay motionless. Lu Jiu-sensei, aren't you going to assist? Tian inquired, glancing at Lu Jiu, who remained outside. They can manage, Lu Jiu replied with a smile, watching the scene unfold without any intention of intervening. Li, I will come to your aid, Inxiang observed as the Chunin collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. He approached to assist Shaoli, who was struggling against 2 opponents despite Niji managing to hold his ground. No need, Shaoli exclaimed, maintaining a cheerful demeanor as he engaged fiercely with his adversaries. Konoha Whirlwind. With his hands braced against the ground, he spun his legs, successfully repelling both Chunins. I was in the midst of an exhilarating battle, I thought. As Shaoli landed, one hand resting behind him and the other extending toward the 2 Chunins, he inquired about Niji. Reversal. Niji executed the technique, deflecting several shuriken hurled at him, demonstrating his mastery of the skill. I can manage as well. 8 trigrams, 32 palms, Niji declared, unleashing a series of precise strikes that forced one of the Chunins into retreat. The remaining Chunin, witnessing Niji's prowess, hesitated to advance. Very well, Inxiang nodded, glancing back at the cave. Throughout their journey, Lu Jiu had exhibited peculiar behavior, refraining from intervening and smiling more than usual, which left Inxiang with an odd impression. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Guy spun midair, delivering a powerful kick toward the Jonin. Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique. The Jonin leaped back, launching a massive fireball at Guy, who effortlessly dispersed it with a well-timed kick. The Jonin, taken aback by Guy's physical prowess, was astonished that he could extinguish a fireball with mere taijutsu. Before he could fully process the shock, Guy was upon him in an instant, landing a decisive kick to his face that sent him flying, blood gushing from his nose as he traced an arc through the air. Power. Forward curve. Before the Jonin could touch the ground, Guy pursued and struck him again. Thud. The Jonin crashed against a tree, dazed and nearly unconscious. Don't struggle. Teacher Guy hasn't even begun to take you seriously, In-seong chuckled, approaching to bind the Jonin securely with rope. Truly pathetic. I haven't even had my fill of combat, Guy remarked with a hint of exasperation, expressing his discontent with the lackluster abilities of the small nation's ninja. In-seong felt an inexplicable shiver at Guy's words, but he dismissed it and dragged the Jonin into the cave. Shadow Dance Leaf. Xiao Li had dispatched one Chunin, and, moving at an imperceptible speed, he confronted another, launching him into the air with a powerful kick followed by a heavy blow, leaving both Chunins in a state of unconsciousness. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji simultaneously executed his technique, sending both Chunins reeling and causing them to spit blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. With 5 opponents defeated, In-seong smiled. Hey, I must say, you really are a Jonin. How can you be so weak? He remarked, crouching beside the fallen Jonin. The man, appearing middle-aged, merely cast a sidelong glance at In-seong, who had dispatched the Chunin in mere moments, contemplating whether all Konoha ninjas were indeed monsters. Lee, come over and handle the bodies, Niji called out, lifting the 2 lifeless forms from the ground. All right. Xiao Li grasped the legs of 2 individuals, maneuvering them to the base of a tree, where he hoisted In-seong, the Chunin, onto his other shoulder, and together they advanced toward the precipice. What brings you leaf ninjas here? The Jonin inquired, observing Kai's return. We are on a mission. Kai replied candidly. A mission? The Jonin appeared bewildered. What sort of mission could warrant the slaughter of so many shinobi from the land of rice? Our task involves resolving the conflict between your 2 nations, an S-rank mission, In-seong responded with a smile. Is your mission truly divulged in such a manner? The Jonin was further perplexed by In-seong's casual revelation, as such missions were typically classified. It matters not. You are destined to die regardless. Whether I disclose it or not makes little difference, In-seong said, narrowing his eyes with a grin. The unsettling smile of the boy before him caused the Jonin to tremble involuntarily. This child, behind In-seong. Lu Jiao pondered his tone and recalled the chilling smile In-seong had previously displayed to the Chunin. Soon, Xiao Li and Niji returned, and the Jonin was dragged to the rear. Upon seeing the figures of Yamashiro, Miki, and the 2 Chunin, the Jonin's demeanor soured instantly. However, as In-seong and his companions made their way back to the cave, several silhouettes emerged from the thicket. Leaf ninjas, this situation is indeed suspicious, a middle-aged man proclaimed, flanked by 2 masked ninjas. Return and summon reinforcements. I will guard the entrance and eliminate them all, he commanded. Understood, one of the shinobi replied before vanishing from sight. Who is that? Ping Gang. Bai Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Did you not say you were going to capture a Jonin? Why have you apprehended a Chunin instead? A Chunin? In-seong nearly lost his balance, realizing they had been deceived. Numerous adversaries would soon arrive, and they needed to relocate swiftly. As he gathered his belongings, the others followed suit. Heh, you cannot escape. Ping Gang chuckled from his seated position. The entrance is surrounded. You shall all perish here. Damn it. In-seong felt his anger surge at his words. He discarded his pack, drew a kunai, and shredded Ping Gang's clothing, leaving him in merely his undergarments, before inflicting non-fatal cuts across his body. Subsequently, he acquired sugar from Mickey and sprinkled it over him. The agonizing screams echoed. For while salt on wounds is excruciating, sugar inflicts its own torment. In-seong hoisted the bloodied figure onto his shoulder and cast him into the depths of the cave. Shortly thereafter, horrific cries resonated as countless ants swarmed from every direction, crawling onto him and burrowing into his wounds, feasting upon the sugared flesh, a suffering beyond human endurance. In-seong, this. They all gazed into the cave's depths, their backpacks now secured. Do not concern yourself with him. Soon he will be silenced, In-seong remarked, shaking his head. I have contemplated. Shall we not confront them? I will face as many as come, Kai declared, twisting his neck. I concur, Xiao Li added in agreement. How many will come? In-seong turned to the captured Chunin, who was now drenched in sweat from fear. Previously, Xiang had mentioned he would let him experience something, and witnessing the current scene had rendered the Chunin's terror beyond description. At least 3 Jonin, and the Umbu, perhaps even the Mizukage might arrive. He hastily replied, daring not to conceal anything from Xiang. The situation was indeed perilous, yet it was also a moment ripe with opportunity. Xiang pressed his lips together. I knew it. Even though the Jonin of small nations may be weaker, they shouldn't be this feeble, Kai remarked, glancing into the depths of the cave. Let us confront them, Niji chimed in from the side. What do you think, third Hokage? Xiang inquired, directing his gaze towards Rikuju, who appeared momentarily stunned. As did everyone else in the cave. What are you saying, Xiang? Kai looked at Xiang, then at Rikuju, who remained still, smiling silently. Teacher Rikuju wouldn't employ such a barrier. Xiang approached Rikuju, whose expression lacked that smile. Although Rikuju preferred to avoid trouble, he wouldn't stand idly by while others fought without offering assistance. He also wouldn't simply observe Xiang's every move. Xiang gazed unwaveringly into Rikuju's eyes, while Rikuju's narrowed, and he slowly raised his hand to form a seal. With a sound, a cloud of white mist dissipated, revealing the third Hokage before everyone, their eyes widening in disbelief. Lord Third, Kai stared, wide-eyed, at the figure before him. Xiang, you truly are astute. But even if you realize I am not Rikuju, how could you know it is indeed me? The third Hokage looked at Xiang with curiosity. Given Rikuju's abilities, he could manage Hokage affairs in your absence without easily exposing himself. This task, Rikuju would not take on privately. It was you who insisted on accepting it back then. Besides the third, I truly cannot fathom who else could make such a definitive conclusion. Were you testing my capabilities, third Hokage? Xiang boldly stated, meeting the third's gaze. Indeed. The third produced a pipe from his pocket and lit it, finally able to take a puff. What is your intent, third Hokage? What are you testing me for? To see if you can bear the weight of the future Hokage's responsibilities. The third spoke directly to Xiang. I cannot. Xiang shook his head resolutely. I have no desire to be Hokage. Being an aide to the Hokage is already sufficiently troublesome. It is precisely because Rikuju conveyed your thoughts to me that I wish to assess you. Old man, having grown up under your watch, you are well aware of my character. I have no interest in the Hokage position. Not now. Let us first address the matter at hand. They will be arriving shortly, Shaoli remarked, glancing towards the cave entrance. With the third here, what is the hurry? You have frightened them to death. Xiang replied to Shaoli with a smile. Initially, I was uncertain, but after some contemplation, I decided to inquire, and with that question, all dilemmas shall be resolved. Third, what shall we do now? Kai also turned to the third for guidance. Follow Xiang's lead. Hasn't it always been this way? The third stated to Kai, who then glanced at the third before looking back at Xiang. Then let's fight. If we can't win, we still have the third Hokage. Xiang set down his backpack, feeling a sense of reassurance. Initially, he had contemplated fleeing if they were outmatched, perhaps using the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. The third Hokage will assist us this time, he remarked to the third Hokage. Of course, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. Then let us proceed, Xiang affirmed. Producing a Flying Thunder God kunai, and stepping out first, followed closely by the others. As they emerged, they found themselves face to face with dozens of ninjas who had rushed from the woods, halting right before them. The third Hokage remained in the cave, preferring not to reveal himself until it was absolutely necessary for Xiang and the others to hold their ground. You Leaf Village ninjas dare to meddle in the affairs of our land of rice, the leading Jonin declared, resembling Shanshin somewhat. Father, Shanshin sprinted from the cave, calling out to the Jonin. Indeed, the man was Shanshin's father, Shanyi. Shanshin, what are you doing over there? Come here at once, Shanyi shouted, alarmed to see his son on the opposing side. Father, what are you doing? Why betray our country? Shanshin yelled back, his expression filled with anguish. Shanshin, you don't understand. Hurry over here. Don't get hurt, Shanyi implored. Father, you should surrender. You can't defeat them, Shanshin asserted, having recognized the third Hokage's presence. With the Hokage here, their chances of winning were slim. Enough nonsense, Shanshin. Come over here, Shanyi insisted, flanked by a group of ninjas. Xiang counted and noted the youth among them. There were 15 genin, 2 chunin, 3 jonin, and 2 masked individuals. 8 chunin, along with 4 rogue chunin, made a total of 12. Previously, 2 had been captured and 2 killed by Xiang, leaving 8. 6 more had appeared in the morning, all eliminated, leaving only 2 Chunin remaining. Lightning release, Chidori. In Xiang acted swiftly, interrupting their exchange. A surge of electrical energy enveloped him before radiating outward, striking at the ninjas who promptly leaped away to evade, leaving small black craters in the ground. Please, don't harm my father, Shanshin pleaded from behind. 5th gate of the 8 gates, open, Guy exclaimed, unleashing the 5th gate and charging forward. Leaf Hurricane. He executed, delivering a powerful kick to one of the masked ninjas, who raised an arm to block the attack. Gaia's face bore no surprise, only a grin. He relished the challenge. Eliminate them. Shanyi commanded his ninjas to attack In Xiang and his companions. Shadow Clone Technique. In Xiang formed seals, creating 2 shadow clones that advanced towards the group of Jinin. Tian, handle those Jinin, he instructed. Understood, Tian replied, retrieving a scroll and heading towards the cluster of Jinin, with In Xiang shadow clones leading the charge. The battle against the Jinin was effortless, as they fell before In Xiang's clones without the ability to retaliate. Chidori. Lightning flickered from In Xiang's hands as he charged towards the 2 Chunin. In response, they erected earthen walls to defend themselves, which rose sharply before him. With a swift kick against the barrier, In Xiang executed a somersault mid-air before landing. The Chidori sharp spear pierced through the 2 earthen walls and subsequently drove through one Chunin's heart. What? The other Chunin's eyes widened in shock. Embrace death. An emotionless voice echoed in his ear. Turning around, he was met by a shadow wielding a kunai that pierced his throat, leading to the swift defeat of both Chunin at the hands of In Xiang. Shadow Secret Technique. In Xiang formed hand seals, murmuring softly, fire release, great fireball technique. A voice emerged behind him, prompting In Xiang to hastily execute the body replacement technique. A ball of flames incinerated a wooden beam. Secret Technique Barrier. A violet barrier erupted around the spot where In Xiang landed, trapping him within. A masked ninja descended before him, the same one who had unleashed the fireball and predicted In Xiang's landing to ensnare him with the barrier. Exchange. In Xiang glanced at him and swapped positions with the shadow, retracting it to escape the confines of the barrier. The masked ninja's eyes widened in disbelief, as he had never encountered such a ninjutsu before. Chakra. In Xiang assessed his chakra levels, furrowing his brow. Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Flow, Shadow Secret Technique, and Shadow Clone Technique. All these techniques were somewhat lacking given his chakra reserves. He lacked the extraordinary physique of Naruto. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Guy launched a kick, which the masked ninja narrowly evaded by leaping away, leaving a crater in the ground. The 2 masked ninjas were engaged with Guy, while Niji and Lee struggled against an upper ninja, finding it increasingly difficult as their strength fell short compared to that of the upper ninja from a small nation. Meanwhile, another upper ninja, Yamato, was entangled with Yamashiro. Lee, I'm coming. Seeing the masked ninjas preoccupied with Guy, In Xiang rushed to assist Lee. Father, you should surrender quickly, Yamashiro called out amidst his battle with Yamato, as the 2 father and son fought without earnestness. Yamashiro, did you bring these people here? Yamato's kunai clashed with Yamashiro's as he spoke softly to him. Yes. We accepted a mission from Konoha. Yamashiro nodded. This is a disaster. Yamashiro, how could I possibly betray my country? Yamato whispered back. Huh. Yamashiro was taken aback, puzzled by the implication of those words. Teacher Rukyu, lend Niji a hand. In Xiang shouted towards the cave, where the 3rd Hokage understood the cue and transformed into Rukyu. Emerging from the cave, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Rukyu hurled 3 shurikens and executed the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, targeting the upper ninja battling Niji, who was already battered and bruised. With a clash, the upper ninja evaded the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique by employing the body replacement technique. Earth Release, Earth Flow, Great River. Rukyu stood firm, continuing to form hand seals. As the upper ninja landed, the ground transformed into mud, knocking him down. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet, continuing to form seals. Riku summoned a dragon's head from the ground, which unleashed dozens of earthen projectiles that struck the Jonin's face, rendering him unconscious and bloodied. Truly, he was the 3rd Hokage. Observing how effortlessly the 3rd dispatched the Jonin who had caused him much distress, Niji remarked from the side, while the 3rd merely smiled and remained silent. Continuing to watch In Xiang. With the Wind Release, Great Breakthrough and Lightning Release, In Xiang formed seals and executed the Great Breakthrough, enhancing his kunai with lightning. The dual techniques propelled the kunai at an astonishing speed, piercing through the Jonin's right arm and incapacitating it. Rinnegan literally charged forward, activating the third gate of the 8 gates, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Jonin soaring. In midair, he unleashed a flurry of strikes before sending him crashing back to the ground. Ugh! Literally felt a surge of pain in his muscles. This was the strongest technique he could currently wield. Fake! Inxiang shook his head at the sight. Literally perplexed. Watched as the Jonin on the ground transformed into a clay clone. When did that happen? Literally grasped his calf and crouched down. During the Chunin exams, he had suffered severe consequences from using this technique against Gar's assault, yet he knew he would not suffer the same fate now, though he would still bear the side effects of Rinnegan. Chidori. Lightning flickered in Inxiang's hand as he kicked Little Li away, while Little Li was momentarily dazed. A hand emerged from where he had just been. Inxiang unleashed a Chidori, obliterating the arm of the Jonin who had crawled from below, blood and flesh scattered. Ah! A wretched scream echoed from the ground as the Jonin emerged, his left hand mangled and his right arm ruined by Inxiang's wind and lightning kunai. Now you shall face the consequences of your earth techniques. Inxiang began to form a Rinnegan, but just as it took shape, it vanished from his grasp, coinciding with the explosion of 2 shadow clones that had just dispatched a lower-ranking ninja. Damn it, my chakra is running low. Inxiang muttered under his breath before delivering a kick to the Jonin, who was now defenseless, causing him to sit down heavily. Subsequently, Inxiang retrieved a kunai and struck it into the Jonin's head, embedding it deeply, leaving him wide-eyed as he collapsed to the ground. Power. Prelude. Guy kicked forward, knocking out all the ninjas except for those from the Leaf Village. With the adversaries defeated, the remaining Leaf shinobi ceased their fighting. Exhausted, Inxiang plopped onto the ground, panting heavily, with Niji and Little Li joining him in their fatigue. Did you create all those jutsu yourself? The third Hokage inquired as he approached Inxiang. Huh. Inxiang was momentarily taken aback before realizing the third was referring to the extended skills of Chidori, Chidori Stream, and Chidori Sharp Spear. Yes. Both were developed from the Chidori that my brother Kakashi taught me, he affirmed with a nod. Both techniques can be classified as A-rank jutsu, possessing immense power. The third acknowledged with a smile. Once my chakra reserves are sufficient, I plan to learn Raikiri from Kakashi. It must be extraordinarily powerful, Inxiang declared, propping himself up with his hands and leaning back. Your chakra volume far surpasses that of your peers, placing you well above the level of a Chunin. The third Hokage continued. Since the beginning of your memories, you have been refining your chakra, which indeed accounts for its abundance, though it still pales in comparison. Inxiang nodded in acknowledgement. What do you two intend to do? The third Hokage inquired, turning his gaze toward Yamashigan and Yamai, who remained motionless, contemplating their next move. This. Yamai glanced at the fallen ninjas from the land of Filling, momentarily at a loss for words. The Konoha ninjas are astonishingly formidable. All of them have been vanquished. Sighing, Yamai lamented, I did not truly betray my village, Yamashigan. Yamai turned to Yamashigan. The Mizukage is also not dead. My brother is not dead? Upon hearing this, Mikeyheim rushed out from the cave, her eyes fixed on Yamai. Princess, Yamai exclaimed, wide-eyed at the sight of the young woman before him. So you are indeed with Yamashigan. What on earth has transpired in the village? Ignoring everything else, Mikeyheim directed her inquiry at Yamai. Enough, you may converse inside. We shall manage the situation here. Inxiang gestured toward the multitude of corpses, urging them to retreat into the cave. After Mikeyheim nodded in agreement, she led her companions inside the cave, while Inxiang and the others began to clear the bodies, discarding them into the valley where they formed a small mountain of fallen ninjas from the land of Filling. By the time Inxiang and the others returned, the discussions within the cave had concluded. It turned out that this was a trap set by the land of Honey. Mizukage feigned death and had already taken control of the land of Filling's stronghold. The daimyo of the land of Filling was likely deceased by now, awaiting the day when Yamashigan and his companions could eliminate the Mizukage currently residing in Honeyflower Village, thereby concluding the conflict between the two lands and achieving unification for the land of Honey. Mikeyheim's pursuit was merely the first step in creating a false pretense. Just as the plan seemed poised for success, Mikeyheim unexpectedly executed a counterattack, accompanied by numerous Konoha ninjas. So, does this mean I have disrupted your plans? Mikeyheim murmured, her gaze lowered. Not exactly. Those 4 Chunin were genuine defectors, and you inadvertently aided us in dealing with them. With so many ninjas from the land of Filling now deceased, Their combat capabilities have significantly diminished, Yamai responded, exhaling in relief. Finally, the war between the two nations may come to an end. How many ninjas remain in the land of filling? Inxiang inquired, looking at Yamai. 1 shadow, 2 umbu, 2 jonin, and over 10 genin. Given your strength, you should have no difficulty in overcoming them once you enter, Yamai informed Inxiang, showing no disdain for the young boy. He had observed Inxiang's impressive performance earlier. This child is indeed formidable. To resolve the conflict between the two nations, there exists 1 shadow-level ninja for umbu, 5 jonin, 12 chunin, and 33 genin. With a jonin present, this task qualifies as an A-rank mission. Considering 5 jonin and 4 umbu, it could easily be deemed an S-rank mission. Coupled with a shadow-level powerhouse, the endeavor could very well be classified as an SS-rank mission. For this task, I require 3 million ryo. Inxiang raised his gaze to the cave ceiling. 3 million ryo? Yamei's eyes widened. This is no trifling sum. Very well. Miji readily agreed, determined to provide the necessary funds, as she felt responsible for having deceived them in the first place. The third generation observed with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Inxing truly worked for the welfare of Konoha, successfully procuring 3 million ryo for the village. This young man not only possessed strength and intellect, but also political acumen, becoming increasingly admirable in their eyes. Then it's settled. Once we recuperate in a couple of days, we shall march straight into Mihua village, Inxing declared. He leaned against the wall, then suddenly sat upright, retrieving a kunai from his tool pouch. Something just came to mind, Inxing said, as he coated the kunai with lightning release and hurled it, piercing the head of the previously captured chunin. Now, only the traitorous ninja, BGI, remained in their custody. You shall be dealt with as you see fit, he added, dragging the lifeless body of the chunin to the back of the cave. The corpse lay there, gruesomely mangled, and as Inxing swallowed hard to suppress his nausea, he discarded the chunin's body atop the other. BGI, your treachery is your own burden to bear. It falls to us to hand you over to Lord Mifeng, who will undoubtedly deal with you accordingly, Shanai remarked, casting a glance at BGI. I understand, Lord Shanai, BGI replied, nodding with his head bowed. Unable to meet the eyes of Shanai or Miji. Tian, are you hurt? Inxing inquired upon seeing Tian seated by the fire, wrapping bandages around her hand. He approached her. I'm fine, just a small injury, she replied while continuing to tend to her wound. Allow me, Inxing insisted, taking the bandages from her hands. This won't do. You cannot simply wrap it without treating the wound, otherwise, it will become infected. Is this how you've always treated your injuries? He looked up, meeting her gaze. This time I forgot to bring medicine, Tian admitted, her eyes locked onto Inxing's. For a moment, neither of them averted their gaze. And in the flickering firelight, her cheeks flushed slightly, until Inxing eventually looked away first. You should have mentioned it earlier. I have some here. Inxing moved to a side bag and retrieved a small vial. This might sting a bit. Endure it, he said, glancing at Tian. Only when she nodded did he lower his head to apply the medicine, gently spreading it on her arm, causing her to gasp in pain. After applying the medication, Inxing placed the vial on the ground and gently blew on her arm. Tian watched him, lost in thought, while Inxing, unaware of her gaze, wrapped the bandages around her hand and secured them. There, that should do, Inxing said, looking at Tian, only to find her staring blankly. What's wrong, Tian? He asked, waving his hand in front of her face until she finally snapped back to reality. I'm fine, nothing's wrong, she replied, shaking her head. Then get some rest. We have a great battle ahead in 2 days. Inxiang nodded slightly, then returned to his own position, lying down with his head against the wall, staring blankly at the cave's ceiling. It seemed that Inxiang often found himself lost in thought. Day after day, as he observed Inxiang, he inadvertently realized he had begun to pay close attention to every one of Inxiang's actions. With the imminent battle in 2 days, I feel an overwhelming sense of anticipation, Shaoli remarked, doing push-ups on the ground. It is imperative to ensure your body is in peak condition, Li. Kai was sitting alongside Shaoli, both of them sweating profusely as they exercised. Inxiang, I have a task for you. The third Hokage approached Inxiang and said. Inxiang sat up and looked at the third Hokage. A private assignment? That doesn't require any payment. Inxiang responded, and the third Hokage chuckled, remarking on Inxiang's fondness for money. Money is a good thing, why not take advantage of it? Inxiang replied. What is the task? Your mission is to venture alone to Honeyflower Village and eliminate as many enemy ninjas as possible. You will be exempt from participating in the operation in 2 days. In Xiang paused momentarily, recognizing the peril of the task, but ultimately agreed, saying, "All right, but upon my return, you must teach me sealing techniques." After considering it, he still accepted the challenge. Even if he couldn't win, he could always escape using the Flying Thunder God technique, couldn't he? Very well. The third Hokage readily agreed, having heard In Xiang express his desire to learn sealing techniques on several occasions. "I hope I can eliminate a considerable number of ninjas," In Xiang mused before his figure vanished from the cave, reappearing in a corner of Honeyflower Village using the Flying Thunder God technique. Third Hokage. Such a hazardous mission. In Xiang. Tian, who had been watching In Xiang closely, rushed over to the third Hokage. "Rest assured, In Xiang can use the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if he encounters formidable opponents, he can still escape," the third Hokage assured with a smile, interrupting Tian's concerns and easing her worries. "However, I did not allow him to depart so hastily. His chakra has yet to recover fully," the third Hokage remarked with a wry smile. In Xiang's figure materialized in a corner of Honeyflower Village. He glanced at a kunai in the corner, then utilized the transformation technique to assume another person's appearance, blending into the bustling streets. It was still afternoon, and many people filled the streets. To undertake a mission, one must spend money. Money is indeed a valuable asset. In Xiang sighed, purchased some food, and entered an inn to recuperate his chakra. Moreover, lingering in one place for too long poses a risk. If sensed by perceptive ninjas, it could spell trouble. After eating, he consumed a few soldier pills and rested briefly on the bed before leaving the area. It had been a long time since he had last rested on a bed, and the comfort was truly delightful. In Xiang made his way to the entrance of Honeyflower Village, where the guards had been replaced by lower-ranked ninjas. However, their numbers had increased to 6. 3 were stationed in a small building at the entrance, while the other 3 stood outside. In Xiang decided to eliminate the guards inside the small building first before dealing with those outside. He stealthily maneuvered to the back of the small building, observed one of the ninjas at the entrance, and transformed into his likeness, confidently walking through the front door. "Xiaoyi, how did you get in here? What is the situation outside?" The 3 individuals inside raised their heads upon recognizing someone and ceased their actions. One of them inquired, "Is everything well outside?" In Xiang approached that individual while positioning himself behind the other 2, remarking, "Things aren't so great inside." "What do you mean?" The servant calling for Xiaoyi momentarily froze, only to be swiftly silenced as his throat was slit. The other 2 servants had yet to react when In Xiang's remaining 2 kunai pierced through their skulls. "I presume you 2 have families. Do not blame me. Rather, blame your choice to become ninjas," In Xiang stated, stowing away the 3 kunai and gazing at the 3 corpses within the small house. In any village, the age of lower-ranked ninjas tends to be quite young, cultivated from a tender age. However, the world of ninjas is merciless. Since In Xiang was on a mission, he could not allow them to live any longer. He then transformed into one of the individuals inside the house using the same method and approached the door. "What's the matter? It's not time for the shift change yet," remarked the lower-ranked ninja at the entrance as he noticed In Xiang's approach. "I merely came to take a look," In Xiang replied, moving to the door and positioning himself beside the person on the far left. "The breeze outside is rather pleasant," he commented, subtly slipping a kunai from his sleeve. "Indeed, the air of the land of honey is far superior to that of the land of filling," one of the lower-ranked ninjas responded. "My apologies," In Xiang said, as the 3 looked at him in confusion. At that moment, they stood in a straight line, and In Xiang raised his gaze towards them. A lightning-imbued kunai shot forth, and all 3 collapsed, the weapon embedding itself deep into the head of the last individual, half of it buried within. After eliminating the ninjas at the entrance, In Xiang swiftly retreated. If anyone were to arrive at this entrance, the infiltration would be exposed, prompting sensory ninjas to start searching for intruders within Honey Blossom Village. Before that could happen, In Xiang aimed to eliminate as many ninjas as possible. He began traversing the streets of Honey Blossom Village, where no middle-ranked ninjas remained. Only 2 Umbu, 2 upper-ranked ninjas, and 12 lower-ranked ninjas remained. In Xiang's mission was to eliminate these 12 lower-ranked ninjas, leaving merely 5 ninjas in the village, rendering them virtually powerless. Unbeknownst to the village, a significant event was unfolding. Many ninjas who had ventured out had not returned. We still need to patrol the streets. In Xiang observed from the rooftop as 3 lower-ranked ninjas passed below. I sense something momentous is about to occur. The village is currently quite vulnerable. With so many ninjas from the land of honey eliminated, who could possibly come to their aid? They must be out on some special mission. The 3 lower-ranked ninjas conversed as In Xiang quietly trailed behind them. In the honey shadow building, the situation was dire. What is going on? Have the ninjas who went out not returned? The shadow of Filling, seated anxiously, questioned. Behind him stood 2 Umbu, while 2 upper-ranked ninjas, one of whom had defected alongside Kai, were present in front of him. There has been no word from them at all. We sent out so many. Yet not a single one has returned. One of the upper-ranked ninjas beside Kai lamented. How can this be? Are the leaf ninjas truly that formidable? Cold sweat trickled down Xianying's forehead. If all the ninjas he dispatched had truly been eliminated, then his resistance would be utterly futile. He had believed that sending 5 elite shinobi along with an ample number of subordinates would suffice to vanquish the Konohagakure ninjas. However, it now appeared that he had grossly underestimated them. Presently, their fighting force had dwindled to merely the 5 of them. If the Konoha ninjas were to invade, with Kai by his side, the thought remained unspoken, yet the expressions of the 5 present conveyed a shared apprehension. Even the masked members of the Umbu displayed traces of unease. Why would Konoha meddle in the affairs of our small nation? It was infuriating. Xianying slammed his fist onto the table in anger, unable to comprehend why, despite the vast distance separating the land of honey from the land of fire. Konoha's ninjas would venture all this way. It was likely that the princess of the land of honey had sought refuge in Konoha and had enlisted their ninjas for assistance. Remarked one of the elite shinobi beside Kai. What options do we have now? Xianying inquired, gazing at the 2 before him. He had only just seized control of the land of honey, and stability had yet to be established. He had heard rumors of turmoil in the land of Filling, but communication had been severed entirely. The emergence of Konoha ninjas added to his uncertainty. It appeared that the tide had turned against them. Kai shook his head. That squad of Konoha ninjas was indeed perilous. They had already dispatched 2 of their Umbu, 3 elite shinobi, 12 chunin, and 15 genin, making it feel as if they were merely providing the enemy with a steady stream of sacrifices, as if it had all been preordained. Kai's intuition was not misplaced. They had indeed fallen into In Xiang's trap, although a large contingent of ninjas had arrived, causing In Xiang a moment of disarray. The recognition of the 3rd Hokage steadied him. Meanwhile, In Xiang had eliminated 3 genin in a narrow alley, assuming the form of one of them, thus brazenly walking the streets in hopes of encountering other ninjas. In Xiang's attacks had always been unorthodox, taking on the guise of the enemy to lower their guard and striking swiftly before they could react. His lightning-release kunai attacks were rapid and unexpected, executed from the shadows, leaving no room for evasion. A ninja like In Xiang was truly suited for survival in obscurity. Unlike Naruto, who charged headlong into battle, or Sasuke, who felt the need to flaunt his prowess before dispatching foes, and certainly not like Sakura, who would announce her intent to kill with a battle cry. In Xiang preferred to remain unseen, relishing the sensation of killing in silence. At the entrance, 3 ninja squads stumbled upon the 6 fallen genin, causing immediate panic. After a brief discussion, they hurried to inform Xianying, fearing that intruders had infiltrated the village. They divided into 3 routes to investigate, but one unfortunate member encountered In Xiang on the street. Umbrella Mountain. Umbrella Mountain. There's trouble. All the ninjas at the entrance have been eliminated, and intruders have entered. We must hurry to Xianying's stronghold. The genin shouted as he spotted In Xiang in disguise. Did you see it all by yourself? In Xiang inquired. No, there were 2 others. We split into 3 groups to relay the message. Quickly follow me. As the lower ninja attempted to depart, he was swiftly subdued by In Xiang, who delivered a precise strike, rendering him unconscious. In Xiang then dragged him into a secluded corner, taking his life. Subsequently, In Xiang set out in pursuit of the 2 lower ninjas who had alerted the others. Determined to apprehend them, he arrived at the base of the Mitsukiage building with remarkable speed, outpacing them significantly. Just as he reached this location, 2 lower ninjas approached from different directions. In Xiang, what are you doing here? Hurry and join us. One of the lower ninjas exclaimed as he dashed into the Mitsukiage building, while the other paid no heed to In Xiang and followed suit. In Xiang turned swiftly, hurling 2 lightning-infused kunai, swiftly claiming their lives. The 2 bodies tumbled down the staircase, marking the 12th of 18 lower ninjas eliminated by In Xiang. When these 2 lower ninjas were on their way, they encountered members from two different teams, one of which included a sensory ninja who had already begun to search for In Xiang, unaware of his presence. After disposing of the two corpses, In Xiang concealed them beneath the staircase, casting them into a shadowed corner. Dead. They're dead. A villager stumbled upon the scene where In Xiang had dispatched 3 lower ninjas, shouting loudly and immediately drawing the attention of the townsfolk, who began to gather, causing a commotion in the streets. What is happening outside? A shinobi beside Kai noticed the villagers' disturbance and rushed to the window, observing a crowd gathering. Sensing that something was amiss in the village. What is it? Xianing rose and opened the window to investigate, addressing the umbu beside him. Yes. The umbu replied before leaping out of the window, making his way to where the villagers had congregated, where he discovered the 3 corpses. Panic surged beneath the umbu's mask as he hurried back to the Mitsukage building. Lord Xianing, an intruder has entered. There are 3 corpses of lower ninjas. The umbu reported urgently. What? Xian Tian exclaimed, startled. Quickly, find him, Chong Tian. He commanded, prompting the sensory ninja, who had been beside Kai, to commence a search. Upon receiving the order, Chong Tian raised 2 fingers, focusing his sensory abilities outward. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, declaring, "Yes," at the entrance. He turned to face the door of the Mitsukage office. Having just disposed of the bodies, In Xiang stood at the entrance of the Mitsukage office, eavesdropping on the unfolding situation. Just as he was about to make his escape, he was detected. Instantly, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to a kunai hidden in a corner of Mitsuha village. In Xiang had no intention of retreating just yet. He still aimed to eliminate the remaining 6 lower ninjas. The group of Xian Ying quickly prepared for battle. There's just one, and he has vanished, Chong Tian stammered, doubting his own sensory accuracy. Yet, he was certain that a chakra equivalent to that of a jonin had indeed been present at the door. In such a small nation, In Xiang's chakra, comparable to that of a chunin in Konoha, was equivalent to that of a jonin here, highlighting the profound decay of this minor realm. Vanished? He frowned in confusion, not comprehending his meaning. The moment I sensed him, he vanished. Okita nodded and remarked, could it be a space ninjutsu? A shadow behind Xianing spoke up. And upon hearing this, several felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Not to mention space ninjutsu. Even deploying a single S-rank ninjutsu would be exceedingly challenging for them. Meanwhile, In Xiang raised his hand, summoning a wind-enhanced lightning kunai, which was equivalent to an A-rank ninjutsu. Quickly, let us find him. Xianing leapt through the window, and the 4 exchanged glances before following suit. In an instant, Mahoakin was bustling with activity. In Xiang was searching for 6 genin, while 5 others sought out In Xiang. I found them. Suddenly, a youthful voice echoed behind In Xiang. It belonged to a girl accompanied by 5 genin. She was a sensing ninja, presenting herself willingly. In Xiang reverted to his true form, dashing forward. The 5 genin, witnessing this, drew their kunai and charged at him. In Xiang dispatched one genin with a swift kick, evaded another's kunai, and delivered a punch to yet another, seizing the kunai from his grasp. He pivoted to block 2 kunai coming from behind and sent another assailant flying with a kick, before forcefully pushing away 2 kunai, swiftly claiming the lives of 2 genin with a single slash. Everything transpired with such fluidity, devoid of hesitation. The 3 fallen genin and the sensing kunoichi were left in a state of bewilderment. What manner of skill is this? Lightning release. In Xiang's kunai slipped from his sleeve, aimed directly at the sensing kunoichi. Despite her awareness, she was unable to react in time, and the lightning kunai pierced her throat, her eyes widening in shock as she collapsed. The 3 genin still on the ground, terrified, dared not move, while the onlookers had already fled in fright. Just as In Xiang was poised to finish them off, a voice called out, "Stop!" Okita's voice rang from behind In Xiang, accompanied by a sword aimed at his head. In Xiang turned, casting a displeased glance at Okita, then raised a finger. Just as the sword was about to strike, In Xiang transformed into a black flash, vanishing from sight. Space. Ninjutsu. Okita's sword struck the ground, his expression one of astonishment as he gazed at the spot where In Xiang had stood. What was meant to be a decisive blow had failed to connect, leaving him dumbfounded. Having utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, In Xiang had returned to the vicinity of the cave, now somewhat fatigued as he half knelt beneath a tree, retrieving a kunai from the ground. Given his current chakra reserves, he could perform the Flying Thunder God 6 times. However, the previous battle had depleted much of his chakra, and traveling to Mahoikin had consumed another portion. After replenishing some chakra, he had engaged in further combat. The subsequent detection by Okita necessitated another use of the Flying Thunder God, significantly draining his chakra reserves. Thus, in the final confrontation, Inxiang opted to resort to taijutsu for their elimination, as this last use of the Flying Thunder God had exhausted his remaining chakra. The operation had failed. Inxiang sheathed the shuriken and murmured softly that failing to eliminate those 3 genin constituted a significant setback. He might remain unaware of the tumult his actions had incited in Mihua village, where the lifeless bodies of genin had been discovered in every corner. And 6 corpses lay ominously at the main gate, a truly harrowing sight. After swallowing a soldier's food pill, he rose and made his way toward the cave. By now, it was deep into the night, and upon reaching the cave, he encountered Xiao Li, who was on guard duty. Inxiang, you've returned. How did it go? Were you injured? Xiao Li called out as he stepped out from the cave upon seeing Inxiang. No, Inxiang replied, shaking his head. Are they all asleep? Not yet. Xiao Li responded with a shake of his head. Ah, Inxiang nodded and entered the cave. I'm back. He whispered softly to the assembled group before leaning against the wall and exhaling slowly. How did it go? The third Hokage inquired, observing Inxiang. He went swiftly and returned just as quickly. I had expected he wouldn't be back until at least tomorrow afternoon. The results were not as favorable as anticipated. There remains 1 Mizukage, 2 Umbu, and 2 Jonin in the village. One of the Jonin, named Okatani, is a sensory ninja. 3 genin are still unaccounted for. I managed to eliminate only 15 genin due to insufficient chakra and was discovered by Okatani, forcing a retreat. Originally, we were to contend with dozens of ninjas. But thanks to your strategy and this operation, only 8 remain. Impressive. Niji began to genuinely admire Inxiang, recognizing his meticulous planning, tactical prowess, and formidable combat abilities. I need to rest. I am utterly fatigued, Inxiang said, waving his hand as he lay down on the ground, thinking to himself that nothing could compare to the comfort of a proper bed. We should all rest. Tomorrow, we need not regroup. We will directly assault Mihua village. The third Hokage remarked. With only 8 individuals left in the village, they could eliminate them all in one decisive strike. The inhabitants of the cave settled down for the night, leaving Xiao Li on watch. The atmosphere was tranquil here, but Mihua village was steeped in chaos. In the Mizukage's office sat the remaining 8 ninjas of the land of filling, all visibly tense. The 3 genin, in particular, trembled uncontrollably, haunted by the memory of the intruder who had slain 15 of their comrades. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Jonin Okatani, they too would likely have met a grim fate. According to the intelligence gathered, 5 ninjas had infiltrated, including 2 Jonin. Our only option is to launch a surprise attack tonight and strive to eliminate them, Okatani asserted to the shadows. What if we cannot overpower them? Kai interjected. Witnessing the young ninja's mastery of space ninjutsu earlier had profoundly altered his perception of the world of ninjas. The thought that a mere child could wield such power was staggering. If a child possessed such abilities, what then could be expected of the other Jonin? He feared he could not fathom the depths of Kai's capabilities, a ninja who could warp space itself. We must go tonight. If we do, there may still be a chance. If we delay until tomorrow, it may herald our doom. The shadow remarked that they had never contemplated fleeing. As a ninja, especially one who had become the shadow of a nation, escape was simply not an option. Shall we set off now? Questioned Okita, who was already prepared. Indeed, replied the shadow as he rose to his feet. What about us? Inquired the subordinate ninja seated nearby. You shall remain in the village. Your presence would be of no assistance. The shadow cast a glance at them, and, in an instant, the 5 figures vanished from the office, making their way swiftly towards the cave where Inxiang and the others were located. Upon their arrival, they found Niji on guard duty, his Byakugan activated and keenly attuned to the surroundings. As the 5 approached, Niji swiftly detected the formidable chakra signatures. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei. Niji hurriedly called out to awaken Kakashi. We are under attack. Wake up. His voice pierced the still air of the cave, rousing everyone from their slumber. All stirred from their sleep, save for Inxiang, who merely glanced before drifting back into repose, having been informed by the 3rd Hokage that he need not partake in the ensuing actions. To think they would choose to strike first, the 3rd Hokage mused with a smile, leading the group out of the cave. Even at that moment, he maintained the guise of Kakashi, for the news of the third Hokage departing the village could not be allowed to circulate. He hoped fervently that all was well on Kakashi's end. As they emerged, the shadow had already arrived at the cave's entrance, and the two factions coincidentally met. "The shadow has personally intervened," remarked Yamato, standing behind Kakashi, whose party consisted of Kakashi, Yamato, Neji, Lee, Tintin, and the third Hokage, 7 in total. "Yamato, you are clearly not genuine in your allegiance," the shadow stated, fixing his gaze upon Yamato. "Of course not, and I am not alone in this sentiment," Yamato replied with a knowing smile. The shadow paused momentarily before turning to Kakashi, who merely smiled in return before sidestepping to Yamato's side. "Our original intention was to seize the opportunity to eliminate you all. Now that is unnecessary," Kakashi remarked, shrugging his shoulders. "Surround them," commanded Kakashi, and several members swiftly encircled the 4 rogue ninjas. The following morning, Inxiang exited the cave, stretching languidly as he surveyed the chaos outside. Both the cave and its surroundings were utterly deserted. "These rascals really left me here all alone. What if someone had launched a surprise attack?" Inxiang grimaced, noting that not only Kakashi and the others were absent, but even Mickey had vanished. With the third Hokage present, he had no reason to suspect any foul play. They must have completed their task and proceeded to Mistflower Village. It appeared that he had indeed enjoyed a deep slumber the previous night, so much so that he had been oblivious to their departure. Following this realization, Inxiang gathered his belongings and made his way to the seaside, waiting by the boat for their return. After a brief interval, Kakashi and the others returned as anticipated. "Ah, you've finally returned." Inxiang greeted them. "You're awake. I was just about to leave you behind," the third Hokage responded as he approached Inxiang. Inxiang's smile abruptly froze upon his face. What could the third Hokage be planning? Should he not be grateful that he had arrived at the boat first, rather than waiting for them in the cave? "Have all matters been resolved?" Inxiang inquired, gazing at Ningji. Ningji nodded. The shadow was apprehended, and the bounty of 300,000 Ryo has been paid. "We have procured the supplies for our return journey." "Excellent. We can finally head back." Inxiang exhaled a sigh of relief. This arduous task was finally coming to an end. It would take several days to return, and it had taken nearly a month to complete this mission. The third Hokage dispelled the barrier, and the group boarded the ship, setting sail for Konoha. The 2-day water route was immutable, yet this time, without Mickey to hinder them. The ninjas sped along the land route, returning to Konoha in just 3 days, having been away for a total of 20 days. Upon their return, Konoha appeared unchanged. The truth about Rikuji had not been unveiled. The group reconvened in the Hokage's office to debrief on the mission. When the third Hokage entered the office, Rikuji reverted to his original form, standing beside Inxiang. "I swear I will never impersonate the Hokage again. It was far too troublesome." Over the past 20 days, Rikuji had found the role of Hokage quite taxing. "There is no need to write a report this time," the third Hokage declared as he settled back into his chair. Inxiang demonstrated exceptional insight during this mission, managing to uncover my true identity. Despite having never taken a life, he exhibited the determination to eliminate local ninjas, showcasing remarkable initiative by infiltrating enemy villages multiple times and dispatching their ninjas. His planning was meticulous, and his intellect is commendable. He always accomplishes the tasks assigned to him with great efficiency. The third Hokage praised Inxiang. The more the third Hokage observed Inxiang, the more he admired him. A child of Inxiang's caliber would surely rise to prominence during the Warring States period, carving out a name for himself at such a tender age, akin to Kakashi, perhaps even surpassing Kakashi's prowess in his youth. "You flatter me," Inxiang humbly replied. "This mission is classified as an S-rank task. After this, you shall receive the bounty for the mission. Inxiang, I would like you to learn sealing techniques from me and become my apprentice. Do you accept?" The third Hokage proposed, looking at Inxiang. Inxiang nodded in agreement. "Does this mean I won't need to escort Inxiang anymore?" Rikuji interjected, having unknowingly guided Inxiang for a year. Inxiang's clarity of thought and meticulous planning were certainly attributes Rikuji could take pride in. While he could not pass on the secret techniques, Rikuji had imparted other valuable knowledge to Inxiang. "Indeed, starting tomorrow, Inxiang will be with me," the third Hokage confirmed. "Now, everyone should return and rest well," he instructed the group. Following his words, everyone departed. On another note, the Chunin exams are approaching swiftly. Rikuji had been busy managing Hokage affairs and had successfully arranged for the Chunin exams to commence shortly. "Really? You must challenge me to a duel then," Yin Xiang, exclaimed Li upon hearing the news. If fate permits, I shall engage in a contest with you. Yin Xiang smiled and nodded. Yet a tinge of bitterness lingered in his heart. Did this not signify the demise of the third Hokage? Would there be any point in continuing to study the sealing technique? He sighed, contemplating that even if Orochimaru were to arrive, it would be beyond his capacity to intervene. After all, how could he possibly contend with Orochimaru? I shall take my leave and rest for now, Teacher Rikuju, Yin Xiang remarked. Indeed, from tomorrow onwards, you may report to the third Hokage, Rikuju replied with a nod. Very well, Yin Xiang acknowledged before departing. However, he did not hasten home. It was still afternoon. He chose to indulge in a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku before returning home. After shedding his soiled garments and enjoying a refreshing bath, he comfortably reclined on his bed. Following a restful slumber, the next day, after having breakfast, Yin Xiang arrived at the Hokage's office and gently knocked on the door. Come in, the third Hokage's voice beckoned from within. Yin Xiang pushed the door open and entered. Third Hokage, I am here to report. From now on, you may address me as teacher, the third Hokage replied. These scrolls contain the methods of the sealing technique, which I organized yesterday. You should be able to comprehend them. Understood. Yin Xiang nodded and took a seat on the nearby sofa, delving into the study of sealing techniques. The third Hokage had articulated the seals in simpler terms, making them far more comprehensible. For years, Yin Xiang had been dedicated to the study of sealing techniques, yet he had struggled with the complexities of the seals. Now, with the seals laid out in plain language, he grasped their essence, and by the afternoon, enlightenment dawned upon him. With hands clasped, he chanted, Yin, Mao, Si, Wu, Wei. Yu Yin, Mao, Si, Wu, Wei Yu Yin, Mao, Si, Wu, Wei, Yu, Su, Zi. Evil sealing technique. As he struck his palms upon the table, intricate seals manifested upon its surface, and he successfully executed the sealing technique. Oh, have you already mastered it? Truly a genius, the third Hokage remarked, observing Yin Xiang's actions. I have been studying for a decade. Now that the seals are so plainly articulated, it would be quite embarrassing if I could not comprehend them. Yin Xiang replied with a smile. He then produced a scroll and formed the hand seals once more, invoking the fire sealing technique. He pressed his hand upon the scroll, and a sealing formula appeared on its blank page. It seems you have made considerable progress. I will personally impart some sealing techniques to you in due time. For now, why don't you take a stroll? I must convene a meeting, the third Hokage instructed as he rose. Is it regarding the Chunin exams? Yin Xiang inquired, to which the third Hokage nodded. The Chunin exams are but a week away. With your strength, there is no need for concern. Understood. Yin Xiang affirmed before exiting the office. Having clarified the seals with the third Hokage, he finally saw progress in the sealing techniques he had studied for a decade. After countless rehearsals, he was now able to execute them, filling him with joy. As he traversed the streets, Yin Xiang noticed an influx of unfamiliar ninjas, indicating that foreign shinobi had arrived. Suddenly, four figures dashed past him, shouting excitedly. Upon recognizing Naruto, Yin Xiang attempted to greet him, but Naruto seemed oblivious to his presence and continued running, followed closely by Sakura. It appears that Sakura is pursuing them. Out of curiosity, Yin Xiang followed along and, upon turning a corner, discovered Konohamaru being hoisted by an individual, while Naruto and Sakura stood nearby, anxiously shouting. It hurts, you little brat, exclaimed the person, whose face was painted with oil and who wore a black hat, none other than Kankuro, accompanied by Temari. I told you to stop, be careful, or you'll face the consequences. Temari warned from behind Kankuro. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, Sakura apologized, realizing that Konohamaru had collided with Kankuro while she was chasing them. She pondered the identities of these individuals. Hey, I told you to let go, Naruto shouted vehemently. Upon noticing the Leaf Village forehead protector atop Naruto's head, Kankuro recognized him as a genin from Konoha. Before that bothersome fellow arrives, let's have some fun, Kankuro declared, gripping Konohamaru tighter. Struggling under Kankuro's hold, Konohamaru pleaded for release while kicking at him, which only intensified Kankuro's grip. Unable to endure the scene any longer, Naruto charged forward, only to find himself toppled to the ground. Kankuro, being a puppeteer, had ensnared Naruto with chakra threads, leaving him bewildered as he had never encountered a puppeteer before. Initially, Yin Xiang had stood by, amused by the spectacle, but upon witnessing Naruto's plight, he could no longer remain passive. He swiftly threw a kunai, slicing a deep gash across Kankuro's wrist, causing him to loosen his grip and allowing Konohamaru to drop to the ground. "You paint-smeared fool. What are you doing in our village?" Inxiang approached slowly from behind, his gaze laced with menace directed at Kankuro. Startled by Inxiang's fierce demeanor, Kankuro instinctively took a step back. At that moment, a stone struck Kankuro's hand, inflicting fresh pain on his wrist, prompting everyone to glance up at the trees. "What are you doing in someone else's village?" Sasuke called down from above. Upon seeing Sasuke and Inxiang, Naruto and Sakura were filled with delight. Naruto was thrilled that Inxiang had finally returned, while Sakura admired the handsome appearance of both. "Kankuro, stop embarrassing yourself," a voice suddenly emerged from behind Sasuke, causing everyone but Inxiang to jump in surprise. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had gathered all the Jonin. "I have summoned you not for trivial matters," seeing the assembled ninjas. "You should comprehend the gravity of the situation," the third Hokage addressed the gathering. "So it has come to this," Kakashi remarked first. "We have already reported to other nations. As we occasionally encounter ninjas from abroad in our village," Asuma added. "When will it be?" Kurenai inquired, following Asuma's statement. "1 week from now," the third Hokage replied. "That's quite urgent," Kakashi remarked, although his tone belied any sense of urgency. With a puff of smoke expelled by the third generation, it was officially declared that, starting today, in 7 days, on the 1st of July, the Chunin selection exam would commence. Inxiang, acknowledging this, muttered an apology. Kenjiro, glancing up at the figure in the tree, spoke with evident trepidation. However, he soon cast a fearful glance at Inxiang, sensing that the man's murderous intent overshadowed his own. "I sincerely apologize to you all," Gaara said as he regarded Inxiang, his thoughts racing with the realization of how precisely the kunai had been thrown, seemingly with casual ease, yet radiating such lethal intent. "This individual is formidable. As is this one," he mused, turning his gaze toward Sasuke. "That guy's gaze is truly irksome," Sasuke thought as he too looked back. In a swift motion, Gaara transformed into sand and descended from the tree, positioning himself before Kanjuro and Temari, standing directly in front of Inxiang. Sasuke also rose from the tree and stated, "We are not here for leisure." He addressed Kanjuro and Temari before the trio turned to leave. "Stop!" Sakura exclaimed, rushing forward to halt them. The three paused but did not turn around. "What?" Temari replied, her back still to Sakura. "From your forehead protectors, you must be ninja from the Sand Village." "Indeed. The Land of Fire and the Land of Wind are allied, but the treaty should prohibit ninjas from entering each other's nations at will. State your purpose. And depending on the circumstances, we will." Sakura, Inxiang interrupted, preventing her from continuing. Gaara and his companions turned to face Sakura. "It's because of the Chunin exam. They are here to participate in the selection," Inxiang explained. "Yes, that's correct," Temari nodded, and the three resumed their departure. "Hey, what is the Chunin exam?" Naruto inquired, looking at Inxiang. At that moment, Sasuke leapt down from the tree. "Hey, you there, what's your name?" he called out to Gaara and the others. Me?" Temari turned, her cheeks flushed. "Not you, the one beside you with the gourd," Sasuke clarified. Gaara turned back, introducing himself. "I am Gaara of the Sand, and I find you somewhat intriguing. What is your name?" "Uchiha Sasuke," Sasuke replied, their eyes locking briefly. Gaara then shifted his gaze to Inxiang, asking, "And you?" Wolfing Inxiang, he stated flatly. "What about me? What about me?" Naruto exclaimed, jumping up beside Inxiang. Gaara shot him a glance, replying, "Not interested." With that, the group turned away and continued on their path. Sasuke glanced back at Inxiang, surprised to find that the person he had driven away from the lakeside was indeed quite formidable, his aura radiating a palpable threat. "Am I really that weak, Konohamaru?" Naruto lamented, squatting in despair. "You're still a bit weaker than Sasuke," Konohamaru remarked, prompting Naruto to erupt in frustration. Meanwhile, in another tree, 3 figures observed the scene. They were from the Sound Village. "What do you think?" One standing male ninja queried the seated one, though I don't find them particularly concerning. "The 2 dark-haired individuals from Konoha and the one from Sand with the gourd warrant our attention," the seated ninja replied. Inxiang suddenly turned his gaze towards them, startling the 3 individuals. Naruto and the others followed Inxiang's line of sight, and only then noticed their presence, daring not to look any longer. Standing firm, Inxiang declared, "I shall tear you apart." The latter part of his statement echoed from behind them. "What? When did he?" The trio, astonished, turned around only to find that Inxiang had already positioned himself behind them. So swift, Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief, for before he could comprehend, there was nothing but empty space where Inxiang had stood. Such remarkable speed. Let's go? The leading sound ninja hastily fled, with the other two following suit. Inxiang then returned to his original place, and even if he were to repeat the act, Sasuke would still struggle to discern how Inxiang had traversed the distance so quickly. Meanwhile, over at the third Hokage's location, he addressed the assembly. As the Chunin selection exam approaches, I invite those responsible for the new Genin to step forward. Sarutobi sat comfortably in his chair. Kakashi, Sakura, and Asuma soon approached the forefront. Now, regarding the ninjas you have overseen, are there any Genin you wish to recommend for this examination? The third Hokage inquired. It was evident that any Genin who had completed 8 or more missions could be recommended by their respective leaders, although it typically required twice that number of missions to garner sufficient experience for participation. Let us begin with Kakashi, the third Hokage instructed. Kakashi, leading Team 7, presented, I. Hatake Kakashi, recommend Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, and Haruno Sakura for the Chunin selection exam. Next, Asuma, leading Team 10, stated, I, Sarutobi Asuma, likewise recommend Inazuka Kiba, Hyuga Hinata, and Yamanaka Ino. The murmurs of surprise spread among the Chunin present. A rookie Genin participating in the Chunin exam? It hasn't happened in 5 years, they whispered among themselves. Wait. Iruka interjected urgently. What is it, Iruka? The third Hokage asked, glancing at him, while Kakashi and the others turned to listen. Lord Hokage, if I may, though I might be overstepping, the 9 individuals listed were once my students at the Ninja Academy. They are indeed talented, yet it is still too soon. Iruka implored anxiously. They should accumulate more experience through practical combat before attempting the exam. I was 6 years younger than Naruto when I became a Chunin. Kakashi's comment, though casual, carried an air of arrogance. Naruto is not like you. Iruka shouted at Kakashi, his concern for the students propelling him to speak out. During critical missions, those fellows always complain. I find it quite amusing to let them endure a little hardship. The thought of ruining them seems equally entertaining. Kakashi remarked nonchalantly. What? What did you say? Iruka's forehead glistened with cold sweat. All right, that was merely a jest. Kakashi remarked, Iruka-sensei, I comprehend what you wish to convey. It is only natural to feel anger. However, Kakashi, please refrain from continuing. Red interjected, seemingly anticipating that Kakashi's forthcoming words would not be pleasant. It is futile to dwell on this. Those individuals are no longer your students. They are now my subordinates. Truly, they are nothing but a source of trouble, Asuma mused internally, while Red sighed silently, acknowledging his sentiments. But the selection exam for the others is also referred to as. Iruka's words were abruptly interrupted. Iruka, I understand your perspective as well, the third Hokage interjected. Lord Third Hokage. Iruka directed his gaze toward him. Therefore, let us prepare a special preliminary exam for the new Genin, the third declared. Inuyasha, when did you return? Inuyasha and Naruto strolled along the bustling street. I just got back yesterday after completing a long-term mission. Come, I shall treat you to ramen, Inuyasha replied, having spent the day engrossed in studying the third scrolls, neglecting to eat until now. The third truly deserves the title of ninja arts doctor. Upon reviewing his descriptions, Inuyasha experienced a moment of enlightenment, mastering the sealing techniques that had perplexed him for a decade. Excellent, Naruto exclaimed, elated at the prospect of Inuyasha treating him to ramen. And the two made their way to Ichiraku Ramen. Naruto, the Chunin exam is perilous. It is not a trivial matter. You must prioritize your safety, Inuyasha cautioned as they savored their noodles, observing Naruto's usual messy eating habits. Oh, rest assured, Naruto replied, his words muddled as he continued to eat. Inuyasha could barely decipher his speech, shaking his head in exasperation before breaking into a smile. Naruto, just know that I will always stand by your side. No matter the circumstances, Inuyasha thought to himself as he resumed his meal. After finishing, they departed. All right, you may head back now. Remember to train diligently, Inuyasha instructed Naruto. Okay, goodbye, Naruto nodded, waving as he walked away. Instead of returning home directly, Inuyasha visited the third's office. Teacher, what will happen to my missions from now on? Inuyasha inquired, sitting on the sofa beside the third. You will no longer undertake missions. You will remain by my side to assist me, the third replied while managing paperwork. Then what about my salary? Without missions, I won't earn any money, Inuyasha pouted. The third, exasperated by Inuyasha's obsession with finances, assured him, "You will receive a monthly salary." A splendid idea, Inuyasha nodded, though he inwardly lamented, "You can't even manage to pay me for my first month." "This is the application form for the Chunin exam. Please fill it out," the third said, placing a sheet on his desk. Inuyasha approached, took a pen, and began to complete the form. "All right, you may go home now. Over the next 7 days, I will find time to teach you some ninjutsu," the third informed him. Inuyasha glanced outside, noting that night had fallen. "Teacher, you should return home early as well." In-seong nodded, and then spoke to the third Hokage, who also returned the gesture with a nod before In-seong took his leave. In the subsequent days, In-seong devoted himself to rigorous training. Occasionally, the third Hokage would send shadow clones to impart various wind and thunder jutsu. In-seong grasped the techniques effortlessly, knowing that diligent practice would solidify his skills. He also learned some sealing and barrier techniques, and during this period, his strength escalated markedly. As for the other 9 newcomers, Irika assessed their progress and discovered that they had indeed matured considerably, all successfully passing the special evaluations. 7 days later, the first round of examinations commenced at the Ninja Academy, beginning with a written test. However, the entrance to the classroom was overcrowded. In-seong stood discreetly among the crowd, observing as Lee and Tintin were unceremoniously pushed to the ground by 2 ninjas at the door, pleading desperately to be allowed entry. Yet, the classroom was merely an illusion, and they were only on the 2nd floor. With Niji's Byakugan active, they could easily discern the illusion. Thus, it was all an act to portray their weakness, ensuring that they would be readily accepted during the actual examination. "How unfair," someone in the crowd remarked. "What did you say? Pay attention, for this is our leniency." "The Chunin exams pose a significant challenge," replied one of the ninjas at the entrance. "We have witnessed many who, upon facing this examination, have abandoned their aspirations to become ninjas, and those who have fallen into despair." Another ninja added, "Moreover, becoming a Chunin equates to a team leader's rank. Failure in missions can lead to the demise of subordinates, and such burdens are not something you young ones can bear. Is there a problem with denying entry to those who cannot pass?" "While their words held truth, I still intend to proceed," thought Sasuke, as he, Naruto, and Sakura approached from the side. Sasuke noted that Sakura appeared particularly despondent. "We should dispel this illusionary barrier quickly. My destination is the 3rd floor," he asserted, taking a few steps forward. "Looks like Naruto's team is making a name for themselves," In-seong mused inwardly, realizing that their group would attract attention as a result. "Oh, you noticed, did you?" remarked the ninja at the entrance. "Sakura, what do you think? Your observations should have been the first to catch on." Sasuke, recognizing Sakura's low spirits, sought to uplift her by addressing the illusion directly. Sakura paused momentarily, acknowledging Sasuke's insightful analysis and mastery of illusions, which was unparalleled in their class. "Sasuke, thank you," she responded, regaining her composure. "Of course, I noticed. After all, we are on the 2nd floor." "Indeed," Naruto chimed in, nodding in agreement, as the classroom numbers shifted from 301 to 201. "Impressive, but merely seeing through the illusion is not enough, right?" concluded the ninja at the entrance, before suddenly launching an attack at Sasuke. Unfazed, Sasuke retaliated with a swift kick, just as the feet of the 2 individuals were about to collide. Shaoli sprang into action, swiftly grasping their ankles. "This person is remarkably quick. He seems entirely different from the one who had just been struck." Xiaoling thought to herself. "He managed to block my kick? What? This individual possesses no visible chakra." Sasuke was equally astonished. The person before him had no chakra, yet could thwart his attack. "Hey, this isn't what we agreed upon." Ningxi and Tian approached. "Did you not say you wanted to avoid drawing attention and being on guard?" However, Shaoli gazed at Xiaoying, clenched his fist, and suddenly his face flushed. "This guy." In-seong chuckled and shook his head. "Ah, here we go again." Tian also shook her head, realizing the plan had once more faltered. Shaoli then stepped closer to Xiaoying, declaring, "My name is Rock Lee, and you are Xiaoying, correct? Will you go out with me? I will protect you until my dying breath," he said, raising his thumb. "Absolutely not," Xiaoying replied, her expression filled with exasperation. "What?" Shaoli was taken aback. "Your eyebrows are too thick," Xiaoying continued. Feeling disheartened, Shaoli lowered his head. "Ha ha ha, Shaoli. What are you doing? Not even the junior is spared." In-seong laughed as he emerged from the crowd, drawing attention to himself. "In-seong." Tian approached him, while Ningxi followed suit. "Hey, You over there, state your name, Ningxi said to Sasuke. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone else's name? Sasuke remarked, hands tucked into his pockets as he turned to Ningxi. Come on, don't be so down. Yin Xiang patted the dejected Xiao Li on the shoulder. You are a newcomer, right? How old are you this year? Ningxi asked, seemingly ignoring the question. I am under no obligation to answer you, Sasuke retorted. What? Ningxi had never been rebutted in such a manner, and Sasuke simply turned away. Naruto and Xiao Li stood by the wall, leaning against it, both feeling quite despondent. Oh, are my eyebrows really too thick? Xiao Li pondered. I lack any distinguishing features, Naruto lamented, recalling how others had inquired about Sasuke's name. Yet no one had bothered to ask his. You too. Yin Xiang raised an eyebrow. All right, Sasuke, Naruto, let's go. Xiaoling regained her spirits and called out to them, leading the way up to the third floor. In Sasuke's mind, the figures of 4 individuals emerged, Yin Xiang, Ningxi, Xiao Li, and Gaara, whom he considered formidable adversaries. Are you particularly concerned about that boy? Tian inquired of Ningxi, referring to Sasuke. Humph, Ningxi scoffed, striding ahead. Tian, holding on to Yin Xiang, also prepared to ascend to the third floor. Though being tugged along by Tian, Yin Xiang offered no resistance. Li, we are leaving. What are you still doing? Tian looked back, noticing Xiao Li standing still. You all go ahead. I have something I wish to confirm. Xiao Li replied to Tian before turning to depart. What could it be? Tian asked Yin Xiang curiously. Perhaps he intends to challenge someone, Yin Xiang speculated. Yin Xiang shrugged and spoke. Then the 3 of them ascended to the third floor together. I said, Yin Xiang, you're going solo. Won't that be quite perilous? How about we form a team of 4 instead? Tian remarked while walking alongside him. Not really. Since the teacher decided from the very beginning that I should go alone, it signifies that my strength is sufficient to face a team single-handedly. Rest assured, I might even have to look out for you guys, Yin Xiang replied with a smile. Seriously, don't underestimate others, Ningxi interjected. Feeling quite displeased at being belittled by Yin Xiang, especially since he was also recognized as a genius. Haha, just kidding, Yin Xiang waved his hand dismissively. That guy Li must be going to challenge Sasuke. Huh. Tian was puzzled by Yin Xiang's words, but he knew that if Li did that, Teacher Kai would definitely reprimand him. Li has always wanted to challenge a genius. If Yin Xiang said that, then he must indeed be going to confront Sasuke. Ningxi nodded in agreement. Just as Yin Xiang had predicted, Li boldly challenged Sasuke. Even with the activation of his Sharingan, Sasuke could not evade Li's onslaught. He was utterly unable to keep pace with Li's movements and was thoroughly beaten. In a last-ditch effort, Sasuke attempted to use his Shadow Dance Leaf technique, but was ultimately thwarted by Kai. Meanwhile, Li proclaimed that the strongest genin in Konoha was Yin Xiang, which only served to irritate both Sasuke and Li further. By the time Yin Xiang and the others arrived at the classroom entrance, Kai and Li were already waiting there. The rules of this examination stipulated that an entire team must arrive to qualify for the exam, after which Yin Xiang and the others entered the classroom. Inside, it was filled to capacity with ninjas from various villages. Yin Xiang found a seat by the window, and shortly thereafter, Naruto and the others arrived, gathering at the doorway as the 9 newcomers from Konoha. Where is Yin Xiang, the reportedly formidable genin? Kiba inquired, scanning the room in search of him. He's not with us. Naruto shook his head. Is Yin Xiang really that strong? Sasuke asked, glancing at Kiba. Don't you know? Yin Xiang is a genin who has completed S-rank missions. He is quite renowned in Konoha. He is the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, the son of the 4th Hokage, the brother of Hatake Kakashi, and Konoha's #1 genius, Bo-Fong Yin Xiang. Kiba explained to the group. The revelation of Yin Xiang's accolades startled everyone, granting them a newfound understanding of him. At that moment, a figure approached them, Kabuto. He informed Naruto and the others that he had participated in the Chunin exams 7 times and produced a ninja information card filled with the data he had collected. Kabuto began to introduce the various participants in the exam, elucidating that the true purpose of the Chunin exams was to assess the strength of foreign ninjas. Do you have detailed cards that record personal information? Sasuke inquired, eyeing Kabuto. Indeed, Kabuto nodded. Is there someone in particular you're concerned about? Yes, Sasuke's expression turned serious. I have saved the information of this year's candidates, though it may not be entirely comprehensive. Of course, it includes yours as well. Share the details of anyone you are particularly interested in, whatever it may be, and I will look it up for you, Kabuto raised his ninja information card, ready to assist. The enigmatic Gaara of the Sand, along with the spirited Rock Lee from the Hidden Leaf, and the formidable Yunara from the Nara clan. What? You even know their names? That makes things quite swift, Kabuto remarked with a smile, subsequently extracting 3 ninja identification cards. Let me see that, Sasuke interjected. Firstly, we have Rock Lee. Kabuto placed his hand upon the card, channeling chakra into it, revealing the details of the youthful Lee. He is a year older than you. With a mission experience tally of D rank 20 times, C rank 11 times, and an S rank once. His instructor is Guy? This past year, his taijutsu has seen remarkable advancement, though his other skills remain lacking. Last year, he garnered attention as a capable genin but did not participate in the Chunin exams, much like you. As this will be his first attempt. His team comprises Tintin and Niji Hyuga. Next, we have Gaara from the Sand. Kabuto continued. His mission experience includes 8 C rank and 1 B rank. Quite impressive, isn't it? A genin has undertaken a B rank mission? Kabuto observed. However, being a foreign ninja and a newcomer, there isn't much more information available, but it seems he has returned unscathed from all his missions. But a genin participating in a B rank mission and coming back unscathed. What of Rock Lee's S rank mission? Shikamaru furrowed his brow. This brings me to my next point. Yunara. His mission experience includes 25 D rank, 20 C rank, 10 B rank, and once an S rank. His original instructor was Shikaka Nara, and he was part of the same team as Rock Lee, executing a B rank mission that later escalated to an S rank. It is said that for all S rank missions, the plans were orchestrated by Yunara himself, who, with a team of 5 ninjas, rescued a small nation and annihilated the enemy's forces. What? Sasuke and the others were left astounded. I know. He was absent from the Hidden Leaf for over 20 days. He must have been on that mission, Naruto exclaimed from the side. His ninjutsu and taijutsu are exceptional, and he has even created 4 A-rank jutsus. Currently, his instructor is the 3rd Hokage, and he has made significant progress in sealing techniques. However, I have yet to witness his jinjutsu. It would be wise to avoid provoking him. Kabuto's expression turned grave. Not only Naruto and his companions, but others nearby were also captivated by Kabuto's words. Upon seeing the image on the ninja identification card, they turned their gazes towards you, who sat by the window, seemingly oblivious to their attention. 10 B-rank missions. Is he some kind of monster? Kiba remarked, studying the ninja identification card in awe. And 4 self-created A-rank jutsus. Kabuto steadied himself before producing the 4th ninja identification card, revealing statistics. 30 from the sand, 21 from the rain, 15 from the grass, 12 from the waterfall, 73 from the leaf, and 3 from the sound. This year, numerous skilled ninjas from various villages have been dispatched to participate in the exams. However, concerning the sound village, as it has only recently been established, there is scant information about them. Kabuto tucked away the cards, summarizing that they were all highly capable ninjas. I can't shake the feeling of inadequacy. Hinata murmured to herself after hearing this. What are you saying at this point? Ino retorted at Hinata. This implies that all the candidates gathered here are. Indeed, it is not only Gaara and Lee, but also the likes of Temari. They are all elite genin dispatched from various nations, and their prowess is far from ordinary. Don nodded in agreement. Hey, Naruto, there's no need to be so tense, Sakura remarked, noticing Naruto's silence, mistakenly believing he was anxious, and prepared to offer him some encouragement. Unexpectedly, Naruto shouted, pointing at all the candidates present, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will not be defeated by any of you. Do you understand? Upon hearing this declaration, Kakashi at the entrance could only manage a wry smile. What's going on with that guy? Ino exclaimed, her irritation palpable as she pointed at Naruto, addressing Sakura. How could he become so despondent? Idiot, Sakura thought to herself. That troublesome brat. Temari chuckled from her perch by the window, shaking her head. What is he trying to provoke everyone for? Ino shouted. Now I feel invigorated, Naruto declared after his outburst, and Sasuke chuckled alongside him. While they were amused, the other candidates were not so pleased, glaring at them with murderous intent, including Gaara and his companions. That guy, he's the one from back then, Kankuro remarked as he observed Naruto. The weaker the dog, the louder it barks, Hanabi added from the side. What a fool, Tintin chimed in. His presence is truly imposing. Niji laughed. Such enthusiasm, Lee commented, watching them with admiration. It seems they haven't received enough of a lesson yet, Lee, Niji remarked to him. Meanwhile, The sound ninja trio was also sizing them up. Did you hear that? They claim to be from a minuscule hidden village of sound, one of them said. What a pity, another replied. Let us just play with them a little, Kin suggested. Indeed, they dare to compare us to useless ninjas. Let us include some of their information as well. The ninjas of sound are quite ruthless, Toes exclaimed, glaring at them. Everyone, he's merely jesting, after all. It's just a fool spouting nonsense. Please, do not take it to heart, Sakura quickly interjected, while simultaneously reprimanding Naruto. Sakura, Naruto is right. There is nothing to fear from these individuals. Inxiang, who had been sitting by the window, spoke up, redirecting everyone's attention towards him. If anyone disagrees, feel free to teach them a lesson. Inxiang continued to gaze out the window, ignoring the other ninjas. In the eyes of these ninjas, Inxiang's demeanor suggested disdain. Are they shifting their animosity towards Naruto onto me? Sasuke mused, observing Inxiang with a furrowed brow. This was indeed Inxiang's strategy. Rather than allowing them to focus their ire on Naruto, he preferred to attract their attention to himself. Inxiang's tactic of redirecting their hatred proved effective. Many candidates abandoned their pursuit of Naruto, now fixating on Inxiang instead. Shall we take action? Tos inquired. Let us do it, Saku replied, and with that, Tos, Saku, and Kin swiftly approached Inxiang, utilizing the body flicker technique. Tos rolled up his sleeve, preparing to strike Inxiang with his weapon, while Saku hurled a kunai towards him. Inxiang raised his hand, effortlessly deflecting both kunai with his palm, just as Tos launched a punch at him. Inxiang discerned that Tosi's weapon was peculiar, employing sound waves to inflict damage. He grasped Tosi's arm with surprising strength, causing Tosi's eyes to widen in disbelief at being ensnared. Subsequently, Inxiang exerted more force, shattering the bones in Tosi's arm, prompting a pained cry to escape his lips. Rising to his feet, Inxiang seized Tosi's arm and hurled him toward Sak, who was poised to attack, resulting in both colliding violently with the table. As the confrontation escalated, Qin advanced once more, only to find Inxiang's form had vanished before her very eyes. When he reappeared, two kunai were poised against her neck, drawing forth crimson droplets. These were the very kunai Sak had initially cast. I have no desire to harm such a lovely lady, Inxiang murmured, resting his chin on Qin's shoulder, his breath warm against her ear. Paralyzed by fear, Qin dared not move. The entire exchange transpired in a mere 5 seconds. Such swiftness. Naruto stood in awe, unable to comprehend the velocity, while Sasuke clenched his fists, recognizing the danger inherent in provoking this individual. The other ninjas, witnessing Inxiang's prowess, averted their gazes, their confidence shaken. This man is undeniably formidable, Gaara contemplated, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Ah, there he goes again. Stealing the spotlight, the trio of Tian remarked with resignation. Is this the famed wind wave Inxiang? How dashing. Ino succumbed to her infatuation. Please, let me go, Qin stammered, trembling in Inxiang's embrace. He shrugged nonchalantly before flinging the kunai, which embedded themselves painfully into Sak's thigh, eliciting a howl of agony. Releasing Qin, he returned to his seat. Silence. You worthless lot. At that moment, a thick white mist enveloped the podium. As it dissipated, a cadre of ninjas materialized before the assembly. Apologies for the delay. I am Ibiki Marino, the proctor for the first exam of the Chunin selection, he announced, surveying the gathered genin. The sound ninja trio, leaning on each other for support, distanced themselves from Inxiang. Sound ninja, Ibiki gestured towards the trio. Do not dare to misbehave before the examination. Do you wish to be eliminated immediately? And you, Inxiang, your methods were excessively brutal. Indeed. Had it not been for the exam, those three would be lifeless by now. My disdain for the sound ninja is well known, Inxiang replied with an air of indifference. Since his encounter with the sound ninja a year prior, he had not crossed paths with them again. However, that elusive sound ninja remained a target of Ibiki's intelligence-gathering efforts. Inxiang's words sent shivers down Tosi's spine, while other candidates silently rejoiced at their good fortune in avoiding his ire. Let me be clear, without the proctor's permission, do not engage in combat. Even with permission, lethal force is strictly prohibited. Those who defy me shall be immediately disqualified. Understood? A heavy silence fell over the gathered ninjas. Now, let us commence the first examination of the Chunin selection. Submit your application forms and receive your identification tags. Ibiki raised a placard inscribed with the number 1. According to the assigned numbers, the candidates took their seats, after which I shall distribute the written examination questionnaire. A written test? A questionnaire? Naruto exclaimed, bewildered, until a Chunin raised the paper in his hand. A written test? Naruto shouted, feeling a headache coming on. Subsequently, everyone submitted their application forms and received their number tags. Interestingly, Inxiang remained seated, while the other genin looked on hesitantly. What are you staring at? Inxiang said helplessly as he stood up, submitted his application, and claimed the first seat, taking his place. Afterward, the others gradually approached to submit their forms and find their respective seats. Then, it was time to begin answering the questions. Gazing at the paper in his hands, Inxiang sighed, realizing it had been quite some time since he last wrote anything. Now he was faced with a test, yet the questions seemed quite simple for him, prompting him to start answering immediately. However, the others were not so fortunate, as they stared at the questions with frustration. During this first examination, several crucial rules were laid out. From now on, I shall not entertain any of your inquiries. So listen closely, Ibiichi stated, tapping the blackboard with chalk. He began writing on the board. All of you will start with 10 points. There are 10 questions in the written test, each worth 1 point. Points will be deducted for incorrect answers, 1 point for each mistake. If you answer 3 questions incorrectly, you will be left with only 7 points. The second rule, your eligibility will be determined by the cumulative scores of your 3-person team. Bang! Sakura's head suddenly collided with the desk. Wait, what does it mean to calculate based on the scores of 3 people? If Naruto doesn't perform well, does that mean I'm out too? Silence. Ibiichi shouted at Sakura. There is a reason for this, so listen carefully. The next rule is paramount. Any act of cheating or similar misconduct detected by the invigilators will result in a 2-point deduction for each offense, meaning some may not even reach the end of the examination before being disqualified. Those who shamefully cheat are merely sealing their own fate. Remember this well. I will be observing you closely. After all, you aspire to become Chunins. As ninjas, you must conduct yourselves like exemplary ninjas during this examination, Ibiichi continued. Furthermore, if any member of a team scores 0, the entire team is deemed unqualified. Sakura's heart sank. She had just thought that even if Naruto scored 0, as long as she and Sasuke were present, they could salvage the score. Yet, Ibiichi's declaration shattered that notion. Naruto was taken aback as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Sakura and Sasuke. The final question will be presented 45 minutes into the examination, which lasts for 1 hour. Begin, Ibiichi announced, and everyone hurriedly commenced their work. Wait a moment, Inxiang raised his hand. The crowd turned to him. There is only me and my team. Then your score will be calculated solely on your own performance. Now, cease your chatter, Ibiichi replied. Inxiang nodded. I will finish quickly. The entire assembly was momentarily stunned, their gazes fixated on Inxiang, who rose and placed his examination paper upon the table. Even in the absence of the final question, he believed 9 points would suffice for passing. What? The invigilators were equally taken aback. How had he managed to solve these problems? The examination questions were clearly beyond the capabilities of mere genin, as the true objective was to assess their intelligence-gathering abilities. Individuals capable of answering the questions had been strategically positioned in the room, and he had completed the exam while merely listening to Ibiki speak. Are you certain? Ibiki inquired, fixing his gaze on Inxiang. Absolutely, Inxiang replied. Very well, then await the results. Ibiki approached to retrieve Inxiang's paper and handed it to an invigilator, who commenced the evaluation. The other candidates soon recognized the true purpose of the examination and began employing various means to cheat. Some were caught and promptly eliminated, while others stood up demanding evidence, only to be suppressed by force. One by one, individuals were escorted out, and Inxiang's paper was completed, every answer correct. The methods of those engaging in deceit included Niji's Byakugan, Sasuke's Sharingan, Shino's insects, Kiba's canine techniques, Tintin's weaponry, Gaara's third eye, Kankuro's puppetry, and Ino's mind-body switch technique, among a myriad of others. Inxiang sighed. Being too clever could indeed be a lonely existence. Although he already had an inkling of what lay ahead, patience was required. At last, after 45 minutes, it was time to announce the 10th question. Ibiki declared, this is a rule of despair. First, you must choose whether to answer the 10th question. If we're to choose, what happens if we opt not to respond to the 10th question? Temari interjected, unable to contain herself. If you choose not to answer, you will be judged on the spot and receive a score of 0, which means failure. Moreover, your companions will also be eliminated. What is this? Under such circumstances, we must choose to answer. This ludicrous rule of collective elimination incited uproar among the candidates. Furthermore, another rule was introduced. If one chose to answer but failed to respond correctly, that individual would be forever barred from participating in the Chunin exams. This was undeniably a rule designed to invoke despair. It was a psychological torment. If one chose to answer and failed, they would be disqualified from future Chunin exams. Yet not answering would result in failure in the current examination. How can such a foolish rule exist? Kiba stood and shouted at Ibiki. For many in attendance had participated in numerous Chunin exams before. Ha ha ha. Ibiki laughed in response. Your luck is truly poor. This year, I am the rule. And I've not left you without an option. Those lacking confidence should simply choose not to answer and return next year or the year after. Sakura was engulfed in a wave of anxiety. How could this be? It meant that if any one of the three chose not to answer, all three would be eliminated. If one opted to respond but faltered, that individual would be doomed to a lifetime of servitude. No matter which option one selected, misfortune loomed. Such a predicament was beyond the capacity of any rational person to navigate. Cold sweat trickled down Sakura's brow. Now let us commence. For the 10th question, those who choose not to answer, please raise your hands. Upon confirming your number, you may exit from here, Ibiki declared, surveying the candidates with a sweeping gaze. Each contestant was embroiled in an internal struggle. Ian, arms crossed and leaning against his chair, bore the burden alone, free from the pressure of teammates. For him, the weight was considerably lighter, and he felt confident in his ability to answer correctly. Gradually, numerous candidates began to raise their hands and leave the examination room. At this moment, Sakura had come to a realization. Even if Naruto chose to raise his hand, she would not hold it against him. Yet, Naruto hesitated, his hand lingering at his side. Just as Sakura was about to raise his hand for him, Naruto suddenly shot his hand up, and moments later, he slammed it down onto the table, standing tall. Don't underestimate me. I want to back down. I'm in this. Even if it means being a lowly genin forever. With sheer determination, I will become Hokage. I'm not scared at all. Naruto shouted at Ibiki before plopping back down into his seat. I will ask once more. This is a choice that could gamble your very lives. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time, Ibiki stated, locking eyes with Naruto. To uphold my own words, this is my ninja way. After Naruto's impassioned declaration, the anxiety that had permeated the room dissipated. There were still 79 individuals remaining, more than Ibiki had anticipated. After exchanging glances with the proctoring jounins, he addressed the remaining genin. Your resolve is commendable. Thus, I declare that all those who remain here have passed the first exam. Naruto's grip slackened, and his pen clattered to the table in astonishment. Wait, what is happening? Suddenly being deemed qualified? What was the 10th question? Sakura stood, confronting Ibiki. A rare smile broke through Ibiki's stern visage as he chuckled. Such a thing has never existed at all. If I must clarify, the previous dilemma was the 10th question. Wait, Temari interjected from the side. What then were the preceding questions? Were they utterly meaningless? Not entirely without purpose, Ibiki replied. The first 9 questions served to fulfill the examination's objective, which was to assess each of your abilities in gathering intelligence. The essence of this test was hinted at in the initial rules. The method of determining qualification based on groups of 3 imposed a staggering pressure, one that could jeopardize your teammates. Indeed, I believe that encapsulates the nature of this examination. Naruto feigned understanding, although he was completely taken aback. However, the questions posed were certainly not ones that mere genin could resolve, and thus, the scenario unfolded as it did. Most attendees would deduce that in order to secure points, they had no choice but to resort to cheating, making this examination fundamentally predicated on deceit. Thus, as the target of deception, I selected 2 Chunin who were privy to all the answers, lurking among you from the very beginning. It took considerable effort to locate them, someone remarked. Too obvious, isn't it? Who could possibly overlook that, right, Hinata? Naruto directed his words towards Hinata beside him. That guy. Didn't even notice Sasuke, who stood behind. Discerned that Naruto was completely oblivious to this rule. However, those who resort to foolish methods of cheating will undoubtedly face elimination. As for the reason, Ibiki removed his headband, revealing the ghastly scar upon his forehead. Intelligence, in matters of mission and battlefield, holds greater value than life itself. It is something that must be fought for at the cost of one's life. The crowd gazed at the scar on Ibiki's head, shuddering in fear. How dreadful. Burn marks. screw holes, and knife wounds, scars from interrogation, Sasuke remarked as he observed the injuries. Naruto swallowed hard, and In-seong, gazing at those scars, felt a tightening in his chest. Information obtained from the enemy or a third party may not always be entirely accurate. I hope you bear this in mind. Holding erroneous intelligence can inflict fatal damage upon comrades and the village. In this regard, we employ your cheating to gather intelligence, subsequently identifying those lacking in capability. However, the final question feels somewhat unacceptable, Hanabi muttered from the side. Must you face elimination to comprehend this? In-seong gently rested his hand on Hanabi's shoulder. What? When did that happen? Hanabi turned to see that In-seong had somehow moved from the front row to her side. The 10th question is the true objective of the first exam, Ibiki continued, disregarding In-seong's actions. What does that mean? Sakura inquired. Allow me to elucidate. The choice to accept or reject this is one that will torment your hearts. Those who opt out will drag their comrades into elimination, while those who choose to answer but reply incorrectly will be forever stripped of their right to participate in the examination. This is, in essence, a profoundly dishonest test. Hey, let go of me, Hanabi said, her face flushed, struggling gently against In-seong's embrace. You clearly do not wish for that. In-seong tightened his hold slightly. What do you mean? Hanabi appeared puzzled. I mean, you don't want me to release you. The corners of In-seong's mouth curled into a slight smile. The prodigy of Konoha, Bo-fong In-seong, turns out to be a lecher? Hanabi teased, her struggle subsiding. Do different individuals perceive me in various ways? Everyone possesses a degree of lust. If you weren't fond of my affections, how could you allow me to drape my arm around your shoulder? In-seong chuckled. Then, how about this dilemma? Ibiki continued, capturing the attention of Hanabi and In-seong. Suppose you become Chunin, tasked with seizing classified documents. You are entirely unaware of the number of enemy ninjas, their abilities, or any other military provisions, and the adversary may have set traps. Would you accept such a mission or decline? To cherish one's own life, while leaving companions exposed to peril, can such treacherous tasks be indefinitely evaded? The answer is unequivocal, no. There exist missions that demand acceptance of danger, regardless of the circumstances. In such moments, it is imperative to exhibit courage and the ability to surmount adversity, qualities essential for a Chunin serving as a team leader. Should one lack the audacity to gamble even their own life, placing hopes on an uncertain future while wavering and relinquishing opportunities, such a feeble individual is unworthy of becoming a Chunin. By choosing to respond, you, the participants, can be regarded as the correct solvers of this challenging 10th question, and you shall confront future difficulties with resolve. You have already surpassed the threshold. The first examination of the Chunin selection concludes, and I wish you all success in the subsequent tests. This indeed serves as a valuable lesson for the lower-ranked ninjas. In-seong, unbeknownst to Wen, had returned to his seat, taking a moment to process the situation, glancing at the figure of In-seong in the front row, who appeared as if he had never been present. Suddenly, something crashed through the window, scattering shards of glass into the classroom. Two kunai embedded themselves in the ceiling, revealing a black cloth to the astonished onlookers. Listen up. This is not the time for celebration. A female ninja, donned in a brown trench coat and sporting a ponytail, stepped forward. I am Akane Mitachi, the examiner for the second round. Her name was inscribed on the black fabric. Now, let us proceed. Follow me to the next round. Her entrance left the lower-ranked ninjas in bewilderment, and after her declaration, silence enveloped the room. Look at the atmosphere. Ibiki emerged from behind the black cloth. And only then did Akane realize she had been ignored, plunging into an awkward silence. What is going on? I can't shake the feeling that this examiner resembles Naruto. Sakura mused inwardly. There are 79 participants remaining, yet only 26 teams. What does it mean to have an additional individual? Akane remarked, directing her gaze at Ibiki. This year's first exam was far too lenient. The extra participant is a disciple of the third Hokage, and there is but one. This year, many outstanding candidates abound. A disciple of the third Hokage? Very well, I shall eliminate you in the second round, reducing the numbers to half. Akane's demeanor shifted dramatically from her initial entrance. How exhilarating. We shall discuss the details tomorrow. Once we relocate, gather the venue and time, you may consult your jonin. That will be all. You are dismissed. With that, Akane departed the classroom, prompting the others to exit as well. Toes and his companions hurriedly left the examination site to tend to their injuries. Having endured the first round in pain, In Xiang stretched lazily after stepping out of the venue, unfazed by Ibiki's earlier intimidation of the others. Early the next morning, all successful ninjas gathered at Training Ground 44, known ominously as the Forest of Death. This location served as the venue for the second examination. In the foreboding depths of the forest, Hong Do stood at the forefront, seeking to instill fear in those around her. Indeed, the eerie ambience of this dense woodland sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, the trio of Konohamaru arrived, expressing their intent to conduct interviews for the annual news, prompting Hong Do to grant them a brief respite of 10 minutes for their inquiries. Upon the conclusion of the interviews, they were finally poised to commence the second phase of the examination, a trial set in the ominously dubbed Forest of Death, which they would soon experience firsthand. Regardless of how you attempt to frighten me, I remain unperturbed. I am not afraid in the slightest, exclaimed Naruto, the ever-spirited one among them. Oh, you seem quite spirited. Hong Do replied with a squint and a smile, deftly producing a kunai from her sleeve and aiming it toward Naruto's face. However, it was intercepted mid-air by another kunai, both clattering to the ground. Let us commence the examination. If instilling fear in the genin brings you satisfaction, perhaps a different examiner would be more suitable, In Xiang remarked, his expression as stoic as ever. Here's your kunai back, he added, as a figure emerged from behind him, long-haired, wearing a straw hat, and extending a long tongue to return the kunai to the front. A chill ran down In Xiang's spine. When had this person arrived? The aura emanating from him was reminiscent of that enigmatic sound ninja from a year prior. Upon accepting the kunai, In Xiang turned to see it was none other than Orochimaru, disguised as a grass ninja. So that sound ninja from a year ago was indeed Orochimaru, In Xiang mused, as the latter departed, retreating into the shadows. Finally, Hong Do began to elucidate the rules. Before the second phase of the examination commences, I must present this to you, she announced, producing a stack of papers from her attire. It is a consent form. Those wishing to partake in the examination must first sign here. Why? Naruto inquired with curiosity. Why the need for a consent form? Because there is a possibility that someone may perish during the trial, and I require your prior consent. Otherwise, the responsibility would fall upon me, Hong Do replied with a smile. Now, let us proceed with the explanation of the second phase of the examination. In essence, it will be a test of your survival instincts in the wild, she continued, handing the consent form to Naruto at the front, who began to pass it back. First, I will outline the terrain of this exercise area, she said, unfurling a scroll that revealed the topography of the Forest of Death. The 44th exercise ground was encircled by 44 locked entrances, featuring rivers and dense woods, with a tower situated in the center. The distance from the tower to the gates was approximately 10 kilometers. Within this confined area, a specific survival challenge would unfold, the nature of which was a battle for scrolls. Hong Do produced 2 scrolls, the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll, representing the contention surrounding these 2 items. From the 27 teams that passed the first examination, 13 would claim the Heaven Scroll, while 14 would secure the Earth Scroll. I will provide each team with 1 scroll. In simple terms, it will be a contest of mutual theft. And what are the qualifications for success? Sasuke inquired, directing his gaze toward Hong Do. To attain victory, you must possess both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls and arrive together at the tower's center, Hong Do replied. In other words, among the 13 teams that have had their scrolls seized, undoubtedly half will face elimination, Sakura remarked. However, the time frame for the second exam spans 120 hours, granting you a full 5 days to contend against one another. 5 days. Ino gasped. What about meals? Chuji also expressed his shock. Self-sustainability is key. The wilderness is a natural treasure trove, and there is an abundance of ingredients, Hinata stated, glancing at Chuji. Yet, there are ferocious beasts and venomous insects and plants lurking everywhere, Kabuto interjected. Moreover, with 13 teams and 39 eligible participants, this is fundamentally unattainable, Niji asserted. The distance traveled will increase daily, while the time for recovery will diminish, presenting a truly formidable challenge, Lee remarked, flashing his bright smile. Furthermore, surrounded by adversaries, one cannot afford to let their guard down, even for a moment of restful slumber, Sasuke added. In the midst of the scroll competition, not only will there be injuries, but there will also be those who, unable to withstand the harshness of survival in the wild, will inevitably choose to forfeit, Hinata noted. Is it permissible to withdraw midway? Shikamaru raised his hand and inquired. According to the rules, withdrawals are strictly prohibited. You are to endure 5 days in the forest. Hinata stated. As expected, this is quite troublesome, Shikamaru sighed. Thus, the conditions for elimination are as follows. First, any team unable to bring 3 individuals with both the Earth and Heaven scrolls to the tower within the stipulated time. Second, any team that loses a member or has a member incapacitated. And lastly, the contents of the scrolls must not be examined before reaching the tower. What if we glance at it midway? Naruto asked. In that case, when you do see it, you may imagine it for yourselves, Hinata replied, enunciating each word carefully. Should you attain the rank of Chunin, you will have the opportunity to access highly classified documents, which serves to assess your trustworthiness. This concludes the explanation. The 3 consent forms and scrolls can be exchanged in that small cabin over there. Hinata pointed towards a nearby hut. Following that, decide upon your entrance and depart as a group. One final piece of advice. Do not perish. Hinata sighed once more. Subsequently, the group proceeded to exchange their scrolls. When they noticed In Xiang was alone, the individual distributing the scrolls hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, under Hinata's directive, In Xiang received his scroll. However, immediately after acquiring the scroll, In Xiang tore it apart with a gust of wind, revealing it to be the Earth Scroll. What does this mean? Hinata inquired, observing In Xiang's actions. Team 27 is unbalanced. If I destroy this Earth Scroll, what remains are 13 Heaven Scrolls and 13 Earth Scrolls. I merely need to eliminate 2 teams from within. In Xiang explained. Eliminate 2 teams? No wonder you are a disciple of the 3rd Hokage. Your confidence is quite remarkable, Hinata chuckled. Once all participants had obtained their scrolls. At 2 o'clock, everyone followed their leader to the designated location. After 30 minutes, they departed collectively. During this interval, In Xiang performed an act of adding the Flying Thunder God seal onto one of the shinobi. Due to the absence of any scrolls in In Xiang's possession, he nonchalantly decided to capture a team at random. As the examination commenced, he employed the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside them, ensuring their demise at the very onset of their journey. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the overseer opened the grand gate numbered 40 before In Xiang. At the command of Hongdo, In Xiang entered slowly, while the others rushed in, aware that advancing further would grant them greater advantages. Raising 2 fingers before the administrator, In Xiang vanished from sight. The overseer, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered utterly astonished by the spatial ninjutsu. In Xiang materialized directly behind a ninja, thrusting his chidori through the heart of his adversary. The remaining 2 ninjas, startled, wondered from whence this individual had suddenly emerged. These 3 were ninjas from the Takigakure. Alas, your fortune is rather unfortunate, In Xiang remarked as he rose from the ground, stepping over the fallen ninja marked by his jutsu. How dare you underestimate us? The 2 Takigakure ninjas brandished their kunai, charging at In Xiang from opposite directions. With a swift motion, In Xiang unleashed 2 kunai from his sleeves, which flew forth and pierced through their skulls, leaving them in shock. Following this, he rifled through their belongings, discovering a scroll of the Heavenly Book, along with some military rations and explosive tags, and collected several kunai. The true adventure had only just begun. Amidst this, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the forest. In Xiang turned towards the source of the wailing, a smile gracing his lips. Were it not for Orochimaru's presence, this examination would undoubtedly be quite entertaining. The cry originated from Inuzuka's team, who had utilized the forest's leech-like creatures to eliminate a rival team of ninjas. Meanwhile, Naruto's group had also engaged in combat against a lone rain ninja, who was swiftly driven away by Sasuke and his companions. However, they soon found themselves confronted by Orochimaru. In Xiang, undeterred, hastened towards the forest center, intent on dismantling another team. To maintain equilibrium among the teams, he knew he must eliminate 3 teams, 2 to acquire scrolls and 1 to replace that very team. Approaching another group, he discovered they were a team of grass ninjas. The 3 seemed to sense his impending arrival, turning around and leaping backward in unison. Wind release, great breakthrough, they collectively shouted, unleashing a powerful gust towards In Xiang. With a resounding crash, the attack transformed In Xiang into a mere wooden log, vanishing before their eyes. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, he concealed himself behind a tree, yet the dense forest thwarted his shadows. Shaking his head in frustration, he prepared to counter. Employing the Flying Thunder God technique once more, Yin swiftly attached lightning chakra to his kunai. In an instant, the kunai landed at their feet, and before they could react, he appeared before them again. What? The three ninjas' eyes widened in shock, retreating hastily. However, one was caught off guard. Yin seized him by the collar, delivering a Rinnegan directly to his abdomen. The force sent the ninja flying, blood spilling from his mouth as a scroll fell from his grasp. Yin extended his hand to catch it. Fortune smiled upon him. It was indeed a book of earth. Yin chuckled softly, placing the tome into his equipment pouch. The two surviving ninjas, gazing at their fallen comrade, regarded Yin with caution. Now that I possess the scroll, I shall not lay a hand upon you. Depart, Yin declared, seating himself upon a nearby log. Looking down at the two ninjas, the two genin exchanged glances, and without further hesitation, they retreated. It was abundantly clear that they were no match for Yin. Go on, extend your meager existence for these 5 days, he mused, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he observed their departing figures. With one teammate lost, their chances of completing the examination were utterly diminished, as the rules mandated that the entire team must arrive. However, Yin smile soon faded, replaced by concern for Naruto's situation. Perched in the tree, his eyes brimmed with unease. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, prompting him to leap from his position. 3 shuriken lodged themselves into the trunk where he had just been, and he swiftly took refuge in another tree, eyeing the 3 figures approaching from behind, ninjas from Sunagakure. Hand over the scroll, and we shall spare your life, they declared, encircling him from 3 directions. To them, it was a clear 3-to-1 confrontation, leaving Yin seemingly without recourse. You present yourselves willingly. How convenient, he retorted, retrieving 2 scrolls from his pouch. If you desire them, come and take them. 2 scrolls. This saves us a great deal of trouble, one of the ninjas exclaimed, brandishing a shuriken as he leapt towards Yin, intent on delivering a downward strike. In an instant, Yin vanished from sight. Such incredible body flicker. Where did he go? The attacking ninja's pupils dilated as he searched for Yin, only to find him poised behind his ally, a shuriken pressed against the ninja's throat. Dare to make a move, and I shall slit his throat, Yin grinned, his expression sending shivers down their spines. The ninja beneath the shuriken broke into a cold sweat. Please, do not do this. We will give you the scroll. Just release him, he pleaded. Oh, have you forgotten? I already possess 2 scrolls. Yin maintained his smile. What do you wish for then? Another ninja inquired. I simply desire your immobility, Yin replied. Very well, we shall not move, they quickly conceded. After a brief moment, Yin spoke again. You know, even if you remain still, I would still take his life. Blame yourselves for troubling me in the first place. With his words hanging in the air, he vanished, leaving behind a fresh scar upon the neck of the man he held, blood gushing forth as he crumpled to the ground. With a flourish, Yin utilized the flying thunder god technique once more, reappearing beside the corpse upon which he had initially placed his mark. Having employed the technique thrice, he felt little drain on his chakra, and in fact, sensed a rise in its potency. Satisfied with his chakra levels, he nonetheless consumed a soldier pill, just to be prudent. In this region, Hongdo finally stumbled upon the lifeless bodies of 3 grass ninjas, confirming that Orochimaru had indeed arrived here. He promptly dispatched a message to the 3rd Hokage and requested 2 teams of Umbu to be sent to the Forest of Death. Subsequently, Hongdo ventured into the Forest of Death in search of Orochimaru. It seemed far more prudent to seek out Naruto. After a moment's contemplation, Yin commenced his search for Naruto's trail, having entered through the 16th gate. He made his way towards that entrance, intent on tracing the whereabouts of Naruto and his companions. He observed the ground disturbed by a powerful wind release technique, the magnitude of which far surpassed his own abilities. As he pursued the trail, Yin caught sight of Naruto bravely confronting the serpent that had menaced Sasuke. Hey, you're not hurt, are you, coward? Naruto panted, his eyes glowing a fierce red, indicative of the 9 tails chakra. Naruto's playful jab at Sasuke struck a nerve, reminiscent of the taunt Sasuke had hurled at him earlier. This cowardly, timid fellow is not the Sasuke I know, Naruto declared, noticing Sasuke frozen in place, paralyzed by Orochimaru's ominous presence. However, as Naruto uttered these words, he was ensnared by Orochimaru's elongated tongue, lifting him into the air. Let me go, you serpent demon, Naruto exclaimed, struggling against the grip. Meanwhile, Orochimaru formed a seal with his hand, invoking the 5 elements seal. The overwhelming aura of Orochimaru was palpable, causing In Xiang to tremble with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Was he truly about to face this formidable foe? Undoubtedly, he was no match for him. Orochimaru's tongue lifted Naruto's clothing, revealing the 8 trigram seal beneath, before applying the 5-element seal, causing Naruto's eyes to revert to their original blue, only for him to lose consciousness moments later. Orochimaru retrieved the Book of Heaven from Naruto's pouch and cast him aside. "Naruto!" Sakura cried out, readying a kunai to rescue him, but In Xiang swiftly intervened, securing Naruto in his arms as they landed on a branch. Seeing In Xiang there filled Sakura with a surge of hope. Perhaps, with his presence, they could indeed overcome the adversary before them. Yet, her optimism was perhaps a touch misplaced. "What is the matter, Sasuke?" Sakura queried, glancing at him, only to find him standing immobile, his expression vacant and indecisive. "Oh, wolfing In Xiang, I was just about to seek you out," Orochimaru remarked, his gaze fixed on In Xiang as he licked his lips. "You were the sound ninja who clashed with me outside the hidden leaf a year ago." In Xiang laid Naruto gently upon the branch, staring defiantly at Orochimaru. "Indeed." Orochimaru conceded with a nod. "Unlike Sasuke, Naruto may be clumsy and troublesome, but at least he is not a coward, right? Isn't that so?" Sakura called out to Sasuke. At that moment, a vision of a man filled Sasuke's mind, echoing with his voice. "No." Sasuke suddenly found himself invigorated, drawing Orochimaru's attention as he turned to face him. "Stay right there. Allow me to conclude my affairs before we engage properly," Orochimaru instructed In Xiang, performing a series of hand seals as the serpent beneath him vanished. He perched upon a tree trunk, observing Sasuke across from him. "Indeed, a member of the Uchiha clan. Your blood must be stirring with anticipation. Let me gradually ascertain your strength." Sasuke's gaze was resolutely determined as he bit down on a kunai, launching himself towards Orochimaru with great speed. In midair, he utilized the trees to maneuver, hurling several kunai and shuriken, all of which Orochimaru deftly evaded. Undeterred, Sasuke leapt from the branches, aiming a punch at Orochimaru's head. Orochimaru raised his arm to block the strike, using the momentum to push Sasuke away, prompting Sasuke to retaliate with a kick in midair. Orochimaru, not one to be outdone, raised his leg, their limbs clashing with force. This time, it was Sasuke who was forced to retreat, while Orochimaru pursued him, the two engaging in a fierce exchange of taijutsu upon the tree trunks. With the aid of his Sharingan, Sasuke could discern Orochimaru's attacks and counter them effectively. However, just as Sasuke believed he had grasped Orochimaru's movements, he was taken aback by the latter's sudden increase in speed, causing the surrounding trees to blur in motion, leaving In Xiang bewildered by Orochimaru's agility. In Xiang hesitated to intervene, fearing that any action on his part might disrupt Orochimaru's plans and inadvertently endanger Sasuke's life. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Orochimaru struck at Sasuke's previous location. Sasuke swiftly evaded, exclaiming, "Indeed, possessing a pair of Sharingan proves advantageous." Not only did Sasuke evade his original position, but he also performed hand seals midair, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Orochimaru, followed by a second wave that coalesced into a fiery vortex. Yet, amid the flames, Orochimaru smiled, and in the next instant, he employed Earth Release to burst forth from the tree trunk, launching a punch at Sasuke, who narrowly avoided the blow. Exhaling a deep breath upon landing, Sasuke remained vigilant, eyeing Orochimaru as both combatants settled into a brief moment of calm. "Barely adequate. He has anticipated my movements and launched a precise attack. He can see me clearly." Orochimaru mused inwardly as he assessed Sasuke. This cannot continue. It seems he is only exerting a fraction of his true power. In Xiang contemplated, simultaneously forming hand seals. Lightning release. Thunderbolt. A bolt of lightning surged from the ground towards Orochimaru, who leaped away to evade the assault. "Get Naruto to safety. He is not someone you can contend with. Hurry and notify the Jonin," In Xiang instructed, positioning himself protectively in front of Sasuke, his back turned to them. "Oh, do you know who I am?" Orochimaru inquired, his curiosity piqued by In Xiang's mention of notifying the Jonin. "How could that be? I can clearly perceive his movements now. I shall soon defeat him," Sasuke declared, emboldened and eager to continue the battle before him. "Do you not yet comprehend? The arts of summoning, sealing, body flicker, and earth-style techniques, alongside his peculiar physique, all deplete chakra. He is far from being a mere genin." Yin Xiang addressed Sasuke, simultaneously using this assertion to deceive Orochimaru. He could not allow him to discern his true identity. Indeed, Sasuke, upon reflection, recognized the truth, if it were summoning techniques. His own chakra would scarcely be sufficient to conjure such colossal beings, and yet he had employed them thrice consecutively, in addition to continuously utilizing other jutsu, which was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a genin. Understand this quickly and depart. I shall hold him off until you summon reinforcements, Yin Xiang declared, brandishing a kunai as he faced Orochimaru. Ah, so it is not that he knows my identity, but rather that he perceives I do not belong among the genin. Orochimaru mused silently, having been momentarily swayed by Yin Xiang's reasoning. Be cautious, Sasuke nodded, then hastened to Naruto's side, lifting him upon his back, and together with Sakura, they fled. Throughout this, Orochimaru did not intervene. Instead, he fixated his gaze intently on Yin Xiang. Who are you truly? Yin Xiang crouched slightly, gripping the kunai with a sideward hold, feigning nonchalance as he addressed Orochimaru. Me? I am known as Orochimaru, the latter replied, extending a hand to tear away the skin from his face, revealing beneath it the headband of the Sound Village after obscuring the one from the Grass Village. His eyes widened momentarily, exuding a palpable aura of menace as he formed a series of seals. Upon completion of the final seal, Yin Xiang found his body rendered immobile, his struggles proving futile. What is this? A paralysis technique? He thought, sensing an unseen force constraining him, leaving him utterly unable to move. Next, Orochimaru formed yet another peculiar seal, and upon witnessing this, Yin Xiang's heart raced with dread, yet he remained powerless to act. In the next instant, Orochimaru's neck elongated, sinking his fangs into Yin Xiang's neck. Ugh! Yin Xiang was overwhelmed with agony, as three black tomo manifested upon the back of his neck. This is my parting gift for you. Once you experience its power, I trust you shall feel gratitude towards me, Orochimaru stated before vanishing from Yin Xiang's sight. Finally able to move, Yin Xiang clutched the back of his neck, kneeling and shouting in anguish until, moments later, he succumbed to unconsciousness. I have no need for your cursed gift, were Yin Xiang's final thoughts. Meanwhile, Orochimaru sought out Sasuke once more, repeating his actions by placing the cursed seal upon Sasuke's neck. When Yin Xiang regained consciousness, he found himself beneath a tree, surrounded by three figures. You are awake, Yin Xiang, exclaimed Tian, rushing towards him as she recognized his revival. The three individuals encircling him were Neji, Li, and Tian. They had vigilantly watched over him throughout the night. Tian, Yin Xiang managed to rise with her assistance. Here, drink some water, she offered, retrieving a bamboo tube filled with the fresh water they had gathered the previous day, gently feeding it to him. Yin Xiang, what transpired? You appeared to be in quite a dire state yesterday, Shaoli remarked to Yin Xiang that last night. His expression was fraught with anguish. Did you encounter a formidable individual, perhaps Naruto and the others? Yin Xiang inquired, gazing at Shaoli, who, along with the other two, merely shook their heads in response. How distressing, Yin Xiang muttered, rising from the ground as he formed several hand seals before striking his palm against his neck, invoking the seal of evil suppression. A sharp pain surged through his neck, and a circle of cursed seals manifested around him, startling the trio. Yin Xiang, are you all right? After a moment of shouting, Yin Xiang collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. I'm fine, he stammered, shaking his head. Fortunately, he had learned the seal of evil suppression earlier, allowing him to temporarily seal the curse. How did I end up here? Yin Xiang lifted his gaze to Tian. Yesterday, the three of us agreed to scatter and investigate the situation. It was Neji who found you and brought you back, Tian explained. I see. Thank you, Neji. Yin Xiang acknowledged, turning to Neji, who nodded. But who did this to you? There shouldn't be anyone in this forest capable of besting you. Let's discuss that later. I must find Naruto and the others first. I wonder how they fared after my collapse, given that Neji brought me back. It seems they did not find a Jonin for support, which likely means they were pursued by Orochimaru. Then let us accompany you, Neji suggested. If that person is indeed seeking Naruto, you might require our assistance. To be honest, if that individual is still around, your help might not be sufficient. I would only serve as a meat shield. Regardless, I appreciate your rescue. I shall take my leave now. Yin Xiang sighed, offering Tian a reassuring smile before turning to depart. Is Yin Xiang truly okay? Tian murmured, watching his retreating figure. Yin Xiang is right. If he cannot handle the situation, our presence would likely be futile, Xiaoli added. We should continue to scatter and search for clues. Remaining here is unwise, Niji concurred. And the three once again dispersed. Yin Xiang moved swiftly through the jungle, replenishing his energy with military rations, as he had not eaten since yesterday. Suddenly, he leaped down from a tree, eyeing a nearby thicket. Who goes there? He called out. Oh no, I've been discovered by this monster. Shikamaru thought, momentarily stunned in the grass. Of all people, it's that Yin Xiang. It seems I must intervene. Ino emerged from the thicket, releasing her long hair from its bindings and striking a captivating pose. Hi, Yin Xiang. I've been watching you for quite some time. Is she attempting to employ the wiles of beauty? How naive these young girls can be. Yin Xiang mused internally upon seeing Ino's antics. Oh really? I too have noticed you for quite a while. Yin Xiang suddenly appeared beside Ino, wrapping his arms around her waist. Ino was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a reaction. Even if he had not acted this way, with Shikamaru present, she would not have taken action against them. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I shall refrain from further conversation for now. Yin Xiang gently kissed Ino's forehead, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. His appearance was simply irresistible. Farewell, he said before departing. However, as Yin Xiang changed direction and ran off, he inadvertently chased the wrong lead. Instead, Li, who had ventured out to gather intelligence, unexpectedly stumbled upon Sakura and the trio of sound ninja attacking her. In a bid to protect Sakura, Li resorted to the forbidden technique, Lotus, to confront the three, which would inflict significant damage upon him. How is it that I cannot find them? I distinctly remember. The sound ninja must have already arrived. Yin Xiang scoured half of the forest, encountering several groups along the way, all of whom he skillfully evaded. It was best not to waste time with them. He then retraced his steps only to fortuitously encounter Gaara and his team. Gaara immediately blocked Yin Xiang's path with a wall of sand. I'm in a hurry. It would be wise not to impede me. Forced to leap down from the tree, Yin Xiang landed before them. I wish to battle you, he declared. Gaara halted the advancing Kankuro, addressing Yin Xiang. There will be ample opportunities in the future, but not now. Yin Xiang, his expression devoid of emotion, fixed his gaze upon Gaara. Sand waterfall. Gaara paid no heed to Yin Xiang's words and unleashed a torrent of sand towards him. Yin Xiang raised his hand, effortlessly dispersing the incoming wave. What? Gaara's pupils widened. It was a first for him, while Kankuro and Temari shared similar astonishment. Step aside. Yin Xiang's eyes narrowed, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him, causing Kankuro and Temari to tremble in fear. Although Gaara was not as severely affected, he was momentarily taken aback. Where did this overwhelming aura originate? Ha ha ha. Gaara soon burst into laughter. Once his laughter subsided, an aura of menace radiated from him, sending Yin Xiang into a cold sweat, causing him to fall unceremoniously to the ground. One tail Shikaku. Yin Xiang gulped, overwhelmed by the terrifying presence. Never had he felt so flustered. Even Kankuro and Temari found themselves sitting on the ground, shaken by Gaara's aura. Gaara. Kankuro attempted to caution Gaara to temper his intensity, but fell silent under Gaara's piercing glare. Sand waterfall funeral. Gaara extended his hand towards Yin Xiang, unleashing a fierce storm of sand once more. Sensing the menacing aura dissipate, Yin Xiang swiftly leaped away, narrowly evading the attack. Yet, the sand continued its relentless pursuit. Dare you humiliate me, Shikaku? Yin Xiang inwardly cursed, then delivered a powerful kick to the tree, propelling himself forward at an astonishing speed. He effortlessly broke through Gaara's sand barrier and landed a punch squarely on Gaara's face, sending him flying. Gaara's sand failed to respond to Yin Xiang's assault. After this strike, both parties subdued their murderous intent, and finally, Kankuro and Temari regained their composure, astonished that Yin Xiang had injured Gaara. Suddenly, a sandstorm surged towards Yin Xiang from behind. He quickly evaded it, leaping to another tree. At that moment, Gaara, having been sent sprawling, clenched his fists, attempting to ensnare Yin Xiang with sand. Realizing that Gaara was still in a frenzied state, Yin Xiang decided it was prudent to vacate the area. Although sand pursued him, he activated his lightning release on the flying thunder god Kanai, vanishing without a trace. Once free from Gaara's pursuit, Yin Xiang finally located Sakura and the others. However, chaos reigned around them. Li, Sakura, and Naruto lay on the ground, while Niji and Tenten perched atop a tree, with Shikamaru's group standing nearby. Sasuke, covered in cursed seals, stood with one foot planted on Sokka's back, seizing her arms before wrenching them apart. In Xiang observed this scene from a nearby tree. Sasuke turned and approached Tors, stating, "You're the last one left. I hope you can provide me some amusement." "Stop." Sakura suddenly rushed forward and embraced Sasuke. This was not the Sasuke she knew. He was utterly transformed. A moment of silence enveloped the scene, and then Sasuke's cursed marks receded back to his neck as he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. "You are formidable," Tors remarked, lifting the earth scroll. "In your current state, we stand no chance against you." He placed the scroll on the ground, adding, "This is compensation. Please allow us to depart." Both Sasuke and Sakura were momentarily taken aback as Tors approached Saku, hoisting her onto his shoulder before picking up the fallen Kodo. "While we may have assumed too much, there is one matter we must clarify. If we have another opportunity to engage in this exam, we shall neither hide nor retreat." With that, Tors turned to leave. "Wait," Sakura called out, prompting Tors to glance back at her. "Who is Orochimaru? What has he done to Sasuke? Why choose him?" "I do not know. We were simply ordered to eliminate Sasuke," Tors replied, turning away as images of Orochimaru filled his mind, issuing commands to kill Sasuke, while simultaneously intervening, leaving behind such cursed marks. "What are you truly thinking? Hey, are you all right?" After Tors departed, Choji called out, "Though it's troublesome, I'm leaving that guy named Lee to you, Ino." "Understood." The trio of Shikamaru, Neji, and Tenten emerged. "That chakra is unusual. But those cursed marks on In Xiang's neck," Neji remarked, standing on the tree. "Could In Xiang also become like that?" Every day, gazing at Neji, she expressed her concern. "It's all right. I have sealed him," came In Xiang's voice from behind Tian Tian. The two turned to see In Xiang perched on a nearby tree trunk. "Sakura, it's dangerous. But don't worry, I will protect you," Naruto mumbled as he lay on the ground, appearing to be lost in a dream. "What should we do about this guy? Should we kick him awake?" Shikamaru and Chuji approached Naruto. "May I give it a try?" Chuji asked. Sasuke, standing aside, observed his trembling hands, a torrent of emotions swirling within him, recalling the power he had just felt. Chuji struck Naruto on the head with a stick, causing Naruto to spring up, startled, having just dreamt of Orochimaru charging towards him. Naruto exclaimed, momentarily stunned, surveying his surroundings. Shikamaru and Chuji were crouched beside him, while Sakura and Sasuke sat a short distance away. Ino was carrying Lee, and suddenly Orochimaru's visage flashed in Naruto's mind. "Everyone, hide quickly. No, get down. Where's that guy?" Naruto shouted, looking around frantically. "Oh, Naruto." Sakura and Sasuke turned at the sound of his voice. Chuji poked Naruto's head with a stick from behind. "You really are naive. Just seeing you irritates me," Shikamaru remarked, still annoyed that Naruto had been sleeping. Chuji nodded in agreement. Ignoring their banter, Naruto continued to scan the area and noticed Sakura's hair had been cut short. Earlier, she had severed her long hair to escape from Kin's grasp. It was futile, as charging in would only lead to her getting hit. "Hey, Sakura, what happened to your hair?" Naruto exclaimed as he ran towards her. "What is it?" Sakura and Sasuke looked at him with confusion. Sakura, your hair." Naruto reached Sakura. "Oh, you mean this?" Sakura touched her hair, contemplating her new appearance. She smiled wryly and attempted to sound nonchalant. "Though I still prefer long hair. You see, in this forest, long hair might hinder my movements," Sakura explained. By the way, why are you all here?" Naruto turned to Shikamaru and the others. "I can't be bothered to explain," Shikamaru sighed. "All right, we are here to help. Naruto, are you all right?" In Xiang jumped down from the tree and approached Sakura, addressing Naruto. "I'm fine. What is going on?" Naruto was still oblivious to the situation. "As long as you're okay." In Xiang nodded, then pulled out a kunai from his tool pouch, squatting beside Sakura. "Stay still, I'll help you." As In Xiang reached for Sakura's hair, she instinctively flinched. But he said, "Sakura, stay still." Upon hearing this, Sakura found herself unable to move, allowing In Xiang to tend to her hair. He trimmed the uneven parts and tidied up the stray strands, making her appearance much more presentable. All done, In Xiang sheathed his shuriken and stood up, offering a gentle smile to Sakura. "Thank you," he said. Sakura, blushing at his smile, nodded shyly and ran her fingers through her hair, feeling much more at ease than before. "I will take care of him next," Tenten announced as she leaped down from the tree to stand before Ino. Ino nodded and handed Lee over to Tenten. "Wake up, Lee," Tenten exclaimed, vigorously shaking him. After a few shakes, it indeed had the desired effect. "Lee, Upon being dropped to the ground, regained his senses. Ah, Tenten, what are you doing here? Li looked up at her. I came to rescue you, Tenten replied, crouching beside him. Huh, what happened to those sound ninjas? Li glanced around but found no trace of them. That guy Sasuke defeated them, Tenten mentioned, as they were still unfamiliar with Sasuke and his companions. Oh, I see. Li nodded, casting a glance at Sakura, who was happily chatting with In Xiang. Honestly, you big-headed fool, Ino shouted angrily at Sakura, who was momentarily taken aback by Ino's outburst. What are you doing, you Ino pig? Sakura retorted. And soon the two found themselves face to face. I already decided to let you have Sasuke, and now you want to compete with me for In Xiang. Ino gritted her teeth as she confronted Sakura. What did you say? I clearly let you have Sasuke. Sakura shot back defiantly. What on earth are they doing? Shikamaru remarked helplessly, observing the two. Why are you rushing to act alone, and in such a disheveled manner? Tenten scolded Li, her frustration seeming to stem from witnessing Sakura and Ino arguing over In Xiang. That's because Sakura was in danger, and as a man. You're such a fool, Tenten interrupted. Ah, I can't argue with that, Li murmured, hugging his knees on the ground. Hey, aren't you that guy with the bushy eyebrows? Naruto suddenly appeared before Li, pointing at him. Naruto, don't talk to Li like that. Sakura, still embroiled in her argument with Ino, rushed over and punched Naruto. He was sent flying, landing on the ground. Ouch! What on earth happened while I was asleep? Naruto realized he was completely out of the loop. He must be the type that can never become the protagonist of a story. Shikamaru and Choji commented from the side. Li, thank you. Sakura said to him after dealing with Naruto. Thanks to you, I found the courage to feel stronger. Li stared at Sakura for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, tears filled his eyes. Sakura, it seems I must continue to strive, he declared, then turned to Sasuke, who had followed Sakura. Sasuke, as expected of the Uchiha clan, you were able to defeat those sound ninjas. You truly possess great power, while I was utterly defeated. What? This guy was utterly defeated? What on earth happened? Are those fellows truly that formidable? Sasuke pondered, reflecting on how undeniably strong Li was. Yet he had been utterly overwhelmed by those three individuals. Unbeknownst to him, Sasuke had been unconscious during the ordeal. Sakura, the lotus of Konoha, shall bloom once more. I swear that when we meet again, I will transform into a far stronger man, Li proclaimed to Sakura. Although Sakura was unaware that the lotus technique could only be wielded to protect one's most cherished, she smiled and nodded in agreement. You big-headed fool. Ino charged over to confront Sakura, and the two swiftly retreated to engage in a spirited argument. As for Neji, perched upon a branch, he regarded Sasuke below as a formidable rival in his eyes. Meanwhile, Gaara, having been struck by In Xiang, began to unleash chaos within the forest. Anyone unfortunate enough to cross paths with Gaara found themselves consumed by his sand, and along the way, he encountered Kiba and his companions, whom he frightened considerably. Nevertheless, Kiba's team had successfully gathered the earth and heaven scrolls and made their way to the Tower of Death. Since there is nothing left for me here, I shall take my leave. You all should hasten to gather the scrolls, In Xiang advised the group. Have you already collected yours? Naruto exclaimed, springing up from the ground to gaze at In Xiang. Indeed, In Xiang nodded. I shall procure some food, and then enter the Tower of Death. How swift, Li remarked, also observing In Xiang. Had we not delayed him, he would likely be in the Tower of Death by now, Sasuke added, watching In Xiang as well. With the absence of the sound trio, you merely need to be cautious of Gaara's team during this examination. I encountered them on my way here and inadvertently provoked their ire. In Xiang instructed Naruto and the others before departing. After leaving their company, he hastened towards the Tower of Death, evading all pursuers. Once he amassed sufficient water and provisions, In Xiang entered the tower, which was composed of numerous levels and rooms. He chose one room to await the conclusion of the examination. Is there no one here? Outside In Xiang's room, the sound of 3 approaching footsteps echoed. There is someone inside, one of the outsiders noted, their nose twitching as they detected In Xiang's presence despite his chakra concealment. Hinata, he glanced at a girl beside him, suggesting she use her Byakugan to discern who was inside. This group consisted of Kiba, Shino, and Hinata. You'd best hide. There are more than just you and me in this tower, In Xiang stated as he approached the door and opened it to face the trio. It's you, Kiba stammered, momentarily taken aback. He had previously witnessed In Xiang's speed and understood the true terror of the individual before him. Why not join me? Though I have no provisions prepared for you, In said before retreating back into his room, settling into a corner. After exchanging glances, Hinata stepped forward to close the door behind them. Though it may be safer together with him, perhaps it's best to refrain, she concluded. At the entrance, you spoke. And both Hinata and Shino nodded in agreement before departing from the location. Upon descending the stairs, they indeed encountered Gaara and his companions in a nearby room. However, the trio merely cast a fleeting glance at them before moving on, disregarding their presence, which left the three feeling a chill of apprehension. 3 days later, the examination finally concluded. In-seong's provisions barely sufficed for his survival over this period, yet prior outdoor missions had equipped him with enough sustenance to endure. Holding the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth, In-seong descended from the Tower of Death. During these 3 days spent in the small room, he had sought refuge from Gaara, uncertain if he could truly contend with him. The thought of pushing Gaara to the brink of insanity was indeed daunting. In-seong entered one of the doors on the ground floor, finding the space rather vast, adorned solely with a single calligraphic painting. The inscription suggested the necessity of unrolling 2 scrolls. In-seong summoned a shadow clone, and, together, they unfurled the scrolls. As the scrolls emitted plumes of white smoke, In-seong hurled them away, resulting in a resounding thud as a chunin materialized before him. He then dispelled the shadow clone with a hand seal. Congratulations on passing the second exam, but is it just you? The chunin inquired, fixating on In-seong. Yes, my team consists solely of myself. In-seong nodded affirmatively. Very well, congratulations once again. Please accompany me to the venue for the third exam. Understood, In-seong replied, following the chunin to the designated location for the third examination. All the successful genin had gathered here, accompanied by their respective jonin leaders, and the third Hokage had also arrived to observe the proceedings. Among those who passed the examination, a total of 22 individuals were present, including In-seong, Naruto's team, Shikamaru's group, Kiba's team, Gaara's cohort, the Sound Ninja Trio, Niji's team, and the group led by Otokichi. First and foremost, congratulations to everyone for passing the second exam. Hongdo addressed the candidates. The successful teams included In-seong, Naruto's group, Shikamaru's team, Kiba's faction, Gaara's group, the Sound Ninja Trio, and Niji's squad. Except for Gaara's team, the others appeared quite disheveled, with In-seong himself covered in dust due to Orochimaru's interference. The peculiar sight of him standing alone while others formed groups added to the oddity of the moment. Next, the Hokage will introduce the third exam. I urge everyone to listen attentively, Hongdo announced. Now, Hokage-sama, the floor is yours. She turned to the third Hokage, nodding in acknowledgement. The third Hokage took a couple of steps forward, cleared his throat, and began, before we delve into the rules of the third exam. There is an essential matter I must clarify regarding its true purpose. Why conduct this exam in conjunction with the allied nations? In-seong, please enlighten them. The third Hokage gestured towards In-seong, intending for him to demonstrate before the assembly. Certainly, Sensei, In-seong responded. The purpose is to foster amicable coexistence among allied nations and enhance the skills of our ninja. This encapsulates the true significance of this exam. Indeed, the third Hokage affirmed. The third Hokage nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, if there is any misunderstanding on your part, it could lead to significant complications. This examination can be described as a microcosm of the battles between the allied nations. What do you mean? Tintin inquired. Historically speaking, the current allied nations were once neighboring countries embroiled in continuous conflicts. To avert mutual destruction, they have deliberately chosen this battleground for the chunin selection exams. But why must it be this way? Isn't it merely for the purpose of selecting chunin? Naruto questioned, gazing at the third Hokage. While it is undeniable that this examination also serves the function of selecting capable ninjas to become chunin, it simultaneously embodies a place where ninja, bearing the prestige of their nations, engage in life and death struggles. The prestige of the nation? The final examination will witness the presence of many feudal lords and distinguished figures from various countries who will entrust us with tasks. These lords and the leaders of the ninja will observe your battles. If there is a significant disparity in strength, powerful nations will receive numerous commissions, whereas weaker nations will see a decline in theirs. Furthermore, it serves as a declaration to neighboring countries, showcasing our military prowess, thereby exerting diplomatic pressure. Then why must we fight to the death? Kiba challenged the third Hokage. The strength of a nation is synonymous with the strength of its ninja village. And the true prowess of a ninja can only be revealed in the throes of life and death combat. This examination is a stage to display the ninja capabilities of your nation to others. It is precisely because it is a fight for one's life that it holds significance, the third Hokage explained. In the past, aspiring to become a chunin did not involve such examinations. It was earned through survival on the battlefield, Inuzuka Yuki remarked, prompting the others to turn their attention to her. To become a chunin, one must survive the battlefield while possessing strength commensurate with that of a chunin. In comparison, the current chunin exam resembles a miniature war among nations. And when juxtaposed with the battlefield, it is considerably safer. We are not in an era of peace. To survive, one must fight with all their might. Yuki asserted to everyone. Exactly, the third Hokage nodded in agreement. Then why proclaim any notions of friendship? Tenten queried. I have stated from the outset that you must not misconstrue the idea of maintaining balance through bloodshed as a form of friendship. This is a battle fought for dreams and prestige, one that demands the utmost sacrifice, the third Hokage replied to Tenten. Ah, I understand now, Naruto said, crossing his arms with a smile. Regardless, let's get to the details of this life and death examination. Gaara also crossed his arms and added, is it a common trait among Jinchuriki to cross their arms? I shall now introduce the content of the third examination. The third Hokage responded with a nod. Just then, a figure landed before him with a swish. Apologies, Lord Hokage. Allow me, as the referee for the third examination, to clarify the details, Kageyama Shikaku said. Kneeling before the third Hokage. It is entrusted to you. The third Hokage replied with a nod. Greetings to all. Shikaku addressed the genin, then turned to face them. Before the commencement of the third examination, there is something I need you all to accomplish. The moonlight flickered as the wind coughed incessantly, its eyes reflecting a state of ill health. Perhaps it has contracted pneumonia, Inxiang silently mused. Cough, cough. This concerns the eligibility for the preliminary round of the third examination. Preliminary round? What does that entail? Shikamaru called out to the wind, bewildered by the sudden mention of a preliminary. Teacher, I do not quite comprehend the meaning of a preliminary. Why can't the remaining candidates participate directly in the third examination? Sakura inquired. It appears that the first 2 rounds of this session were rather simple, resulting in an excessive number of participants. Thus, a preliminary round is necessary according to the Chunin exam regulations to reduce the number of contestants for the third examination, the wind explained to the assembly. How could it be so? The Hokage just mentioned that many guests would attend the third examination, so we cannot afford to dawdle. Time is of the essence. Therefore, those who are unwell, cough, cough. Is he all right? Ino internally critiqued. The teacher is the one who seems unwell. Hinata also thought to herself. Apologies, after the earlier explanation, is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? Please declare it now, as the preliminary will commence shortly. Commence shortly? Kiba exclaimed. We have only just barely passed the second examination. Ino felt a wave of despair wash over her. What a hassle. Shikamaru commented from behind Ino. Hey, what about lunch? Choji, true to form, was still preoccupied with thoughts of food. By the way, I forgot to mention. The next phase will be individual battles, allowing each contestant to decide whether to raise their hand and withdraw from the contest. Who would withdraw? Sasuke expressed his discontent internally. Just as a sudden pain surged in his neck, causing his body to tremble slightly. Inxiang caught a glance at Sasuke. Damn, the intervals of pain are becoming shorter. His cursed seal has begun to ache again. Inxiang, having sealed his own cursed mark, felt no pain. Subsequently, Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke engaged in conversation, seemingly with Sakura persuading Sasuke to forego this examination due to his cursed seal. Recalling Sasuke's past torment nearly brought her to tears, yet, in the end, Sasuke certainly would not concede. The third Hokage, too, observed Sasuke's condition and contemplated advising him to withdraw. However, Kakashi asserted that Sasuke would not acquiesce. Following this, Hanabi and Kakashi found themselves in a heated exchange, though it was primarily Hanabi's agitated outcries. That cursed seal would have claimed the life of an ordinary person long ago, especially considering he is but a child. Hanabi, who bore a cursed seal herself, understood this agony all too well. Speaking of which, it seemed that Inxiang also bore this cursed mark, yet he appeared unaffected. Kakashi glanced over at Inxiang, who, upon noticing Kakashi's gaze, offered him a gentle smile. Before any resolution could be reached in their debate, a hand was raised from the crowd. Kabuto raised his hand decisively. I withdraw, he declared. The wind flipped through the roster, confirming, "You are Kabuto Yakushi from Konoha, correct? Very well, you may withdraw." After checking the list, the wind addressed Kabuto. Indeed. Kabuto responded and then turned to leave. Kabuto, you're giving up? Why? Due to Do's assistance during the examination, Naruto developed a fondness for him. Now, upon witnessing Do's intent to surrender, he called out to him. Do turned to face Naruto and said, "I'm sorry, Naruto, but my body is already battered and bruised. I must continue to fight, even at the cost of my life." His words trailed off, yet Naruto understood. He had seen Do many times before. He recalled that Do had also abandoned the formal selection process midway last time. What could he possibly be thinking? Even the third Hokage remembered Do, suggesting that his role as a spy may not last long. "Red Bean," said Ibiki, who stood beside the third Hokage as he glanced at her. Red Bean quickly responded by flipping through the roster. "Yaoshi Do," she noted, observing that he had failed the assessment 6 times consecutively. What about his background? The third Hokage began to harbor doubts regarding Do. He had not been a remarkable student during his school years, achieving only average grades, barely passing his graduation exams after 3 attempts. His completed missions included 2 C rank and 14 D rank assignments, with no particularly noteworthy combat experiences. But, before his schooling, do you remember that boy brought back from the Kikyo Mountain battle? Red Bean inquired. "I recall," the third Hokage replied. "Indeed, there was a boy found in the remnants of the battlefield who was adopted by our medical unit's Jonin. Is he that child?" The third Hokage observed Do's silhouette as he exited the examination hall. "Ahem, I trust no one else will withdraw?" Upon mentioning this, Sakura and Sasuke resumed their quarrel. Sakura seemed eager to disclose something about Sasuke, but he interrupted her. Ultimately, after a confrontation, Sasuke managed to persuade Sakura. "I am also quite concerned about Orochimaru's words. Let Ino and Sasuke continue the examination for further observation," the third Hokage stated. Lord Hokage Red Bean attempted to intervene again. However, should the cursed seal loosen and signs of power surging appear, we shall intervene, the third Hokage continued. "Understood," Ibiki replied from the side. "Yeah, all right." Red Bean reluctantly chose to acquiesce. Now, the upcoming preliminary round will consist of one-on-one personal battles, mimicking real combat scenarios. There are 21 participants, and one individual will engage in 2 matches. The victors will advance to the 3rd round of examinations. There are no rules. One side must either perish or concede. Therefore, if you wish to survive, I advise you to concede swiftly. However, in cases where I deem the outcome evident, I will intervene to prevent unnecessary loss of life. Wait, what does it mean that someone will compete in 2 matches? Ino asked, looking at Shippu. Due to the uneven number of participants, some will have to fight twice. The matchups will be randomly assigned, and your fate rests in this, Shippu replied, glancing at Red Bean, who nodded in agreement. "Open," she instructed the earpiece she wore. Subsequently, a section of the wall behind them revealed an electronic bulletin board. This board would randomly display the names of the 2 combatants for each match. And it was time to unveil the first pair of competitors. Hey, upon gazing at the electronic bulletin board, inside, the presence of such a board, capable of random allocations, indicated that their information had indeed been recorded. Yet, in this world devoid of computers and lagging behind in technology, he found himself equipped with headphones and the electronic bulletin board. The realm crafted by Kishimoto was remarkably whimsical. After Jifeng's remarks, all eyes were drawn to the bulletin board, which subsequently revealed 2 names, Uchiha Sasuke versus Chi Tong Kai. "May the 2 contenders step forward," he announced. Both Sasuke and Chi Tong Kai, the latter being a companion of Do and an associate of Orochimaru, advanced to the forefront. The first match, Chi Tong Kai versus Uchiha Sasuke. "Are there any objections?" Jifeng inquired, directing his gaze towards the 2. None, they both affirmed. "Then, aside from the 2 competitors, all others please proceed to the upper stands." Jifeng gestured towards the elevated seating, prompting the crowd to ascend the stairs to the 2nd level. As Kakashi passed Sasuke, he cautioned him. "Using chakra will cause the cursed seal to trigger a frenzy. I will intervene to halt the exam if necessary." "Hey, Kakashi-sensei," Ine greeted as Kakashi approached. How is your cursed seal?" Kakashi inquired, observing Yin's neck. "I utilized the forbidden seal. It's all secured now," Ine replied, revealing the sealed mark. The battle commenced below. Deprived of chakra, Sasuke initially struggled, but eventually managed to restrain Chi Tong Kai with taijutsu. However, Chi Tong Kai's ability to absorb his opponent's chakra rendered Sasuke even more beleaguered. Ultimately, Sasuke resorted to taijutsu, employing the shadow dance technique he had replicated from Lee's moves, executing a kick that sent Chi Tong Kai soaring into the air. Although the cursed seal reacted during the ascent, Sasuke subdued it and unleashed his signature technique, the Lion's Barrage, striking Chi Tong Kai repeatedly in midair before delivering a decisive blow that sent him crashing to the ground. Despite rolling away in a rather disheveled manner, Sasuke managed to rise again, having dealt a fatal strike to Chi Tong Kai, showcasing the immense power behind that kick. Meanwhile, Kakashi escorted Sasuke away to seal his cursed mark. Next was the second match, Sak against Shino. During their confrontation, the third Hokage approached Ine from behind. "Teacher." Ine acknowledged the third with a nod. The third responded, "Is your curse seal sealed?" He glanced at Yin's neck, noting the traces of the sealing technique. "Yes. It's all fine now," Ine confirmed with a nod. "What about using chakra?" "No issues," Ine stated, producing a kunai enhanced with lightning release, demonstrating no adverse effects. "That's good to hear," the third nodded in approval. "By the way, your sealing technique is even more proficient than Kakashi's. He still needs to prepare his sealing methods." "After all, I am the child of Kushina Uzumaki," Ine replied with a smile. "However, this sealing technique relies on your own will. Should you waver in your belief in your strength, the curse will indeed manifest." "I am well aware of that, teacher. I have always been quite satisfied with my own abilities," Ine Xiang replied with a smile. As for Zeno, although Sak initially sent him flying, he was almost unscathed due to his insects. Subsequently, he blocked Sak's cannon with his bugs, effectively leading Sak to defeat himself. One cannot help but remark on the repulsiveness of the Oil Woman clan's ninjutsu. Any ninja who harbors a fear of insects would instantaneously crumble, left with no means to retaliate. Next came the third round of the examination, featuring Kanjuro against Ine Xiang. "Here we go," Ine Xiang chuckled as he leapt down. While the third Hokage returned to his original position, "I truly dread facing this individual," Kanjuro thought to himself, his expression quite grim. "I shall exert all my strength," Kanjuro declared, releasing the puppet crow he had been carrying on his back, addressing Ine Xiang. "Then I shall display merely 30% of my prowess," Ine Xiang replied, a smirk gracing his lips. Kanjuro gritted his teeth, feeling quite irked. Despite knowing Ine Xiang's formidable strength, the condescension in Ine Xiang's words was intolerable. Let the third match commence. The swift winds guided the beginning of this contest. As the match commenced, Kanjuro swiftly unwrapped the bandages holding the crow, its forearms extending toward Ine Xiang. Substitution. Ine Xiang formed hand seals, and a substitution technique rapidly manifested in his grasp. The crow ultimately clutched a tree branch, while Ine Xiang appeared behind Kanjuro. To counter a puppet master, one merely needs to strike at the puppet master, Ine Xiang remarked from behind Kanjuro, simultaneously sending a kunai toward Kanjuro's neck. Kanjuro was drenched in cold sweat, hastily forming seals to use his puppet as a substitute, switching places with the crow. He nearly fell victim to a basic substitution technique. "No wonder he is Ine Xiang," exclaimed Tian Tian from the stands. "Kanjuro's reactions are quite commendable, otherwise Ine Xiang would have already eliminated him," Shaoli added. Had Ine Xiang not spoken to him just now, Kanjuro would have met his demise, Niji observed, activating his Byakugan to scrutinize Ine Xiang, eager to defeat him through careful observation. "Curse it, watch this move." Kanjuro swung his hand, and the crow spat out several poison needles, all of which were deflected by Ine Xiang's kunai. Suddenly, an emotionless voice resonated beneath Kanjuro's feet as a shadow leapt from the ground, delivering a punch to his chin and sending him flying. "What is this?" Those unfamiliar with Ine Xiang's technique widened their eyes in astonishment. A shadow? It leapt from the ground. This was Ine Xiang's original ninjutsu, shadow manipulation, allowing him to control his shadow according to his will and even swap places with it. "Impressive," Shikamaru remarked, recalling how he had witnessed Ine Xiang develop this technique while researching at the Nara household. "How remarkable," Naruto exclaimed, his eyes alight with admiration for Ine Xiang's shadow. "However," he added, "but isn't it rather despicable to have two against one, Kakashi-sensei?" "Not despicable, it is merely a puppet, a type of ninja tool," Kakashi clarified. Kakashi addressed Naruto, having just completed the treatment of Sasuke's curse seal. Naruto appeared to be somewhat bewildered. "It's a puppet technique, akin to shuriken. It's not against the rules. Sakura elucidated to Naruto. Kakashi continued, by the way, this is your first encounter with In Xiang in battle, so pay close attention. Observe closely, for you shall glean much from this fight. Hong added to Inuzuka and his companions. That shadow is enveloped in chakra. It must be quite taxing, Hinata remarked. Her Byakugan activated, studying the shadow of In Xiang, which was entirely cloaked in chakra. This fool, Gaara thought to himself as he watched Kanjuro rise from the ground. His expression grave as he focused on In Xiang's shadow. Damn it! Just as Kanjuro leaped up, he noticed his raven charging toward him. Two of its 4 arms manifesting blades aimed directly at his neck. What? Kanjuro widened his eyes, swiftly arching his body backward to evade the raven's attack, which crashed into the wall behind him, nearly shattering upon impact. Intriguing, In Xiang mused, lowering his fingers and smiling at Kanjuro, whose body shuddered at the sight of that smile. This man had audaciously seized control of his puppet. Why is my puppet attacking me? Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion. Kakashi explained to them that In Xiang had severed Kanjuro's chakra, commandeering the puppet's body, and other jonin similarly clarified the situation to their students. To be able to usurp Kanjuro's puppet control, just how formidable is this individual's chakra? Temari remarked incredulously. Though she had witnessed such puppet theft before in the Land of Wind, she was certain that In Xiang had never engaged with puppetry. I am merely curious as to how you knew there were blades within the raven's arms, Kanjuro said, awkwardly rising from the ground and eyeing the fallen raven in the corner. This raven was his own design. Even if this person could seize control, how did he know how to activate the raven's mechanisms? Well, In Xiang scratched his head. Initially, I only intended for the puppet to collide with you. I'm not quite sure how its arms turned into blades, and the speed became uncontrollable. Kanjuro paused, realizing that this individual had never truly controlled the puppet. Nevertheless, he regained his composure and reasserted control over the raven, positioning it before In Xiang. I shall refrain from further antics. This puppet shall be lost to you, In Xiang said, narrowing his eyes with a smile. That smile. Tenten and Niji recognized it all too well when In Xiang smiled like that. Misfortune would surely befall his opponent. In Xiang formed a hand seal, and the shadow returned to his feet. Chidori sharp spear. Lightning surged from In Xiang's hand as he gradually raised his arm, prompting Kanjuro to brace himself, pondering how In Xiang would strike. However, in the next moment, In Xiang's arm was aimed at the crow, and a bolt of lightning shot forth from his hand, piercing through the body of the crow. What? Kanjuro Lang gazed in disbelief at his crow, now penetrated, and wondered about the nature of this unmarked lightning technique. In Xiang waved his arm in the air, and the lightning shattered the crow into fragments. Kanjuro Lang trembled all over, his anger at the destruction of his puppet mingling with a sense of fear. What? What kind of ninjutsu is that, which requires no hand seals and possesses such formidable power? Yu remarked as he observed the lightning in In Xiang's hand. Chidori sharp spear? Hong glanced at Kakashi, recalling his Chidori technique, pondering whether it was an extension of that creation. This child is indeed a genius. Truly deserving of being last year's rookie champion, the talented ninja of Konoha, Jinuo remarked. It's over. The Chidori sharp spear in In Xiang's hand was retracted, transforming into Chidori as he dashed towards Kanjuro Lang. Kanjuro Lang, quickly concede. Maki, the leading instructor from Sunagakure, shouted from the stands, anxious that Kanjuro Lang's demise here would be disastrous. I concede. Kanjuro Lang shouted back urgently, as In Xiang's Chidori came to a steady halt before his face, just a fraction closer, and Kanjuro Lang's head would have been obliterated. Thud! Kanjuro Lang collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat, narrowly escaping death. Indeed, he had come perilously close. One party concedes. The victor of this round is Bo Feng In Xiang, Shippuden announced from the sidelines, internally relieved by the swiftness of the encounter. Had In Xiang not halted, he would scarcely have had time to intervene. This is rather anticlimactic. In Xiang dispelled the lightning from his hand and playfully flicked Kanjuro Lang on the head, leaving him dazed and seated on the ground, unsure of how to proceed. Shadow clone technique. Chidori sharp spear. 3A rank ninjutsu. Truly generous of you, In Xiang. The third Hokage remarked with a narrowed smile, pondering in his heart. Afterward, In Xiang returned to the stands. In truth, Kanjuro Lang had suffered minimal harm from the match, only sustaining a single blow. However, his puppet had been destroyed. Impressive, In Xiang. Naruto exclaimed as he watched In-seong approach. This is the first time I've witnessed your combat. Just a trivial matter, In-seong replied with a smile. After a brief respite, the fourth match commenced, pitting Haruno Sakura against Yamanaka Ino. The two girls engaged in a fierce melee. And although Ino ultimately utilized the mind transfer technique to enter Sakura's body, she could never have anticipated that Sakura possessed a second personality, which expelled her. In the end, both girls landed punches that left them sprawled on the ground, resulting in a draw. The fifth match featured Tenten against Temari. Having finally managed to console Kinjio Lang, it was now her turn to battle. In-seong approached Ino, who, along with Sakura, had just regained consciousness from their stupor. Honestly, must you both cut your hair? In-seong remarked, reaching behind Ino to remove the hair tie, allowing her hair to cascade freely. It's my turn now. It's my turn. Ino silently cheered, watching In-seong's actions with anticipation. In-seong withdrew a kunai to tidy Ino's hair, while Kai and Xiao Li shouted encouragement for Tian Tian. Soon, In-seong had transformed Ino's long locks into a chic short hairstyle. Afterwards, he approached the edge of the viewing platform to observe the match. Now we're even, Ino declared, glancing at Sakura. How could this possibly be even? Sakura retorted loudly. The match below had been underway for some time, yet Tian Tian's weaponry techniques failed to reach Shomaru. After all, Shomaru wielded a large fan as her weapon, complemented by her formidable wind techniques. All of Tian Tian's tools were effortlessly blown away by Shomaru's gusts, rendering them ineffective. Even when several hundred weapons were drawn back by Tian Tian's fishing line for another assault, it yielded no results. Then it was Shomaru's turn to attack. She adeptly maneuvered her fan with her wind techniques, momentarily soaring into the air. What a splendid move, In-seong mused, mentally noting the method of using chakra for flight. Wind technique, scythe gale. A fierce gust erupted from Shomaru, forming a tornado that ensnared Tian Tian in its vortex. Unable to break free, Tian Tian plummeted, crashing onto Shomaru's fan, rendering her unconscious. The victor of the fifth match is Shomaru, announced the swift wind. A smile graced Shomaru's lips as she tossed Tian Tian aside, poised to send her crashing against the wall. This is bad. Xiao Li realized the peril as Shomaru smiled, and In-seong shared his concern. Instinctively, as soon as Tian Tian was flung away, In-seong leaped down, catching her, the force causing him to slide slightly. Well done, Shomaru remarked, observing the catch with a grin. This complicates matters, In-seong replied, holding Tian Tian in his arms and addressing Shomaru. What are you doing? Is this how one treats a worthy opponent? Xiao Li shouted as he leaped down from the platform towards Shomaru. Enough with the chatter. Hurry and take that useless person away, Shomaru retorted impatiently, an inexplicable irritation brewing within her as she watched In-seong cradle Tian Tian. Xiao Li's expression darkened. As his teammate, Niji sensed Xiao Li's next move and quickly shouted, "Stop!" Xiao Li, leaf whirlwind. However, Xiao Li had already charged forward, delivering a kick towards Shomaru, who raised her fan in defense. At that moment, In-seong positioned himself between them, one hand gripping Shomaru's fan and the other grasping Xiao Li's leg. The battle has concluded, Li, In-seong stated firmly. But In-seong. Xiao Li retracted his leg, not surprised that In-seong had obstructed his attack. Cease, Xiao Li. Kai leaped down from the platform to halt Xiao Li. Shomaru, come up. You've won. Do not linger with that man who protects his comrades. Gaara added, arms crossed, his expression indifferent as he gazed at Xiao Li, who felt increasingly frustrated. Let it go, Xiao Li. Kai patted Xiao Li's shoulder and then revealed a rather unkind smile. To you all from Sunagakure, I offer a word of advice. This child is formidable. Prepare yourselves, he remarked, casting a glance at Gaara and the others. The implication was clear. Xiao Li would seek retribution for Tian Tian. Provoking the Sunagakure crew was something I absolutely wished to avoid, Yagura commented, having witnessed Gaara's strength firsthand. They are all quite powerful individuals, Hinata added, standing beside Yagura. You must not lose to those fellows, Naruto, Sakura said as she approached him. Sakura, are you all right? Naruto exclaimed, visibly excited at her presence. Rather than that, you should focus on your own well-being, Sakura replied. Huh, me? Naruto glanced at his own body. I'm not even injured. That's not the point. If you lose, you won't be worthy of being called a man. You would have no face to show Sasuke. If only Sasuke advances while both of us lose, wouldn't that be utterly embarrassing? Naruto lamented. Oh, he muttered, pouting slightly. You had best hope you don't encounter me later, Xiang said, turning to glare at Shikamaru, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. Shikamaru froze, the intensity of Xiang's gaze starkly contrasting with the timid figure he had been during the first exam. Xiang then approached Tian, lifting her up gently before returning to the elevated viewing platform with Xiao Li and Kai. He leapt down, using wind release to blow Tian's weapons into the corner, retrieving each one and placing them neatly back into their scrolls. The sixth match was about to commence, Nara Shikamaru versus Kodazumi. Throughout the match, Xiang remained by Tian's side, patiently awaiting her awakening. The battle below began, with Shikamaru suffering setbacks from the outset, having been observed during their time in the Forest of Death. Kodazumi utilized sound-based attacks, her bells emitting vibrations that could distort Shikamaru's perception, inducing illusions. Tian, stirring beside Xiang, let out a soft hum as her eyes slowly opened. Not wanting to divert his attention from her, he turned to her. "You're awake?" he asked. Xiang. Tian sat up against the wall. "I lost." It was truly disheartening. "It wasn't your fault." Xiang shook his head. "Her ninjutsu is inherently effective against yours. When faced with a powerful wind user, your weapon manipulation techniques indeed seem somewhat ineffective. But a loss is still a loss." Tian replied with a smile, displaying no signs of anger over her defeat. "Here are your weapons," Xiang said, retrieving 3 scrolls from the weapon pouch. The very ones she had utilized in her battle, which had previously been emptied. "Thank you, Xiang," Tian said as she accepted the scrolls. "What is there to thank? We are friends, after all," Xiang replied with a smile. "Friends, huh?" Tian smiled back, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her heart. Was that all we were? In the ensuing battle, Shikamaru astutely outmaneuvered Qinting, leading us to the 7th confrontation, where Naruto faced off against Kiba. It is worth noting the serendipitous connection between Naruto and the number 7, as he is a member of Team 7 and now finds himself in the 7th round of combat. "Go for it, Naruto," Xiang encouraged from the sidelines. "Of course," Naruto replied, nodding vigorously, while Sakura also cheered him on. "It's time to shine," Naruto exclaimed, clenching his fist. Both fighters descended from the stands, preparing to engage in battle. Having previously been classmates, Kiba held a preconceived notion of Naruto's capabilities, regarding him as weak and feeling fortunate to face him. Initially, Naruto indeed struggled. Kiba, employing his beast mimicry technique, struck with remarkable speed, sending Naruto sprawling. Just as the audience assumed Naruto was down for the count, he sprang back to his feet. "Do not underestimate me," he declared, his gaze resolute. "Go, Naruto," Sakura shouted from the stands, igniting excitement among the spectators. However, Xiang felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Witnessing the event live imparted a vastly different experience than viewing it from behind a computer screen. Kiba launched another assault, deploying smoke bombs to obscure his movements as he attacked Naruto within the haze. Once the smoke dissipated, Akamaru dashed forward and bit Kiba's arm, leaving the audience in shock. "You're caught," Akamaru exclaimed, transforming into Naruto's likeness. Utilizing shadow clone and transformation techniques, Naruto turned the tide against Kiba, earning newfound respect from the onlookers. As Naruto and Kiba continued their fierce contest, Xiang approached the 3rd Hokage, aware of the match's eventual outcome. "Sir, I wish to learn other ninjutsu techniques. How can I refine chakra of different attributes?" Xiang inquired. "Oh, at such a moment, you pose such a question?" The 3rd Hokage replied, observing Xiang curiously. "Well, I suddenly desire to explore different ninjutsu," Xiang acknowledged with a nod. "In truth, your physique and violet eyes suggest a potential Kekkei Genkai," the 3rd Hokage noted, exhaling a plume of smoke. "Kekkei Genkai?" Xiang furrowed his brow, puzzled by the 3rd Hokage's words. A Kekkei Genkai is the ability to simultaneously fuse 2 chakra nature transformations, creating a novel ninjutsu. Once mastered, it alters one's bloodline, recording the new technique in one's genes, allowing it to be passed down to future generations, thus benefiting one's descendants and potentially revitalizing an entire clan, the 3rd Hokage elaborated. "I understand, but I cannot discern any Kekkei Genkai within myself. Wind and lightning techniques seem too straightforward. They do not constitute a fusion," Xiang replied. "Perhaps your Kekkei Genkai has yet to be awakened. However, if you wish to learn additional ninjutsu, you must refine chakra of other attributes," the 3rd Hokage advised. "How can one refine this?" What Yin Xiang wishes to understand is precisely this issue. It involves extracting energy from each of your cells or cultivating spiritual energy through extensive training and accumulated experiences. Do you comprehend what cells are? The third Hokage addressed Yin Xiang. I understand, Yin Xiang nodded. So, you mean to say that if I utilize the conventional chakra refining method to extract energy from the other cells within my body, I could potentially generate chakra of different attributes? That is approximately the case, though it is contingent on probability. If you cannot acquire other chakra types, there is little to be done, the third Hokage affirmed with a nod. In the arena, Naruto was currently incapacitated by Kiba's beast mimicry technique, bloodied and struggling on the ground as Kiba mocked him from the side. Naruto, indignant, rose to his feet. What kind of ninjutsu do you wish to learn? The third Hokage inquired, glancing at Naruto and then addressing Yin Xiang. I wish to possess the strength to protect Naruto, Yin Xiang replied. Casting a glance at Naruto, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. In his previous life, he regarded Naruto as a hot-headed fool. In this life, however, he saw him as his own brother. Is that so? The third Hokage chuckled. I shall successfully refine other attributes. Additionally, as you suggested, I will endeavor to fuse my wind release and lightning release techniques. I wonder what form of ninjutsu will emerge. Perhaps it will become my bloodline limit. Bloodline limits are not easily fused. If one could simply merge two ninjutsu to create a bloodline limit, the ninja world would be replete with individuals possessing such abilities. The third Hokage explained. I am aware of that, Yin Xiang nodded. Thus, I will strive diligently. Wind and lightning. I am curious about what form of ninjutsu will arise from their fusion. The third Hokage observed as Naruto rose once more, seemingly invigorated. Kiba employed smoke bombs again, utilizing his keen sense of smell to relentlessly assault Naruto amid the haze. Naruto transformed into Kiba's likeness, causing the attack to pause, as neither Kiba nor Akamaru knew how to proceed. However, Kiba's sense of smell led him to the real Naruto, launching him away. In a twist, Naruto morphed into Akamaru upon landing, leaving everyone bewildered, including Kiba, who turned and struck Akamaru, sending him flying and revealing his true form. Everyone gasped in astonishment. At that moment, the displaced Naruto reverted to his original form and delivered a kick to Kiba. Well done, Naruto, Yin Xiang exclaimed with a smile from the sidelines. Hee hee. Naruto laughed, looking at Kiba in the arena. Actually, I am quite intrigued by your pair of violet eyes. I have never encountered an individual with purple pupils before. Although I have heard of a pair of eyes that are also purple, the third Hokage remarked, observing Yin Xiang's gaze. This, Yin Xiang pointed to his own eyes. I have yet to discover any special abilities they possess. Yin Xiang was, of course, aware that the third Hokage was referring to the Rinnegan, if it truly relates to those eyes. However, upon reflection, such an occurrence seems rather improbable. This is the visage of the Sharingan at its utmost evolution, a form said to have been attained solely by that individual who has since departed from this world. The third Hokage, unaware that Yin Xiang may not comprehend his musings, spoke on. Teacher, I foresee calamity befalling this examination. Ultimately, Yin Xiang resolved to issue a caution to the third. Oh, you foresee it? With Orochimaru present. Trouble is indeed inevitable, the third chuckled, dismissing the notion lightly. Teacher, Orochimaru will. Before Yin Xiang could finish, the third extended his hand, silencing him. Concerning prophecies, do not voice them, Yin Xiang. Not all wish to glimpse their own future. He exhaled a plume of smoke. Well, very well. Yin Xiang acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Given your reaction, it seems I am destined for misfortune, but do not dwell on it, the third remarked, observing Yin Xiang. Just then, a sudden sound pierced the arena, plunging the crowd into a momentary hush. At that instant, as Kiba prepared to launch an assault on Naruto's back, Naruto inadvertently let out a flatulent sound. For Kiba, a ninja with an exceptionally keen sense of smell, this was nothing short of catastrophic. Subsequently, Naruto unleashed his signature technique, the Rasen Shuriken, delivering a powerful kick to Kiba's face, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. At last, victory belonged to Naruto, as medical ninjas promptly carried Kiba away. Ah, that Naruto, the third mused with a smile. His victory was quite unexpected, wasn't it? Yin Xiang thought to himself. Who could have anticipated that Naruto would release gas at such a moment? The eighth match, Kiba Misumi vs Kamikaze Yin Xiang. After reviewing the screen, the announcer declared, It appears I am the one destined to face 2 rounds. How unfortunate, In Xiang remarked as he walked from the third side into the arena. Kiba Misumi descended from above, a comrade of Kabuto. You don't intend to forfeit? In Xiang inquired, observing the approaching Kiba Misumi. Logically, having witnessed his prowess, this individual should refrain from confronting him. Do not think to intimidate me. After employing so many jutsu, your chakra must be running low, Kiba Misumi retorted, standing before In Xiang. Well, who can say? In Xiang smirked, confident that even if his chakra were depleted, he could still defeat this opponent using taijutsu. It's yet another battle for In Xiang, Ino remarked nervously from the stands. Having just emerged from the forest of death and engaged in a previous fight, his chakra must be nearly exhausted, Shikamaru observed. I fear that even In Xiang may face defeat, Choji chimed in. Go In Xiang. Naruto, fresh from his own match, shouted enthusiastically from the stands, to which In Xiang nodded in acknowledgement. Now, let the 8th round commence, the announcer proclaimed before stepping aside. In a flash, Kiba Misumi vanished from In Xiang's view, reappearing behind him, ensnaring him with his body. My joints can twist freely. Under my chakra's control, I can choke you to submission. Surrender now. I see. Akin to a form of contortion, In Xiang mused inwardly. The speed of that individual is astonishing. He has actually seized hold of Hinata. Shikamaru remarked from above. Could it be that Hinata is truly on the verge of defeat? No, that cannot be, Ino initially expressed, only to swiftly shake her head and dismiss the thought. How could Hinata possibly lose? Concede. Kaminashi tightened her grip, and a look of anguish spread across Hinata's face. Is that piece of wood truly amusing? Have you not yet realized? Hinata's voice resonated from behind Kaminashi, who widened her eyes in shock, discovering that the Hinata she had been restraining had morphed into a mere log. How is this possible? When did that happen? Kaminashi hastily leapt a considerable distance away from the Hinata behind her. You surely do not believe you can outpace me? Hinata's voice echoed once more from Kaminashi's rear, prompting her to leap aside again, as the shadow of Hinata loomed in the spot she had just vacated. This is how it concludes. Hinata's figure reappeared behind Kaminashi, a kunai poised against her neck. How can this be? Your speed is simply unfathomable. What kind of jutsu is this? Kaminashi inquired before Hinata replied. It's merely a standard body flicker technique. As Hinata retracted the kunai, Kaminashi's legs succumbed, and she collapsed to the ground, a true weakling indeed. The 8th match concluded, declaring the victor Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata effortlessly secured victory, merely employing the substitution technique to evade. The shadow clone technique was intimidating, and she finished him off with the body flicker technique. The forthcoming 9th match promised to be an intriguing contest, Niji Hyuga versus Hinata Hyuga. Right from the outset, Hinata was nearly stripped of her fighting spirit by Niji's words, yet spurred on by Naruto's encouragement, Hinata reignited her determination, leading to a captivating confrontation. Although Hinata ultimately faced defeat, she emerged with minimal injuries, thanks to Naruto's intervention, who vowed to teach Niji a lesson, though Niji dismissively disregarded him. You wield such harshness against your own sister, uttering such venomous words, Hinata remarked to Niji after their match concluded. Victory is merely victory, Niji retorted. In the grand scheme, you are still siblings. The distinctions between the main and branch families will, in due time, fade with the passage of this era. Hinata, Niji turned to face her, his expression somber. While you and I may be friends, do not jest about such matters. Well, one day you shall witness it for yourself. Until then, live well, Hinata said, patting Niji's shoulder with a hint of resignation. She was not adept at verbal sparring. Educating Niji was best left to Naruto. As the 9th match was about to commence, it featured Gaara against Rock Lee. The moment Lee unfastened his weights, even Hinata was taken aback. She had never contemplated training under such heavy burdens. In truth, her own training had primarily focused on ninjutsu. Having shed his burdens, Xiaoli moved with a speed far surpassing that of In Xiang. Faced with such a formidable opponent, In Xiang could not ascertain whether he could emerge victorious. He mused that he might not even have time to form a single hand seal. In terms of physical techniques, In Xiang relied solely on the body flicker technique and the flying thunder god technique to launch surprise attacks against his adversaries. As for Jinjutsu, that was entirely In Xiang's Achilles heel. Fortunately, until now, no one had employed illusions against him, as Xiaoli soared through the air with remarkable velocity. He unleashed the forbidden technique, Shiretsu, striking Gaara and shattering his sand armor. Alas, Gaara evaded the attack with a sand clone, emerging unscathed. However, Xiaoli was in agony, unable to move, and soon found himself at a disadvantage, enduring relentless assaults. Yet, he refused to surrender. He gritted his teeth against the pain and pressed on toward Gaara. Then, in an unforeseen turn of events, the 8 gates. An astonishing aura erupted from Xiaoli, and his chakra surged forth, turning his skin a vibrant crimson. The 3rd gate, the opening of life, is now open. Xiaoli shouted, the chakra erupting from him in a brilliant display. With newfound swiftness, he became a blur, striking Gaara with an unyielding series of blows that left Gaara defenseless. The 5th gate, the opening of limit, is now open. Xiaoli proclaimed as he soared through the air, delivering a powerful punch that sent Gaara flying. Grabbing a bandage from a nearby tree, he bound Gaara's waist. And as he pulled the bandage taut, Xiaoli delivered a decisive strike, employing Rinnegan. In that moment, Xiaoli felt invincible. Yin Xiang was no match for him. Yin Xiang whispered to himself, and those around him clearly heard his words. Xiaoli was even more formidable than he. Gaara's defenses crumbled under the onslaught, and Xiaoli let out a pained cry as his muscles tore apart from the exertion. As Gaara crashed to the ground, his gourd transformed into sand, cushioning the impact. Upon being struck, Gaara glared at Xiaoli before casting a malevolent look towards Yin Xiang, who furrowed his brow, sensing the impending danger. The very thought crossed his mind. Could it be? Yin Xiang's suspicions were confirmed as Gaara, despite being incapacitated by Xiaoli's attack, extended both hands. One mass of sand surged toward Xiaoli, while another hurtled towards Yin Xiang. Sand binding coffin. The sand rushing towards Xiaoli reached him first, ensnaring his arms and legs, ruthlessly shredding his muscle tissue. The other mass of sand barreled towards Yin Xiang, who quickly raised 2 fingers and activated the flying thunder god technique. He barely evaded capture, narrowly escaping the grasp of Gaara's attack. Utilizing the flying thunder god, Yin Xiang returned home. By the time he arrived back, Xiaoli had already been taken away by the medical team. Just as Xiaoli was on the brink of being killed by Gaara, thankfully, Guy intervened to save him. Xiaoli had lost consciousness, yet his body still managed to rise on its own. This surreal scene left the onlookers in astonishment. Yin Xiang, prepared to rescue Xiaoli, had not anticipated Gaara's sudden aggression. Gritting his teeth, he gazed at the unconscious form of Xiaoli, pondering deeply. Yin Xiang, are you all right? Upon seeing Yin Xiang return, Kakashi was the first to approach him. After all, Kakashi had watched Yin Xiang grow up since childhood, and his concern for him was akin to that of a brother. Just moments ago, Kakashi had been prepared to use Kimui to rescue Yin Xiang. The person who had just been there had vanished in an instant. What was that? Standing beside Naruto, Kanjuro gazed at Yin Xiang ascending the stairs, his eyes wide with astonishment, as if he had encountered a specter. That was the flying thunder god technique. This young man. Meanwhile, Maki, having witnessed Minato's prowess, recognized the technique as the flying thunder god. It's nothing. Just an exposed secret technique, Yin Xiang remarked, shaking his head as he approached Kakashi, casting a cold glance at Gaara across from him. Gaara, I hope to face you in the next match. The tone of Yin Xiang was notably frigid. Even when he smiled with narrowed eyes, there was an air of danger. When his face bore no trace of a smile, one would truly comprehend the essence of hell on earth. Having grown up in the home of Minato and Kushina, where laughter and joy filled the air daily, and with Minato's sunny disposition, Yin Xiang had always been cheerful, never displaying such an expression. In that moment, Gaara felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling not from fear, but from excitement. Good. I, too, wish to battle you, Gaara replied with arms crossed. Kakashi, he said, patting Yin Xiang on the shoulder, I have never seen this expression on you before. Yin Xiang nodded, suppressing his expression and murderous intent. In that brief moment, several of Konoha's young talents had been intimidated by Yin Xiang. Even those who admired him, like Ten, were drenched in sweat from fear. Yin Xiang. Li, he might not be able to become a ninja, Naruto said, approaching Yin Xiang, unfazed by the earlier aura of menace. Not possible, Naruto. There will be a way, Yin Xiang replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Guy's spirits had plummeted to an all-time low. He had never witnessed such a demeanor from his friend. Next came the final examination, with Toss facing off against Ding Xi. Unsurprisingly, Ding Xi was no match for Toss and was swiftly defeated. With this, the preliminary rounds of the third examination concluded. The results were announced by Shippuden. Ultimately, those advancing included Sasuke, In-seong, Temari, Naruto, Shikamaru, Gaara, Shino, Toss, Niji, 9 individuals in total. Congratulations to all who qualified for the third round of examinations. Shippuden addressed the 9 participants before him. The absent individual is Sasuke, who has not returned since being taken to seal his cursed mark. Among those present were 6 from Konoha, 2 from Sunagakure, and 1 from Otogakure. Now, I shall explain the competition details. The third Hokage adjusted his hat and addressed the candidates. The official matches will showcase your battles to the audience, as representatives of your respective nations. I hope you will each perform to the best of your abilities without regrets. Therefore, the official matches will commence in 1 month's time. Aren't they starting now? Naruto inquired, looking at the third Hokage. This is what is referred to as the corresponding preparation time, indicating that the preliminary round has concluded and serves as an invitation for the renowned leaders of various nations and the ninja chiefs to observe. Moreover, it provides a moment of preparation for you, the participants. In simpler terms, it allows us to gather intelligence on our adversaries from the preliminary round, thereby enhancing our chances of success. Correct, teacher? In-seong inquired of the third Hokage. Thus far, it has been all practical experience, and one might anticipate battling unseen foes. However, the competition does not unfold in such a manner. At times, one must reveal their full capabilities in front of their opponents. To ensure fairness, this month can be utilized for self-improvement. The third Hokage nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on Sasuke's side, Kabuto had already entered Sasuke's hospital room. Prior to this, Kakashi had visited the hospital and had a chance encounter with Kabuto, but Kabuto managed to escape. Therefore, I intend to disband everyone immediately, but before that, there is something imperative that we must address prior to the official competition, the third Hokage announced to the participants. What is it? I need to hurry back to my training, Naruto exclaimed in dissatisfaction. In-seong also felt a twinge of annoyance. It was agreed that there would be a third exam, but now another task was introduced. All right, do not be hasty. Each of you will draw a lot from the box held by Akamichi. The third Hokage instructed. I will bring it over. You may draw in order, but only 1 lot each, he added. Akamichi approached the first contestant, Tors, and proceeded down the line, with In-seong being the last to draw. Having all drawn their lots, please sequentially announce the numbers you have drawn, Ibiki stated, holding a notebook. Tors drew an 8. Naruto a 1, Temari a 7, Gaara a 3, Shikamaru a 9, Niji a 2, Shino a 6, and In-seong a 5. This means he is number 4. Ibiki noted the order in his notebook, and number 4 corresponds to Sasuke. The third Hokage nodded. Now, I shall announce the matchups for the commencement of the competition. What? Naruto shouted upon hearing this. Was that the purpose of the drawing? Shikamaru also exclaimed. Ibiki, please reveal the matchups to them, the third Hokage instructed. Ibiki turned the notebook toward In-seong and the others, where the pairings had been established. 1 against 2, 3 against 4, 5 against 6, followed by 7 against 8 and 9, forming a knockout tournament. Thus, In-seong's opponent would be Shino, who glanced towards In-seong. While outwardly composed, he felt a surge of anxiety within. How could he be matched against this monster? I have a question. If this is a knockout tournament, only one person can ultimately prevail, right? Shikamaru raised his hand. So, does that mean only one individual can attain the rank of Chunin? No, that's not the case. This examination includes examiners, myself included, along with the esteemed lords of various nations and the leaders of the ninja clans, who will observe together. The examiners will evaluate you based on the performance in the elimination rounds. Those deemed to possess adequate qualifications for the Chunin rank may be promoted even if they are defeated in the first round, the third Hokage explained. So, does that mean everyone here has the potential to become a Chunin? Temari inquired. Well, conversely, it is also possible that none will succeed. Winning in the elimination rounds is tantamount to securing an opportunity to showcase one's abilities. Understood, Shikamaru? The third Hokage remarked, addressing Shikamaru. How troublesome, Shikamaru thought to himself. Thank you all for your hard work. We shall reconvene in a month. Dismissed, the third Hokage announced, leading everyone to disperse. Naturally, In-seong followed the third Hokage. What are your plans for the next month? The third Hokage asked In-seong. I plan to seek guidance from Kakashi about the Raikiri, and then delve into researching new jutsu. Refining other elemental chakra, In-seong replied as they walked together. It seems you have it all mapped out. Regarding the cursed seal, should anything seem amiss, do not hesitate to consult me. When you refine your chakra, feel free to visit my office. I will be nearby to assist you. The third Hokage said with a satisfied smile, appreciating that Inxiang appeared to be a more manageable disciple than the legendary Sannin of his time. All right, I shall seek out Kakashi now, note down the Raikiri, and then return home to experiment with the jutsu I have in mind, Inxiang stated. What jutsu might that be? The third Hokage inquired, curious about Inxiang's research. You will see it during the Chunin exam, Inxiang replied with a smile. You seem quite confident. The third Hokage chuckled in response. Well then, I shall take my leave. Kakashi should be at the hospital at this time, Inxiang said to the third Hokage. Very well. The third Hokage nodded, and Inxiang vanished from his sight. Inxiang made his way directly to the Konoha hospital, initially intending to enter Sasuke's room directly. He was informed that visits were not permitted. Consequently, Inxiang had no choice but to scale the walls and navigate to the exterior of the hospital, circling around until he found Sasuke's room. As expected, Kakashi was by Sasuke's side, although Sasuke remained in a state of unconsciousness. Knock, knock, knock. Inxiang tapped gently on the window. Kakashi looked up, and upon seeing Inxiang outside, he opened the window to let him in. Hey, Kakashi, Inxiang greeted as he jumped inside. Glancing at the still unconscious Sasuke, Inxiang, aren't you going home to rest? You came directly here, Kakashi remarked, noting the significant chakra expenditure Inxiang had already incurred that day. I came to seek your guidance on the Raikiri to prepare for the next exam, Inxiang explained. Oh, who is your opponent? Do you really need to prepare for an S-rank technique? Kakashi asked, intrigued by the notion that Inxiang required such a formidable jutsu for his adversary. Inxiang pondered. I believe it was Shino, but that's not important. I just want to learn an S-rank technique for my own repertoire. As it happens, your lightning blade technique bears a striking resemblance to one of my lightning blade-derived skills, the lightning blade kunai thrust. This technique represents an alternate form of the lightning blade, wherein the lightning chakra is infused into the kunai, transforming it into a thrusting form that substitutes for the palm. In this manifestation, the lightning blade exhibits unparalleled penetrating power, significantly sharper than the conventional lightning blade. By augmenting the kunai with the lightning blade, it surpasses my lightning release kunai in potency. Please, teach me the lightning blade. I can hardly contain my eagerness, Inxiang implored Kakashi. I must forewarn you, Kakashi replied. The lightning blade necessitates the accompaniment of the Sharingan. Without it, one may struggle to lock onto an adversary while employing lightning release to enhance speed. Indeed, I must give it a try, Inxiang nodded in agreement. That is true. Considering your unique physique, it is possible that you might not require the Sharingan after all, Kakashi acknowledged. Fortunately, this room is spacious enough for us to practice freely. Pay close attention, Kakashi advised. After Inxiang took a step back, Kakashi began to gather lightning release chakra, allowing it to envelop his entire body. Lightning crackled around his hand, shifting in hue from a bluish-white to a deep violet. Lightning blade. Kakashi advanced, nearly reaching the wall, before delivering a powerful punch. The lightning blade erupted in the air, demonstrating formidable strength. However, under Kakashi's control, it left the wall unharmed. By concentrating a substantial amount of chakra in the hand to generate a high-intensity electrical current, one can activate cells with lightning release chakra to enhance movement speed and pierce through enemies. Is that correct? Inxiang pondered aloud. You clever brat, Kakashi chuckled wryly. Recognizing Inxiang's innate talent for lightning release, he grasped the concept with just a glance. These ideas seem to manifest in your mind effortlessly. I'll give it a try once I return home, Inxiang smiled. Yes, the lightning blade possesses numerous derivative techniques, which I will teach you gradually, Kakashi promised. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Take good care of your student, Inxiang said with a smile, before leaping out of the window. You truly have a knack for sarcasm, don't you? Kakashi shook his head with a wry smile, watching Inxiang depart. Reflecting on their past, he acknowledged that although he had cared for Inxiang in his youth, Inxiang had also provided him with considerable support. A smile graced Kakashi's face as he realized that during his own struggles, it was Inxiang who had been his capable psychological mentor since childhood. Meanwhile, Naruto, initially training under Ebisu, encountered Jiraiya mid-journey. Under Jiraiya's guidance, he successfully became his disciple, and the 5-element seal placed upon him by Orochimaru was subsequently released by Jiraiya's 5 elements unsealing technique. Lightning blade. Despite having expended much of his chakra, Xiang was determined to experiment with the lightning blade. He consumed a soldier pill, briefly replenishing his chakra, and concentrated the lightning release chakra throughout his body. Through the manipulation of lightning chakra, he stimulated every cell in his body, enhancing his speed. A substantial amount of chakra coalesced in his hands, transforming into a deep violet hue. With the swiftness of a lightning bolt, Xiang surged forward, striking a nearby tree with a powerful palm. The impact reverberated as the entire tree collapsed, crashing to the ground and subsequently igniting in flames. In an instant, Xiang found himself completely drained of chakra, his consciousness fading as he collapsed to the earth. This technique, the lightning cutter, had nearly exhausted his chakra reserves. When Xiang regained consciousness, night had fallen. He shook his head to clear the fog of confusion and made his way home. After indulging in a refreshing shower, he prepared a hearty meal, savoring what was undoubtedly the finest feast since emerging from the forest of death. The lightning cutter had yet to unleash its full potential, yet it had already consumed a third of his chakra. Indeed, it was worthy of its S-rank status. In contrast, his elder brother Kakashi often lamented his own meager chakra levels, a testament to his humility. Having reflected upon this, Xiang retired for the night. During that evening, two significant events transpired. Moonlight Gale uncovered Maki and Kabuto's collusion, only to be eliminated by Maki, while Gaara's tailed beast underwent a brief rampage, vanquishing Toes of the Sound Village, both incidents occurring while Xiang lay in unconsciousness. In the month that followed, Xiang dedicated himself to the study of new ninja techniques, frequently visiting the third Hokage's office to refine chakra of other elemental natures. His new jutsu was crafted under the premise of the shadow secret technique, wherein Xiang conjured shadows that employed the shadow clone technique. Initially, the shadows exhibited mere fluctuations until, after 10 days of relentless effort and a revised hand sign method, he successfully created a shadow clone. This clone was indeed a shadow, enabling Xiang to traverse between the two shadows. Thus, the technique had reached a minor level of success, with its foundational premise established. Once fully developed, it would undoubtedly rival S-rank jutsu. Xiang exclaimed in joy. However, upon reflection, he realized his chakra had been divided into 3 parts. 40% remained within him, while 60% was evenly distributed among the 2 shadows. 2 portions of chakra sufficed for a single use of the Chidori, while 3 portions would allow him to execute one Chidori alongside either a lightning or wind technique. He contemplated employing a technique to immobilize his opponent, with the shadow bind technique emerging as the optimal choice. Determined, he resolved to seek guidance from Master Kakashi, vowing to master this technique. Not only was Xiang undergoing intense training, but the other genin were also engaged in rigorous practice. In preparation to confront Xiang, Shino had been enduring extraordinarily grueling training sessions, while Niji exhausted his chakra daily, often collapsing from fatigue. Naruto had learned the summoning technique, though his progress was minimal, merely summoning tadpoles each day. Sasuke had also embarked on specialized training in the Chidori alongside Kakashi, while Gaara and the others finally grasped the true purpose of their presence there. Ine arrived at Rugio's residence, only to find that Shikamaru was absent, having gone out to train with Asuma. "Ah, Ine, what brings you here outside of special training?" Rugio, seated on the corridor, sipped tea and greeted Ine as he approached. "Teacher Rugio, it has been a long time," Ine said, settling beside him. Rugio poured a cup of exquisite tea for Ine, remarking on the fortuitous timing of his visit. "Teacher Rugio, you know I am not one for beating around the bush. I am currently developing a ninjutsu that requires your shadow binding technique. Without it, I cannot complete my creation," Ine stated earnestly, looking intently at Rugio. Taken aback by Yin's seriousness, Rugio chuckled softly. "It has been nearly 2 years, yet you remain so persistent. What kind of ninjutsu necessitates the use of my clan's techniques?" "It is a ninjutsu comparable to S rank, incorporating the shadow secret technique, Chidori, and shadow clone technique," Ine explained. "Oh, that sounds quite impressive, but I cannot impart the shadow manipulation technique to you. However, I can exchange it for the shadow secret technique," Rugio replied. With a sigh, Rugio formed a hand seal, stating, "In truth, I grasped your shadow secret technique upon my first encounter with it." As he spoke, his shadow leapt from the ground, standing alongside him. Ine was momentarily stunned. Then a smile crept across his face. "So, my shadow secret technique is quite similar to your shadow manipulation technique, then?" "Indeed," Rugio nodded. acknowledging that Een was on the brink of mastering the shadow manipulation technique. Where have I gone wrong, Teacher Rugio? Please, offer me a hint, Een implored. Rugio pondered for a moment before responding. The shadow manipulation technique relies on the transformation of Een chakra, and its control fundamentally depends on mental strength. Mental strength. So, the Jinjutsu I have never studied must also pertain to that, Een mused. Precisely, Rugio affirmed. In that case, I understand now. Thank you, Teacher Rugio, Een said, finishing his tea and rising to his feet. Have you comprehended it? Rugio inquired, also standing up. Yes, Een nodded, determination in his gaze. I look forward to your performance. Rugio smiled. From that day onward, Een resumed his training in shadow manipulation, seeking guidance from the third Hokage on controlling mental strength. After a year and a half of dedication since meeting Rugio, Een finally mastered the shadow manipulation technique. Shadow secret technique, shadow clone technique, shadow binding technique, Chidori. Before a tree, Een unleashed the shadow secret technique on one side, creating shadow clones that positioned themselves around the tree, utilizing the binding technique from shadow manipulation. His real form ensnared the tree, while the two clones, wielding Chidori, charged from opposite directions, cleaving the tree in two, resulting in a spectacular explosion. Forbidden art, instant prison shadow killing formation. As the tree erupted, Een Xiang shouted, and at that moment, the shadow of the shadow secret technique vanished with a soft thud, returning to Een Xiang's feet. He half-knelt, feeling the drain of half his chakra, neither more nor less. This tree was Een Xiang's imagined adversary. He first employed two shadows to create a diversion, while his real self used the shadow binding technique to unexpectedly immobilize the enemy, and subsequently unleashed two Chidori to shatter them. Observing the pulverized remnants of the tree on the ground, a smile graced Een Xiang's face. The master of shadow flow, Zed's ultimate technique, had been successfully developed. Not only was it a formidable technique, but the earlier shadow secret technique and the lightning release shuriken were also conceived based on Zed's skills. When it came to ninjas, the first name that sprang to Een Xiang's mind was Zed, and the efficacy of those techniques had been undeniably proven. Such potent ninjutsu. Could it inflict harm upon your own body? The voice of the third Hokage emerged from behind Een Xiang, who was unaware that the third had approached him. Master. Over the days, Een Xiang's address had shifted from teacher to master, as the third had become his true mentor. Just as he attempted to rise, he stumbled and nearly fell, only to be steadied by the third. Muscles. Een Xiang glanced at his calves, noticing signs of strain. Indeed, this ninjutsu can harm your body. It is likely that your calves are not the only affected area. If overused, your body will become significantly weakened, the third cautioned. Understanding why such techniques were referred to as forbidden arts, I never anticipated it would impose such a burden. Among these ninjutsu, I had not discerned any that would strain my body. The burden lies in the shadows of shadows, by splitting your shadow into shadow clones. You previously mentioned that the shadow is akin to your true self. Essentially, shadows cannot produce clones, which implies that dividing shadows equates to bisecting your own body. The third, having observed only once, made this astute analysis. So, you mean to say that dividing shadows is akin to cleaving me in twain? Een Xiang paused, taken aback. Indeed, any damage inflicted upon the shadow will reflect upon you. The damage from shadow clones is comparatively lesser, but once the shadow clone returns to the original shadow, the harm transfers back to you. Therefore, this new ninjutsu of yours, as well as the shadow clone technique, should only be employed in dire circumstances. The third nodded in agreement. How disappointing. After much effort to develop this ninjutsu, it turns out to be unusable. I shall classify your ninjutsu as a forbidden technique. Refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary, lest your body cannot endure the toll, the third advised. I understand, Master, Een Xiang replied, nodding in acknowledgement. 3 days hence, the third examination would commence. Take these 3 days to rest well. You have been training continuously this month without pause, even refining chakra from my shadow clones. Oh. Aha, Master, you caught on. Een, feeling a touch of embarrassment, scratched his head. For the past month, it had been his shadow clone who had been extracting chakra from the third Hokage, and he had thought the third had not noticed. By the way, how is your chakra extraction coming along? The third inquired. Utterly ineffective. In fact, my chakra has increased somewhat, Een replied, his disappointment deepening. Was it true that he could only wield wind and lightning release jutsu? It seems you are unable to train in other elemental chakra. However, do not despair. With your talent, you will undoubtedly achieve great renown in the ninja world, the third remarked with a twinkle in his eye, a smile forming on his lips. Achieving renown in the ninja world is not something I've considered. I merely wish to protect Naruto, In said, lowering his gaze. That is precisely the right mindset. For I believe Naruto will indeed make a name for himself in the ninja world, the third's voice echoed as he walked away, having already distanced himself. After the third departed, In returned home, massaging his calves and sinking into contemplation on the sofa. Indeed, the fusion of so many jutsu could harm his body. It had begun with his calves, and soon it might extend to his thighs, waist, chest, and eventually encompass his entire being. At that point, he would be left utterly weakened, potentially facing life-threatening dangers. While this technique could save him, it also posed the risk of leading to his own demise. Nonetheless, reflecting on the past month of arduous training, he acknowledged significant gains. His chakra reserves had increased, and he had mastered lightning cutter and shadow manipulation techniques. Even without considering his forbidden jutsu, these two skills were formidable. After attending to his personal hygiene, In lay down on his bed to rest. For the next 3 days, he remained at home, focusing solely on chakra extraction. Even if he could not extract chakra of other attributes, augmenting his own chakra reserves was still beneficial. 3 days later, the final match of the Chunin exams commenced, with all participants gathered at the venue, surrounded by a throng of spectators. Notably absent were Naruto and Sasuke. Originally, 9 competitors were to participate, but 3 were missing, one of whom, Tors, had already perished. Just as the match was about to begin, Naruto slid into the center of the arena. Naruto, what on earth are you doing? In approached and helped him to his feet. Everyone run. The village's herd of cattle is charging in. Naruto shouted, breathless. Huh, what are you talking about? Shikamaru replied, exasperated. It's true. There are so many. Naruto's words trailed off as he noticed something was amiss. Everyone in the arena was staring at him. Where's Sasuke? Naruto scanned the area, but Sasuke was nowhere to be found. My opponent, Tors, hasn't he arrived either, Shikamaru added. All right, you 3, stop flailing about and face the audience with confidence, an unknown figure commanded, addressing In and his companions. At that moment, Naruto began to observe his surroundings. The area was filled with spectators, all cheering for their favorite competitors. In this match, you are the protagonists, the figure declared. Though it is said so, being scrutinized by so many people as if one were a performing monkey is undeniably displeasing. In muttered to himself, glancing towards the location of the third Hokage. The third Hokage had just arrived and seated himself beside the third. In clenched his fists, fully aware that the individual in question was none other than Orochimaru. Distinguished guests, the third Hokage proclaimed, rising from his chair and addressing the audience with a microphone. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for coming to Konoha to witness the Chunin selection exam. Now, let us proceed with the formal selection matches featuring the 8 candidates who have successfully passed the preliminary rounds. Please enjoy the spectacle. As soon as the third's words concluded, a chorus of cheers erupted from the crowd, and the venue became lively once more. Before the matches commence, I would like to say a few words, spoke Uchiha Genin, pulling a piece of paper from his vest. Upon unfolding it, he revealed a modified order of combatants. There have been some changes to the matchups, so please confirm your opponents once again. Naruto looked at Uchiha Genin, inquiring, what about Sasuke? What? Uchiha Genin replied, puzzled. Sasuke hasn't shown up yet. What should we do? Naruto asked. If he has not arrived by the time your match begins, he will forfeit by default, Uchiha Genin stated. The only ones present who knew Sasuke's whereabouts were Gaara and In. Listen carefully, everyone. Although the setting differs, the rules remain unchanged from the preliminary rounds. There are no rules. Victory will be determined only by death or surrender. However, should I deem the outcome clear, I will terminate the match without opposition. Do you understand? The first match will be between Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga. The rest may return to the waiting area. Good luck, Naruto, In encouraged, patting Naruto on the shoulder before departing to join the others in the waiting area. The impending duel between Naruto and Neji was about to unfold. Naturally, many favored Neji, renowned as a prodigy from the Hyuga clan, while Naruto was infamous for being the underdog. However, the ensuing battle astonished the spectators. Naruto delivered an exhilarating performance, creating 2 significant craters in the arena. Neji, showcasing his mastery of the Byakugan, drew considerable attention as well. This match proved to be spectacular, with Naruto employing not only physical prowess, but also his verbal wit, pushing Neji to the brink of frustration. In an impressive turn, Naruto not only convinced Neji, but also swayed Hayashi Hyuga, Neji's father. After Neji was escorted off the field, Hayashi made his way to the medical room. The next battle was set to commence, featuring Sasuke against Gaara. However, with Sasuke still absent, the third Hokage decided to postpone his match to the third round. Consequently, the second match was altered to feature Shikamaru against Temari, with the latter being unceremoniously pushed onto the field by Naruto. Moreover, the audience found the match rather uninteresting. Despite the contrary reality, Shikamaru delivered a spectacular performance, skillfully employing his shadow manipulation technique and utilizing the trees within the arena to successfully capture Temari. Throughout their exchanges, each attack showcased remarkable prowess, and Temari fell completely into Shikamaru's cunning trap. Under Shikamaru's exceptional intellect, Temari was utterly immobilized. Although Shikamaru succeeded in apprehending Temari, he found himself devoid of chakra, raising his hand to concede defeat. At that moment, Temari began to take notice of Shikamaru, and an unspoken connection subtly blossomed between them. The assembled Jonin began to comment on Shikamaru, acknowledging his intelligence and strategy, deeming him worthy of promotion to Chunin status. After their departure, the third match commenced. Yet Sasuke still had not made an appearance, causing the audience to grow increasingly restless, voicing their frustrations loudly, eager to witness the prowess of the Uchiha heir. The crowd's anticipation was fueled not only by curiosity about the Uchiha clan's abilities, but also by the bets placed on Sasuke's victory. Those who had wagered on him were dismayed at his absence, fearing a forfeit. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the announcer declared the final segment had reached its time limit. At that moment, a flurry of leaves cascaded into the arena, and a whirlwind swept through as Sasuke and Kakashi appeared, standing back to back, bringing a momentary hush over the crowd. "I apologize for the delay," Kakashi remarked. The audience erupted in cheers upon Sasuke's arrival, eagerly anticipating an exhilarating contest. Having benefited from the postponement, Sasuke's gaze fixed upon Gaara, who in turn regarded him as he made his way to the arena, encountering a few troublemakers along the way. These individuals, having placed bets on Sasuke's victory, sought to eliminate Gaara, but the two ninjas were swiftly dispatched. As the third round commenced, the focus of Ino was entirely elsewhere. The moment she had been anticipating was about to arrive. What should she do? What actions could be taken now? The forbidden techniques and S-rank jutsu, such as Raikiri, she had diligently mastered prior to the Chunin exams were all for this very moment, yet it was fast approaching. How could she possibly save the third Hokage? Ino frequently glanced in the direction of the third Hokage and the Kazekage beside him, while her companion, Shino, observed her intently, his eyes concealed behind sunglasses, contemplating how best to counter Ino's abilities. Unbeknownst to Shino, their match would not commence. Stepping out from the competitors' lounge, Ino approached the third Hokage with a worried expression. Her concern was palpable, and the third Hokage could discern her thoughts merely by observing her demeanor. "Is it time for that moment, Ino?" the third Hokage inquired. Seated before her, Ino nodded, at a loss for words. "In Xiong, should that moment truly arrive, I hope that in your efforts to protect Naruto, you will also safeguard Konoha. You possess that capability. I have always regarded you as the future Hokage, as you are well aware," the third Hokage remarked. Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru, now the Wind Shadow, felt his pupils constrict sharply. Was it not only Minato Namikaze, but even his adopted son, who was deemed more worthy of the title of Hokage in your eyes, Sensei? Orochimaru pondered within. "Yet, I have no intention of becoming Hokage. If I truly held the power to protect Konoha, I would undoubtedly act upon it," In Xiong replied to the third Hokage. The matches below had commenced, with Kakashi utilizing his Sharingan to replicate Lee's taijutsu, subsequently enabling Sasuke to imitate Lee's techniques through the Sharingan as well. In terms of speed, Sasuke had matched Lee's standard pace, capable of surpassing Gaara's sand, sending him flying with a single punch. "Enjoy the match. It promises to be quite exhilarating," the third Hokage said to In Xiong with a smile. "Indeed, Master," In Xiong responded, somewhat resigned, positioning himself beside the third Hokage, feeling reassured that he could remain close in case of any unforeseen circumstances. "Return now, In Xiong. You have another match to prepare for, do you not?" The third Hokage urged, his expression slightly uneasy. Master, are you suggesting? In Xiang suddenly realized, fearing that the third Hokage had discerned the truth. This wind shadow was not the genuine wind shadow, and thus wished to distance him from potential peril. You are the future of Konoha, my proud disciple. Go forth, the third Hokage affirmed with a nod and a smile. I understand, Master, In Xiang said, bowing deeply before swiftly vanishing from the third Hokage's side. After the departure of the young In Xiang, Orochimaru turned towards the third Hokage and remarked, that child was impressive. The third Hokage squinted, smiling enigmatically. Is that so? Orochimaru's lips, hidden beneath his pure white veil, curled as he licked his mouth. When In Xiang returned to observe the ongoing battle, he saw Gaara entombing himself in sand, rendering Sasuke's attacks futile while a third eye crafted from sand manifested upon his spherical shield. At that moment, numerous sound ninjas and sand shinobi had gathered outside the village, inscribing an enormous summoning array upon the ground. Within the arena, Sasuke unleashed Chidori, charging toward Gaara's sand sphere. This technique had previously astonished the crowd during the preliminaries when In Xiang had utilized it. Now, witnessing Sasuke's execution of the same move left them equally astounded. Sasuke thrust Chidori into Gaara's sand sphere, shattering it effortlessly. Of course, such feats were relatively simple for In Xiang. His reluctance to engage in battle with Gaara stemmed from the sheer complexity of the confrontation. Evading the sand, while seeking openings to strike, was an arduous task. Meanwhile, Sasuke's hand penetrated the remnants of Gaara's sand sphere, pressing against Gaara's shoulder, eliciting a scream. Blood! My blood! Gaara had never shed his own blood. But now tranquility was shattered. Sasuke hurriedly attempted to retract his arm, yet he found it impossible to withdraw. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a surge of lightning from his hand, finally managing to break free. Accompanying Sasuke's arm was another, notably robust limb belonging to Shikaku, which swiftly returned to the sand sphere. After a brief moment of stillness, Sasuke, being the closest, heard a roar from within the sand sphere, akin to that of a wild beast. This roar reverberated throughout the arena, causing the sand sphere to begin to fracture, reverting back to grains of sand. Gaara's figure emerged before the crowd, his right arm pressed against his bleeding left, gasping for breath. The arena glanced back toward the audience section, where not a single voice could be heard. All had succumbed to the illusion, falling into a slumber, save for a few experienced Jonin and Sakura, who possessed knowledge of Jinjutsu and managed to break free from its grasp. Although In was not proficient in illusions, he was aware of such techniques, and, upon realizing the presence of the Jinjutsu, was able to dispel it. Boom! An explosion erupted above the venue, signaling the clash between the sand and sound shinobi. At that moment, Kankuro and Temari leaped from the resting platform to Gaara's side. Smoke bombs ignited beside the third Hokage, as four Umbu swiftly descended from the audience to protect him. Before the smoke had dissipated, the Chunin stationed beside the third was eliminated. The wind shadow swiftly positioned himself behind the third, brandishing a kunai against his throat, leading him to the rooftop of a nearby building. Master! In immediately dashed from the resting area towards the third, but four Umbu suddenly materialized at the corners of the rooftop, employing the four purple flames formation. An Umbu who charged in was engulfed by flames. Master! In could only stand outside the barrier, watching the confrontation between the third and Orochimaru unfold. The third was now engaged in dialogue with Orochimaru. Despite suspecting the wind shadow's true nature, he did not anticipate that he was, in fact, Orochimaru himself. It was only when he uttered Sarutobi-sensei that the third finally confirmed his identity. Not only had enemy ninjas infiltrated the village, but outside, a colossal three-headed serpent was advancing towards Konoha, evidently summoned by Orochimaru. The entire village was thrown into chaos. Ninja from Sunagakure surged through the breach created by the serpent, and those guarding the gates of Konoha rushed to intercept them, all waiting for Gaara to reach his complete form. Damn it, there's no way out. In clenched his fists, fixated on the four purple flames formation before him. In, do you remember my words? Protect the village, the third instructed from within the barrier. I understand, Master, In nodded. Then go, undertake an A-rank mission, eliminate the enemy ninjas, the third commanded. Yes, Master, In tightened his fists and departed. Remaining there would yield no results. It was far better to safeguard the village and prevent further harm from befalling it. In Xiang, upon entering the village, inevitably encountered a multitude of enemy ninjas, many of whom were Chunin. Given Yin Xiang's current prowess, he was capable of confronting these Chunin. As he engaged these ninjas, he steadily advanced toward the village's entrance. Meanwhile, a three-headed serpent wreaked havoc in that vicinity, which was precisely where Yin Xiang was headed. Simultaneously, Sasuke pursued Gaara out of the village, prompting Kakashi to dispatch Naruto, Sakura, and Shikamaru, accompanied by the ninja dog Pakin, to track Sasuke's scent. Chidori. Yin Xiang suddenly pivoted, his hand piercing through the chest of a sound ninja who had stealthily approached from behind, attempting to ambush him. At the last moment, Yin Xiang sensed the murderous intent and swiftly retaliated with Chidori, eliminating the assailant. Perish. After dispatching the sound ninja, two sand ninjas leapt into the fray. Yin Xiang hurled a kunai, which, as anticipated, they evaded. At that moment, he instantaneously arrived at the kunai's location, executing Chidori with his left hand and Rinnegan with his right, striking the two ninjas in their vulnerable spots, effectively piercing their hearts. Following the elimination of these two ninjas, Yin Xiang momentarily paused, astonished to discover a peculiar reaction within his body after executing those ninjutsu, though the sensation was fleeting. "Youngster, hurry outside the village. Your companions are being pursued," a voice resonated behind him. Turning around, Yin Xiang was met by Jiraiya. "Uncle Jiraiya," Yin Xiang exclaimed upon recognizing him. "Oh, this form of address." Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback, initially impressed that this young boy had mastered Flying Thunder God, Rinnegan, and Chidori, contemplating that he could assist in the ongoing crisis. "You must be Yin Xiang," Jiraiya remarked, scrutinizing him. "Indeed, Uncle Jiraiya. It has been quite some time. But now is not the moment for reminiscing. As you mentioned, I shall go and rescue them," Yin Xiang declared, before vanishing in an instant. Having grown so much and possessing such formidable strength, this boy. Jiraiya smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward the three-headed serpent, his expression swiftly shifting to one of seriousness as he sprinted toward the creature. Yin Xiang hastened toward Shikamaru and the others, diligently following the trail left by the sound ninjas. After expending considerable time, he finally caught up, only to find Asuma had already dispatched 9 Chunin and rescued Shikamaru. "Shikamaru, are you all right?" Yin Xiang called out as he leapt down from a tree, where Shikamaru was resting beneath. "Ah, Yin Xiang, you've come too. They've all gone after Gaara, and Asuma-sensei has followed suit," Shikamaru replied. "Well, as long as you're fine, here are some soldier pills to help restore your stamina. Given your current condition, find a safe place to hide," Yin Xiang offered, handing Shikamaru the soldier pills, which he gratefully accepted and consumed. "Go help them over there," Shikamaru urged after swallowing the pills, prioritizing Yin Xiang's assistance to Naruto and the others. "Understood." Yin Xiang nodded and resumed his pursuit, searching for the traces left by Naruto and his companions. In the village of Konoha, Orochimaru summoned the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who engaged in a fierce battle with the third Hokage. The clash among the three transformed the rooftop into a chaotic landscape, rendering it unrecognizable, filled with water, rocks, and trees. The third Hokage found himself at a disadvantage, relentlessly pushed back by the formidable duo of Hashirama and Tobirama. Yin Xiang's heart raced with growing anxiety as he realized his power to alter this world was non-existent. His initial desire to effect change was to prevent Orochimaru from marking Sasuke with a cursed seal, thereby averting his defection. However, he fell victim to Orochimaru's immobilization technique, rendering him powerless and subject to the cursed seal himself. Had it not been for Orochimaru's interest in him, he would have likely perished at that moment. His second attempt at change involved assisting Sakura in the Forest of Death against the Sound Ninja trio, but he mistakenly ran in the wrong direction and was intercepted by Gaara. The third instance arose from his intention to rescue Rock Lee, yet before he could act, Gaara suddenly attacked him, forcing him to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, thus failing to aid Lee. Now, in this fourth attempt, he sought to convey the unfolding events to the third Hokage, only to be thwarted once again. This fifth endeavor aimed to save the third Hokage, but the presence of the 4 purple flames formation left him utterly powerless. Reluctantly, he fled the village, unable to witness his mentor's demise. Ultimately, Yin Xiang acknowledged his inability to alter this world, attributing it to his own lack of strength or perhaps the reality that this world inherently restores its order. Much like his ancestors, who, despite being fellow travelers, achieved little more than renown. The subsequent events remained unchanged, leading to the downfall of his clan, which eventually became a hidden lineage and was later exterminated. With growing certainty, Inxiang concluded that this world indeed possesses a self-regulating nature. Meanwhile, Sasuke successfully caught up with Kankuro, Temari, and Gaara, while Naruto and the others pursued them closely. Temari decided to confront Sasuke herself, urging Kankuro to take Gaara and flee. Under Temari's insistence, Kankuro reluctantly carried Gaara away, leaving Temari to engage Sasuke in battle. Inxiang's speed allowed him to swiftly overtake Naruto and the others. "Naruto," he called out as he approached his side. "Huh, Inxiang, you're here too?" Naruto exclaimed with excitement upon seeing him. With Inxiang's presence, their chances of success appeared considerably brighter. "I'm here to rescue Shikamaru. He is all right now, right? Sasuke is just ahead, isn't he?" Inxiang inquired. "Shikamaru is fine. That's great news. Sasuke is right in front of us," Naruto replied. "All right, I'll go ahead," Inxiang acknowledged with a nod before vanishing from the sight of Naruto, Sakura, and Pakin. As Kankuro and the others fled in haste, they left numerous markers along the way. Even without Pakin's tracking abilities, Inxiang could effortlessly discern their direction. Inxiang pressed onward, discovering signs of a struggle within a dense forest. Not far off, he spotted Shoju seated on the ground, rising to her feet. With a swift motion, Inxiang leaped down and seized Shoju by the neck, forcefully slamming her against a tree before lifting her up. A pained cry escaped Shoju as she struggled, desperately attempting to pry his grip from her throat, but her efforts were in vain. "I warned you not to fall into my hands, Shoju," Inxiang whispered close to her ear, his breath warm against her skin, causing her discomfort. "Let me go?" Shoju managed to utter, her voice strained. "This is for Tian Tian." With that, Inxiang lifted Shoju by the neck and flung her away, sending her crashing into a distant tree. He cast one last glance at her before resuming his pursuit of Sasuke, knowing that Naruto would soon arrive and likely discover Shoju as well. Coughing violently, Shoju staggered to her feet after colliding with the tree, blood trickling from her lips. "Why didn't he kill me?" she murmured, unaware that Inxiang was merely sparing Shikamaru's feelings. He couldn't let Shikamaru be left without a partner. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had employed the shadow clone technique, creating 2 copies of himself before invoking a forbidden jutsu, the Reaper Death Seal, to seal away the first and second Hokages, ultimately capturing Orochimaru. However, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword pierced through the third's body in that instant. Why didn't you evade?" Orochimaru questioned, for the third had the capability to dodge yet chose not to, as Orochimaru had no intention of killing him. Ultimately, the third managed to seal only Orochimaru's arms, failing to fully imprison him. Neither sought to end the other's life. It was a futile clash, born solely from Orochimaru's desire to prove himself to the third. At the moment the third's chakra was entirely consumed by the Shinigami, Inxiang felt a chilling void within him, nearly losing his balance atop the tree. Glancing back at Konoha, he sensed an inexplicable absence in his heart. The truth was, at that moment, the third had effectively sacrificed himself to seal Orochimaru away. Simultaneously, Jiraiya had summoned a toad from Mayaboko Mountain to subdue the 3-headed serpent wreaking havoc in Konoha. Other Chunin were preventing those without combat capabilities from entering the village's shelter, which served its purpose, at least shielding the occupants from the chaos outside. On another front, Sasuke had once again caught up to Kanjiro, who bore Gaara's unconscious form upon his shoulder. "You want to escape again," Sasuke declared, panting as he landed before Kanjiro. "This time, it's my turn to deal with you." Kanjiro was equally exhausted, gasping for breath. "Are you looking to get beaten again?" Suddenly, Inxiang's figure appeared behind him, and in the next moment, he landed beside Sasuke. "Naruto, what brings you here?" Sasuke inquired, eyeing Inxiang warily. "Don't regard me with such hostility. I'm here to assist you," Inxiang replied, a smirk gracing his lips. "Wait." The sound of the ball echoed, landing beside Kankuro. "Temari, are you all right? I thought he had eliminated you," Kankuro remarked upon seeing Temari. "Yes, I'm still alive," Temari replied, casting a venomous glance at Inxiang. "But I couldn't hold them back. That was the time needed for Gaara's recovery, and it also drained their chakra," Kankuro continued. "In truth, she had not managed to deplete my chakra, and even if I had expended a significant amount, do you truly believe yourselves to be my adversaries?" Inxiang addressed the two of them. Instinctively, Kankuro touched his crow. The last time Inxiang had damaged it, he had spent a month repairing it, and merely recalling that brought him pain. He placed Gaara against a tree and leaped before Xiang and Sasuke. Tamari, take Gaara and leave. You've reached your limit. I cannot afford to be a burden, Kankuro declared, intending to confront Sasuke and Xiang alone. However, Tamari wanted to say something, but Kankuro urged. Hurry and go. Understood, Tamari reluctantly acquiesced, lifting Gaara from the ground. I suppose I must face you alone, Kankuro stated to Xiang and Sasuke. Though I longed to utter something poignant, Xiang squinted, and in that fleeting moment, Tamari leaped with Gaara in her arms. Xiang's figure appeared before them, delivering a kick that sent Tamari and Gaara crashing to the ground. Ugh! Tamari groaned in pain, clutching her stomach, while Gaara fell to the ground as well. Suddenly, the fallen Tamari and Gaara transformed into wooden figures. They had employed a substitution technique. Did they form the hand seals for the substitution beforehand? Quite the strategy, Xiang remarked, his expression darkening as he gazed at the wooden dummies. I shall pursue them, he instructed Sasuke, sprinting after them, leaving Sasuke to confront Kankuro. Honestly, he just leaves without a word, Sasuke muttered, feeling irked by Xiang's actions. At that moment, another figure emerged, Shino. Shino? What brings you here? Sasuke inquired. I overheard them discussing their plans at the venue. I placed a female insect on you and followed your trail. He entrusted me with this. You continue your pursuit. Shino explained to Sasuke. Leave it to you, Sasuke nodded, departing to continue his chase after Xiang and Tamari. It seems I was too lenient earlier, Xiang said. Standing before Tamari. Tamari glared at Xiang, clenching her teeth. Before he transforms into a monster, surrender him to me, Xiang demanded. What? How do you know? Tamari gasped in surprise. The nine tails was sealed before my eyes. Would I fear the one tail? Xiang replied, though secretly, he wished to seal Shikaku before Gaara transformed. This person before her seemed to know everything. Just then, Gaara, resting against Tamari's shoulder, let out a faint sound. Xiang realized that he could no longer delay. In an instant, he charged forward, only to be sent flying by a kick from Tamari, landing far away and nearly crashing into Sasuke, who deftly caught Tamari and then tossed her aside. Evil sealing technique. Xiang swiftly formed seals beside Gaara and pressed his palm against Gaara's abdomen, where the marks of the evil seal began to appear. With the implementation of this technique, he could seal Gaara's chakra, potentially preventing the emergence of Shikaku. What is happening? Sasuke stood beside Xiang, gazing at the fallen Gaara against the tree. I utilized the sealing technique. It should have worked. Why are you here? Where's Kankuro? Xiang inquired, looking at Sasuke. Shino blocked him. Shino? Xiang furrowed his brow, but nodded. He found Shino's word trustworthy. Suddenly, Gaara, lying on the ground, let out a piercing scream. Get back! Xiang shouted urgently, pulling Sasuke away as they leaped far back to perch on a distant tree. What's wrong? Didn't you seal him? Sasuke asked, observing the raging Gaara. I don't know. Xiang shook his head. Logically, it shouldn't be like this, yet Gaara is standing. Shikaku resides within him. We are no match for it. Shikaku? Sasuke pondered for a moment, confused about what that meant. The tailed beast possesses immense power. It is beyond our capability to contend with, Xiang remarked, watching Gaara roar, cracks appearing on his face as the sand armor began to shatter. Beads of sweat forming on Xiang's forehead. You are my prey. Gaara half-kneeled, his form transforming, sprouting arms that were not human. Tamari and Sasuke gazed in disbelief. He had become a monster. Gaara continued to evolve, enveloped by a torrent of sand that forced Xiang to retreat even further with Sasuke. This is disastrous. The evil sealing technique may have inadvertently facilitated Shikaku's emergence. What is happening? Naruto, Sakura, and Pakin arrived, witnessing the colossal entity before them. Shikaku had fully manifested. Die! Roared the gigantic Shikaku at Xiang and the others. Watch this. Summoning technique. Naruto bit his finger and summoned Gamabunta, the imposing toad emerging alongside him as the two titans stood in the forest. Sasuke, look at what Naruto can do. Sasuke exclaimed, astonished by Naruto's summoning prowess. What is it with you again? What do you want? Gamabunta shouted upon seeing Naruto perched atop his head. Ha, the fruits of my training are on display. Naruto beamed with pride while still standing atop Gamabunta. Oh, at this moment, Winna finally noticed the one-tailed Shikaku before him, swaying its large tail, reminiscent of the Shikaku from the Sand Village. Boss, let us fight together, exclaimed Naruto, giving a thumbs up. Winta exhaled a puff of smoke, responding, I refuse. Naruto widened his eyes, taken aback by Winta's response. Why should I intentionally battle with that fool? It's utterly ridiculous, Winta retorted. Why not? Didn't you say you would take me as your little brother? A true leader helps his subordinates in times of need. That's what righteousness is, Naruto insisted, patting Winta on the head. I did say I would take you as my little brother, but we haven't shared a cup of sake yet. Winta said with a narrowed-eyed smile. You can't do that. I'm not even 20 yet. I can't drink. Naruto protested, clutching his head. Winta. Inxiang leaped down from a tree and called out to Winta. Who are you, kid? Winta asked irritably, noticing Inxiang standing on his mouth. It's me, Inxiang replied. Winta recognized him from their childhood when Minato had taken Inxiang to Mount Myaboku. Thus he remembered him. Oh, Inxiang, I can't believe you've grown so much. Winta exclaimed joyfully. Winta, help Naruto defeat the One-Tail. I have to return to Konoha. It's in grave danger, Inxiang instructed. Do you know this kid? Winta inquired. Yes, my younger brother, Inxiang replied after a moment of silence. In that case, Winta's pupils dilated, and Inxiang nodded. Exactly, I'm counting on you. All right, Winta nodded back. Inxiang then used the Flying Thunder God technique to return home. Kid, I'll accept you as my little brother. And I'll show you what true righteousness means. Winta unsheathed his sword and charged at Shikaku, severing its arm in one swift stroke. After Winta attacked Shikaku, Gaara immediately employed the sleep technique, fully releasing Shikaku, causing Winta to engage in battle with it. What an astonishing fight, Sasuke remarked from beneath a tree, observing the clash. Amidst Winta's struggle, Naruto utilized the transformation technique to turn Winta into the Nine Tails, directly ensnaring Shikaku. Naruto then landed a punch on the slumbering Gaara, successfully dispelling the sleep technique. Master. Upon returning to Konoha, Inxiang witnessed the third Hokage grasping Orochimaru's shoulder, enacting a sealing technique. Inxiang. The weakened third Hokage turned to look at Inxiang outside the barrier, as he was pierced through the chest by Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. Were it not for the king of the monkeys gripping the Kusanagi sword from behind, the third Hokage would have already been penetrated. You were once my most proud disciple, but now you are no longer. The third Hokage's voice could only reach Orochimaru. You old fool. Orochimaru repeatedly swung his fingers, attempting to hasten the end of the third Hokage with the Kusanagi sword. I will make Inxiang my next vessel and send him to meet you. You will not succeed. The third Hokage resolutely declared, Inxiang is not someone you can manipulate at will. On Naruto's side, although he had awakened Gaara, Gaara was still capable of continuing the fight. In order to keep battling Gaara, Naruto tapped into the chakra of the Nine Tails. The entire Hidden Leaf village was united against external threats the Umbu had deployed, and the Hyuga clan along with other families were diligently eliminating the invading foes. Master! Master! No, you cannot die! Inxiang shouted desperately from outside the four purple flames formation. The three Umbu swiftly restrained him, fearing he would rush toward the barrier. Tears streamed down Inxiang's face as he cried out. The ninjas of the leaf will fight to the death to protect the village. True strength in this world is not merely mastery of ninjutsu. The third Hokage gazed into Orochimaru's eyes and said, I should have taught you before that the true power of a ninja emerges when protecting loved ones. Master, I cannot bear to watch someone important perish before my eyes again. Master, Inxiang continued to scream into the barrier, and everyone could see a surge of red chakra erupting from him, though he himself was unaware. Meanwhile, Naruto delivered a headbutt that knocked Gaara unconscious, causing Shikaku to dissolve into sand and disappear. Both Naruto and Gaara plummeted to the ground, landing on a tree. Winta returned to Myaboku Mountain, and soon after, under Naruto's mouth jutsu, Gaara finally regained his senses. Cough, cough. The third Hokage coughed twice, blood spilling from his mouth. It seems my remaining strength is insufficient to extract your entire soul, but your ambitions end here. He shouted at Orochimaru. It's not over yet. My ambitions will not cease. Orochimaru retorted fiercely. You are lost in ninjutsu, squandering it. I shall deliver the punishment best suited for you. I will take away all the techniques you have mastered. What did you say? Orochimaru's composure faltered at this, but the third Hokage summoned his strength and pulled Orochimaru's arm from his body. Stop. What are you doing? Orochimaru realized the third's intentions and yelled, drenched in sweat, but he could not halt the third's actions. The Shinigami's hand struck down, severing Orochimaru's soul arm. Sealing. The third Hokage released Orochimaru, who fell backward as his arm was sealed within the third's body. The Shiki-Fujin technique could only be seen by the caster and the one being sealed, thus the onlookers merely heard the sealing process. Upon hearing the sealing, a sealing formula appeared on the third Hokage's abdomen. My hands. Orochimaru raised his arms, which visibly transformed from his original pale skin to a dark purple hue at an alarming rate. Now your hands are rendered useless. Without your hands, you cannot form seals, and your plan to destroy the leaf has failed. The third Hokage declared to Orochimaru, "You old fool, return my hands." Orochimaru roared at the third with wide eyes. The third Hokage now wore an expression of serene tranquility. "You have become foolish, Orochimaru. Although it is regrettable that I cannot take you with me, my disciple, we shall eventually reunite in that other world." Orochimaru incessantly spoke to the third, yet the latter could no longer hear him, his eyes devoid of consciousness. Finally, he cast a glance at In Xiang, who was engulfed in a tempest of violent chakra, weeping profusely outside, where leaves danced, fire would blaze, casting shadows that illuminated the village, allowing Konoha to take root and flourish once more. This was the third's final thought. "Master. No, master." In Xiang gazed upon the third, who lay fallen on the ground, yet the corners of the third's mouth curled into a smile. Subsequently, the four-sound ninja dismantled the barrier and fled with Orochimaru. Two of the three Umbu holding In Xiang charged forward but were halted by Kidamaru's web. The crimson chakra enveloping In Xiang dissipated, and the Umbu relinquished their grip, prompting In Xiang to rush towards the third. "Master, master, please wake up. Don't leave me. Master." In Xiang had lost all sense of reason. The memories of his past life and the fate of the third were of no concern to him. It was all mere self-deception. At the moment he witnessed the third's demise before him, he could no longer contain himself. "Master." Tears streamed down In Xiang's face as he wailed beside the third. Kakashi, observing from below, looked up at In Xiang, knowing the pain he must be enduring. 2 days later, torrential rain fell. Today marked the third's funeral. The villagers donned black attire, dressed in mourning garb, just like In Xiang, who had changed into his own mourning clothes. All the ninjas gathered atop the Hokage building, surrounded by the villagers, who stood in silence, gazing at the photographs of those who perished in this battle. A memorial service was held to honor the third Hokage and the other fallen heroes. Danzo and Mito Minya presided over the ceremony. One by one, the ninjas presented flowers, and Konohamaru began to weep. Iriko approached and embraced Konohamaru's shoulders. "Master, I will avenge you." In Xiang stood before the third's photograph, tears brimming with sorrow as he placed flowers at the base of the portrait. After lingering a moment longer on the third's likeness, he departed. He found himself alone at the memorial stone inscribed with the names of the fallen ninjas. Kakashi stood before the stone, and upon seeing In Xiang approach, he walked toward him. "What brings you here, In Xiang?" Kakashi inquired, having arrived early to reflect on Obito. "I attended the memorial service and wanted to visit this place to see my father and mother," In Xiang replied softly, yet he was clearly audible. "I see." Kakashi moved closer to In Xiang, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I'm all right, Kakashi," In Xiang said, forcing back his tears, his head bowed. "Let your tears flow, if you wish, In Xiang." Kakashi held In Xiang tightly in his embrace, and the distant tears finally streamed down uncontrollably. "It's all my fault." In Xiang sobbed within Kakashi's arms. "I knew this would happen. I could have disregarded my master's refusal and informed him. I lacked even the ability to breach the barrier and save him. I am so utterly useless." "It is not your fault, In Xiang," Kakashi replied, shaking his head. "The barrier is beyond even the Umbu's capabilities to penetrate. Blaming yourself is futile." "I am too weak," In Xiang lamented. "If only I could shatter that barrier. If I could defeat Orochimaru, my master would not have perished. I have always yearned for a peaceful life, but it seems I must dedicate myself to training earnestly. Kakashi and I am all right now. You should hurry to my master," In Xiang said, raising his head as the rain washed away his tears. "Understood." Kakashi nodded and released In Xiang. "Do not provoke Orochimaru until you possess sufficient strength." With that, Kakashi turned his back on In Xiang and vanished from sight. "Who would have thought you would become my junior brother?" A voice emerged from behind a tree after Kakashi's departure. In Xiang recognized it as Jiraiya's voice. "Uncle Jiraiya." In Xiang turned to see Jiraiya standing behind the tree. "Why did you not rescue my master?" Wiping the rain and tears from his face, In Xiang looked at Jiraiya. I could not breach the 4 purple flames formation. Moreover, if I did not confront the 3-headed serpent outside, Konoha would have suffered even greater losses. I never expected that the old man would fail to kill Orochimaru, Jiraiya explained, his gaze fixed on In Xiang, initially blaming Jiraiya. In Xiang pondered for a moment and realized the truth in Jiraiya's words. After spending some time with Jiraiya at their former training ground, the skies gradually cleared, and a thick fog enveloped Konoha. By the way, you must help me seal this with a more powerful sealing jutsu. In my current thirst for power, I fear this curse mark may go out of control. In Xiang pulled down the collar of his shirt to reveal the curse mark on his neck. Rather than sealing it, you should find a way to master it and transform it into your strength, Jiraiya advised after examining the mark. Master it, In Xiang contemplated, lowering his head. Now that the old man has passed, the village will likely need a 5th Hokage. They might choose me. I will propose that Tsunade take the position. Jiraiya seemed to have devised a contingency plan. Indeed, In Xiang nodded, acknowledging Jiraiya's insight. I will bring Naruto along. Seeking Tsunade while training him simultaneously, Jiraiya stated. I understand. In Xiang nodded, showing no sign of surprise. Well, I shall take my leave now. It is the perfect time for research, Jiraiya said, then departed. Is your mind solely fixated on that? In Xiang remarked, watching Jiraiya's retreating figure. He sighed, gently touching the names on the memorial stone. The dense fog gradually dissipated, and sunlight rose high in the sky, illuminating the entirety of Konoha. Reflecting on his past, In Xiang suddenly recalled a peculiar surge of chakra within him, vibrant and red, which had rendered him quite irrational. Could it be the chakra of the 9 tails? Staring at his hands, he reminisced about that sensation. Gradually, a layer of crimson chakra indeed manifested upon his hands. How could such a phenomenon exist within me? Closing his eyes, In Xiang intently focused on this chakra. And when he opened his eyes once more, the surroundings had transformed entirely into darkness. Within this void, a small red fox with 9 tails appeared. Kurama? In Xiang widened his eyes, beholding this diminutive fox, a miniature version of the 9 tails, exuding an endearing charm. Simultaneously, by a riverside in Konoha, a fierce battle unfolded between Kakashi, Hong, and Asuma on one side, and Uchiha Itachi alongside Kisame on the other. Do you know who I am? The 9 tails inquired, glancing back at In Xiang in surprise. Of course I do, but how is it that you reside within me? In Xiang stepped closer to the 9 tails. With a sudden leap, the 9 tails pounced onto In Xiang, pinning him to the ground. As In Xiang lay there, he extended his arms to embrace the small fox, lifting it into the air for a closer inspection. Enough of this. With your tiny form, you're hardly a threat, In Xiang remarked, gazing at Kurama. How infuriating, Kurama protested, wriggling in In Xiang's grasp. Sitting up, In Xiang placed the little 9 tails before him. Stop baring your teeth. You're not intimidating at all in this state. Now, tell me how you came to be within me and transformed like this. When that detestable 4th Hokage sealed me away, I discovered your body could contain my chakra, so I infused it into you, thus creating a new version of myself, Kurama explained with a huff. Are you then a third of the 9 tails? In Xiang queried. I am the new 9 tails. The remainder resides within that brat, while another part is with the 4th Hokage, Kurama replied, somewhat disgruntled. Oh, so a new, complete 9 tails has been born within me, though it seems it hasn't matured yet. Indeed, Kurama replied with a sidelong glance at In Xiang. How long until you grow? 3 years should suffice, Kurama answered. Is that so? Should I perhaps seal you away to prevent any mischief in the future? In Xiang teased, a mischievous grin forming. You wouldn't dare, Kurama exclaimed, bristling with indignation. If I don't seal you, what if you cause chaos? In Xiang countered. Honestly, I wouldn't dare venture out recklessly, Kurama admitted. Oh, and why is that? If I were to go out, not only those 2 9 tails, but also that 6 paths old man would come to discipline me, Kurama asserted. Is that so? Then I can rest easy, In Xiang nodded. You can surely lend me some chakra, right? How could you have the audacity to ask a mere tailed beast for such a thing? The 9 tails, is it not also a tailed beast? Since you reside within my body, you ought to pay rent. Moreover, if I were to perish, you would cease to exist as well. I must protect you, therefore. Grant me some chakra. Just give it to me. Go away. The small 9 tails shouted at In Xiang. When In Xiang opened his eyes again, he found himself back beside the memorial stone. How wonderful. How splendid. Returning beside the memorial stone filled In Xiang with uncontainable excitement. Splendid. Now I shall not lack chakra. With the Nine Tails chakra, my worries will dissipate. Just envisioning myself using the flying thunder god technique at will and unleashing forbidden jutsu fills me with joy. Moreover, the Nine Tails chakra can heal my bodily injuries, thus allowing me to master the gas instant hell shadow killing formation with ease. Imagining the possibility of exchanging Chidori for Raikiri, or other extensions of the Raikiri technique, or even wind release cutting techniques, invigorates Yin Xiang. In the ensuing 72 hours, I shall relentlessly plunge this blade into your body. How long can you endure? At this moment, Kakashi had fallen victim to Itachi Uchiha's Tsukuyomi. It cannot be said that Kakashi was careless. Rather, he never anticipated the overwhelming potency of the Mangekyo Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Indeed, not all Mangekyo Sharingan possess such formidable illusions. Only Itachi's Tsukuyomi and Shursui Uchiha's Kotoamatsukami are of this caliber, which Kakashi had the misfortune to encounter. Although 72 hours had elapsed in the realm of Tsukuyomi, only a fleeting moment had passed in the real world. In that fleeting moment, Kakashi experienced the greatest agony of his life, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. His eyes bloodshot as he gasped for breath, collapsing onto the water's surface. What is the matter, Kakashi? What happened? As soon as that fellow spoke, you suddenly collapsed. Red and Asuma, who had their eyes closed, remarked upon hearing Kakashi's disturbance. In that world, 3 days passed, but in reality, it was but a moment. Yet, why does he not kill me? If he so desired, it would be effortlessly easy. Kakashi mustered the strength to rise, gazing at Itachi, pondering within. Oh, I have been struck by that technique, and yet my mind has not shattered. Kisame Hashigaki approached Itachi and remarked, but, Mr. Itachi, excessive use of those eyes is perilous for you as well. What you seek is Sasuke, is it not? Kakashi inquired of Itachi. No, Itachi replied. It is the legacy of the fourth Hokage. Upon hearing this, Red and Asuma were momentarily taken aback. Naruto? Or perhaps Yin Xiang, but not the Nine Tails. Kakashi recalled his previous conversation with Jiraiya about an organization called Akatsuki, which had recently been engaged in intelligence gathering. The 9 members of this organization were formidable rogue ninjas, who had only begun their activities recently, prompting Jiraiya to urge Kakashi to temporarily protect Naruto. Is the target the Nine Tails within Naruto? Kakashi gasped. I know that there are more than just the 2 of you initiating action. The organization is called Akatsuki, is it not? As Kakashi uttered those words, both Hong and Asuma were left bewildered, while Itachi and Kisame paused momentarily, surprised that Kakashi possessed such knowledge. Kisame, take Mr. Kakashi away. As for the other 2, let them vanish, Itachi instructed Kisame, referring to Kakashi with a sense of respect. Upon hearing this, Kisame swiftly brandished his sword, Samahata, charging forward. Suddenly, the water's surface erupted violently, and from the chaos emerged the figure of Guy, who delivered a powerful kick that sent Kisame sprawling away across the water. Who is that? Kisame, sensing the formidable energy, looked up to face him. Guy extended one arm, while keeping the other behind his back, standing tall and resolute in front of Kakashi and the others, embodying the proud azure beast of Konoha. Might Guy? With a gleaming smile, Guy revealed his pearly white teeth. What an unusual outfit. It must be some rare creature, Kisame remarked upon observing Guy's attire. Do not underestimate that individual, Itachi cautioned, standing beside Kisame. At that moment, Kakashi had fainted, collapsing into the water, prompting Guy to turn and hoist Kakashi onto his shoulder. You've injured Kakashi like this, Guy exclaimed, glancing back at Itachi and Kisame. Do not look into his eyes, Kai. You will fall victim to his Jinjutsu, Asuma warned Guy. I am well aware of that. As a countermeasure against Kakashi, I have contemplated strategies for battling the Sharingan. Both of you, keep your eyes open, Guy instructed them. But, Hong hesitated. When fighting against the Sharingan, as long as we avoid eye contact, we shall be fine. Focus on observing his feet to anticipate his movements, Guy explained to Hong. Hearing this, Hong opened her eyes, realizing the validity of his words. But only you can manage such a feat, Asuma added, also opening his eyes. That may be true, Guy acknowledged, lifting Kakashi as he stood up. Mastering the art of reading an opponent's movements solely by their feet requires skill, but time is of the essence. We must adapt immediately, he urged. If Yin Xiang were here, he would undoubtedly mock Guy. Was it truly wise to divulge such strategies in the face of an enemy? What should we do? Asuma inquired. Hong, you take Kakashi to the medical unit while I provide cover, Guy instructed, passing Kakashi to Hong, and turning to Asuma. Understood. Asuma nodded. Before the reinforcement unit I arranged arrives, I shall keep you entertained for a while, Guy declared, directing his gaze at Kisame. How intriguing. You possess quite the audacity, Kisame replied, raising his samahata. Kisame, halt, Itachi interjected, blocking Kisame's advance, leaving Kisame puzzled. We did not come here to instigate a war. Regrettably, there is no need to linger. Let us return. Having stirred the pot, Kisame reluctantly lowered samahata, and soon their figures vanished before the others. Simultaneously, Naruto and Jiraiya were at the village gate, where Inxiong had arrived, having been informed by Jiraiya that he was to take Naruto away. Indeed, I am quite concerned about what you and the Toad Sage discussed. Are you truly my brother? Naruto gazed earnestly at Inxiong before him. Inxiong, I was about to confess, but upon seeing Jiraiya shaking his head behind you, I hesitated. Truth be told, I was merely deceiving Bunta. He was once my father's summoning beast, so by saying that, he would assist you. Inxiong looked at Jiraiya, ultimately deciding against revealing this matter to Naruto. I see now. I thought it impossible for me to have an older brother, Naruto remarked with a chuckle, though to Inxiong, that laughter carried a bittersweet tone. Well, I shall take my leave. Onward, Naruto exclaimed, hoisting his oversized backpack, straining to lift it, as it towered over him. Your enthusiasm is quite excessive. It's not as if you're heading into the deep mountains for training, Jiraiya observed, watching Naruto's efforts. Yeah, Naruto grunted, attempting to lift the bag as if he were moving houses. Naruto, there's no need to bring so much. Just pack some clothes, tools, and money. As if you were on a mission, Inxiong advised. Ultimately, after persuasion from Inxiong and Jiraiya, Naruto exchanged his large backpack for a smaller one. I entrust these items to you, he said, patting the hefty bag beside him. Rest assured, I will deliver these to your home. Take this. Inxiong handed Naruto his wallet, filled with ample cash, essential for traveling. Huh, is that all right? Naruto questioned, eyeing the wallet. Yes. Just be cautious of Jiraiya trying to swindle your money. Inxiong whispered conspiratorially in Naruto's ear before placing the wallet in his hands and swiftly seizing Naruto's backpack to depart. Thank you, Inxiong. Naruto called after him, waving at his retreating figure. Inxiong waved back, heading towards Naruto's home, but as he walked along the damaged streets, a sense of forgetting something lingered in his mind. Upon reaching Naruto's residence, Inxiong climbed through the window and deposited the backpack inside. Honestly, it's such a mess in here. Leaving the window unlocked while going away. What if something were to go missing? Well, I'll tidy up a bit, he mused, rolling up his sleeves as he began to clean. In no time, he had gathered 2 large bags of garbage and disposed of all the expired milk from Naruto's refrigerator. Sighing as he stood at Naruto's room door with the 2 hefty bags, he thought, if only your mother could see your room like this. I shudder to think how she would scold you. A smile crept onto Inxiong's face as he reminisced about the warmth of a family living together. After disposing of Naruto's clutter, Inxiong returned home, yet a nagging feeling of having forgotten something persisted. Just then, Guy arrived at Inxiong's doorstep. Sensei Guy? What brings you here? Inxiong inquired upon seeing him. Kakashi has been attacked. Come with me to his house, Guy urged Inxiong. What? Inxiong abruptly rose to his feet, finally recalling the significant event that had transpired after the Chunin exams, when Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki had visited the village. Kakashi had been ensnared by Itachi's Tsukuyomi. How could he have forgotten such a pivotal moment? He promptly followed Guy to Kakashi's residence, where he found Kakashi lying unconscious on the bed. Guy, Sasuke just came by and heard about Itachi. He rushed out. Hong informed Guy as she noticed Inxiong accompanying him. What? Guy exclaimed, immediately darting out in pursuit. Honestly, Inxiong mused, observing Guy's departure without concern. Reassured by the presence of both Guy and Jiraiya, knowing Naruto would remain safe. What a predicament, Kakashi, Inxiong lamented, standing by Kakashi's bedside. We should take Kakashi to the hospital. Once Lady Tsunade returns, he will be fine. Do you think there will be any trouble with Guy? Asuma inquired, glancing at Hong. Naruto is with Uncle Jiraiya. With him around, there won't be any issues, Inxiong replied. The 3 of them then transported Kakashi to the Konoha hospital, prioritizing the stabilization of his condition. After arriving at the hospital, Inxiong persuaded Hong and Asuma to leave, opting to stay behind to watch over Kakashi. In truth, there was little to tend to, as Kakashi was merely unconscious and required daily glucose to replenish his nutrients. Before long, Guy returned, carrying an unconscious Sasuke. who was also admitted to the same hospital. Honestly, can't they make things easier? In Xiang sighed, now tasked with caring for both Kakashi and Sasuke. Fortunately, Sakura willingly stepped in to assist, much to In Xiang's relief. Despite his responsibilities for Kakashi, In Xiang remained committed to his daily training. He began experimenting with merging the chakra of the Nine Tails into his own, seeking to incorporate its essence without revealing its presence when utilizing chakra. But how did you manage to enter my body and form a new entity? At that moment, within In Xiang's abode, he cradled a small Nine Tails that had emerged from within him. In stark contrast to its confinement within Naruto, this little Nine Tails enjoyed a far more luxurious existence, indulging in food and drink, and even taking leisurely strolls, albeit only within the confines of In Xiang's home, for venturing outside would be perilous. Over the course of a month, through Naruto's persuasive efforts, not only had he cured Tsunade of her hemophobia and successfully brought her back to become the fifth Hokage, but he also restored Kakashi and Sasuke to health, and was now contemplating a remedy for Lee. Throughout this journey, In Xiang remained diligent, training daily in the company of Kurama, the small Nine Tails. Initially resistant, Kurama eventually grew accustomed to the situation through In Xiang's insistence. While In Xiang practiced beneath a tree, Kurama would often perch above, napping, occasionally awakening to impart simpler methods for chakra control. The Nine Tails is not merely a formidable beast of legend, but also a repository of vast knowledge. When it comes to the mastery of chakra, the Nine Tails possesses remarkable prowess, capable not only of imparting to In Xiang the swift methods of chakra extraction, but also teaching him the art of siphoning chakra from others, a skill of great practicality. In a sense, this little fox spirit has become a half-mentor to In Xiang, reflecting on the Nine Tails' existence, sealed within the confines of the boy's body. And contrasting it with my current life, I find a newfound sense of comfort. The little fox reclined on a branch, basking in the sunlight, stretching lazily as it spoke. What do you think about forging a summoning contract with me? In Xiang inquired, gazing up at the little fox. Are you jesting? A contract? Are you so afraid of being discovered? If you wish for me to emerge, simply call upon me. There is no need for a contract, the Nine Tails retorted. That is a valid point, but as it stands, I have yet to summon a beast, and I seek to fill that void with your presence. In Xiang replied with a slight pout. Someone approaches, the Nine Tails remarked, transforming into a wisp of smoke and vanishing from the branch. In Xiang turned his attention to the newcomer, who alighted gracefully upon the tree. The fifth Hokage summons you, announced a cloaked Umbu, one who had previously intercepted In Xiang on the day of the third Hokage's passing. Very well, I shall go at once. In Xiang nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded toward the Hokage's office, where Tsunade had recently been declared the fifth Hokage. Are you Yuhi In Xiang? Tsunade asked, regarding the youth clad in black before her. Indeed, In Xiang confirmed with a nod. Is there something you require of me, senpai? He gazed at Tsunade, noting her impressive stature up close. Senpai? Tsunade paused momentarily, then acclimated to the term, recognizing that the boy was a disciple of her mentor, thus her junior. Come, take a look at this. She produced a scroll, placing it upon the table before her. In Xiang approached and picked up the scroll, which bore the inscription from the third Hokage. Upon unrolling it, he discovered the final words of the third Hokage, who, feeling a twinge of anxiety and wishing to leave a safeguard, had pinned this message. The contents were as follows. I am the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I do not know whether the next Hokage will be Jiraiya or Kakashi, but regardless, please continue to protect Konoha. My disciple, Yuhi In Xiang, is an exemplary ninja, and I have always regarded him as a potential Hokage for the future. I trust you will be diligent in guiding him. In Xiang is certainly capable of bearing great responsibility, and I have opened the Book of Seals to him, though I implore you to monitor his use of forbidden techniques. The summoning contract scroll has already been signed in my name. Should In Xiang desire, allow him to formalize the pact. Additionally, I ask that you look after Konohamaru on my behalf. The concluding request to care for Konohamaru held a double meaning. It not only implied the need to safeguard the boy, but also symbolized the protection of Konoha itself, as Konohamaru's name is derived from the village, reflecting the third Hokage's hope that he would one day become Hokage and safeguard the village. In Xiang retracted the scroll and raised his gaze towards Tsunade, pondering whether the final words of the third Hokage were solely intended for him. It appeared that the third's thoughts on the next Hokage lay between Kakashi and Jiraiya. Tsunade regarded Yin Xiang with a scrutinizing expression before producing a larger scroll and placing it upon the table. It was the contract scroll for summoning beasts from the old man. She advised him to proceed as he saw fit, but if he wished to examine the sealing book, he must remain within her line of sight. Very well, I shall sign it, Yin Xiang replied, nodding thoughtfully as he unfurled the scroll. At the end of the scroll, the signature of the third Hokage awaited him. The act of entering into a summoning contract necessitated the signature of the previous contractor. With a drop of his blood, he inscribed his name upon it and affixed his 5 handprints. The scroll vanished with a resounding pop. Regarding Konohamaru, Asuma is currently looking after him, so you need not worry too much, Tsunade reassured him. Understood, he nodded in gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. I must ask you, will you always stand by the side of Konoha? Tsunade inquired earnestly, for she saw in Yin Xiang the reflection of the once promising genius, Orochimaru, their gazes sharing a certain resemblance. Indeed, Yin Xiang affirmed without hesitation. Even if all of Konoha were to betray, I would remain steadfastly by its side. You need not worry, senior sister. Since the third has entrusted me with your training, I shall begin instructing you in medical ninjutsu and my own techniques from this day forth. Be prepared, Tsunade declared. Medical ninjutsu? Yin Xiang mused. Though he possessed the chakra of the 9 tails, enabling him to heal himself, he recognized the utility of medical ninjutsu for aiding injured companions. The Byakugan technique was formidable as well, and while he had not specifically studied taijutsu, he believed he could grasp it swiftly if he began learning now. Very well. I shall return in a week, he stated with a nod. A week? Why a week? Tsunade asked, momentarily taken aback. Senior sister, you still need to treat Lee, do you not? That individual may not be treatable, she replied with a hint of resignation. Do not think that way. If you cannot even treat Lee, how could I possibly endorse your medical ninjutsu? You rascal, Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her hands on the table as she rose, but soon a smile graced her lips. Fine. 1 week it is. Very well, Yin Xiang nodded before taking his leave. As he approached the base of the Hokage building, he encountered Naruto, who rushed towards him excitedly. Yin Xiang, you must hear this. I learned an incredible ninjutsu while I was out. Naruto exclaimed. Is that so? What ninjutsu is it? Yin Xiang inquired, already aware that Naruto had mastered the Rinnegan, but indulging him nonetheless. It's definitely more powerful than the Chidori. Behold, the Rinnegan. As he demonstrated, Naruto brought his hands together, forming the swirling sphere of chakra. Look, isn't it impressive? Naruto beamed at Yin Xiang. It is indeed the Rinnegan, but Naruto, it looks much cooler when performed with one hand, Yin Xiang remarked, extending his right hand to conjure his own Rinnegan, catching Naruto by surprise. Wait, you can use the Rinnegan too? Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. This is my father's ninjutsu. Naturally, I must master it. Whenever Yin Xiang speaks of his parents, he never includes the word my, simply referring to them as father and mother. Indeed, Naruto nodded, and the Rinnegan in his hand dissipated. Yet I just cannot achieve the single-handed Rinnegan. It merely requires fine control of chakra, as you can see. Yin Xiang demonstrated as the Rinnegan in his hand surged forth in various directions, swirling as if something were about to burst forth from within. Achieving this is not solely dependent on 2 hands. It requires persistent practice, Yin Xiang remarked as he dispersed the Rinnegan. I see, Naruto pondered, and then he exclaimed, Hey, did you clean my house? Well, it looked too messy to bear, so I tidied it up a bit, Yin Xiang nodded. And you even replaced the milk. Thank you, Yin Xiang. Naruto squinted at him. Yin Xiang playfully patted Naruto's head, saying, You ought to pay more attention to cleanliness. Naruto, momentarily taken aback by the gesture, quickly swatted Yin Xiang's hand away and retorted, What are you doing? Of course, I will keep clean. He shouted at Yin Xiang before running off. Yin Xiang watched Naruto's retreating figure and smiled, shaking his head at having such a troublesome younger brother. He then departed, returning to the woods behind his home. New ninjutsu. Yin Xiang held 4 shuriken in each hand, standing still as he executed the shuriken shadow clone technique. With the addition of wind release, he spun rapidly, causing hundreds of shuriken to blossom around him, each coated in lightning release, flying forth with incredible speed. Death Lotus. Yin Xiang ceased his spinning, kneeling on the ground as he surveyed the trees around him, now dotted with numerous small holes, all pierced by shuriken. Once the shuriken shadow clones dissipated, only 64 shuriken remained on the ground. Yin Xiang had completed 8 rotations, hurling 8 shuriken per rotation. This is the signature move of Katarina, the Death Lotus. In Xiang exhaled deeply, carefully assessing his body. He felt no injuries whatsoever. This technique is quite formidable, the Nine Tails remarked from within him. The A-rank Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, combined with Wind Release and your Lightning Release Shuriken, can render a group of enemies utterly defenseless. Yes, this technique exists to combat group attacks. The more adversaries there are, the more delighted I become. Time to head home. In Xiang yawned, picking up the 64 shuriken from the ground, contemplating that this technique indeed consumes a lot of shuriken. Perhaps he should switch to shuriken for fewer rotations in the future. Upon returning home, In Xiang found a set of Chunin vests at his doorstep, accompanied by a note. I got too excited earlier and forgot to tell you. Only you and Shikamaru have successfully advanced to Chunin in this exam. Keep it up, In Xiang. It seemed undoubtedly written by Tsunade. Chunin, indeed. In Xiang picked up the vest from the ground and entered his home. After taking a shower and changing into his pajamas, he sat in the hallway, sipping tea while gazing at the moon above. The following day, Shaoli resolved to seek Tsunade's help for his injuries. Even if the chance of success was merely 50%, In Xiang also went to the hospital to visit Kakashi and Sasuke, who should have regained consciousness by now. Upon his arrival at the hospital, he found Naruto and Sakura already in Sasuke's room, where Naruto and Sasuke were engaged in a heated argument. With Sasuke demanding a duel, In Xiang paused at the doorway before making his way to Kakashi's room, only to discover it was empty. Had he already left? He gazed at the neatly made bed and sighed, realizing he had to go upstairs to intervene. As he ascended to the rooftop, he found Naruto and Sasuke already in combat, while Sakura anxiously watched from the sidelines. Hey, Kakashi called out, waving from the rooftop behind In Xiang. In Xiang glanced at Sakura's back before leaping up, where Kakashi awaited, both of them unnoticed by the fighters below. Are you not going to stop them? In Xiang inquired of Kakashi. I wish to see how far they can go, Kakashi replied. At that moment, Naruto unleashed hundreds of shadow clones to engage Sasuke, each clone being swiftly dispatched by Sasuke. Yet, Sasuke was also sent soaring into the air by Naruto. In mid-flight, Sasuke formed hand seals and unleashed the great fireball technique upon the shadow clones below, causing them to vanish. Honestly, the hospital sheets are going to be charred, In Xiang remarked. Although Naruto was hit by the fireball, he countered with a Rinnegan, dissipating the flames around him. Seeing this, Sasuke executed Chidori in midair, and the two were on a collision course. Rinnegan, Kakashi observed, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Naruto's technique. This is not the time to be dazed, Kakashi-sensei. In Xiang reminded him. Stop it, both of you. Cease at once. Sakura shouted as she rushed towards the two, who, despite seeing her, were unable to halt their momentum. If this continued, both of their techniques would inevitably strike her. In that critical moment, Kakashi sprinted forward, grasping both their arms and hurling them away towards the hospital's rooftop water tank, their hands crashing against it. What are you two doing on the hospital's rooftop? This is a bit excessive for a brawl, don't you think? Kakashi stated, standing beside Sakura. At that moment, Naruto released his grip, creating a small hole in the tank, while Sasuke pulled his hand back, resulting in a larger breach, causing water to flow out rapidly. Upon seeing the small hole, Sasuke couldn't help but smile. Do you intend to kill Naruto, Sasuke? Kakashi asked. I suggest you refrain from basking in superiority. That Chidori just now was not a technique meant for a comrade of the village. Kakashi seated himself atop the tank that Sasuke had punctured. Why engage in such childish antics? He questioned, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Sasuke let out a cold snort, flipping over the railing and leaping out. It was then that he noticed a massive hole behind the water tank. Its structure shattered as Naruto had struck it with a powerful punch. Naruto, just how strong have you become? Really, there should be limits to such nonsense. In, who had fallen behind Naruto, kicked him in the rear. At that moment, Naruto was feeling quite dejected, while Sakura sobbed nearby, and Kakashi observed her intently. It's him who wanted to battle me, Naruto shouted at In. Yet that does not permit you to use the Rinnegan on your comrades. The Rinnegan was developed by your father to protect the village, not to be wielded against its own allies. In replied seriously, gazing at Naruto. Where has the spirit of teamwork gone? Kakashi sighed as he looked at the weeping Sakura and the furious Naruto. It is you who taught him that ninjutsu, wasn't he it? Perhaps it was too soon for Naruto, Kakashi remarked to Jiraiya, who had seemingly appeared from beneath the water tank. If things go awry, it could potentially harm Sasuke. Even as a means to counter Akatsuki, Teaching him that technique seems a bit excessive, Jiraiya stated. Let us not forget that Chidori is equally perilous. However, I never expected him to be the type to use such techniques against his comrades. Or is there some deep-seated grudge between these two kids? Jiraiya continued from behind the tank. Ah, that's a long story, Kakashi replied. A long story. To put it simply, it resembles the relationship you had with Orochimaru. Jiraiya's expression grew uneasy, yet he quickly grasped the essence of that connection. For Sasuke, he was both a companion and a rival. He was the man with whom he had always wished to stand on equal footing. Perhaps this time, it was due to his inability to tolerate Sasuke's casual, disdainful provocations. Kakashi observed as he watched Naruto being schooled by Ine. Since their days at the academy, Naruto had relentlessly chased after Sasuke, and now, he desired Sasuke's approval more than anyone else's. Conversely, Sasuke, acutely aware of Naruto's rapid growth, was beginning to feel intense inferiority, leading him to believe he had made no progress at all. While Naruto continued to grow stronger, Sasuke was left contemplating revenge. Was Itachi making that boy anxious? Jiraiya pondered this point as well. Hence, Sasuke was reluctant to acknowledge Naruto, for doing so would amount to denying everything he had strived for until now. The concept of rivalry is indeed a complex one. This is not a favorable inclination. Perhaps I should offer them some guidance, Jiraiya suggested. Well then, I shall leave Naruto in your hands. I, on the other hand, have my own tasks and matters regarding Chidori, Kakashi stated, leaping down from the water tank. Sakura. Kakashi squinted and smiled at her. Everything will be just as it was before, so don't worry. I'm off now, he said before departing. Naruto, having jumped down from the water tank after being chastised by Ine, called out, Sakura. Naruto? Sakura turned to face him. Please do not interfere with us, Naruto replied. Honestly, that rebellious child, nothing I say seems to matter. Ine Xiang sighed atop the water tank, reflecting on his inexperience with children, particularly those in their rebellious phase, leaving him at a loss for how to handle the situation. Sakura, having been addressed by Naruto, lowered her head, lost in her thoughts. The others were present, while Sasuke had already been confronted by the Sound Four. Fortunately, Kakashi managed to locate Sasuke in that moment. After Naruto departed, he encountered Jiraiya. Rest assured, Sakura. Those two will be fine, Ine Xiang reassured her, patting her shoulder. Will they truly be alright? Sakura questioned, her voice tinged with tears as she gazed at Ine Xiang. They will be safe, I promise you. In a few years, they will be wed. To Ine Xiang's surprise, Sakura suddenly broke down and embraced him. Hey. He raised his hands, refraining from touching her. This would not bode well if Sasuke were to find out. He began to envision Sasuke aiming the Indra's arrow at him, sending a chill down his spine. I'm off to find Naruto, Sakura declared before dashing away. All right, Ine Xiang nodded, watching her retreating figure. Before long, night fell. Sasuke had been cornered by the Sound Four, who swiftly engaged him in battle, forcing his cursed seal to manifest. Even so, Sasuke was no match for them, as one of their members effortlessly subdued him. Meanwhile, Sakura and Naruto strolled through the streets of Konoha in silence, their steps echoing in the stillness. Ine Xiang, alone in the woods, was engrossed in his training, yet his mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. He felt as though his memories were becoming increasingly hazy. Had he not overheard Naruto and Sasuke arguing, he might not have recalled the unfolding events. Regarding the subsequent memories of this world, Ine Xiang seemed to retain only fragments of the Shinobi World War, while other recollections eluded him, as if they had never existed. Is this world erasing my memories? He pondered, sweat trickling down his brow as he gasped for breath. Reflecting on the annihilation of the Inasoro clan, he recalled that Obito had still been in the village during that time, meaning the Sharingan belonged to either Obito or Madara Uchiha. Without the memories of his past life, Ine Xiang's thoughts in this world became clearer. If it were not Obito, then it must be Madara. The Inasoro clan was capable of contending with the Senju and Uchiha clans, and among them were individuals who had traversed dimensions. Something unforeseen must have transpired, leading to their extinction. This unforeseen event likely involved Madara Uchiha approaching the Inasoro clan stronghold. Given the four heavenly kings, even a nighttime ambush should not have posed a threat to the clan. Surely, there were others capable of battling the Inasoro clan. Perhaps only Madara fit that description. Yet, it seemed peculiar. Madara should have been elderly by that time, his frail body sustained by the white zetsu to enhance his mobility, Ine Xiang mused. Why have I begun to concern myself with the affairs of the Inasoro clan? Ine Xiang furrowed his brow. reflecting on a time when such matters would never have crossed his mind. Yet, now, he found himself involuntarily pondering the immense power of the Sharingan, which had been capable of directly controlling the four great guardians for over a decade. It seemed that only Uchiha Madara could achieve such feats during these 12 years. It remained a mystery what else the four great guardians had done for Madara. As he lifted his gaze to the moon, he realized it had grown quite late. This marked the latest hour he had trained. At that moment, Sasuke had already shouldered his backpack, preparing to depart from Konohagakure, engaged in conversation with his aunt. Sakura was pleading with Sasuke not to leave, even confessing her feelings, but her efforts were in vain. Sasuke rendered her unconscious before departing the village, heading home to rest. In Xiang sighed, wiped the sweat from his brow, and returned home to bathe and sleep. By the time he finally succumbed to slumber, it was already 3 in the morning. At 4 o'clock, 2 passing ninjas roused Sakura, to whom she recounted Sasuke's situation. They promptly reported this to Tsunade, who, upon learning the news, dispatched them to locate 2 individuals, Shikamaru and In Xiang. Consequently, at 5 in the morning, In Xiang was awakened by the commotion. Arriving at Tsunade's office, he found Shikamaru already present. "What is the matter, Sister Shiji, so early in the morning?" In Xiang murmured, still bleary-eyed. Tsunade remarked, "Why aren't you wearing your Chunin vest? It's uncomfortable. Is there a mission?" Upon noticing Shikamaru beside him and Tsunade's serious demeanor, In Xiang sensed something was amiss. "Last night, Uchiha Sasuke left the village," Tsunade stated, not dwelling on In Xiang's attire. "It's quite likely he is heading to Otogakure." Upon hearing this, In Xiang's mind sharpened. Indeed, he had forgotten something crucial, the memory of Tsunade dispatching Shikamaru to retrieve Sasuke now resurfacing. "Left? Why?" Shikamaru inquired, startled. "Because he was lured away by Orochimaru," Tsunade replied. "What? Wait a moment. Why would Sasuke fall prey to such a dangerous individual?" Shikamaru pressed. "Let us not dwell on the why for now. Time is of the essence. I am assigning you your first Chunin mission," Tsunade declared. "Do we just need to find Sasuke?" Shikamaru asked, internally considering that as long as there were no adversaries, it wouldn't be much of a hassle. "Yes," Tsunade nodded. "However, this mission is extremely urgent and could become quite complicated." "What?" Shikamaru's eyes widened. "It is highly likely that Orochimaru's subordinates are guiding Sasuke," Tsunade explained. In Xiang also nodded in agreement, acknowledging the formidable prowess of the Sound Four. "Then, the mission team will consist solely of Jonin and Chunin?" Shikamaru remarked. "That is not feasible," Tsunade replied, bowing her head. "Why? Almost all Jonin are currently out on missions, leaving only the bare minimum in the village." Reflecting on the task that Kakashi mentioned yesterday, In Xiang spoke. "Indeed, that's the case." Tsunade nodded and said, "From now on, within 30 minutes. Gather all the exceptional genin you can find and prepare to depart the village." Although it was quite troublesome, these were familiar faces, and we cannot simply disregard them. "Let us proceed," Shikamaru said to In Xiang. "There is someone I am eager to recommend to you." A faint smile graced Tsunade's face as she suggested Naruto to Shikamaru. In the subsequent half-hour, Shikamaru set out to gather the genin, while In Xiang accompanied him. They first sought out Naruto, followed by Choji, Kiba, and then encountered Neji along the way, forming a small team of 6 at the village gates. "In summary, we have assembled 6 members," Shikamaru declared. "Excellent. Everyone, follow my lead," Naruto shouted, raising his fist, though no one paid him any heed. "Hey, Naruto, I'm the team leader for this mission, despite how bothersome it may be," Shikamaru remarked. "Are you truly fine with handing over leadership to me?" "I can't shake the feeling that you might be somewhat unreliable," Naruto retorted, casting a scornful glance at Shikamaru. "This time, I am the captain, and Shikamaru is the vice-captain. If there are no objections, let us proceed," In Xiang interjected. "Then, In Xiang, please devise the battle plan. Given the intelligence we've gathered, the enemy's ambush potential is exceedingly high," Neji said, fixing his gaze on In Xiang. "Since this is a rescue operation, we take on the role of pursuers, meaning we are at risk of the enemy gaining the upper hand. Therefore, we must respond swiftly to their attacks," Shikamaru added. "The enemy consists of 4 individuals, plus Sasuke, making 5. Sasuke might have voluntarily joined them. So I will now outline our formation for the pursuit. If you disregard my commands, I will not hesitate to eliminate you." In Xiang turned to the group, emanating an aura of intimidation that caused them to break into a sweat. "The formation will be a single file. Kiba, you shall lead, with me following closely behind. Naruto will be third, Choji fourth, Shikamaru fifth, and Neji at the rear, utilizing his Byakugan to remain vigilant of our surroundings. In case the enemy attempts to approach from behind, In-seong instructed the group. Shikamaru then outlined the surveillance ranges for several members and inspected everyone's weaponry. If all is in order, before we depart, I must clarify the most crucial point. Sasuke is not particularly a close friend to me, nor do I harbor a fondness for him. However, Sasuke, like us, is a ninja of Konoha and our comrade. Therefore, we must risk our lives to rescue him. This is the way of Konoha. Even if I tend to avoid trouble and fail to accomplish tasks, your lives are now firmly in the hands of In-seong and myself. Shikamaru addressed the group. You're starting to show signs of being a chunin. Kiba remarked with a smile at Shikamaru. Now, let us set off once everyone has confirmed their weapons, Neji added. One more thing I must reiterate. Those who disobey orders will face immediate execution. My team does not require any dead weight, In-seong said once more, fixing his gaze on the group. Very well, let us commence our journey. As the group prepared to set forth, Shikamaru remarked that just then, Sakura rushed in, weeping and imploring Naruto to bring Sasuke back. You all go ahead. I shall follow shortly. In-seong addressed the others, acknowledging that it was an order from a chunin, prompting them to depart swiftly, with Naruto being pulled away by Shikamaru. I have already promised that I would bring Sasuke back for you, In-seong said, turning to Sakura after the group had left. Do not make it more difficult for Naruto. Let those who cherish you bring back the one you cherish. Do you not think that is rather unfair? Sakura, tearfully gazing at In-seong, found herself at a loss for words. Enough. It is time to return. I do not have the luxury of time to linger here. If you truly do not harbor feelings for Naruto, cease your entanglements with him. In-seong declared before vanishing using the body flicker technique, swiftly rejoining the group. In-seong, she was just Naruto began, looking at In-seong's retreating figure. But In-seong understood the unspoken sentiment. It is all right. I have it all under control, he assured without looking back, to which Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. In-seong, how do you know there are 4 of them? Shikamaru inquired from behind. The sound 4, all possessors of Orochimaru's cursed seals. They are the same 4 who previously ensnared the 3rd Hokage within a barrier. I will eliminate them. None shall escape my wrath, In-seong replied, his eyes ablaze with determination. It was indeed these 4 individuals who had barred his entry into the barrier, preventing the Umbu from offering assistance. They, Shikamaru nodded, signifying his understanding. As In-seong and the others pursued, Sasuke ingested Orochimaru's medication, succumbing to a state of false death, subsequently sealed within a wooden barrel. The Sound 4 encountered Jonin returning from a mission in Konoha, including Neji and Shizune. To counter them, the Sound 4 employed their cursed seals. Initially, Neji and a Jonin named Rado arrived, engaging in combat with the Sound 4. By the time Shizune and another Jonin arrived, the area had already been ravaged by battle. Neji and Rado had been defeated. However, thanks to Shizune's medical ninjutsu, Neji was able to recover. Meanwhile, In-seong discerned the recent skirmish through the keen sense of Akamaru. Realizing they had encountered 2 foes, the group resolved to approach stealthily, avoiding reckless confrontation. Suddenly, Akamaru emitted a low growl while nestled in Kiba's arms. There are enemies ahead. Kiba exclaimed immediately. Stop, In-seong urged, prompting the group to halt. Looking up, he and the others noticed several explosive tags affixed to the trees. Explosive tags. There are 5 more arranged in a barrier formation, Neji remarked after examining the scene. A barrier formation? Choji inquired curiously, perplexed by the term. It is a type of trap ninjutsu that activates the moment an enemy enters the area encircled by the tags. It is a time delay mechanism. My father made me read about it. Considered advanced ninjutsu, Shikamaru explained. It seems we must take a detour, Kiba suggested. No need. Everyone, keep your distance. In-seong addressed the crowd, urging them to stand back a little. The others complied and positioned themselves at a greater distance. Approaching the boundary formation, In-seong formed hand seals and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Upon his touch, the boundary formation erupted in a tremendous explosion, though the blast occurred at a considerable distance, creating a cataclysmic force that would have obliterated any unfortunate soul who ventured too close. How formidable! What was that? Naruto exclaimed, gazing at the site of the explosion. Let us proceed. There are likely more traps ahead. Exercise caution, In-seong advised. The group resumed their original formation and continued onward. soon encountering a multitude of traps. Through Niji's Byakugan, they discovered a group resting ahead. Shikamaru then devised a strategic plan, and the group began to advance slowly. However, as they moved through the woods, they encountered a web of spider silk, which they overlooked. This web had been set by Kidomaru, designed to alert him upon contact. Sure enough, as Shikamaru and Niji drew near, Kidomaru unleashed a barrage of kunai, each affixed with explosive tags, which detonated immediately. Be careful, In-seong rushed forward, using the flying thunder god technique to transport both of them safely before the four-sound ninjas. Ah, it's that wave wind, In-seong. Everyone come forth, Kidomaru commanded, forcefully dragging Naruto, Choji, and Kiba into the fray. Kiba released a smoke bomb in the air, but while they were still posturing, Shikamaru had successfully ensnared the enemy with his shadow binding technique. Suddenly, a kunai shot out from the side, striking Shikamaru and breaking the hold of his technique. Jirobo immediately activated the earth release barrier, trapping everyone inside and siphoning their chakra while the other three retreated. After their departure, In-seong appeared before Jirobo. What? Aren't your hands still on the barrier? It seems you need to maintain contact to uphold the wall, In-seong noted. That was merely a shadow clone, Jirobo replied. Though In-seong had momentarily forgotten the unfolding events, he was aware that shadow clones had been trailing them throughout. Fortunately, his true self remained outside. I knew that facing all four of you together would be daunting, so I deliberately waited until they left. Prepare to meet your end, In-seong declared, launching a series of lightning-infused kunai at Jirobo. Jirobo released his grip to evade, but In-seong's kunai grazed his arm. Although he had let go, the barrier remained intact, merely ceasing to absorb chakra. Damn it, Jirobo exclaimed as cursed seal markings enveloped his body, propelling him toward In-seong with remarkable speed. Death Lotus. In-seong formed seals and brandished 8 kunai, spinning them with fervor as lightning-infused kunai flew relentlessly toward Jirobo. Jirobo's eyes widened in shock as the kunai pierced through him one by one. He collapsed to the ground, a testament to the invincibility of the technique. In-seong gazed at Jirobo's lifeless form before shattering the earth release barrier with a single punch. In-seong. The light of restoration illuminated the surroundings as In-seong gazed outside, then turned to the In-seong who had been with him and his companions. With a sudden sound, that In-seong transformed into a mist. A shadow clone, Shikamaru remarked, observing In-seong. All right, the three of them have escaped. We must pursue them. In-seong addressed the group. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous, Niji expressed to In-seong. Thanks to In-seong's intervention with Tsurabami, the group had not been drained of excessive chakra and could still give chase. They cast a glance at Tsurabami's corpse before hastily pursuing. Have they really caught up? Has Tsurabami been defeated? Kidomaru and the others discerned the movements of their opponents and realized that Tsurabami had indeed been vanquished. I will hold them off. You all go ahead, Kidomaru volunteered, remaining behind. Be cautious of that In-seong. Lord Orochimaru specifically warned us before his arrival, Raichu advised Kidomaru. Before gathering with the others to leave, the group soon caught up with Kidomaru. Shikamaru transformed into Tsurabami's likeness to approach Kidomaru, but was recognized. Subsequently, they all advanced to confront him. Kidomaru, despite being outnumbered 5-1, held his ground, evading their relentless assaults, while ensnared in a spider's web. Meanwhile, what was In-seong doing? Hey In-seong, wake up, Shikamaru called, only to discover that In-seong had fallen asleep, crouched atop a tree. Huh. In-seong was startled awake by Shikamaru's voice, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself and others ensconced like cocoons within a massive spider web. My apologies. I didn't rest well last night, In-seong said, rising from the tree and looking at Kidomaru. You really are something, Shikamaru remarked, speechless. Is this the esteemed In-seong that Lord Orochimaru values so highly? He seems rather ordinary, Kidomaru observed. Is that so? In the next moment, In-seong's voice materialized behind Kidomaru. What? Kidomaru leaped up, spotting a shadowy figure where he had just been. As he landed on another tree, another shadow appeared behind him. Prepare to perish, the shadow intoned ominously. Utilizing the shadow possession technique, the shadow immobilized Kidomaru completely. Chidori. In-seong, alongside another shadow, unleashed the Chidori and surged towards Kidomaru. Stay away. Kidomaru struggled to break free, but it was futile. He could not even activate his cursed seal. Two Chidori struck Kidomaru, tearing him apart. Yin Xiang's form returned to its original position, and the two shadows dissipated. Forbidden technique. Instant prison shadow killing formation. After uttering these words, Yin Xiang knelt partially. Yin Xiang, are you alright? Naruto rushed to his side. Was that the shadow possession technique? Shikamaru inquired, looking at Yin Xiang. I'm fine, Yin Xiang nodded. I need to recover. You all go ahead. At that moment, his calves began to throb with pain again. Understood. Shikamaru nodded and continued the pursuit with the others, while Yin Xiang remained behind to harness the Nine-Tails chakra to mend his wounds. The mood among Shikamaru and his companions was decidedly somber. Without the intervention of Yin Xiang, they would likely have met their demise upon encountering the towering adversary. It was only thanks to Yin Xiang that we managed to defeat those two. I wonder how much chakra he expended in the process, Shikamaru remarked. Niji added. That jutsu was incredibly powerful, infused with an abundance of chakra. Is there truly such a disparity between us and Yin Xiang? Naruto, with his head bowed, pondered aloud. Meanwhile, Yin Xiang had successfully healed his injuries. As he rejoined Shikamaru's group, they decided to leave Moryu behind. By the time Yin Xiang arrived, Choji and Niji were engaged in combat with Moryu. Niji, allow me to assist you. Yin Xiang exclaimed as he leaped from the trees. You should head ahead. That opponent is formidable. We'll handle this, Niji shouted back. Upon seeing the determination in Niji's eyes, Yin Xiang nodded. I understand, he replied, sprinting forward while internally grumbling about his companion's stubbornness and insisting on staying behind to allow others to pursue. What perplexed Yin Xiang further was the curious scenario where a group struggled against a single opponent, yet one individual could manage to contend with another one-on-one. He felt at a loss for words. Although he wished to aid Choji and Niji, he ultimately respected Niji's resolute demeanor and decided to let them be. Feeling fatigued, Yin Xiang continued his ascent through the trees, acutely aware that his chakra reserves were dwindling. The use of a shadow clone technique could deplete half of his chakra, not to mention the toll from the deadly lotus, flying thunder god, and shadow clones. Were it not for the support of the Nine-Tails chakra, he would not dare squander his energy so recklessly in battle. Suddenly, Yin Xiang lost his footing and fell from the tree, landing on the ground and succumbing to sleep. Hey, you little brat, while your comrades are in peril, you choose to slumber? The Nine-Tails erupted from Yin Xiang's body, striking him on the head with its tail. Ouch! Yin Xiang clutched his head, sitting up groggily. I apologize. I can't help but doze off when I'm exhausted, he replied, glancing at the Nine-Tails. Yet, you hardly seem like one to be concerned for your comrades, Yin Xiang retorted. If I weren't afraid that little brat would perish and take me with him, I wouldn't give you a second thought, the Nine-Tails shot back. How delightfully tsundere you are. You're entirely different from the Nine-Tails, despite possessing its memories. You lack its brutish nature, Yin Xiang remarked as he rose to his feet. The Nine-Tails shot him an annoyed glance before diving back into Yin Xiang's body. Yin Xiang quickly returned to the treetops and resumed his pursuit. Upon catching up to Shikamaru, he found him and Kiba engaged in a fierce skirmish. Shikamaru, where's Naruto? Yin Xiang inquired. Sasuke was taken by another sudden arrival. That individual is quite powerful, and Naruto has gone after him. We'll handle things here. You should give chase, Shikamaru instructed. Here we go again, Yin Xiang thought, bemused by Shikamaru's tendency to shoulder burdens on his own. However, it was evident that this new adversary was significantly stronger than the previous foes, Jirubu and Kidomaru. Another sudden arrival? Yin Xiang pondered for a moment. Could it be Junma Lu? If it were Junma Lu, that would indeed complicate matters, but I shall proceed. Yin Xiang nodded and promptly pursued. Although he detested the act of chasing, he muttered to himself, yet quickened his pace nonetheless. Despite Shikamaru and his companion facing a single opponent, both were formidable fighters. Even a 2-on-1 scenario might not suffice against their adversary. As Yin Xiang traversed the treetops, contemplating this, a figure swiftly darted past him. Initially mistaking the figure for an enemy, he instinctively concealed himself. Upon recognizing the fleeting silhouette, he paused in surprise. It was none other than Shaoli. Shaoli dashed towards Naruto's location, and by the time he arrived, Sasuke had just fled, leaving Junma Lu poised to confront Naruto. With a swift kick, Shaoli sent Junma Lu flying, then urged Naruto to pursue Sasuke. Has reinforcement arrived? As Yin Xiang reached the scene, he observed Shaoli's presence and smiled. For the two were not far apart. Just as Naruto departed, Yin Xiang arrived, reluctantly acknowledging that Shao Li's speed surpassed his own. Li. Yin Xiang called as he approached Shao Li. You're here too, Yin Xiang? Shao Li turned to him. You should hurry after Naruto. He is pursuing Sasuke. No. In Xiang shook his head. This opponent is quite strong. You may not be his match. I shall assist you. Naruto can handle Sasuke without issue. In Xiang drew his kunai, fixing his gaze upon Junma-Lu. Bluffing In Xiang? The next vessel favored by Lord Orochimaru, Junma-Lu remarked, eyeing In Xiang. If Sasuke is to be Orochimaru's next vessel, then you are destined to be the one after him. A vessel, you say? I have no intention of becoming such a thing. You would do well to prepare yourself, In Xiang replied, unwavering in his resolve. Oh. Shao Li charged directly at Junma-Lu, delivering a flurry of taijutsu strikes, momentarily toppling Junma-Lu. However, he swiftly regained his footing, unperturbed. Chidori. In Xiang surged forward, unleashing the technique toward Junma-Lu, who adeptly leapt away, evading the assault. Shao Li pursued relentlessly, continuing his offensive with Konoha Great Whirlwind. Yet, Junma-Lu skillfully dodged every attack, demonstrating remarkable agility. Impressive finesse, coupled with such unique movements, Shao Li praised Junma-Lu. Your movements are rather straightforward. Junma-Lu retorted. Ah, Shao Li shouted, charging once more with a powerful punch, only to have it evaded by Junma-Lu. Lightning release, earth walking. In Xiang executed a series of hand seals, channeling lightning along the ground toward Junma-Lu. The bones protruding from Junma-Lu's knees struck the earth, propelling him away and evading In Xiang's attack. Chidori sharp spear. A bolt of lightning surged from In Xiang's hand. Yet Junma-Lu collided with it using his bones, surprisingly remaining unscathed. That is no ordinary bone, Junma-Lu observed, seemingly aware of In Xiang's astonishment. Although In Xiang was aware that this was no ordinary bone, he was taken aback by its extraordinary hardness. Konoha's gale palm. Shao Li charged forward once more, only to be evaded as expected, crashing to the ground. It was over. Junmaro raised his bone sword, preparing to strike down at Shao Li. Just as In Xiang was about to rush in, Shao Li extended his hand and called out, "Wait." Surprisingly, Junmaro actually halted, prompting In Xiang to stop as well. "I apologize. It is nearly time for my medication. I must not neglect it." "My apologies," Shao Li stated, rummaging through his tool pouch for a potion. With a thud, In Xiang collapsed to the ground, questioning the appropriateness of such behavior in the midst of battle. "Junmaro, are you really accommodating this?" To In Xiang's astonishment. When Shao Li retrieved the potion from his pouch, Junmaro sheathed his weapon and slightly turned away. In Xiang raised an eyebrow, perhaps recognizing that Junmaro, too, relied on medication to sustain his condition, thus tolerating Shao Li's antics. As Shao Li produced the vial and opened it, In Xiang clearly saw the word wine inscribed on the bottle, his eyes widening in disbelief. "I recall Shao Li's aversion to medicines. I have always despised taking medicine," Shao Li remarked, downing the entire bottle. The concoction invariably bore a peculiar taste, and after consuming it, Shao Li began to sway unsteadily before collapsing onto the ground. Junmaro observed him and then glanced back at In Xiang. In Xiang raised an eyebrow, choosing to ignore Junmaro, indicating his unfamiliarity with this individual. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, Shao Li sprang up from the ground, approaching Junmaro in a drunken boxing stance. Recognizing this posture, In Xiang recalled that Shao Li was indeed a natural at drunken boxing. Swaying, Shao Li advanced toward Junmaro and then abruptly accelerated, delivering a kick aimed at Junmaro, who leapt into the air. Shao Li followed suit, unleashing a flurry of kicks at Junmaro mid-air, faster than usual. "Impressive speed," In Xiang remarked. Afterward, Shao Li landed on the ground, exclaiming, "Quite capable, aren't I?" before collapsing again and drifting off to sleep. Observing this, Junmaro approached Shao Li, poised to strike with his bone knife. In Xiang dashed toward Shao Li's side. "It's a trap." Suddenly, the seemingly unconscious Shao Li sprang to life, delivering a series of blows to Junmaro, sending him flying. Junmaro fell to the ground, lifting his head to gaze at Shao Li, who appeared to be asleep but was, in fact, fully aware. "This is the essence of the ninja arts, Teacher Guy. I have succeeded," Shao Li proclaimed, wobbling unsteadily before exclaiming, "Teacher Guy, I thud." Shao Li once again collapsed onto the ground. Perhaps it's best not to cause any more trouble. In Xiang decided to disregard Shao Li. Wind release. Great breakthrough. In Xiang formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful gust of wind toward Junmaro, who was directly toppled by the force. Junmaro spun through the air, executing a 360-degree rotation before landing on the ground. Ah! Suddenly, Shaoli sprang up from the ground and charged towards Junmaru with fierce determination. However, he lost his footing and fell. This is all your fault. Shaoli leapt to his feet again, resuming his assault on Junmaru. A series of drunken punches sent Junmaru reeling, forced to defend himself and retreat continuously. After a while, he managed to counter with the dance of the camellia, yet all his strikes were deftly evaded, and ultimately, Shaoli landed a punch that sent him sprawling, causing his bone blade to clatter to the ground. Just how formidable are this fellow's drunken punches? Yin Xiang, who was forming seals at that moment, was astonished to see Shaoli inflict such damage on Junmaru. My attack is bone. That shadow clone must have informed you already. As Junmaru rose from the ground, he activated a portion of his cursed seal, causing bones to protrude from his arms, encircling his hands. I will swiftly bring you back to your senses. I am not drunk, Shaoli retorted, launching another kick, but this time Junmaru easily deflected him with the bones from his arm. Then I will promptly awaken you, Junmaru declared as he charged at Shaoli. I am not drunk. Shaoli quickly adjusted his stance and engaged in combat with Junmaru, adding, and I am not even of age, children do not drink. As they exchanged blows, Junmaru's ribs suddenly extended, striking Shaoli and sending him flying, leaving a gash on his face from the bone. Quite intriguing, isn't it? This is my bloodline limit, Junmaru remarked, the ribs still protruding, effectively rousing Shaoli from his stupor. Shaoli dodge, Yin Xiang called out, conjuring a deep violet lightning in his hand as he swiftly dashed towards Junmaru, shouting, Lightning Cutter. Yin Xiang unleashed the lightning cutter at Junmaru, who extended his right hand, allowing the bones to elongate and pierce Yin Xiang's arm, leaving a void between their arms as the lightning cutter gradually dissipated. When the lightning cutter vanished entirely, Junmaru's bones were reduced to ash by the electricity. Although surprised, Junmaru immediately retaliated with the dance of the Tang song. Bones erupted from his body, ensnaring Yin Xiang within them as he spun in place, causing Yin Xiang to be caught in the bone trap. The bones inflicted numerous lacerations on Yin Xiang's body before sending him hurtling away. Yin Xiang rolled twice on the ground before rising, pulling out the bone that had embedded itself in his arm, blood oozing from the wound. However, under the healing effects of the Nine-Tails chakra, the injury healed rapidly. Die! Junmaru charged at Yin Xiang with his bone weapon. Due to his injuries, Yin Xiang was momentarily immobilized, with the bone poised to strike him. Just then, a torrent of sand intercepted the bone and propelled Yin Xiang to safety. Who are you? Junmaru inquired, stepping back slightly. The allied shinobi forces of the leaf, a ninja from the sand, Gaara declared, appearing before Yin Xiang with his arms crossed. You seem to be in quite a predicament, Yin Xiang, Gaara remarked, glancing at the battered figure of Yin Xiang. Who would have thought this guy could even withstand the lightning cutter? But now that I am up, I will take him down. Yin Xiang had just placed the flying thunder god mark on Junma Lu. I'll handle this. You go after Naruto. He must be pursuing Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara said to Yin Xiang, then turned his gaze towards Junma Lu. Gaara, is that you? Lee remarked as he observed Gaara's silhouette. Junma Lu, looking at Gaara, extended a finger, with the bone within lunging towards him. However, Gaara's sand shielded him, deflecting Junma Lu's assault. You have arrived here. Does that mean Shikamaru and the others are also on their way to assist? Yin Xiang inquired, gazing at Gaara. Temari and Kankuro, Gaara nodded in affirmation. Then I entrust this to you, Yin Xiang replied, reassured that Gaara could handle Junma Lu, alleviating his own concerns. To be frank, he lacked the confidence to face Junma Lu himself. After speaking, Yin Xiang departed, but Junma Lu rushed to intercept him, only to be halted by Gaara. Simultaneously, Kankuro was engaged in combat with the new puppet, Black Ant, while Temari had successfully countered Doyu with her wind release. Naruto was still in pursuit of Sasuke. Ouch! Yin Xiang grimaced, clutching his wounds as he half-kneeled against a tree. Since arriving in this world, he had never sustained such injuries. Nor had he anticipated Junma Lu would counter his attack in that manner. His arm was punctured with 5 bloody holes, and his body bore the scars from the earlier dance of the pine. Were it not for the Nine-Tails chakra, he might have been incapacitated by blood loss. He yearned to return and exact vengeance on that wretch, but the concern of encountering new enemies on Naruto's side compelled him to continue pursuing Naruto and Sasuke. In truth, Yin Xiang had no intention of bringing Sasuke back. Rather, he aimed to let Sasuke eliminate Orochimaru, after which he would personally finish off Orochimaru himself. Moreover, should the opportunity arise, Yin Xiang wished to rescue Itachi Uchiha. He conceived a plan, believing that through the Nine-Tails chakra, he might heal Itachi's wounds. Aware that their final confrontation would occur at the Valley of the End, In Xiang sprinted towards it. Given his speed, he would arrive far sooner than them. Standing atop the statue of Hashirama Senju, he surveyed the surroundings. There were no signs of battle, confirming that they had not yet arrived. He settled down on the statue to recuperate, and after a brief wait, figures began to appear. At this moment, Shikamaru and the others had resolved their own battles. While Gaara's conflict had also concluded, everyone was gravely injured, unable to move, their chakra depleted. Halt! In Xiang called from atop Hashirama's head, addressing Sasuke, who was leaping atop the statue of Uchiha Madara. Sasuke! Naruto's voice echoed from behind, landing beside In Xiang. In Xiang, how did you arrive here first? I took a shortcut. I'll wait here, In Xiang replied. What about Shikamaru and the others? The three of them from I Love Luo have arrived, and everything has been resolved except for this side. In Xiang looked at Naruto and asked, do you want me to help you stop him? I promised Sakura that I would bring Sasuke back, so let me handle this on my own. Even if I have to defeat him, I will bring him back. Naruto declared resolutely. In Xiang gazed into Naruto's eyes for a moment. The determination in Naruto's gaze remained unwavering. All right, then I leave it to you. In Xiang nodded, conceding. Following this, there was a flurry of pleasantries. Naruto's verbal prowess proved effective against anyone, except perhaps Sasuke, and maybe Sakura as well. Then came a barrage of infuriating remarks from Sasuke. Several times, In Xiang suppressed the urge to charge at Sasuke and teach him a lesson. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Naruto utilized the power of the tailed beast, while Sasuke transformed into his cursed seal second state. The two clashed fiercely from dawn until dusk, unleashing Chidori and Rinnegan in a head-on collision. At this juncture, In Xiang had no choice but to intervene. With Chidori in his left hand and Rinnegan in his right, he positioned himself between them, colliding with both Sasuke's Chidori and Naruto's Rinnegan, neutralizing their powers in midair. Have you two had enough of this? In Xiang addressed them both. Centuries ago, a similar scene had unfolded. Indra and Ashura, wielding lightning and wind techniques, charged at one another. A man appeared between them, grasping both their hands, asking, have you two had enough? The elder brother Indra, witnessing the lightning dissipate from the man's grasp, questioned, brother, what brings you here? Ashura, seeing the wind technique fade from his hands, gazed at the man before him, who bore a third eye, the Rinnegan with its 6 tomo, and whose eyes were Byakugan. He was the elder brother of Indra and Ashura, Isoro, the progenitor of the Otsutsuki clan, tracing back to the very first ancestor of Isoro, the first reincarnator, and the eldest son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. The reincarnation refers to the chakra of Indra. The souls of Indra and the successive reincarnators remained distinct. Isoro, as Kagaya's eldest son, inherited both the Sharingan and Byakugan, mastering the powers of chakra and spiritual energy. From a young age, he demonstrated remarkable talent, creating seals and ninjutsu, earning the title of a genius. Indra, too, was a prodigious ninja, developing more ninjutsu than Isoro, ultimately becoming arrogant and believing he required no assistance from others. Choosing a solitary existence, convinced that power was essential for achieving peace. Sage of 6 Paths discerned the potential for peace in Ashura's ideals and appointed him as the inheritor of the ninja way and the dream of world harmony. Believing that Isoro and Indra would support their brother, Isoro naturally had no qualms, but Indra could not accept this notion. Under the instigation of Kagaya's will, he directed his fury towards his father and brother, rejecting the ninja way and his own abilities. He devised ninjutsu that weaponized chakra and challenged Ashura in doing so. Thus commenced an enduring conflict that would never fade. The son of Ue, after the demise of Indra, did not allow his chakra to vanish. Instead, it continued to manifest in the remarkable ninjas of later generations, engaging in combat with the reincarnations of Ashura. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke are the reincarnated vessels of Indra's chakra. Similarly, Hashirama and Madara, as well as Naruto and Sasuke, mirrored the original brothers' journey from close kinship to fierce adversaries. In the present world, another figure emerged among these individuals, the reincarnation of Yuyi's eldest son, creating a connection between Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki, and the remnants of Indra and Ashura's legacies. The ongoing struggle between the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura persisted. While the reincarnation of Indra found himself entangled between the two, unaware of the deeper implications of his existence, having only acted upon his own desires. Sasuke, observing the hand of Yin Xiang, was taken aback to find himself halted by him, while Naruto too was astonished. Never expecting Yin Xiang to impede his Rasengan after he had harnessed the power of the tailed beast. However, after this exchange, Naruto found himself drained of energy, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yin Xiang promptly released Sasuke's wrist to support Naruto, who gasped for breath against Yin Xiang's sword, his outer cloak having vanished. Little did he expect that the tailed beast's chakra would be utilized in such a manner. The Nine Tails spoke within Yin Xiang, but he paid it no heed. "Leave now," Yin Xiang said, turning his back to Sasuke. "Before I change my mind, disappear from my sight, Sasuke." Enraged, Sasuke returned to his original form, glaring fiercely at Yin Xiang before charging at him. With a swift kick, Yin Xiang sent Sasuke sprawling across the ground. Why? Why? Sasuke screamed in desperation. "Why am I powerless against you, even after gaining the cursed mark strength?" "Because you are too weak, Sasuke. You constantly blame others, accusing your comrades from Konoha of holding you back from becoming stronger, when in truth, it is merely your lack of effort," Yin Xiang replied, gazing at Sasuke with his violet eyes. "With your Sharingan, you have the potential to be far more powerful than you are now. Ultimately, it boils down to your own insufficient diligence. Stop your nonsense. How can you possibly see my training?" Sasuke vehemently disagreed with Yin Xiang's assertions. "What about my training? Did you see it? What about Lee's training? Did you witness it? What about Naruto's training? You have no idea of the efforts others have made, and yet you dare to dismiss them." Yin Xiang chose not to engage further with Sasuke, turning instead to Naruto, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. "Let us go. I hope that when we meet again, you will have made some progress," he said, lifting Naruto onto his back and departing from the scene. After a brief moment of stillness, Sasuke too left, marking a similar outcome for the three reincarnated brothers. "Depart now. Indra, I hope that when next we meet, you will have grown stronger." Indra, supported by Ashura, exited the scene, shortly followed by Indra himself. As the battle between the three reincarnated beings commenced from that moment onward, Yin Xiang. At that moment, Kakashi arrived and saw Yin Xiang supporting Naruto. "Where's Sasuke?" he inquired. "He left. We should take Naruto back." "The mission has failed," Yin Xiang replied, looking at Kakashi. "Understood." Kakashi nodded and departed with Yin Xiang. After their departure, a figure emerged from beneath the ground. "Now this has become intriguing," chuckled the half-white, half-black Zetsu, rising from the depths. On their return journey, numerous medical ninjas from the 1st and 2nd medical units appeared, administering urgent treatment before escorting the injured back. Choji and Niji were gravely wounded and had yet to recover. Tsunade was currently tending to them. "Kakashi, you should take Naruto back first. I have something that requires my attention," Yin Xiang stated, halting and handing Naruto over to Kakashi. "Be careful," Kakashi nodded, accepting Naruto and following the medical team away. Yin Xiang then proceeded to the site of his previous battle with Kimimaro, now transformed into a forest of bones. Kimimaro's body was suspended from a bone tree, a drill-shaped bone in his hand, seemingly halted mid-action. Yin Xiang stood before him, still in the cursed seal's second state, indicating that he had not yet succumbed completely. Unlike the other Sound Four who reverted to their original forms upon death, Kimimaro remained in this state, suggesting he was merely in a state of apparent death. "How unfortunate. You, a member of the Kagaya clan, have become Orochimaru's puppet," Yin Xiang remarked. Gazing at Kimimaro, "Can the Nine Tails save him?" he asked the beast within him. "Yes, but his body is severely damaged. Even if he is revived, it would be of little use. He would require daily sustenance of my chakra for recovery, and with each use of his abilities, I would need to restore him." The Nine Tails responded. "Do you comprehend my meaning?" Yin Xiang paused, questioning the Nine Tails. "This boy possesses formidable power. He has merely been brainwashed by Orochimaru. You wish to recruit him, don't you?" The Nine Tails surmised. "Astute observation. You truly are a clever fox," Yin Xiang smiled. "Let me clarify. He may not heed your commands. It would be best to drain him of chakra before restoring him. Despite his prowess in taijutsu, without chakra, he would be unable to manipulate his bones at will. Rest assured, even without chakra, I can defeat him, especially in his current state of injury," Yin Xiang replied with a smile. "Stop posturing. You were thoroughly defeated by him before." The Nine Tails rolled its eyes. "Enough with the chatter. If you don't act soon, he will truly perish." "All right," Yin Xiang nodded, placing his hand on Kimimaro's head. Red chakra flowed from his hand, enveloping Kimimaro and forming a cloak of the nine tails. Gradually, Kimimaro's wounds healed, and he returned to his normal state. Freeing himself from the bone tree, Inxiang supported him as he fell to the ground, laying Kimimaro flat upon the earth. The surroundings were enveloped in an unsettling silence. Inxiang could hear Junma Lu's heart begin to beat slowly, initially once every 3 seconds, gradually quickening in rhythm. As the heartbeat accelerated, Junma Lu's fingers twitched slightly. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was engaged in instructing Naruto, formally taking him on as a disciple, embarking on a 3-year training journey. Thus, Inxiang's official narrative commenced. Suddenly, Junma Lu's eyes flew open, gazing at the dimming sky, his body rendered immobile. Awake? Inxiang heard a voice and approached Junma Lu, who was still enveloped in the cloak of the tailed beast. I'm not dead. Junma Lu turned his head to look at Inxiang, his face a mask of confusion, for he distinctly felt that he had indeed perished. You were dead, but I brought you back, Inxiang replied, settling down beside Junma Lu in a cross-legged position. How is that possible? Lord Orochimaru couldn't even remedy my affliction. Junma Lu retorted, his eyes widening in disbelief. He knew he couldn't act against Inxiang, for if he had intended to kill him, he would not have saved him in the first place. I possess the ability to heal you, and in the future, I can continuously mend the damages to your body. As long as I remain alive, you shall be unharmed, Inxiang stated with a smile. What do you intend? Although Junma Lu had been brainwashed by Orochimaru, he was not a fool and recognized that Inxiang had ulterior motives. I wish to liberate you from Orochimaru and bring you back to Konoha. You are delusional. Junma Lu replied bluntly, attempting to rise from the ground, but the movement aggravated his wounds, rendering him unable to sit up. I will never betray Lord Orochimaru. Fool, Inxiang remarked, his arms crossed as he regarded Junma Lu. Junma Lu paused, momentarily taken aback by Inxiang's words. You have been brainwashed by Orochimaru. Do you not comprehend? If Orochimaru truly cared for you, he would not sacrifice your lives for Sasuke. We came willingly for Lord Orochimaru's reincarnation. Junma Lu shouted in defiance. His injuries are more severe than I anticipated, not merely physical, but mentally as well, the nine tails remarked within Inxiang's body, almost causing him to chuckle. More obstinate than I imagined. Tell me, why must you follow Orochimaru? Lord Orochimaru understands my worth. What worth? The significance of my existence. What significance? As long as I live, I can fight for Lord Orochimaru. Why fight for Orochimaru and not for yourself? Junma Lu hesitated for a moment. Lord Orochimaru saved me and revealed to me the meaning of my existence. I shall fight for Lord Orochimaru. Oh, so your loyalty to Orochimaru stems from the belief that he has bestowed upon you the purpose of your existence, which is to fight for him. Is that not rather absurd? Junma Lu found himself at a loss for words. In truth, Orochimaru had led him to realize that only by surviving could one seek meaningful endeavors. Thus Junma Lu resolved to fight for Orochimaru. However, Inxiang has insidiously altered the concept, transforming it into the notion that Orochimaru merely desires him to fight for his sake, thereby allowing him to live. In essence, Inxiang is attempting to reprogram Junmaru's mind once more. A person is born to live for oneself. One must discover passions that ignite their spirit. My purpose in life is to safeguard Konoha and protect my family. What about you? Inxiang gazed at Junmaru and inquired. Of course, I fight for Lord Orochimaru. Junmaru responded without hesitation. No, Inxiang shook his head. I am asking what your meaning of life was before you met Orochimaru. Junmaru pondered for a moment before replying. To fight for the Kagaya clan. How tragic, Inxiang sighed, shaking his head. To live an entire life merely as a weapon of combat. Do you not find such an existence to be lamentable? Lamentable? What does that even mean? Junmaru retorted, perplexed. Inxiang, feeling a headache brewing, sighed deeply, realizing that the art of verbal persuasion would require Naruto's expertise. In any case, have you never had a dream of your own? What was your first dream? My dream was to attain freedom, Junmaru stated, his eyes widening as he reflected on the freedom he once sought. As a descendant of the Kagaya clan, he had been imprisoned as a mere human shield and weapon during his childhood, yearning for freedom, even pleading with deities. Later, when the Kagaya clan assaulted the hidden mist village, Junmaru, as a secret weapon, was unleashed to partake in the battle. However, his clan was annihilated, and due to his illness preventing him from fighting, he managed to survive. the only remaining member of his clan. Junmaro was eventually seduced by Orochimaru and nurtured under his guidance, leading to an extreme admiration for Orochimaru, bordering on madness. He was willing to become Orochimaru's vessel for reincarnation. Had it not been for his physical ailments, Orochimaru would have been eager to possess such a body. Freedom? Is what you are currently doing truly your version of freedom? Inxiang observed Junmaro, nurturing a flicker of hope within. Junmaro struggled to rise from the ground, ultimately needing Inxiang's assistance to stand. I genuinely envy the camaraderie among you Konoha comrades. It is why I did not kill that drunken fighter. For the sake of my comrades, I chose to remain and battle, fully aware that I was no match for him, Junmaro confessed, gazing down at his tailed beast cloak. So, do you have any companions or friends? Ju, I suppose he qualifies as my friend, Junmaro replied after a moment's reflection. Ju? Inxiang nodded. He is the original form of the cursed seal, from which your cursed marks are derived. How could you possibly know that? Junmaro's eyes widened in disbelief. Such knowledge should not be within Inxiang's grasp. Let us not dwell on that for now. Have you considered what you might do for Ju? Ju cannot suppress his other persona, which is bloodthirsty and murderous. Only I can contain him, yet I have no idea how he is faring now. I wish to help Ju control his personality, and I also wish to free him from Lord Orochimaru, so he no longer has to endure such suffering. That is indeed your will. Inxiang smiled and said, this is your own will. Since you possess such a determination, you must act upon it. This is the essence of free will. I believe that you, like me, yearn for freedom. Freedom? Jinmaru repeated these words in his mind incessantly. Come back to Konoha with me, Jinmaru, Inxiang whispered in his ear, thinking to himself. The art of verbal persuasion has succeeded. Meanwhile, a small team consisting of Jiraiya, Naruto, and Sakura set out that evening to the land of Rice to investigate Sasuke's whereabouts. All right, I will return with you. Jinmaru finally responded, having remained silent for what felt like an eternity. Inxiang patiently awaited his reply, during which Jinmaru contemplated deeply. He lifted his hand, flexed it, and then rose to his feet, the cloak of the tailed beast still enveloping him. Remarkable. I feel so much better, and I can sense my bones again. Previously, Jinmaru had been numb, but now, under Inxiang's tailed beast cloak, his body began to heal. This is my secret. You must not disclose it to others. Inxiang said with a smile, also standing up. You still need to recover. Allow me to carry you. Inxiang positioned himself in front of Jinmaru, slightly bending forward. Is that all right? Jinmaru asked, momentarily taken aback. Can I really go to Konoha? Rest assured, you can. You have not wronged the ninjas of Konoha. Inxiang replied over his shoulder. Thank you, Jinmaru said, then climbed onto Inxiang's back. Inxiang carried him back to Konoha, and as they neared the village, he withdrew the tailed beast cloak from Jinmaru. Upon returning, Inxiang's first action was to take Jinmaru to Tsunade, where he explained the situation. Ultimately, Tsunade agreed to allow Jinmaru to reside in Konoha, albeit under Inxiang's supervision. Inxiang accepted this condition and welcomed Jinmaru into his own home. You have a mission tomorrow, so rest early. Konoha has not yet fully recovered, Tsunade advised Inxiang. He nodded in response. By the way, sister, has Lee been treated? Once Konoha recovers, I will come to learn from you. Indeed, the village's upper ninjas are currently absent. It is up to you, Chunin, Tsunade acknowledged. Then I shall take my leave. Sister, do rest early too, Inxiang replied, and he took Jinmaru home. From now on, you will live with me, Jinmaru. I will prepare a room for you, Inxiang said as he entered the house, heading towards a room. Lord Inxiang, Jinmaru called out to his retreating figure. But Inxiang interrupted him. What is with this lord nonsense? We are friends, simply call me Inxiang. Inxiang assured Jinmaru, once I have arranged your room, I will continue your treatment. You should wear that every night when you sleep. With a playful squint and a smile, Inxiang tidied up the adjacent room, which was easily done as he maintained it regularly. Go rest now, he said, placing his hand on Jinmaru's shoulder. And another layer of tailed beast cloak enveloped him once more. Junmaru nodded absent-mindedly, and then watched as Inxiang returned to his room. After entering his chamber, Inxiang retrieved a set of clothing and delivered it to Junmaru's room, before returning to his own to take a shower and retire for the night. The following morning, as Inxiang emerged from his quarters, he spotted Junmaru standing in the corridor, gazing up at the sun in the sky. Good morning, Junmaru, Inxiang yawned, greeting him. Good morning. Junmaru replied, turning to face Inxiang. Come and have breakfast. Then we can embark on a mission together, Inxiang suggested, retrieving milk and bread from the refrigerator, placing the bread into the toaster. Can I join the mission as well? Junmaru inquired as he approached. Of course, if you don't undertake missions to earn money. I certainly cannot support you, Inxiang remarked, taking a seat at the dining table and observing Junmaru. I see. You are now a member of Konohagakure, technically classified as a genin. Participating in the next Chunin exam should not pose a significant challenge for you, Inxiang continued. What tasks am I expected to perform now? Junmaru asked, settling beside Inxiang. Well, you'll be on the same team as me. Whatever missions I undertake, you will accompany me, and the rewards will be split evenly, Inxiang explained. But I recall that ninjas from Konoha typically have a leading instructor, Junmaru pointed out. I am somewhat of an exception. I am uncertain if they will assign me another team leader later on. Now let us eat, Inxiang said. Retrieving the toast from the toaster and pouring milk into a cup, Junmaru seated himself across from Inxiang, and the two shared a meal, both exhibiting commendable table manners, resulting in a serene dining experience. After breakfast, they proceeded to Tsunade, as the current missions were personally assigned by her. This is a B-rank mission. Make haste and return swiftly, Tsunade instructed, handing the mission scroll to Inxiang. Understood, Inxiang nodded and then departed with Junmaru. Let us see. We are to retrieve a scroll from the borders of the Land of Fire. Inxiang read from the mission scroll, surmising it pertained to intelligence gathering. The two then set off towards the border. They encountered no significant obstacles along the way and successfully returned with the confidential scroll within a day, collecting their reward and delivering it to Tsunade. This mission seemed rather effortless, Junmaru remarked as they strolled through the streets of Konoha. Indeed, it is considerably easier compared to your previous endeavors, Inxiang chuckled. Let us buy you a few well-fitting outfits. You can't continue wearing my clothes forever. They are rather small. Being a year younger and slightly shorter than Junmaru, Inxiang's garments were indeed a size too small for him. Make sure to purchase several. Considering your propensity to ruin clothing during battles, Inxiang teased, as Junmaru often tore his clothes during skirmishes. Understood, Junmaru nodded. Inxiang, is that you? Li exclaimed, sprinting towards them from a distance, his eyes widening upon seeing Junmaru beside Inxiang. Indeed, it is Kimimaro, who will henceforth be our companion, Inxiang nodded and remarked. It is truly astonishing. I never anticipated that he would still be alive, Shaoli observed while gazing at Kimimaro. It is thanks to Inxiang, Kimimaro said beside him. At that moment, you had already lost consciousness, and both Gaara and I believed you had perished. It is beyond our expectations that you managed to survive. Shaoli circled around Kimimaro and noted, aside from the somewhat snug clothing, there seemed to be no significant changes, only that his physique appeared to have grown stronger. You, too, should attempt to be a bit more cheerful. Do not always wear that cold expression, Inxiang encouraged as he patted Kimimaro's shoulder. Since our first encounter, Kimimaro's face has remained devoid of expression, with the only exception being when he spoke of Orochimaru, which stirred his emotions. Cheerful? Kimimaro inquired with a hint of confusion. It means to smile, to express joy more often, Inxiang replied with a smile directed at Kimimaro. Smile? Kimimaro pondered. He may have never smiled in his entire life. Akin to Zetsu, who grew up in the root. Initially, Zetsu's smiles were mere facades, only becoming genuine upon meeting Naruto and his team. Never mind. In the village of Konoha, there will surely come a day when you will embrace a more cheerful disposition. Inxiang waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Kimimaro should not dwell on it. I wonder how Raigu is faring, Kimimaro said, lowering his gaze, a hint of melancholy creeping into his demeanor. Rest assured, Raigu will be fine. Orochimaru would not allow any mishaps to befall his test subjects, Inxiang reassured Kimimaro. Indeed, Kimimaro nodded in agreement. Let us retire for the night. We have tasks to resume tomorrow, Inxiang concurred. In the subsequent week, Inxiang diligently undertook the assignments entrusted by Tsunade, and his rapport with Kimimaro steadily improved. The best way for friends to strengthen their bond is through constant companionship. Although Kimimaro is a killing machine, he remains a mere 15-year-old child, and Inxiang found it easy to relate to someone of that age. A week later, as Inxiang and Kimimaro traversed the forest on their way back to Konoha, they spotted two individuals clad in prison garb rushing below. Without hesitation, Inxiang pursued them. With a flick of his fingers, Kimimaro unleashed a barrage of bone projectiles, piercing through the legs of both individuals, who fell to the ground in agony. What transpired? Who are these people? Kimimaro questioned as he noticed In Xiang preparing to intercept them, subsequently incapacitating them. These appear to be notorious criminals from Konoha. How did they manage to escape? In Xiang approached, delivering a swift strike that rendered the two unconscious, hoisting them over his shoulder. Konoha may have taken action. Seize me, and let us hasten back. Very well, Kimimaro nodded, placing his hand on In Xiang's shoulder. In Xiang promptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha, bringing the two individuals to the Hokage building. Sister, what is going on? In Xiang inquired as he unceremoniously dropped the two onto the ground. Oh, so you encountered them as well. Due to Mizuki, the inmates from Konoha's prison have escaped, and Naruto and his team are currently pursuing them, Tsunade acknowledged. Then let us join the efforts, Kimimaro suggested to Tsunade. Tsunade gazed at the current form of Kinshiki with a smile, noting how much he had improved since their first encounter. There's no need. They are quickly resolving the situation, she remarked. Then we shall escort these two back to prison. In Xiang agreed with a nod. Indeed, Tsunade concurred, adding, starting tomorrow, you will learn medical ninjutsu alongside Sakura. Sakura? In Xiang paused momentarily. I have taken her on as my apprentice. Tsunade clarified. I see. What about the missions? Kinshiki, now merely a chunin, could only undertake minor tasks. No worries. I have reviewed Kinshiki's capabilities, and he is more than capable of handling Jonin-level assignments. From tomorrow onward, he will embark on missions independently, Tsunade replied with a smile. Kinshiki looked taken aback. As for my surveillance, a person who requires monitoring will not voluntarily offer assistance to their comrades. I trust you. From now on, the oversight is lifted, Tsunade stated, fixing her gaze on Kinshiki. Thank you, Kinshiki responded, a smile unexpectedly gracing his face. The sensation of being trusted felt remarkably pleasant. Splendid, Kinshiki. From today, you are officially a member of my team within Konoha. In Xiang shared in Kinshiki's joy. Indeed, Kinshiki nodded earnestly, his smile becoming increasingly genuine. In Xiang, are you here to submit missions as well? A voice called from behind In Xiang. It was Tenten, accompanied by her team. Tenten, it's been a while, In Xiang said as he approached her. Yes, it has been too long, Tenten replied with a nod. Hello, Kinshiki, Li greeted as he stepped forward to acknowledge him. Good afternoon. Li, Kinshiki returned the greeting. Now, here is your mission for tomorrow, Tsunade said, presenting a new mission scroll to Kinshiki, who accepted it. We shall take our leave then. Tenten, Niji, Li, In Xiang addressed the trio. All right, Tenten nodded, watching In Xiang's retreating figure, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Everyone had been preoccupied with missions lately, and she longed for the days when she could converse freely with In Xiang. Since In Xiang became a chunin, it seemed they had drifted apart, a feeling Tenten found quite displeasing. Upon returning home, In Xiang and Kinshiki sat together on the porch, sipping tea. I suspect Orochimaru is becoming aware that you are alive. If he seeks you out, how do you intend to respond? In Xiang inquired. Honestly, I do not know. I am quite concerned about this matter, Kinshiki confessed, shaking his head. During my time here, I have experienced what true living entails. The life I led before was hardly fit for a human being. It is good that you understand. Here, take this scroll, In Xiang said, producing a scroll from his robe and handing it to Kinshiki, who noticed the character for seal inscribed upon it. What is this? Kinshiki asked, scrutinizing the scroll. Within it is a shadow clone that I have sealed. If you encounter Orochimaru, simply open this scroll, and the clone will appear to transport you back using the Flying Thunder God technique, In Xiang explained, taking a sip of tea. Thank you, Kinshiki replied, his expression earnest. Junmaru nodded and tucked the scroll into his bosom. What is tomorrow's mission? In Xiang inquired, gazing at Junmaru. We have received intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the fugitives, and I am to retrieve them, Junmaru replied. If you experience any discomfort, make sure to return with the scroll, In Xiang said, rising to pat Junmaru's shoulder. The cloak of the tailed beast reappeared upon Junmaru's form. I shall take my leave now. Rest early, he added. Indeed, Junmaru nodded. Once In Xiang departed, he tidied up the teacups and kettle before retiring to his room for sleep. At dawn the following day, In Xiang and Junmaru parted ways at the entrance of Junmaru's home, with In Xiang proceeding to Tsunade's location. Tsunade then escorted In Xiang to the Konoha hospital, where Sakura had been diligently studying medical ninjutsu for nearly 2 weeks. At that moment, Sakura was enveloped in a green glow as she treated a small cat. However, her progress was slow. It was only after she was drenched in sweat that the cat's paw was finally healed. You have improved compared to yesterday. But there is still much work to be done, Tsunade remarked. Turning around, Sakura noticed Tsunade and Inxiang standing behind her. Master Inxiang, what brings you here? Sakura asked, her expression one of surprise. From today onward, I shall also study medical ninjutsu alongside my senior sister. Inxiang nodded, acknowledging Sakura. Wait, you wish to learn medical ninjutsu too? Sakura exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. I will impart all my knowledge to Inxiang. It is the dying wish of the third Hokage, Tsunade stated to Sakura. Now let us begin. For the ensuing month, Inxiang immersed himself in the study of medical ninjutsu under Tsunade's guidance. In addition to medical techniques, he also trained in Tsunade's formidable strength and learned new ninjutsu, leading to a fulfilling and busy daily regimen. Although Sakura was lacking in various respects, her aptitude for medical ninjutsu surpassed Inxiang's, demonstrating a commendable control of chakra that was nearly on par with his. Given that Inxiang had honed his chakra control from a young age, Sakura's ability to match him in this regard indicated her considerable talent. Indeed, the members of Team 7 were not to be underestimated. Throughout this month, Junmaru remained untroubled, as he was no longer accompanying Inxiang on missions. When he acted alone, he donned a mask and adopted a different attire, refraining from using his Kekkei Genkai in combat whenever possible. Consequently, Orochimaru remained convinced that Junmaru had perished. With the diminished reliance on his Kekkei Genkai and the healing properties of the Nine-Tails chakra, Junmaru's condition steadily improved, particularly due to the presence of a complete Nine-Tails within Inxiang's body. Had it been Naruto's half of the Nine-Tails, it might not have sufficed to heal Junmaru's injuries, which even Orochimaru could not remedy. Throughout this month, Naruto had incessantly clamored to search for Sasuke, prompting Tsunade to assign him a series of tasks, sending him on missions with Team 8 and then Team 3, keeping him in constant motion. Inxiang, there is a task for you to undertake today. In the morning, Inxiang and Junmaru arrived at Tsunade's office, where Tsunade addressed Inxiang. Oh, are you here to assign me a task? What is it? Having gone a month without a mission, Inxiang felt somewhat restless. This time, it is a 3-person team, and you will serve as the team leader, with Junmaru and Tian as your teammates. Hi, Inxiang. Tian emerged from behind a door. Tian, what happened to Niji and the others? Inxiang inquired curiously upon seeing her. They have other assignments, so you 3 have been chosen for this one, Tsunade explained. I see. I wonder what the task is that interrupts my training in medical ninjutsu, Inxiang mused, intrigued by the nature of the mission that would lead Tsunade to suspend her own studies. This mission is classified and pertains to you, Tsunade said sternly, prompting a serious demeanor among Inxiang and the others. It is an A-rank mission to explore the ruins of the Inzoro clan. You must not disclose this task to anyone outside your trio. What? Inxiang was taken aback, surprised by the nature of the task. Why must we undertake such a mission? We need to compile detailed documentation regarding the Inzoro clan, necessitating the deployment of ninjas for exploration. I believe you are the most suitable candidate for this mission, and if you prefer not to accept it, I can assign someone else, Tsunade stated. I will go. Inxiang ultimately nodded. To be honest, he was not particularly keen on delving into the Inzoro clan, as witnessing the 4 individuals who dared not die without orders had instilled in him a profound aversion to the clan. This is the mission scroll, and the duration is 1 week. Regardless of how much you uncover within that time, you must return immediately. Tsunade placed a scroll on the table. Understood, Inxiang replied, tucking the scroll into his clothing before the 3 departed together. Why do you think you are the most suitable for this task, Inxiang? Tian asked once they exited the Hokage building. What do you know about the Inzoro clan? Inxiang queried as they walked. From what Lady Tsunade just informed me, the Inzoro clan was annihilated 14 years ago. They were the 3rd major clan capable of contending with the Senju and Uchiha clans back in the day. But that is all I know, Tian responded. I know nothing at all. Junmaru shook his head, admitting his ignorance about the Inzoro clan. I am the sole survivor of the Inzoro clan, Inxiang said, lowering his head. What? Tian and Junmaru exclaimed in unison, their reactions intense. Hey, keep it down. This is a confidential mission. Inxiang raised an eyebrow at their response. Though he said this, he too knew nothing about the Inzoro clan. Why? Aren't you a member of that clan? Junmaru began but trailed off. He could empathize, being an orphan of the Kagaya clan, having been sheltered away since childhood, and knowing little about his own lineage. On the day I was born, the Inzoro clan was wiped out. I was rescued that very day and brought to Konoha, but the guardian who saved me perished as well. In Xiang pondered for a moment before speaking, acknowledging that it had been over a decade since those events transpired. He continued, I only heard about it from my master. The Inzoro clan is entirely extinct, save for myself, and all that is known about them is what you just mentioned. Thus, exploration is necessary, Junmaru interjected. By the way, what mission did Niji and Lee undertake? In Xiang inquired, glancing at Tian Tian. They accompanied Naruto to the land of birds for a purification mission, Tian Tian replied. I see, In Xiang nodded. Let us return and prepare our belongings. We shall reconvene at the entrance in 30 minutes. Understood, Tian Tian affirmed before departing. Originally, that mission was intended for Tian Tian, Niji, and Naruto, but Tian Tian wished to collaborate with In Xiang, resulting in this arrangement. Half an hour later, the trio gathered at the gate of Konoha. Let us depart. We have a considerable distance to cover towards the northern border of the Fire Country, In Xiang announced. Both Tian Tian and Junmaru nodded in agreement as In Xiang took the lead, and the three began to sprint through the forest. After a day and night of travel, they arrived at the village of the Inzoro clan, which was significantly smaller than Konoha, comprising merely 20 to 30 inhabitants. However, the structures were dilapidated and appeared on the verge of collapse. The trio stood atop a hill overlooking the village, poised to descend. In Xiang observed Tian Tian, who had never seen him wear such a grave expression, and worried if something was amiss. I am fine, In Xiang reassured, shaking his head and offering a smile. Let us proceed with caution, gathering as much information as possible. We will scout first and regroup here should we encounter any villagers. Tian Tian and Junmaru nodded in agreement, with Junmaru donning his black mask. Scatter, In Xiang instructed, and the three figures vanished from sight. In Xiang cautiously entered the village, weaving through the shadows. Upon completing his reconnaissance, he confirmed the absence of any villagers and rejoined his companions at the village center. Let us commence. There are merely over 20 houses. We will search each one and collect any valuable information, In Xiang directed, and both nodded before heading into different residences. In Xiang entered the house before him. With a creak, he pushed open the wooden door, which fell to the ground with a thud. How dismal, he sighed, reflecting on his family's legacy. The house was not particularly large, and In Xiang swiftly discovered several scrolls covered in dust. Upon unrolling them, he found they contained records of various wind and thunder release techniques. Wind release, wind blade, wind release, reversal, wind release, wind cutter, wind release, vacuum sphere. These are all powerful techniques I have yet to learn. In Xiang mused as he cleaned the scrolls and placed them in his weapon pouch before moving to the next house. The subsequent houses yielded little of value. The remains of the Inzoro clan had already been cleared away. In Xiang speculated that the four great kings must have returned to collect the bodies. Three individuals gathered before the largest house, its walls adorned with a prominent black emblem, the crest of the Sororo clan. This insignia featured a white circle from which three lines emerged, one circular, one triangular, and one square. We haven't found much, just these ninjutsu scrolls and a few rusted, corroded shurikens, remarked Junmaru, examining the scrolls in his hands. Tian Tian, I entrust these to you. In Xiang collected all 20 scrolls and placed them on the ground. All right, Tian Tian said, producing a sealing scroll to encapsulate all the scrolls within a single parchment. This is the last one, and it should belong to my family. As In Xiang gazed at the villa, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Let us proceed. He approached and pushed open the imposing iron door. Upon entering, In Xiang felt a wave of disbelief. The interior bore a strikingly modern appearance, with a garden outside and a 3-story villa within. Reflecting on the earlier crest, he mused that it resembled a USB interface. What exquisite decor! I have never seen anything like it, Tian Tian exclaimed, admiring the villa. Is that so? I shall construct one for you in the future, In Xiang replied, drawing closer to Tian Tian. How annoying. What are you saying? Tian Tian's cheeks flushed crimson, prompting a sly smile from Junmaru at the sight. All right, let us hurry inside. In Xiang chuckled, ceasing his playful banter with Tian Tian. The trio traversed the garden and entered the villa, where the decorations indeed reflected a modern aesthetic. Absent, however, were televisions and computers from this era, yet the sofas, coffee tables, and other furnishings were all present, albeit cloaked in dust. It seems we have some cleaning to do, In Xiang said, stretching his limbs. Let us get started. 1 floor each, Tian nodded, declaring, I shall tackle the 3rd floor. She proceeded toward the staircase. Then I will take the 2nd floor, Junmaru announced, heading up himself. I will handle the 1st floor, In Xiang agreed, beginning his search on the ground level. The 1st floor consisted of a living room, 2 bedrooms, a study, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Is this truly my home? In Xiang wondered aloud as he dusted off the sofa and reclined, staring at the ceiling. The USB plug symbol as the clan's crest, the modern villa, indeed, a testament to a time traveler. He pondered from which country they hailed, and whether their actions had influenced the future. A sigh escaped him, and he found himself reluctant to rise from the sofa. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Junmaru discovered a room overflowing with scrolls, resembling a library. He surveyed the books with a frown, contemplating, why did I choose the 2nd floor? Despite his internal grumbling, he began perusing the tomes, many of which were mundane and inconsequential. Picking up a particular book, he found the cover's text utterly incomprehensible. Upon opening it, he was bewildered by the unfamiliar characters within. On the 3rd floor, Tian encountered an array of wooden puppets, exhibiting a craftsmanship that surpassed even those from the land of sand. Despite the passage of many years without maintenance, these puppets appeared remarkably sturdy. They seemed devoid of the usual chakra threads that would connect them. What could they be? Tian pondered as she tapped on one of the puppets. Meanwhile, In Xiang on the 1st floor began his own quest for clues, meticulously cleaning every nook and cranny. Why must I tidy up? After all, this is my home, he mused. However, his cleaning inadvertently triggered a mechanism in the study, causing a bookshelf to shift aside, revealing a passage leading underground. Such a cliched development. He raised an eyebrow as he held the cloth in his hand. Gazing at the opening, In Xiang set down the towel, retrieved a candle from the desk, and ignited it with a spark before descending into the abyss. As he stepped onto the 1st stair, the bookshelf returned to its original position. He glanced back briefly before continuing his descent. Upon arrival, he discovered a simple secret chamber. Lighting the surrounding candles illuminated the room, and the family emblem caught his eye first. Beneath the emblem sat a dais, upon which a skeleton was seated, and a blade hung on the wall. Upon closer inspection, In Xiang noticed the walls were inscribed with countless tiny characters. Approaching, he was taken aback. These inscriptions were in Chinese. The descendants of Inselo. This chronicles everything about the Inselo clan. If you are like us, you shall know all about Inselo. Read the opening lines. Like us must refer to the traversers, he thought. Indeed, aside from those who had traversed, no one else could comprehend these words. In Xiang then settled down to study the inscriptions, delving into the history of the Inselo clan. On the 2nd floor, Junma Lu continued to sift through books, while Tian on the 3rd floor stumbled upon another room filled with inscribed texts, some of which eluded her understanding. Thus, the 3 of them immersed themselves in their scholarly pursuits. As dusk approached, In Xiang finally finished deciphering the inscriptions, his heart unsettled. They recounted the origins of the Inselo clan, revealing that the first traverser was Inselo, the elder brother of Indra and Ashura, a legacy that had persisted through the ages. Indra and Ashura were reincarnations, represented by the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, as well as Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. In contrast, the Inselo clan perpetuated its lineage through familial ties, with all members belonging to this clan. 14 years prior, when the Inselo clan still existed, its leader was In Xiang's father. However, In Xiang's father was not a traverser, but a contemporary of Hashirama and Madara. Inselo Hen, a traverser, was also In Xiang's grandfather. After the demise of Inzoro Hen, the Inzoro clan lost its ability to contend with the Uchiha and Senju clans. Consequently, In Xiang's grandfather resolved to seclude the Inzoro clan. However, Inzoro Hen, a figure presumed dead, resurfaced before them. Thus, they constructed this dwelling, with a secret chamber beneath it. The platform beneath the family crest served as Inzoro Hen's training ground, and the blade affixed to the wall was his as well. Furthermore, it is clearly documented on the walls that the extermination of the Inzoro clan was perpetrated by the 4 heavenly kings. However, their power alone was insufficient to annihilate the entire clan. The one who aided them was none other than Inzoro Hen, who also exerted control over them. Upon learning of In Xiang's successful escape, Inzoro Hen dispatched the 4 heavenly kings to pursue him. Yet, upon reaching Konoha, they found themselves powerless. At that moment, Inzoro Hen lost all his strength, rendered immobile, and could only allow the four heavenly kings to act as his guardians until his demise. Inzoro Hen's motive for such actions stemmed from his belief that traversers should not exist in this world and that they ought not to interfere with it. Upon witnessing Inxiang's successful escape, he realized that his efforts were seemingly futile. This infant was clearly a traverser. The signs were unmistakable. Born on the night of the clan's massacre, successfully fleeing amidst pursuit, and exhibiting no cries or disturbances along the way. Such an auspicious beginning could only signify a traverser. Thus, in the secret chamber, Inzoro Hen etched these words into the blade, reiterating the need to refrain from intervening in this world and from meddling in the affairs of reincarnators. Now, Inxiang has come to understand that the one responsible for the extermination of his clan was indeed his great-grandfather. However, his current doubts revolve around the origins of Inzoro Hen's Sharingan, the mystery of his resurrection, and the meaning behind the we mentioned at the beginning. Does we refer to the first-generation traverser, Inzoro, and the second-generation traverser, Inzoro Hen? Or does it imply Inzoro Hen and another individual? Could there be another traverser? Is this person the one possessing the Sharingan? Inxiang exhaled deeply, attempting to digest these revelations. At last, he grasped the origins of the Inzoro clan and his own identity. Such knowledge, of course, could not be disclosed to Tsunade. So, you are Inzoro Hen, he murmured as he approached the skeletal remains. The last time he encountered the four heavenly kings was a year prior. According to the inscriptions on the wall, the four heavenly kings could only be controlled after his death, implying that Inzoro Hen had perished less than a year ago. This was utterly bewildering. If he were of the same generation as his great-grandfather and Uchiha Madara, he should have lived nearly a century or even 2 centuries ago. How could this individual have survived for so long? As Inxiang gazed upon Inzoro Hen's remains, he noticed 2 small vials clutched in the skeletal hand. Carefully, he extracted the vials, peering within to discern their contents. 6 Tomo Rinnegan. The man gazed at the 2 green vials in his hand, astonished to discover they contained 2 six-paths Sharingan. Inxiang felt a twinge of fear. Was this the power of Inzoro Hen? Why had it been deliberately left here? Could it possibly be the golden opportunity bestowed upon him? With a raised eyebrow, Inxiang regarded the skeleton of Inzoro Hen, imagining that, if Inzoro were alive, he would say, "Indeed, while I wish to kill you, I have been rather benevolent." Nonetheless, the thought of transplanting another's eyes was rather repulsive. After a lengthy contemplation, Inxiang smashed the vials onto the ground, stamping on the 2 ocular orbs. "I shall acquire my own strength. You can take your entire corpse to hell." Sinner of the Inzoro clan. If anyone had witnessed Inxiang crushing those eyes, they would undoubtedly lament the loss, particularly Orochimaru or Danzo, who would stop at nothing to annihilate him. With a swish, as Inxiang shattered the eyes, Inzoro Hen's corpse disintegrated into a cloud of dust. Beneath the ashes, Inxiang discovered a book. He picked it up, brushing off the remnants of ash, revealing Thunderbolt Blade Technique, a manual of martial arts. A smile crept across Inxiang's face. If he trained in it, it would truly be his own strength. With a sense of gratitude, he rolled up the book and stowed it in his bag, then retrieved a blade from the wall. Indeed, it was a Japanese sword, approximately 1.5 meters long, with a black handle and sheath. And the blade bore no remarkable patterns, save for the words Thunder Tempering inscribed on the hilt. What a fine weapon. Inxiang sheathed the sword at his waist, securing it tightly. "Until we meet again, Inzoro Hen." Turning with a candle in hand, he approached the door of the secret chamber. If he were a modern individual, he might have thought this was rather cliché. He reached out to touch the wall, and indeed found a movable brick. Pressing it, the secret door swung open. With a shake of his head, he exited the chamber and proceeded to clear the first floor. Finding no valuable intelligence there, he ascended to the second floor, only to discover Junma Lu surrounded by a mountain of books, the room illuminated. Finally nearing completion, Junma Lu muttered, having organized a stack of valuable techniques and scrolls to one side, gazing at the 5 towering bookshelves that flanked him. "So you've managed to read all of this?" Inxiang raised an eyebrow at the disheveled Junma Lu. "Only one shelf remains," Junma Lu replied, patting the nearby shelf, which promptly collapsed with a loud crash. He sighed in resignation. "Well, you've certainly gained quite a bit of knowledge, haha," Inxiang chuckled. Junma Lu managed a wry smile, acknowledging the truth of the statement. "Indeed, I've learned a great deal, including a technique for dispelling cursed seals, though I cannot master it. It's up to you." He produced a scroll and handed it to Inxiang. "Oh, This is quite a treasure. Yin Xiang approached and took the scroll. His own curse seal remained sealed with the sealing technique, and he planned to study it further once he returned home, hoping to remove their curse seals. Jun Malu nodded. As long as he bore this curse seal, he would always be affected by it when facing Orochimaru. I'll go check on Tian Tian. You stay here. Perhaps you might gather the most information, Yin Xiang said, patting Jun Malu's shoulder. Really, can't you lend me a hand? Jun Malu pouted. You know I don't enjoy reading, he added with a chuckle. Yin Xiang laughed and quickly left for the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, Yin Xiang noticed Tian Tian's peculiar expression. Her face was flushed, and she was breathing heavily. Tian Tian, what's wrong? He entered the room and turned on the light, only to find Tian Tian in disarray on the floor, her hands restlessly moving over her body, with a strange mist filling the room. Tian Tian. Yin Xiang's eyes widened. As he entered, her consciousness began to blur. The mist, was it an aphrodisiac? In the dead of night. Ah, finally done. Jun Ma Lu exclaimed as he leaped up from the floor, stretching his back after placing down the last scroll. The Inasoro clan was indeed formidable. He had not expected them to be descendants of the legendary sage of 6 paths. Jun Ma Lu cracked his neck and picked up a towering stack of books and scrolls, heading towards the third floor. When he opened the door to the room where Yin Xiang and Tian Tian were, he was utterly taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment as the books slipped from his hands. Yin Xiang and Tian Tian lay on the floor, seemingly having just engaged in something intimate. I'm so sorry for the interruption. Jun Ma Lu shouted hurriedly, slamming the door shut and fleeing far away. Yin Xiang, cradling Tian Tian in his arms, felt utterly disconcerted. Why had this occurred? How could he have ended up in such a situation with her? He quickly sprang to his feet, stammering, and slapped his forehead, wondering why such things were present in the room. I must have triggered a mechanism, Tian Tian mumbled, her gaze fixed on the floor, too shy to meet his eyes, as she slowly began to dress herself. This is truly, Yin Xiang muttered, also donning his clothes, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. I apologize. I will take responsibility for this, he said with an awkward smile. Such matters aren't entirely your fault. It was I who activated the mechanism, Tian Tian replied, having dressed, yet still avoiding his gaze. The strange mist had dissipated after being absorbed by the two of them. Although she spoke these words, it was Tian Tian's first experience with such things, and she couldn't help but feel a tangle of emotions. Taking responsibility means taking responsibility, Yin Xiang said, stepping closer to Tian Tian and gently ruffling her hair. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with unspoken feelings, and blushed as she nodded. What you see is that they became intimate after over 80 chapters. But what you don't see is that they have known each other for 10 years. What have you discovered here? Yin Xiang gazed around the room, noting that one wall was inscribed with numerous characters. Among them was a passage he could not comprehend, followed by another that read, Yinsalican possesses a pair of eyes capable of controlling the consciousness of others, though Yinsalican had previously perished before their eyes. A person with identical eyes later arrived, claiming to be Yinsalican and validating his identity, despite having a different appearance. Tian Tian pointed at the inscription. They speculated that if Yinsalican's eyes were transplanted onto another, that individual would inherit Yinsalican's will and memories, effectively becoming him. How intriguing, Yin Xiang mused, realizing the sinister implications. If he were to undergo such a transplantation, the consequences would be dire. How did you uncover this? Such things should have been eradicated, he inquired, fixing his gaze on Tian Tian. Why do you say that? Tian Tian, unaware of what Yin Xiang had witnessed in the secret chamber, looked puzzled. I encountered the corpse of Yinsalican in the basement. It was rather complex. In any case, these matters must have been concealed, Yin Xiang replied. Initially, I could only decipher the few incomprehensible lines above. After I discovered the mechanism below, I released the smoke, Tian Tian explained, nodding. Indeed, Yin Xiang acknowledged, realizing that Yinsalican's Rinnegan, particularly one of its abilities, only became operative posthumously. Whoever received his eyes would be possessed by his will, thus becoming the new Yinsalican, allowing him to rise again. The 4 guardians under his control were merely ensnared by the illusions of a pure Sharingan. To ensure Yinsalican's final demise, one must destroy his eyes. Hence, when Yin Xiang crushed the orbs, the bones disintegrated into powder. In truth, one of the powers of Yinsalican's eyes was to manipulate will, necessitating another to willingly transplant them. In doing so, Yinsalican could seize that body. He had been waiting for the arrival of any individual. Upon seeing those eyes, they would inevitably choose to transplant them, leading to his resurrection. Yet, who could have foreseen that it would be Yin Xiang, who so peculiarly crushed the Rinnegan? In fact, the very thought of having the eyes of someone from over a century ago within his own made him uneasy, perhaps a sign of his obsessive cleanliness. Can you decipher that passage above? Tian queried, pointing to the text. Your memories will gradually fade, causing you to forget all of your past life. If you wish to learn the method of restoration, seek the secret chamber in the study. Yin Xiang read aloud the Chinese text on the wall. The inscription was designed to lure visitors to the secret chamber. Its author was none other than Yinsalakhan himself. Should a time traveler encounter this line, they would undoubtedly return to the study in search of the chamber. Thus, the concealed Japanese text below, penned by the descendants of Yinsalakhan, served as a warning against the transplantation of those eyes to prevent Yinsalakhan's resurrection. The revelation that the kin of Inzoro discovered the remnants of Inzoro's intentions and left behind this passage is indeed intriguing. It appears he did not comprehend the text, yet he discerned the purpose behind the remnants, thus inscribing his 6 Tomo Sharingan abilities beneath it. Yin Xiang, feeling overwhelmed, patted his head in confusion. Internal strife, messages, mechanisms. 6 Tomo Sharingan, resurrection, willpower, traversers, and ourselves. These concepts swirled chaotically in Yin Xiang's mind. He crouched down, cradling his head, as thoughts of these matters flooded his consciousness. What transpired here 14 years ago? Was it merely that Inzoro annihilated his own kin? The notion he spoke of, that memories would gradually fade, rang true. He had begun to forget many things about this world, such as Tsunade's existence, and he had even forgotten that Sasuke would defect. He had overlooked Kinshiki and forgotten about his very being, with the future events in his mind tangled in a web of confusion. Yin Xiang, are you all right? Tian inquired, crouching beside him and placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. I'm fine, Yin Xiang replied, having shifted from his initial state of being untroubled to a more assured, I'm all right. The information within this villa was overwhelmingly vast. Let us proceed. There is another room filled with puppets, though they seem to be more than mere puppets. Perhaps you can discern their nature, Tian suggested to Yin Xiang. Very well, he nodded, rising to his feet, and together they exited. Upon stepping outside, they found Kinshiki standing by a window, peering out at them. I say, you too, Kinshiki remarked, observing Yin Xiang and Tian. Ah, we encountered a little incident, got poisoned. Yin Xiang admitted sheepishly. What kind of poison? One that is so splendid. Kinshiki grinned mischievously at him. You've truly become quite the rascal, Yin Xiang sighed, exasperated by Kinshiki's cheeky expression. Did you not say that those who are close to the red become red, and those near the black become black? Kinshiki retorted. All right, enough jesting. Let us go and investigate, Tian interjected, feeling a bit embarrassed, as she urged Yin Xiang to move forward. Kinshiki picked up a scroll from the ground and followed suit. The trio entered the room filled with puppets, where Tian assisted Kinshiki in placing the scrolls into a container. Yin Xiang examined one of the puppets, noting its exquisite craftsmanship. They were likely not mere puppets, but rather wooden figures, lacking much of interest. Let us search further for other items before we depart, Yin Xiang remarked after his inspection. These items were indeed finely crafted, yet they lacked any chakra threads on their faces. Yin Xiang attempted to manipulate them with chakra threads, but to no avail. They held no value for him, merely being numerous in quantity. After thoroughly scanning the 3rd floor and confirming there was nothing amiss, they proceeded to search the 2nd and 1st floors, ultimately assuring themselves that nothing was left behind. Let us consolidate the information we have gathered. The group convened in the living room on the 1st floor, placing all the items discovered within the Inzoro clan upon the table. 30 scrolls and 20 books lay before them, chronicling the wars of the Inzoro clan, detailing their victories over many smaller clans and nations, with meticulous records contained within. The scrolls contained various ninjutsu techniques, many of which overlapped, and were meticulously organized by Yin Xiang into a new scroll. Consequently, only 3 scrolls remained, one for wind release, one for lightning release, and another capable of dispelling cursed seals. The trio rested in the living room for the night, and the following morning prepared to depart. However, as they stepped out of the villa, a barrier suddenly manifested around the entire garden. What? Junmaru furrowed his brow, surprised by the existence of a barrier that had gone unnoticed until now. With a thud, a wooden figure leaped from the 3rd floor window, landing inside the barrier, followed by more wooden figures that encircled Yin Xiang and his companions. The wooden figures began to move. Tian felt a surge of anxiety at the sight of them and quickly drew a kunai, while Junmaru removed his outer garment and unsheathed a bone sword. Ninjutsu. Yin Xiang tightened his grip on the scabbard at his waist, clutching the hilt of his sword. Chidori stream. Yin Xiang formed a hand seal, and lightning crackled around the trio, enveloping all the wooden figures. The electric current struck them, causing them to collapse to the ground. Have we taken them down? Tian cautiously lowered her kunai, observing the fallen figures. No, Junmaru shook his head, and they watched as the wooden figures rose once more. This is troublesome. Yin Xiang frowned. Junmaru, protect Tian. Junmaru nodded in acknowledgement. Swish. Yin Xiang drew his thunderblade, declaring, let me test my blade on you. He leaped into the air, bringing the sword down upon a wooden figure. The wooden figure raised its arm, and a blade formed at the forearm to block Yin Xiang's strike. However, the thunderblade was exceptionally sharp, severing both the wooden figure's blade and arm with ease. Crack! A wooden figure charged at Yin Xiang from behind, swinging down at his head. Yin Xiang turned just in time to block the attack with his sword. What immense strength! Yin Xiang felt his knees buckle slightly. The wooden figures possessed formidable power. Tsubaki dance. Junmaru also engaged in combat, felling 2 wooden figures with his technique. Yet, the figures swiftly rose again, and even more advanced towards the trio. Chidori. Yin Xiang unleashed Chidori at the head of a wooden figure, determined to obliterate it. The attack struck true, shattering the figure's head. Yet, astonishingly, the body remained standing, continuing its assault with a punch that struck Yin Xiang in the abdomen, sending him crashing against the barrier. This is quite bothersome, Yin Xiang thought. Using chakra to adhere to the barrier, he struck it twice, but it showed no signs of yielding. Evidently, the barrier allowed entry but not exit. Tenseigan dance. As Yin Xiang clung to the wall, the wooden figures redirected their attacks towards Junmaru and Tian. Junmaru utilized the dance of the Tenseigan and led Tian through the throng of more than 20 wooden figures, which were swiftly vanquished yet remarkably reassembled. These wooden entities, though formidable in strength, possessed an uncanny ability to rise again, some lacking heads, others missing limbs. And even those with broken legs sprang back to life to continue their relentless assault. Step aside, Yin Xiang commanded, forming seals above the barrier as he shouted at Junmaru and Tian, who promptly retreated a short distance. Wind release, pressure damage. A fierce gale erupted from Yin Xiang's mouth, forcefully pinning all the wooden figures beneath its might. With a resounding crash, the figures were utterly reduced to splinters, rendering them immobile. Now they can't stand again, Junmaru remarked, retracting the bones protruding from his body and observing the pile of debris. Are you all right? Yin Xiang leapt down from the barrier, landing beside Junmaru and Tian. Tian nodded to indicate she was unharmed, and Junmaru echoed her gesture. Wait a moment, look! Tian exclaimed, gazing at the fragments as if she had seen a ghost. Both Yin Xiang and Junmaru turned their attention to the ground, their eyes widening in disbelief. The scattered pieces began to coalesce, reforming into 20 wooden figures once more. Not only that, but more of these figures leapt through the window, bringing the total to approximately 30. It is not the power of the wooden figures. It is the strength of the barrier, Junmaru concluded after observing the reassembly of the figures. Indeed, we must find a way to breach the barrier. This cycle will never end, and we shall be worn out, Yin Xiang concurred. Junmaru, assist me with them while I devise a strategy to dismantle the barrier, Yin Xiang instructed. Oh, it appears today will require significant stamina, Junmaru sighed, stepping forward to stand before Yin Xiang and Tian. Leave it to me, he declared, charging toward the 30 wooden figures. I will help too, Tian exclaimed, only to be pulled back by Yin Xiang. I urge you, be cautious of injury. It's all right. Have you forgotten I am a ninja as well? Tian replied, her gaze revealing her understanding of Yin Xiang's concern for her. Yin Xiang faltered, realizing that his worry had momentarily clouded his judgment. Rest assured, I can manage these wooden figures, Tian assured him with a cheerful smile. Be careful, Yin Xiang nodded, releasing his grip on her. Dance of the iron wire flowers. Junmaru had fully engaged, unsheathing his spine and toppling several wooden figures, while adeptly parrying the attacks from others. Fireball. Tian brandished a powerful scroll, unleashing a blazing sphere toward the wooden figures. I refuse to believe that you can withstand being turned to ash, The fireball struck several puppets, indeed reducing them to ashes. However, even those remnants reformed into wooden figures. Lightning blade. Inxiang opted to cease his restraint, launching a sphere of lightning that collided with the barrier. Yet, even as the lightning blade struck, the barrier merely quivered in response. Lightning blade. In, undeterred, continued to employ his lightning cutter, relentlessly striking the same spot. Logically, if one were to attack a single point repeatedly, the barrier would eventually shatter. Yet this time, the impact of the lightning cutter on the barrier proved to be even less effective than before. Impossible. This is the lightning cutter. How can it fail to even shake the barrier? In stared incredulously at his own hand. Flying Thunder God. He formed seals, attempting to breach the barrier with the Flying Thunder God technique, but to no avail. The technique yielded no reaction whatsoever. What is happening? This is infuriating. Junmaru, equally exasperated, unleashed a new skill, Dance of the Earth Spikes. A circle of bone spikes erupted from the ground beneath him, spinning as he twirled. The surrounding wooden figures were all toppled, colliding with the barrier. Remarkable. Tian could not help but utter a compliment. However, as impressive as it was, the wooden figures were still able to rise again. Are you not done yet, In? Junmaru glanced back at In, only to suddenly kneel, realizing that if he continued to expend energy at this rate, his life would be in peril. This is utterly futile. In, wielding his lightning cutter, relentlessly struck the wall, but to no effect. He shook his head in dismay. Could it be that we are doomed? Tian remarked, watching the wooden figures rise once more. The trio had been battling from dawn until noon, and now both Tian and Junmaru, having exhausted their chakra, were gasping for breath on their knees, chakra nearly depleted. With Junmaru's expression reflecting his agony. Chidori Stream. In interposed himself between the two, employing Chidori Stream to repel the wooden figures. Yet, his chakra was also waning, and the barrier remained utterly unyielding. If this persists, we are truly finished. Sweat poured down In's brow as he half-squatted before his companions, never having imagined that he could be overwhelmed by a horde of wooden figures. A drop of sweat cascaded from his forehead, landing on a flower. A flower? In abruptly lifted his head. After such an extended battle, the trio's techniques displayed immense destructive power, yet the flowers in the garden remained unscathed. If it isn't an illusion, then there must be a barrier beneath our feet. Lightning cutter. Enduring the pain in his arm, In struck the ground with a palm of lightning cutter. Boom. A fissure appeared, spider webbing outward, ultimately covering the entire barrier. With a resounding crash, the barrier shattered, causing all the wooden puppets to collapse. I can't believe it shattered so easily. The weak point was indeed the ground. In remarked, kneeling down. Luck was on his side. The barrier's weakness lay in the ground at its center, precisely where he had been standing. We are finally free, Junmaru uttered weakly. Before collapsing with a thud, Junmaru. Tian hurried to check on him, discovering that Junmaru had lost consciousness. He had overexerted himself, having not endured such strain in a long time. In rose from the ground and slowly approached Junmaru's side. You must keep this a secret from me, Tian. In said, placing his hand on Junmaru's body. A layer of tailed beast chakra enveloped Junmaru, initiating the healing of his wounds. Tian, observing the crimson chakra surrounding Junmaru, momentarily froze in astonishment. No need to ask too many questions. Just promise me you'll keep this a secret. With a gentle smile, Inxiang also cloaked Tian in tailed beast chakra. As his injuries began to mend, Tian, attuned to his own physical condition, remarked, "What a soothing sensation. We scouted this area prior, and there was clearly no one here. Could it be that this barrier is a trap laid by someone?" Inxiang mused, gazing at a heap of wooden figures on the ground. Suddenly, Tian's eyes widened in horror as he pointed tremblingly at the earth. From below, a massive wooden hand erupted, breaking through the soil, as a colossal wooden figure clawed its way out, its body shrouded in heavy mud. Fear gripped Tian. The trio had exhausted their chakra reserves, and Junmaru lay gravely injured and unconscious. In such dire circumstances, the emergence of this gigantic wooden figure, towering at 4 meters and significantly more formidable than the previous wooden figures, was alarming. Is this a final move after the barrier is breached? Tian, keep your distance from Junmaru. Inxiang positioned himself protectively in front of Tian, turning his back to him. Inxiang. You. Tian was about to voice his concerns when Inxiang interrupted. Hurry. I told you I would take responsibility. I want to perish here. he shouted to Tian. Just then, the wooden figure let out a thunderous roar and charged toward Yin Xiang with astonishing speed, the air around them crackling under the force of its movement. Run! Tian! Yin Xiang drew his thunderblade and lunged at the wooden figure. Tian, with determination, hoisted Junmaru onto his shoulders and leapt out of the garden, landing on the rooftop of a nearby house. With a resounding crash, the wooden figure swung its arm with immense force, striking the thunderblade and sending Yin Xiang hurtling through the air, crashing violently into the villa's wall. He coughed up blood upon colliding with the opposite wall. Cough. This foe is unprecedentedly powerful, Yin Xiang managed to say as he steadied himself with the blade. The wooden figure, now outside the villa, leapt high and unleashed a tempest toward the structure, engulfing it entirely. Yin Xiang! Tian cried out, fearing the worst for his companion. The villa crumbled with a tremendous roar, reduced to mere rubble as the tempest subsided, leaving only destruction in its wake. Yin Xiang, unable to see him. Tian's tears flowed freely, believing his friend had met his end. Meanwhile, Junmaru awoke on the rooftop, gazing in the direction of Yin Xiang. The wooden figure continued its search for Yin Xiang, but to no avail. Suddenly, the ground beneath the wooden figure cracked open, and a colossal fist struck its chin with a resounding impact, sending the giant figure flying. That was a close call. Had you been any later, you would have been shattered, the owner of the fist, carrying Yin Xiang upon his shoulder, remarked. Indeed, I was on the brink of disaster. Thank you, Emma. Yin Xiang replied, nodding in gratitude, while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, as the hurricane threatened to strike the villa, Yin Xiang summoned the mighty Monkey King using the chakra of the 9 tails through a summoning technique. The Monkey King carried Yin Xiang from the 3rd floor down to the ground, narrowly escaping the wrath of the hurricane. To Yin Xiang's astonishment, the wooden man was capable of utilizing wind release. Observing the wooden figure rising from the ground, Yin Xiang remarked, I never expected this wooden entity to possess such abilities. Yin Xiang is safe, thank goodness. Upon seeing that Yin Xiang was unharmed, Tian ceased her tears, joyfully gazing at both Yin Xiang and the Monkey King. Of course, how could anything happen to you? Junma Lu smiled at Yin Xiang. Onward, Monkey King, Yin Xiang exclaimed, leaping down from the Monkey King's shoulder. I. The Monkey King responded, transforming into the form of the golden staff, which Yin Xiang grasped firmly. Prepare to meet your end. With the golden staff in hand, Yin Xiang swung it towards the wooden man as the Monkey King extended himself in tandem, striking the wooden figure. The wooden man, observing the impending blow, extended his right arm and grasped the golden staff, preventing Yin Xiang from delivering any damage. The Monkey King's hand emerged from within, seizing the wooden man's arm and violently flinging him away. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Utilizing the ninjutsu he had previously studied in a scroll, Yin Xiang unleashed a blade of wind that severed the wooden man's right arm. Well done. The Monkey King cheered. Not nearly enough. Yin Xiang called forth a jolt of lightning release, 1,000 birds, sharp spear. The bolt pierced through the wooden man's chest, creating a cylindrical hole. With a roar that echoed with life, the wooden man howled in agony. Yet, in the next moment, lightning crackled around him as he absorbed the 1,000 birds' sharp spear into his body. With a thunderous roar, the wooden man unleashed a bolt of lightning from his mouth, hurtling towards Yin Xiang. What? Yin Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief as the lightning approached. Don't just stand there, kid. The Monkey King reverted to his original form, seizing Yin Xiang and leaping away to evade the strike. My apologies. I did not foresee that this creature possessed not only wind release, but also lightning release. Much like the kin of Inzoro, Yin Xiang expressed his regrets to the Monkey King. Such matters can wait until after the battle. After all, it is merely an emotionless wooden construct, the Monkey King reassured him. At that moment, the wooden man charged at Yin Xiang once more. Incoming, kid, the Monkey King shouted, launching himself at the wooden man, gripping its remaining arm with one hand while bracing against its chest with the other. Quickly attack, kid, the Monkey King urged. Here it comes. Lightning cutter. Channeling the chakra of the 9 tails, Yin Xiang formed a crimson lightning cutter in his hand, rushing towards the wooden man, his eyes transforming to a shade of red. With a resounding crash, the Monkey King vanished, and the wooden man, propelled by inertia, appeared to collide with Yin Xiang's lightning cutter. The impact was explosive. The crimson lightning cutter struck the wooden man, causing him to shatter into fragments. A scroll tumbling to the ground from within the remnants of the wooden figure's head. Victory is ours. Yin Xiang collapsed onto the ground with a thud, gasping for breath. Utterly exhausted. Upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle, Tian Tian hurriedly brought Junma Lu to Yin Xiang's side, propping him against the ruins. As he was unable to move, Yin Xiang, are you all right? Tian Tian inquired, rushing to his side and assisting him to his feet. Yes, I'm still alive, Yin Xiang replied, but as he moved, he inadvertently tugged at a wound, blood seeping from his abdomen, and another trickling down his forehead. Truly, I have never sustained such grievous injuries before. Exhaling deeply, he felt the wounds begin to mend. Indeed, even you will need a couple of days to recuperate, said Jiu Lama, lounging within the space of Yin Xiang's body, his tone languid. Jiu Lama had grown significantly, no longer small enough to nestle in Yin Xiang's embrace, but now large enough for Yin Xiang to stand upon him. Yet his appearance remained adorably charming. What about Junma Lu? Will he be all right? Yin Xiang asked Jiu Lama. Rest assured, he will survive. A week's rest will restore his mobility. Jiu Lama reassured him. That is good to hear. Yin Xiang nodded. Tian Tian, please help me open that. He gestured towards a scroll not far away. Of course. Tian Tian picked up the scroll, resting Yin Xiang's head upon her lap, and then unfurled it before him. Barrier technique, wooden puppet theater. Yin Xiang read aloud from the scroll. This was a ninjutsu created by Insorahin, within which entry was permitted but exit prohibited. 30 wooden puppets would enter the barrier to assault the enemies inside, and as long as one remained within the barrier, the wooden puppets would continuously resurrect. This barrier technique was designed to wear down the opponent using the wooden puppets, though its weakness lay at the center of the barrier. Should it be struck with formidable force, the barrier would shatter. However, even if one managed to break free from the barrier, their chakra would likely be nearly depleted, at which point the colossal wooden puppet would emerge. Even if the enemy managed to topple the wooden puppet again, their chakra would be utterly exhausted, making it exceedingly easy to vanquish them. This ninjutsu combined barriers with summoning techniques to call forth the deceased. Though the puppets were not summoned by a practitioner, they would enter the barrier on their own, influenced by its effects, and engage the enemy in battle. What a remarkable talent, Yin Xiang mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he examined the scroll. The usage method and the contract terms of this ninjutsu were articulated with clarity, implying that Yin Xiang could utilize this barrier technique in the future. Even at such a time, you still find the inclination to study this, Tian Tian remarked, rolling up the scroll. I will find a place to tidy up. We should rest inside for a few days. With your current conditions, I doubt either of you can move. Yes, go ahead. Yin Xiang smiled and nodded. After Tian Tian departed, both Yin Xiang and Junma Lu succumbed to slumber. When Yin Xiang awoke, 2 days had elapsed. Stretching and yawning, he remarked, "Ah, that was a most refreshing sleep." "You're awake," Tian Tian said, entering the room upon hearing his voice. "Ah, I am quite famished. Is there anything to eat?" Yin Xiang remarked as he gently rubbed his stomach. "The food here has gone moldy, so we are left with only the provisions we brought along, as well as the water I collected over the past couple of days." Tian Tian replied, "I never expected to find anything delectable out here." Yin Xiang rose from his bed, donned his coat and shoes, and inquired, "What about Junma Lu? How is he faring?" "He is still asleep, in the room over there," Tian Tian informed him. After Tian Tian's injuries began to heal, the cloak of the tailed beast he wore had vanished, whereas Junma Lu's remained, for though Yin Xiang was in slumber, the Nine-Tails was still awake. Together, Yin Xiang and Tian Tian made their way to the living room. After consuming a modest meal, Yin Xiang went to check on Junma Lu, who was indeed still in a deep slumber, though his wounds had nearly healed. "By the way, there are only 2 rooms here. Where have you been sleeping?" Yin Xiang turned to Tian Tian and asked, "Where else could I sleep?" Tian Tian replied, blushing, "I thought, since we are already sharing a space with you." "I see," Yin Xiang nodded. "How many days have I been asleep?" 2 days and 2 nights, Tian Tian replied. 2 days and 2 nights, meaning 5 days have elapsed since the mission commenced. "We must return in 2 days. Let Junma Lu rest well, and afterward, I shall use the Flying Thunder God technique to bring you back." After their meal, Yin Xiang unfurled the previously examined scroll of barrier techniques, diligently studying it. When signing the summoning contract, he frowned. The scroll bore not only the name of Yin Solo but also another name, obscured by black ink, indicating that another individual could wield this barrier technique. More importantly, It seemed this person had returned here afterward and erased their name. The writing on the wall may have been inscribed by this individual. Could this person be a member of the Solo clan? Xiang inscribed his name on the scroll, pressed his handprint upon it, and tucked it away before proceeding to the door. Barrier technique, wooden puppet theater. Xiang formed a complex series of 20 hand signs. Upon completion, he struck the ground with his palm, and a square barrier materialized before him. 30 wooden puppets emerged from the earth and, lacking adversaries, began to meander within the barrier. As Xiang stepped inside, the puppets did not attack. Instead, they encircled him as if to offer protection. This is quite an impressive ninjutsu, he chuckled, then dispelled the barrier, causing the puppets to dissipate into smoke. You have mastered this barrier. How splendid! Tian exclaimed as she emerged from the room, smiling. Indeed, this enhances my abilities considerably, Xiang replied with a grin. Following 2 more days of waiting. On the 7th day, Junma Lu finally awoke. Consequently, Xiang utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha with both individuals. Upon their return in the afternoon, after settling Junma Lu at home to recuperate, Xiang and Tian proceeded to the Hokage building. The mission has been accomplished. Senior sister. Xiang stood before Tsunade, presenting the ninjutsu scrolls and records obtained from the Isoro clan, along with the mission report. Tian placed the storage scroll on Tsunade's desk, while Xiang had already retrieved the scroll for dispelling cursed seals. Well done. You may rest now. Tsunade acknowledged with a nod. Sister, I would like to borrow the 2 ninjutsu scrolls inside, Xiang requested. The ninjutsu scrolls? The wind and thunder techniques? Certainly, Tsunade replied. Nodding again. Take 2 days off. Another mission awaits afterward. Thank you, sister, Xiang responded, taking the ninjutsu scrolls and departing with Tian. Unbeknownst to them, they had narrowly escaped death. After reviewing the mission report, Tsunade remarked, Indeed, the Isoro clan is a perilous family. I'll head back now, Tian said to Xiang. Xiang nodded, advising her to rest well upon returning. Tian nodded back, then stood on her tiptoes to plant a quick kiss on Xiang's cheek before dashing off. Waving goodbye as she turned to leave. What did I just witness? Little Li, not far away, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, certain he must have been mistaken. Yet it was undeniably Xiang. Could it be? Oh, this is youth. 3 days after a restful reprieve at home, Kimimaro had returned to normal. Xiang had yet to comprehend the methods of dispelling the curses from the scrolls. Subsequently, Xiang and Kimimaro resumed their mission-filled days, occasionally taking breaks during which Xiang would learn medical ninjutsu and superhuman strength from Tsunade. Xiang's progress in medical ninjutsu was not swift, yet he quickly mastered the art of superhuman strength, significantly increasing his physical power during this period, successfully employing the technique. 3 months passed in this manner, during which a significant event unfolded in Konoha, mobilizing all ninjas. 30 years prior, explosive tags had been buried throughout Konoha as part of a plan orchestrated by the Sunagakure village. The ninja behind this scheme was now an elderly man. Originally, he had come seeking vengeance for his grandson, but upon seeing Naruto, who bore a striking resemblance to the boy, he transformed his plan to obliterate Konoha into a game that terrified its ninjas. Ultimately, Naruto and his companions thwarted the old man's intentions, and he met his end at the last moment. At long last, the moment had arrived. Are you ready, Kimimaro? Xiang inquired, as Kimimaro sat in the corridor. All set. Let us proceed, Kimimaro replied, loosening his jacket to reveal the cursed seal upon his chest. Xiang nodded, beginning to form hand seals. Cho, Shun, Mao Zi, Hai Yu. Cho, Wu, Yu, Zi, Een, Shun, Een, Si, Cho, Wei, Si, Hai, Wei, Zi, Rin, Shun, Yu, Shun, Yu, Cho, Wu, Wei, Een, Si, Zi, Shun, Mao, Hai, Shen Wei, Zi, Cho, Shun, Yu, Rin, Zi, Hai Yu Si, Hai Wei Mao Su. Xiang completed a sequence of 26 seals, then clapped his hands upon Kimimaro's cursed seal. Cursed seal dispelled. Upon the impact of the seal, Kimimaro trembled violently, letting out a pained howl as he rolled along the corridor. Subsequently, the cursed seal enveloped his entire body, transforming Kimimaro into the form of the second cursed seal. This state, however, quickly dissipated, reverting him to his original cursed seal condition. Moments later, the cursed seal began to vanish, and the mark on Kimamaro's chest disappeared as well. Ah, that truly hurt. Yet, after the cursed seal faded, I feel remarkably lighter, he remarked, clutching his chest as he rose from the ground. Oh, I am relieved to see you unharmed. Now it is my turn, In Xiang nodded, then sat cross-legged on the ground. He formed a seal to dismantle the sealing curse on his neck, liberating himself from its grip. Next, he performed the seal to remove the cursed seal. Placing his hands on his neck, the cursed seal erupted violently, causing In Xiang to cry out in pain. When the cursed seal retracted, the mark on his neck had vanished. Excellent. Now we are completely free from Orochimaru's constraints, Kimamaro exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing this. Indeed, In Xiang replied, drenched in sweat. He had never harnessed the power of this cursed seal before, although Jiraiya had advised him to master it. He likely remained unaware that Orochimaru could control it at any moment. If this cursed seal remained, he would forever be at a disadvantage against Orochimaru. Just then, Tenten knocked on the door of In Xiang's home. Over the past few months, she had frequently visited him whenever she had no missions. Oh dear, Tenten is here again. Kimamaro pointed towards the entrance. I shall step outside. You always go out whenever she arrives. It truly troubles me. In Xiang said with a hint of embarrassment. Not at all, Kimamaro smiled, then vanished using the body flicker technique. In Xiang stood up to open the door for Tenten. Hello, Tenten, he greeted with a smile as she entered. Good afternoon. Tenten replied cheerfully as she stepped inside, removing her shoes. Have you just returned from a mission? In Xiang inquired, closing the door behind them as they walked further into the house. Yes, I was with Naruto. That boy can be quite reckless. He always frightens me, Tenten remarked, still seemingly shaken by her encounter with Naruto. Naruto is just full of spirit, In Xiang said, wrapping his arm around Tenten's shoulders as they settled onto the sofa. Let us go out for a meal with Kimamaro shortly. Sounds great, Tenten nodded in agreement. By the way, what is Kimamaro up to now? Leaf Whirlwind. Lee leaped forward, delivering a kick aimed at Kimamaro. Kimamaro deftly evaded Lee's kick and retaliated with one of his own, leading to a clash of their legs. Cherry Blossom Dance. Kimamaro unsheathed his bone sword and executed the Cherry Blossom Dance technique against Lee, but Lee narrowly dodged each strike as they continued their fierce exchange. Your speed has increased, Lee, Kimamaro noted as he defended himself. You seem different today. Your speed has noticeably improved, and your movements are more fluid than before, Lee replied. Launching another attack. I have removed the cursed seal from my body, and I feel considerably lighter, Kimamaro said with a smile. Be cautious, Pine Needle Dance. He declared as bone spikes erupted from his body, spinning in place. Little Lee had discovered a method to break through. He leaped into the air, stepping on the bones of Junmaru, and then came crashing down with a powerful kick. Just in time. Junmaru raised his bone blade and successfully blocked Little Lee's strike, causing a slight dent in the ground. All right, you two. That's enough, Ning Xiai interjected. Having spent so much time with In Xiang, Junmaru had also become quite adept at finding his way around with Tian Tian and the other teammates. Over the past few months, whenever Tian Tian went to find In Xiang, Junmaru knew their class mission was accomplished, and he would seek out Little Lee and Ning Xiai for a friendly battle. I'm a bit hungry. Let us go eat, Little Lee said, rubbing his stomach. Junmaru nodded, sheathing his bone blade. Hey Junmaru, Ning Xiai Lee. At that moment, In Xiang and Tian Tian arrived. Let us go eat. Tian Tian called out to them. All right, we're coming. Little Lee was the first to nod and approach, followed closely by Junmaru, with Ning Xiai trailing behind. Lost in thought as he observed Tian Tian laughing and joking with In Xiang ahead, the group made their way to a barbecue restaurant, settling into a 5-person window-side table. Hey, isn't that In Xiang? You're here too. Naruto, Kiba, and Shino, along with Hinata, happened to pass by and spotted them. Hey, why don't you join us for a meal? In Xiang suggested to Naruto. Sure. Naruto eagerly agreed. Thus, the group shifted from a 5-person table to an 8-person one. Boss, I'm here for barbecue. Ding Xi's voice echoed from outside the private room. Oh, you're here too. Shikamaru turned to see the group inside. So many people. Ino exclaimed as she entered the room. Shikamaru, you should join us too. In Xiang smiled warmly. I want tea hold back. Ding Xi rushed in. Ready to eat. I want tea hold back either. Ino swiftly moved to In Xiang's side, wrapping her arm around his, inadvertently pushing Junmaru aside. Hey, pay attention to me as well. Tian Tian quickly clutched In Xiang's other arm, addressing Ino. Don't be so stingy, Tion. Ino winked playfully at her. He is my boyfriend. Tion declared loudly at Ino. What is all this noise? Oh, it's you guys. Sakura entered the barbecue restaurant, spotting In Xiang and the others. Sakura-chan, come join us for a meal, Naruto called out, ushering Sakura in. Now, besides Sasuke, all of the Konoha 12 were gathered here, totaling 13, including In Xiang and Junmaru. Hey, Ino, let go of In Xiang. Sakura rushed over from Naruto's side, grabbing Ino's shoulder to pull her away. Not a chance, you big-headed girl. Go chase after your Sasuke. Ino clung tightly to In Xiang's arm. Ino, you need to stop this. Tion pleaded, tugging at In Xiang's other arm. Hey, you all, In Xiang said, holding a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, his mouth twitching slightly. This is no way to eat. Indeed, it is the women who present the greatest challenges, Shikamaru remarked from his seat. Delicious, delicious, Ino exclaimed as he stuffed his mouth with grilled meat. All right, let's have a grilling contest. Lee, inspired by Ino's hearty appetite, declared enthusiastically. I want in. Awaken you all. Naruto shouted at them. Naruto, take this. Kiba's chopsticks suddenly flew towards Naruto's, leading to a spirited tussle. Naruto is bound to get greasy, Hinata murmured. Her head bowed so that no one could hear her, or perhaps just one person could. What are you saying, Hinata? Shino quietly inquired beside her. It's nothing. Hinata's face flushed crimson as she replied. In contrast, Niji, Kankuro, and Shino exhibited far more decorum in their eating habits. Why are there so many people just for a meal? Insien sighed inwardly, initially intending to dine with his family of 3 alone. Instead, he encountered Niji and Kankuro, followed by Naruto and Kiba, and the noise they generated soon attracted Shikamaru and the others. As for Sakura, she arrived alone, seemingly returning from a session with Tsunade. Amidst the clamor, the group gradually dispersed as night fell, with Insien ultimately footing the bill. The comrades from Konoha are truly commendable, Kankuro remarked to Insien as they walked home after dropping off their companions. They were all so noisy, Insien began, only to break into laughter, but you are right. Indeed, Kankuro nodded, a joyful smile gracing his face. On that very night, an incident unfolded. Kakashi was investigating the craftsmanship village, a place known for developing exceptional weaponry for the 5 great nations. However, rumors had circulated that the village was constructing a formidable weapon with intentions against the 5 nations. Thus, Kakashi ventured there, summoning his ninja dogs to scout the village, and indeed, he uncovered something peculiar. The village was deserted, and the remains of its founder were missing. Meanwhile, Sunagakure faced an invasion at dawn by 4 ninjas. During a practical training session, Gaara was lured away, and these 4 individuals abducted his student, Mari, with the intent of drawing Gaara out of Sunagakure. Their objective was Shikaku, and the higher-ups of Sunagakure, seeking to eliminate Gaara, refrained from sending reinforcements. Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro proceeded to handle the situation themselves. However, someone from Sunagakure managed to inform Konoha. Consequently, Tsunade dispatched Konoha's ninjas for assistance, and Insien, who had only recently awoken, along with Shikamaru, received this mission. Thus, Insien and Shikamaru gathered Ino, Choji, Naruto, and Kankuro, forming a team of 6. The objective of this mission was to repay the favor for the previous assistance rendered by Gaara and the others, particularly concerning Kankuro's matter. At this moment, In Xiang and his companions were traversing through the dense forest, making their way toward the boundary between the land of fire and the land of sand. We divided into pairs. Ino and I formed one group, while Choji and Naruto were another, and In Xiang teamed up with Junmaru. Niji, Hinata, Shino, and Sakura had their own designated tasks and had already advanced ahead. Shikamaru spoke as he ran. Furthermore, they would not participate in the ensuing battle. He landed on a tree and remarked, "Isn't this a considerable waste of combat power?" In Xiang and the others also settled on a tree, to which Choji responded. Their responsibility is to conduct extensive reconnaissance of enemy forces and to provide medical assistance once the battle commences. This is my battle plan devised to safeguard your lives, Shikamaru explained. Given the near-catastrophic events of the last encounter, Shikamaru approached this mission with utmost caution. Simultaneously, both parties commenced their operations. Niji and the others were scouting ahead while In Xiang and his group hurried forward. Before long, Shikamaru abruptly halted, standing atop a lofty tree, awaiting a signal from the scouts ahead. The special operations team comprising Junmaru and myself will proceed first. Should any mishap occur, you will be there to support us. I entrust this to you. Shikamaru, Inxiang stated beside him. Shikamaru nodded, and then Inxiang departed with Junmaru. Iguro is that ninja who manipulates sand, isn't he? That fellow is quite formidable, Junmaru commented as they ran. Indeed, although they could directly dispatch more ninjas from the Sand Village, they still require our assistance. Indicating that the Sand Village has no intention of supporting Iguro, Inxiang agreed. Are you suggesting that the Sand Village intends to eliminate Iguro through their enemies? What? But why? Junmaru's brow furrowed, pondering the motives of the Sand Village. Because Iguro poses a threat to the Sand Village as well, Inxiang elucidated. At this juncture, Iguro and his team had already caught up with the 4 ninjas. Temari had remained behind to confront the wind-style female ninja, Koka. These 4 ninjas hailed from the land of crafts, dispatched by the craftsman village to resurrect Saimai. Known as the 4 celestial beasts, their prowess was not particularly remarkable. They relied heavily on their weaponry. The 4 celestial beasts were among the more distinguished ninjas of the land of crafts, possessing exceptional craftsmanship that allowed them to create powerful ninja tools and employ resurrection techniques. The Longyin retractable sword, Koka's twin blades, the infinite hollow armor, and the light sword were their armaments. Koka's twin blades could manipulate the wind, allowing even those with diminished chakra to unleash formidable wind techniques. The Longyin retractable sword could transform into a dragon, showcasing remarkable flexibility and considerable power. It appeared as if one were commanding a dragon in battle. However, this bore an essential distinction from traditional puppet techniques, enabling even those of average strength to vanquish skilled puppet masters. The infinite hollow armor's abilities were equally impressive. During combat, ninjas relied entirely on chakra. Devoid of chakra, they were rendered powerless, yet this armor absorbed the opponent's chakra, thereby diminishing their strength to secure victory. Someone is approaching. Junmaru halted on the tree, drawing his bone sword in preparation for combat, while Inxiang also paused, gripping his thunderblade at his waist, gazing at the figures rushing towards them. The individual bore another upon his back, the ninja who had abducted Mo Li. Iai Luo and his companions were hindered behind. A Leaf Village ninja, perhaps? This ninja noticed Inxiang and his companion perched upon a tree and promptly turned to flee. Ninjutsu, falling thunder. Inxiang furrowed his brow, slightly drawing his blade infused with lightning. A bolt of celestial thunder descended from above, striking the ground before him and forcing the ninja to retreat. This was the falling thunder technique that Inxiang had been diligently mastering over the past 3 months. Is fleeing the only option upon encountering an adversary? Ninja of the land of crafts? Inxiang inquired, observing the figure before him. At that moment, Naruto and his allies arrived. Shikamaru and Ino reached Temari just in time to save her from near demise, while Choji and Naruto hastened towards Kankuro in search of Iai Luo. Their route diverged from that of Inxiang and Junma Lu, resulting in their encounter with the fleeing ninja. What are your intentions? The ninja questioned, eyeing Inxiang and Junma Lu. Allied ninja from the Sand Country, Leaf Village, here to provide support, Inxiang declared, and in the next instant, he appeared beside the ninja, crackling with electricity, his lightning chakra stimulating his cells to enhance his speed. What? The ninja's eyes widened, and in the next moment, his head was severed from his body. Ninjutsu, lightning flash. Inxiang sheathed his sword, and Junma Lu leapt forward to cradle the unconscious Mo Li on his back. I didn't expect the ninjas from the land of crafts to be so weak, Inxiang remarked. No, it's you who are exceedingly strong. Junma Lu responded with a grin. You've improved immensely since 3 months ago. Indeed, Inxiang chuckled, gazing at the unconscious Mo Li in Junma Lu's arms. It was for this individual that Iai Luo had pursued. Had it been the Iai Luo of yore, he would have surely dismissed them. Who is that? Junma Lu inquired, looking up to see Iai Luo rising high above the ground, his feet cushioned by sand, tossing another figure into the air like a ball. Clearly, he possesses the upper hand. Perhaps our assistance is unnecessary, Inxiang observed, looking upwards. With the demise of the ninja Inxiang had just vanquished, their quartet's previously devised barrier was rendered ineffective, and their plan lay in tatters. Their only remaining task was to defeat the 3 ninjas before them. This weapon appears quite impressive, Junma Lu remarked, drawing a sword from the back of the headless corpse. The blade gleamed under the sun's rays. Take it. It may prove agreeable for you, Inxiang suggested with a smile. Though Iai Luo holds the advantage, let us hasten to his side and resolve this matter swiftly. I haven't had breakfast yet. As he spoke, he produced a soldier pill and began to chew it. Indeed, Junma Lu nodded, lifting Mo Li onto his back and keeping pace with Yin Xiang. In no time, they reached Iai Luo's vicinity. You? Iai Luo furrowed his brow upon seeing Junma Lu. Shouldn't he be dead? Junma Lu is now our ally. You need not worry, Yin Xiang replied, gesturing toward the stout figure clad in the armor of infinity. Is that so? Iai Luo nodded and leaped down from the sand mound. Iai Luo. Naruto emerged from the forest, racing to Gaara's side. Naruto? What about Choji? Inuzuka frowned as he spotted Naruto approaching. Choji is up ahead assisting Kankuro. Do not worry. He will be fine, Naruto assured with a nod. The ninja clad in the infinite armor observed the glowing sword in Kimamaro's hand, his brow furrowing in concern. Kimamaro glanced back and gently set down the jasmine he was holding. You mean this? It belonged to your companion, who is already deceased. No wonder the expression on his face soured. It explained why he had yet to utilize the water vein. Water vein. Inuzuka surveyed the surroundings, noting the dense forest surrounding them, save for this particular area, which was devoid of trees and formed a triangular shape with the other 3 battlefields. A barrier? No matter. You have already failed. Huh. The ninja wielding a massive hammer swung it at Inuzuka, who raised his blade to block the blow with its sheath. Wind release. Wind cutter. Inuzuka forcefully deflected the hammer and unleashed the wind cutter. The technique struck the ninja, sending him flying. However, it did not cleave him in two as Inuzuka had anticipated. Useless. The infinite armor enhances my defense and absorbs chakra. You cannot kill me. He laughed, rising to his feet. Enhancing defense, is it? Inuzuka smirked, forming hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning cutter. A bolt of lightning surged before the onlookers, crashing into the infinite armor, shattering it completely. With a resounding boom, the ninja was reduced to mere chunks of flesh. Let me see you defend against that, Inuzuka remarked coldly, gazing at the remnants on the ground. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Choji had concluded their battle as well. All adversaries had been vanquished. The fight was over. Shino utilized his insects to spell out a message in the air, informing everyone that the battle had ended. These individuals relied solely on their tools. Without innate strength, no matter how powerful the weapon, it is futile. Inuzuka stated as he picked up a shard from the ground. I expected something significant, yet it was merely 4 jesters, making such a fuss. Kimamaro added. Soon, everyone gathered around Inuzuka. Gaara, Temari, Kankuro, Inuzuka, Kimamaro, Naruto, Choji, Shikamu, Ino, Niji, Shino, Hinata, Sakura, and Gaara's disciple, Jasmine, totaling 14 individuals. Regardless, I am grateful for your assistance, Gaara expressed to Inuzuka. It was a trivial matter. Let us head home for a meal, Inuzuka replied, patting his stomach. Moreover, not only did Inuzuka and the others arrive, but Kakashi and Jiraiya were also nearby, arriving just in time to find the battle had already concluded. It seems these immature youngsters have shown some growth, Jiraiya remarked as he approached. You are quite strict, Kakashi commented to Jiraiya before the two departed. Upon returning to Konoha, Inuzuka finally indulged in the breakfast he had long desired. In the afternoon, Jiraiya sought out Naruto to commence his training. 2 days later, Naruto approached Inxiang to bid farewell, as he was set to embark on a 2-year journey of cultivation. You must ensure your room is thoroughly cleaned before you depart. Do you understand? Inxiang admonished. I've already tidied it up. Naruto retorted, that is how it is. I'm leaving now. Farewell. He dashed away, waving at Inxiang with his back turned. Train diligently. Do not slack off, Naruto. Inxiang called after him. I know. You really are quite nagging. Naruto shouted back. Observing Naruto's retreating figure, Inxiang could not help but smile wryly. Upon Naruto's return, he was determined to acknowledge him properly. Naruto did not only say goodbye to Inxiang, but also to many others. After sharing a bowl of ramen with Iruka, he and Jiraiya made their way to the gates of Konoha. Subsequently, Inxiang arrived at Tsunade's office. For this mission, I grant you a perfect score. Speaking of which, your strength. Inxiang paused, taken aback. Since your return from the ruins of the Inzoro clan, your power has been on a steady ascent. Have you not noticed this yourself? Tsunade remarked, gazing at him. After studying the scrolls of the Inzoro clan, I acquired numerous wind and lightning jutsu, as well as a tome of swordsmanship. It contains not only techniques of the blade, but also methods for enhancing speed through lightning chakra stimulation of cells, among other things. In other words, your prowess has reached the level of a Jonin, In Xiang asserted, his gaze fixed on the exit of the Hokage building, where Naruto and Jiraiya stepped beyond Konoha's gates, embarking on the journey of the Shippuden. Thus, from this day forth, I formally appoint you as a Jonin of Konoha and designate you as a member of the Hokage's direct Umbu, remaining under my command, Tsunade declared. Yes, Lady Hokage. In Xiang responded earnestly, addressing her as Hokage rather than as his senior. Upon departing the Hokage building, In Xiang sought out Anko, lifting the curse mark that had bound her. Anko was astonished, never having anticipated In Xiang could achieve such a feat. After resolving matters with Anko, In Xiang returned home. The following day, he donned the attire of the Umbu. Cloaked in a black cape and adorned with a black mask, the only Umbu member wearing a mask of that hue. Hey, even dressed like that. Everyone knows you are In Xiang, Tsunade remarked, observing him before her. He remained clad in his customary black, with a sword sheathed beneath his cloak, making it easy to identify him. It matters little, as the people from other villages do not recognize me, In Xiang replied from beneath his mask. Now that you are part of the Umbu, you must adopt a more serious demeanor, no more frivolity, Tsunade instructed him. Understood, I got it, In Xiang nodded. And now, this is your partner in the Umbu, she continued, as a figure clad in a white cloak approached from behind In Xiang, accompanied by two others draped in black cloaks. The typical dark unit comprises 4 members, with the individual in the white cloak serving as the squad leader. In Xiang is acquainted with this person, who had previously prevented him from re-entering the 4 Purple Flames formation. A member of the dark unit behind him waved at In Xiang, and he recognized the voice as that of Junmaru. Hey, Junmaru, you rascal. You joined the dark unit and didn't inform me yesterday. I even shared my thoughts with you, In Xiang remarked. I wanted to surprise you, Junmaru replied with a smile beneath his mask. Now that you are part of the dark unit, you'll need to adopt a code name. Yours will be Dark. The dark unit leader observed In Xiang's black attire and commented that he might indeed be quite adept in the shadows. Yes, In Xiang nodded. When there are no missions, you should continue learning medical ninjutsu from me, understood? Tsunade instructed him. Thus began In Xiang's life in the shadows, where he only removed his mask alongside Junmaru upon returning home each day. Life within the dark unit proved to be less perilous than he had imagined. They primarily monitored every nook and cranny of Konoha. In Xiang diligently followed Tsunade's teachings in medical ninjutsu, gradually achieving some progress in this discipline. However, a vexing issue arose. His new affiliation with the dark unit curtailed his interactions with Tenten, leading to a significant diminishment of their bond. Especially after In Xiang transferred to the evening class, he found himself devoid of time to spend with her. As a result, it had been 6 months since he last saw Tenten. During this half-year, the Chunin exams occurred, and although obstacles arose, the majority of In Xiang's peers, aside from Naruto, successfully advanced to Chunin status. Niji, in particular, excelled and ascended to Jonin rank. So can I have a few days off? Otherwise, Tenten and I might be finished. In Xiang pleaded before Tsunade. I understand. Tsunade waved her hand in exasperation. Once this task is completed, you may have your break. With so many dark unit members, you're just using me, In Xiang grumbled, feeling that Tsunade often relied on him more than anyone else. What is this new assignment? He inquired. A covert operation. You are to infiltrate the land of honey alone and deal with their daimyo, Tsunade explained. In Xiang paused momentarily. The land of honey? The daimyo? Isn't that the father of Honey Princess? Why would there be such a mission? Doesn't Tsunade realize that I saved the land of honey? I know what you're thinking, Tsunade said, gazing at him. The ninjas from the land of honey and the land of dough have long lived in the shadows. The higher-ups of the land of fire and the land of sand have decided to teach both nations a lesson. The daimyo of the land of dough has already been dealt with, so the land of honey falls to you, given your familiarity with it. Understood. In Xiang accepted the mission scroll, realizing that this particular task had indeed fallen upon him. Inside, and then his figure vanished before Tsunade. In left the Hokage building, preparing to return home to gather his belongings. As he stood atop the roof, he was suddenly called out to, prompting him to halt. Tenten leaped from a nearby rooftop to join him. Have you switched to the day shift? Why didn't you come to find me? Tenten shouted at Yin's back. Oh, I just changed to the day shift. I didn't sleep last night. I specifically came to find my senior, Yin replied, turning around, though he was interrupted by Tenten. Do you really not care about me at all? It's been 6 months since we last met, and you don't have a single word for me? Tenten's voice trembled, tinged with tears. That's not true, Tenten. I didn't mean it that way, In quickly reassured her. I go to your place every night, but you were always asleep. So I didn't want to disturb you. Then what are you doing now? Looking for me? Tenten asked, her gaze fixed on Ian. Completing a mission, Ian replied candidly, raising the mission scroll from beneath his cloak. A mission? Again with the missions. I don't know how many times you've brushed me off with that excuse. You couldn't even come to celebrate my birthday, Tenten said, tears of grievance streaming down her face. The last time she eagerly rushed to find Ian to celebrate her birthday together, he had hastily left with a simple, I have a mission. At that moment, Tenten felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Though Niji and Lee later accompanied her for her birthday, she could never shake off the sadness. Ian truly had no words to offer, knowing he had let the mission interfere with their celebration. Moreover, ever since he had been assigned to the night shift, everyone believed that the Umbu were better suited for nocturnal operations. This was their first encounter after that separation. I'm sorry, Tenten. You should go and do your mission, she said, wiping her tears before quickly leaving his presence. Ian reached out, wanting to stop her, but then he saw the mission scroll in his hand. Really? He thought to himself, gripping the scroll tightly, gritting his teeth. Once I finish this mission and take a leave, I will definitely come to find you, Tenten. He murmured softly before departing. In the world of the Umbu, missions took precedence above all else. After gathering his belongings, Ian left his home, still clad in his Umbu cloak. Upon reaching the woods at the entrance of Konoha, a sudden strike descended from above. Ian jumped back, narrowly evading the blow. Niji? What are you doing? Ian landed on the ground, frowning beneath his mask as he looked at Niji. You made Tenten cry again, didn't you? Niji said, maintaining a stance ready to attack. Hearing this, Ian was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that Niji still held feelings for Tenten. When had that realization struck him? Ian recalled the last gathering of 13 people. Niji's demeanor had been quite unnatural as he observed both himself and Tenten, hardly speaking during the meal, his eyes frequently darting toward them. It became clear that Niji had always harbored feelings for Tenten. Reflecting on that shared meal, it seems that not long after, Naruto departed from the village, almost as though it were a farewell for him. Niji, I have a mission now. Step aside quickly, Inxiang urged Niji. Unless you provide an explanation to Tenten, I shall not yield. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Niji countered, launching another attack at Inxiang, employing the 8 trigrams technique. Inxiang's pupils narrowed beneath his mask, taken aback by Niji's seriousness. As Niji advanced, Inxiang raised his weapon, the blade of Raijin, parrying Niji's strikes with the hilt while retreating step by step, successfully blocking all of Niji's assaults. Observing this, Niji hesitated momentarily before intensifying his onslaught. 8 trigrams. 128 palms. Honestly, Inxiang sighed. Channeling lightning chakra to invigorate his cells, he leaped onto a nearby tree and dashed away. If you cannot take care of Tenten, then return her to me. Niji's temples pulsed with anger, his expression fierce as he pursued Inxiang. This guy never mentioned anything in front of Tenten. Why is he reacting this way now? Inxiang mused as he glanced back at the approaching Niji, feeling a sense of déjà vu as his girlfriend faced injustice, and now another man stepped forward. Leaf Whirlwind. Just as Inxiang was lost in thought, a foot came crashing down before him. He quickly raised his hilt to block, but despite the impact landing on his weapon, he was still sent flying, rolling twice in the air before landing, skidding a distance upon hitting the ground. Inxiang, how can you always bully Tenten? Lee called out from atop a tree. Oh, Niji, you're here too, he remarked, realizing their presence was not prearranged. Lee, why are you here? Niji inquired, looking up at him. A good friend can be bullied once, but Tenten has suffered because of Inxiang more than once. I must stand up for her, Lee declared, jumping down to confront Inxiang, his fists clenched. Is it friendship or unrequited love? Inxiang pondered, observing both individuals. Though they were strong, they paled in comparison to him, and he had no desire to engage them. Tenten truly has 2 excellent guardians. I have a mission. If you continue to meddle, I will not hold back, Inxiang proclaimed, straightening up to face Niji and Lee. Niji, do not interfere, Lee insisted. I must bring you back to apologize to Tenten. He shouted at Inxiang and charged forward. Leaf. Gale Palm. Lee appeared before Inxiang in an instant, launching a kick aimed at his head. He knew that to confront Inxiang, He must unburden himself and unleash his full strength. Otherwise, he would stand no chance of inflicting any harm, let alone dragging him back to apologize to Tenten. Are you serious? Observing Xiao Li's speed and his utilization of the powerful gale force, Yin Xiang immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation. He swiftly sidestepped to evade Xiao Li's kick, then seized Xiao Li's ankle and hurled him away. Xiao Li collided with a tree and, using it as leverage, launched himself back towards Yin Xiang with a punch. Yin Xiang raised his hands to block the incoming strike, which was soon followed by a flurry of punches, all of which he deftly parried. Subsequently, Xiao Li aimed a kick at Yin Xiang's waist, which he managed to deflect with his arm, causing him to be pushed back a considerable distance. As the battle unfolded, the renowned 8 trigrams 64 palms manifested. In midair, Ning Xi appeared behind Yin Xiang and unleashed a series of strikes. With no means of evasion, Yin Xiang widened his eyes in alarm as Ning Xi's hand approached him. Even with the acceleration provided by the lightning release, evasion was futile. In a moment of desperation, Yin Xiang activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and a dark flash darted past Ning Xi, finding him atop a tree instead. To think I was compelled to resort to the Flying Thunder God technique. These two have also grown during this time, Yin Xiang mused, taking a deep breath beneath his mask. Little did he anticipate that before the mission had even commenced, he would expend chakra against his own allies. What are you two doing? Would it not be simpler to knock them out? The nine tails within him chuckled. They are ultimately striving for their own glory, and I have no desire to harm them. It is not as straightforward as you suggest, Yin Xiang replied with resignation. Kanahagakur. Great whirlwind. Xiao Li leaped from the ground, aiming a powerful kick at Yin Xiang, who instinctively raised his arm to shield himself. The force of the kick was considerable, causing pain in Yin Xiang's arm as he descended, only to confront Ning Xi's gentle fist technique. He was forced to evade entirely, executing 2 rolls on the ground to create distance. I will ensure you apologize to Tian Tian, Xiao Li declared, removing the bandages from his hands as he rushed towards Yin Xiang. Just as Yin Xiang regained his footing, Xiao Li delivered a kick that sent him soaring into the air, white bandages beginning to envelop him. This is bad, Yin Xiang furrowed his brow. Realizing too late that Xiao Li intended to use this technique against him, there was no time to flee. Enough, a thunderous voice interrupted, as a punch sent Xiao Li crashing into a tree. Kai, Xiao Li exclaimed as he landed on the branches, recognizing his savior. Kai had rescued Yin Xiang, who landed safely on the ground. Is that technique suitable for a comrade, you fool? Kai reprimanded Xiao Li. My apologies, Teacher Kai. Xiao Li immediately wilted under Kai's gaze. Ning Xi, standing beside Kai, kept his head bowed, avoiding eye contact. Ning Xi, why are you also acting recklessly? Kai admonished. Yin Xiang is on a mission, and you insist on entangling him. Were it not for his restraint, you would hardly stand a chance against him. My apologies, Teacher Kai, Ning Xi replied, acknowledging his error. Yin Xiang, hurry and complete your mission. I'll address the matter with Xiao Li upon your return. Kai is adept at distinguishing priorities. In this scenario, it is indeed the mission that holds greater significance for a ninja. Very well, Teacher Kai. Yin Xiang nodded before promptly departing from the scene. Teacher Kai, what brings you here? Xiao Li approached Kai while bandaging himself, and Kai elucidated the reason for his presence. A middle-ranked ninja stationed at the gate of Konoha, upon witnessing the skirmish, rushed over to investigate. Upon realizing it was Yin Xiang engaged in combat, he deemed it unwise to intervene directly and opted instead to notify Kai, who swiftly arrived on the scene. Thus, it seems that even as a member of the Umbu, Yin Xiang remains easily recognizable. And you, Niji, why are you causing trouble as well? Kai turned to Niji, who bowed his head, clenching his fists in silence. It is understandable that Yin Xiang, now a jonin directly under the Hokage, is burdened with numerous missions. However, Kai's tone shifted sharply. How dare anyone impose distress upon my beloved disciple? Once he returns, I shall not let this matter rest. Indeed, Teacher Kai? Xiao Li exclaimed in fervent agreement. Meanwhile, Yin Xiang was sprinting while rubbing his arm, bemused by the madness of this group, who provided no opportunity for explanation. I shall certainly apologize upon my return, he mused. Ha. Your love story is far more amusing than that of Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto. They have never experienced such chaos, the Ninetales chuckled, having witnessed the lives of Yin Xiang's predecessors as hosts. Spare me the sarcasm. After completing this arduous task, I was hoping for a few days of respite to spend quality time with Tian Tian. Who could have anticipated this turn of events? Yin Xiang sighed, quickening his pace to finalize the mission and return to address his personal matters. He lamented, had he foreseen such complications, he would not have retrieved the flying thunder god Kanai from the land of honey. 3 days later, propelled by determination, Yin Xiang finally arrived at the land of honey under the veil of night, an opportune moment for action. From a distance, he cast the Kanai into the village, utilizing the flying thunder god technique to infiltrate. He then commenced his search for the location of the daimyo. The land of honey, being a small nation, would naturally house the daimyo in the most secure area, Honey Blossom Village. Hence, the daimyo must be residing there. Having previously visited Honey Blossom Village, Yin Xiang eliminated locations unlikely to be the daimyo's abode, ultimately discovering a rather impressive house tucked away in a corner of the village. This must be the residence of the daimyo, he concluded. Surveying the exterior, Yin Xiang scaled the wall and began to explore the interior in search of the daimyo's chamber. Due to his absence during the last battle, he was unaware of the daimyo's appearance. Thus, he reluctantly resolved to eliminate any man he encountered. The daimyo's estate was populated with numerous servants, each possessing their own quarters. Upon entering a room and encountering a man, Yin Xiang swiftly took his life. As he traversed the estate, he similarly dispatched patrolling servants. Just as he was about to enter another room, a piercing scream erupted. "Ah, murder! Murder!" A woman's voice trembled as she gazed upon the lifeless body before her. The entire estate was instantly illuminated, with maids peering out from their chambers, alongside a few remaining male servants. "Your Highness!" A ninja leapt over the wall and rushed to the side of the screaming woman, who was none other than Mickey. "Shanshin, what is happening? Is there an assassin? Father, how is my father?" Mickey called out urgently to Shanshin. "I will check on his condition at once," Shanshin replied, swiftly departing to the door of the Lord's chamber. Upon entering, he found the blade of Yin Xiang slicing through the throat of the wide-eyed Lord. "Who goes there?" Shanshin exclaimed, immediately hurling a kunai at Yin Xiang, but the latter vanished in a flash of darkness. The kunai struck a piece of paper, pinning it to the wall, which bore the ominous message, "This is a warning from the shadows." Shanshin, contemplating the dark figure, clenched his fists. "This is the tragedy of a small nation," he mused. Yin Xiang knelt on the ground, gripping the bloodied weapon, Zuelai, and murmured to himself before sheathing it at his waist and rising to his feet. He had already returned to Konoha using the flying thunder god technique. Yin Xiang surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was in his own courtyard. He had intended to visit Tiantian's home, having placed a kunai with the flying thunder god technique at her doorstep for convenience. If he had returned to his own yard, it could only mean. He glanced at the kunai on the ground and then at the wall. Had it been thrown in from outside? Yin Xiang picked up the kunai, noticing a note wrapped around its handle. Upon unfolding it, he read Tiantian's words. "Yin Xiang, having known you for over a decade, I have come to realize that we are not suited for each other. Let us strive to avoid meeting again." The note's phrasing of strive reflected the reality that both Yin Xiang and Tiantian lived in Konoha, making future encounters inevitable. TSK, Yin Xiang clicked his tongue, his expression turning awkward as he crushed the note in his hand. "Oh dear, have you been dumped by your girlfriend, little brat?" the Ninetales remarked. Ignoring the creature, Yin Xiang retreated to his room, removed his mask and hung it on the wall, draped his cloak beside it, and then took a bath. After emerging, he sat on the sofa, staring at the mask and lost in thought. "Enough, kid. It's time to sleep. You haven't rested in 4 days. If it weren't for me keeping you awake, you wouldn't even know how many times you've stumbled along the way." Following their previous encounter tracking Sasuke, the Ninetales had taken notice. Though the Ninetales spoke from within Yin Xiang's body, he remained fixated on the mask, lost in contemplation. "Hey kid," the Ninetales persisted. "Forget it. I won't bother with you anymore." The Ninetale sighed and lay down to sleep. As soon as it fell into slumber, Yin Xiang collapsed to the ground, succumbing to sleep as well. Until noon the next day, Yin Xiang finally rose from the ground, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. "The Ninetales is truly inconsiderate," Yin Xiang muttered to himself. "How infuriating. Should I really be the one to keep you awake?" The Ninetales bellowed within Yin Xiang's body. All right, be quiet. What difference does it make if you help me for just one more day?" Yin Xiang retorted as he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up before preparing lunch. "Say what you will. Considering your heartbreak, I won't hold it against you." The Ninetales scoffed, then chose to ignore Yin Xiang. "You, a foul fox who has been single for centuries, dare to criticize me? Just wait. Once I complete my mission, I'll go apologize to Tian Tian and feast on your solitary fox rations. In Xiang rolled his eyes and declared. After finishing his lunch, In Xiang prepared to visit Tsunade while donning a mask. He hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided against wearing it, opting instead to simply drape a cloak over himself and depart without even bringing a weapon. Before long, In Xiang arrived at Tsunade's office to submit his mission report. Is this sufficient, senior sister? In Xiang inquired, gazing at Tsunade. Yes, it will suffice, Tsunade replied, glancing over the submitted documents and nodding. May I take a leave of absence then? In Xiang asked tentatively. You have 1 week off, but return after that to resume your missions. The situation in Konoha has just begun to improve. With a little more effort, Konoha will recover its vitality, Tsunade instructed. All right. In Xiang nodded, grateful for the holiday. As he prepared to leave, Tsunade suddenly called out to him. You plan to find Tian Tian, don't you? She remarked. Yes, In Xiang affirmed, realizing the urgency of the matter. Coincidentally, Tian Tian's team has been dispatched for a mission. Tsunade smiled awkwardly. She was aware of the situation between In Xiang and Tian Tian, but that particular mission had no other available personnel, necessitating Tian Tian's team to take it on. Oh, senior sister, you are indeed a stumbling block on my path of romance, In Xiang declared, clenching his fists in frustration. My apologies. How about I inform you of their mission so you can find them? Tsunade suggested. Oh, come on, senior sister. This is too much. You promised me a holiday. Yet here I am, being coerced into another mission. In Xiang quickly realized Tsunade's ploy. So will you go? This mission is rather perilous. After all, Tian Tian is just a girl, Tsunade said with a smug expression. Fine, I shall go, In Xiang replied, rolling his eyes, feeling as though he could never catch a break. 2 days later. Tian Tian, where are you? In a thick fog, Niji was desperately searching for Tian Tian's figure. Yet he could not find her, not even with his Byakugan activated. Tian Tian. Li also searched the fog for her, calling out her name. Both Niji and Li were trapped in the same mist, looking for their companions. Every day, Tian Tian wielded a formidable blade, enduring the onslaught of his opponent, who also bore a great sword that pressed heavily against Tian Tian's weapon. The immense force compelled Tian Tian to bend his knees and half kneel upon the ground. How audacious for the Leaf Ninja to intervene in the affairs of such a small nation. It was a matter of life and death. The ninja, applying pressure on his great sword, forcefully struck Tian Tian's blade aside, causing Tian Tian to relinquish his grip due to the unbearable pain in his hands. Perish. The assailant raised his sword, aiming a deadly strike at Tian Tian's head. Seated on the ground, Tian Tian gazed in despair at the descending blade, his eyes widening in realization. This was the end. In a sudden burst, blood splattered through the air as Tian Tian was sent flying backward, collapsing onto the ground. In Xiang, witnessing the scene, realized that it was In Xiang who had saved her. Tian Tian looked at In Xiang, whose lips bled, revealing a long gash on her back, from which blood continuously flowed onto the ground, rendering her weak. In Xiang, Tian Tian cried out in panic. Embracing In Xiang and feeling the warmth of her blood, tears streamed down Tian Tian's face as he beheld In Xiang's injuries. If this continued, she would surely perish. Who was this little brat? The ninja before them rested his great sword on his shoulder, observing the fallen In Xiang and the weeping Tian Tian from the leaf. At that moment, a hand pierced through his chest, crackling with lightning, shattering his insides. With a resounding thud, the fallen In Xiang transformed into a wisp of smoke. The shadow clone of Tian Tian, seeing the blood on his hands, also vanished from sight. What? The ninja collapsed to his knees before crumpling to the ground, while In Xiang withdrew her hand just in time. Upon arrival, she found herself in the midst of the chaos, and naturally, she was not foolish enough to stand defenseless against an attack. Thus, she had dispatched a shadow clone. What brings you here? Tian Tian inquired, rising from the ground to face In Xiang. I came specifically to find you, In Xiang replied as she approached Tian Tian. Tian Tian fixed his gaze upon In Xiang's eyes, unwavering and direct. I thought I had made myself clear. Not quite, Tian Tian. This is not the time for your playful banter. A voice echoed around them, the mist not yet dissipated, indicating that the individual was still alive. In Xiang glanced down at the body, which indeed transformed into a puddle of water. A water clone, Tian Tian observed, staring at the watery remnant on the ground. Let us first attend to our mission, and then we can discuss our matters. Who is our adversary? In Xiang queried Tian Tian. It is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kiri no Manatsu. I had heard he was dead, yet it is unmistakably him, Tian Tian stated, drawing forth a scroll to guard against their surroundings. Kiri no Manatsu? In Xiang furrowed her brow, realizing that Kiri no Manatsu was the brother of Kiri no Sujetsu, a formidable talent capable of wielding 7 ninja swords with great proficiency, his true strength shrouded in mystery, possessing the ability to summon 7 blades through a special scroll. Moreover, his water transformation technique was notoriously troublesome. Mist assassination techniques. At that moment, a voice emerged behind In Xiang, and a large blade swung towards his neck. In Xiang swiftly raised his thunderblade to parry the strike. A soft chuckle escaped from Gui Deng Manyu, and In Xiang's eyes widened in shock. In his hand was the explosive blade, and the detonation symbol erupted right before him, sending In Xiang flying from the blast. Grand Water Arm Technique. Gui Deng Manyu's arm expanded dramatically, crashing toward In Xiang's neck. Rolling on the ground, In Xiang regained his footing and countered with a punch that met Gui Deng Manyu's powerful strike. Their eyes locked, and In Xiang recognized the technique, reanimation jutsu. With a resounding impact, Gui Deng Manyu exerted force once more, sending In Xiang hurtling away. In Xiang adeptly landed on a stone, channeling his energy into a 1,000 hands attack aimed at Gui Deng Manyu. Released the flat fin flounder. Gui Deng Manyu's blade transformed into twin flounder knives, releasing gas from their circular apertures. The entire flounder glowed, coalescing into a chakra mass that erupted into a sphere of chakra, hurtling towards In Xiang, colliding with his 1,000 birds technique. The sheer magnitude of chakra overwhelmed In Xiang, propelling him backwards and causing him to crash into the stone. In Xiang. Tian Tian rushed over to support him. Are you all right? In Xiang sat up, spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood. This is the reanimation jutsu, a technique that resurrects the dead. Those revived possess unlimited chakra and an immortal form unless the user is found or sealed. Otherwise, they will be drained of life. Reanimation? Isn't that the forbidden technique devised by the second Hokage? Tian Tian seemed familiar with the technique. What about Niji and Shaoli? We got separated in the fog. There were many water clones, making it impossible for Niji to pinpoint our location, Tian Tian explained. Get back. In Xiang suddenly shoved Tian Tian aside, causing her to roll away. A torrent of water surged from her previous position, morphing into Gui Deng Manyu, who swung the decapitating blade down toward In Xiang. Ninjutsu, Violent Thunder. In Xiang drew his thunderblade, intercepting the lethal strike. He raised 2 fingers, unleashing a powerful surge of electricity that eclipsed even the 1,000 birds technique. The electricity left Gui Deng Manyu charred and wounded, although lightning was his weakness, hampering his ability to fully liquefy. The nature of reanimation allowed his body to recover swiftly. Quite a formidable technique, Gui Deng Manyu remarked with a grin. Water Iron Cannon Technique. He discarded the decapitating blade and pointed 2 fingers at In Xiang's head, shooting a liquid projectile that pierced through In Xiang. With a resounding thud, In Xiang transformed into a cloud of white mist, leaving behind a piece of wood that vanished before Gui Deng Manyu's eyes. A substitution? Gui Deng Manyu frowned at the wooden remnant on the ground. Barrier Technique, Wooden Puppet Theater. In Xiang appeared behind him, conjuring a barrier that ensnared the elusive Kaido Mangetsu within its confines. The surrounding mist dissipated significantly, with all of it drawn into the barrier, allowing In Xiang to observe the situation within. As the fog cleared, Niji and Li, who were positioned at a distance, noticed the commotion and hurried over. In Xiang, what brings you here? Li called out, his gaze fixed on the newcomer, while In Xiang assisted Tian Tian in rising from the ground. My apologies. It was a moment of urgency, In Xiang replied to Tian Tian, who shook her head in dismissive acknowledgement. My master sent me to assist you. Kaido Mangetsu is trapped within the barrier. How is it that someone has employed the impure world reincarnation? Are there other foes present? In Xiang inquired of Li and Niji. Our mission involved recovering numerous treasures that had been seized from this small nation. We chased after the culprits and only encountered Kaido Mangetsu. Are you implying he is already deceased? Niji remarked, scrutinizing the mist within the barrier with his Byakugan, revealing dozens of chakra signatures engaged in combat. Seizing treasures from a small nation, the impure world reincarnation, In Xiang mused, his head bowed in contemplation. The threads of these clues coalesced in his mind, leading him to a singular conclusion: Orochimaru. It appeared that Orochimaru had employed the impure world reincarnation technique, dispatching numerous corpses to various small nations to amass wealth and expand his influence. However, those he controlled were incapable of utilizing ninjutsu, and the one orchestrating this technique was likely Kabuto. This matter is likely connected to Orochimaru. My barrier is designed to consume chakra. Yet the impure world reincarnation bodies possess infinite chakra. It is merely a matter of time before they breach the barrier. We must devise a strategy to restrict their movements. And then I will seal them using sealing techniques, In Xiang stated, addressing Niji and the others. Niji regarded In Xiang with evident displeasure. Yet the gravity of their predicament overshadowed any personal grievances. It would be unreasonable to lash out at someone who had come to offer support. That may be true, but our attacks are entirely ineffective against him, Lee lamented. Kaido Mangetsu appeared to be the bane of Team 3, a trio specializing in physical combat, significantly lacking in ninjutsu prowess. The water transformation technique rendered him immune to all physical damage, rendering their efforts futile. My lightning release can temporarily nullify his water transformation ability, but only for 3 seconds. Niji, during that brief window, you must employ your gentle fist to seal his chakra and prolong the duration of his vulnerability. Lee, you will restrain him, and I shall initiate the sealing process, In Xiang instructed with determination. Truly impressive, In Xiang. You've devised a plan so swiftly, Lee remarked with a smile, undeterred by their previous altercation. After all, the bond forged over the years between In Xiang and Team 3 transcended minor disputes. Niji scrutinized the barrier with his Byakugan. Its walls were imbued with chakra, appearing impenetrable. This was indeed the formidable barrier that Tian Tian had mentioned, one that had ensnared both In Xiang and Kinshiki in arduous battle, nearly costing them their lives. And what of me? What is my role? Tian Tian inquired, her gaze fixed on In Xiang. Every day, Tian Tian prepared the scroll for the fireball technique, ready to unleash it in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Always on alert to strike with flames that could even evaporate water. In said to Tian Tian. All right, Tian Tian nodded, producing the fireball scroll. The mist within the barrier gradually dissipated, revealing that Shuei Yu was engaged in combat with the wooden figure. Hey, what is this bizarre ninjutsu? Why do these broken things keep regenerating? Mizukage Man Suki grumbled, launching the wooden figure into the air with his explosive blade. Prepare yourselves, In instructed Niji, Shaoli, and Tian Tian, as the three of them assumed combat stances. Release. In dispelled the barrier, just as Mizukage Man Suki brought his blade crashing down, unable to make any further movements. Seizing the opportunity, In unleashed the Chidori sharp spear. Lightning flickered from Yin's hand, piercing through Mizukage Man Suki's body. What? Mizukage Man Suki gazed in disbelief at the Chidori sharp spear embedded in his chest, his body unable to liquefy. 8 trigrams, 361 palms. Niji surged forward, unleashing his full power as he delivered a rapid series of strikes onto Mizukage Man Suki, successfully sealing off his chakra flow. Shadow Dance Leaf. Shaoli charged at Mizukage Man Suki, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air, where he bound him tightly with bandages, slamming him back down to the ground. This time, the bandages remained, securing Mizukage Man Suki firmly. Shaoli leapt out of the pit he had created. Binding technique. In formed seals with his hands and pressed down onto the bandages, ensnaring Mizukage Man Suki. The bandages enveloped Mizukage Shuei Yu, inscribing seals that effectively sealed him, causing the explosive blade on the ground to vanish with a resounding thud. In the Umbu, In did not merely execute missions. He had learned a great deal from the Umbu squad leader, including the binding technique from the Sand Village, which was among the sealing arts he had acquired. The valuables he stole should be nearby, In remarked as he stood up. I see them, all under that tree. With that, the mission is complete. Shaoli affirmed with a smile. Thank goodness you came. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to handle this person, Niji added, expressing his gratitude to In. Actually, I came specifically to find Tian Tian, In said, glancing at Niji and recalling events from a few days prior, noticing Niji's expression darken. I came to apologize to Tian Tian, In stated, observing Niji's reaction. That's wonderful, Shaoli exclaimed, laughing as he pulled Niji aside, leaving In and Tian Tian alone. Apologize? What do you have to apologize for? Tian Tian replied, putting away the scroll and turning her head away from In. Tian Tian, The truth is, I was looking for my senior to ask for leave that day, intending to spend a few days with you. However, my senior said I could only rest after completing that mission, and then I happened to run into you. Ian explained to Tian Tian. Tian Tian paused, surprised to learn that Ian had taken on the mission just to request leave. Indeed, thinking back, she realized she had interrupted him without allowing him to finish his explanation. Every day, I acknowledge that not being by your side on your birthday was my fault. However, you must understand that a ninja prioritizes their missions above all else. I hope you can empathize with my situation. I have resolved that upon my return, I shall resign from my position in the Umbu, which will allow me more time to be with you, Inxiang said, gripping Tian Tian's shoulders. Yet, Tian Tian slowly took a step back, freeing herself from Inxiang's grasp. Inxiang, there is no need. The life of an Umbu may suit you better. Your reputation as the Black Flash during your time in the Umbu has become well known in Konoha, she said, her gaze fixed on the ground. You are the descendant of the fourth Hokage, of noble lineage, intelligent, and beloved by many, while I am merely an obscure little ninja. I have contemplated a great deal these past few days. Perhaps we are simply not meant to be together, never were. You are only feeling a sense of obligation towards me. If you feel remorse about this situation, then seek out the one who poisoned me. As a way to fulfill your responsibility, Tian Tian looked at Inxiang and stated. Upon hearing these words, Inxiang's expression shifted, surprised that Tian Tian held such thoughts. No, Tian Tian. What does status matter? I have never considered such things. Why would you? Inxiang hurriedly responded. During our school days, I sat beside you every day, likely knowing you better than anyone except for Kakashi-sensei. It is precisely because of this that I feel we are incompatible. Tian Tian shook her head. The issue of status was not the crux of the matter. It was her own feelings that mattered most. Thank you for saving me this time. Let us return the stolen goods. I leave the task of bringing back the ghost lantern to you, Tian Tian concluded, casting a final glance at Inxiang before running away. Inxiang stood rooted to the spot, watching her receding figure until it vanished from sight, then sighed, pondering the identity of the poisoner. Inxiang shouldered the captured ghost lantern and utilized the flying thunder god technique to return to Konoha, arriving at Tsunade's office. You're back? Tsunade remarked, glancing at Inxiang. He nodded, explaining, this is the foe that Tian Tian and the others encountered, Ghost Lantern Manua, revived and controlled by the Edo Tensei technique. I suspect this matter may be linked to Orochimaru. He placed the ghost lantern on the floor. Edo Tensei? Tsunade furrowed her brow, rising from her seat to approach the tightly bound ghost lantern. What lies within may not even be Ghost Lantern Manua anymore. It could merely be an ordinary passerby. Inxiang informed her. What about Niji and the others? Tsunade inquired. They went to return the stolen goods and submit the mission. I returned first. Oh, you did not come back with Tian Tian? Tsunade observed Inxiang, her expression slightly awkward, as if she had grasped something. It seems my journey with Tian Tian ends here, Inxiang said with a bitter smile. However, I will continue to strive for it. If it truly cannot be, then there is little I can do. Being young is a blessing, Tsunade remarked, patting Inxiang on the shoulder. You still smile. Unaware of the circumstances that have led to this situation, Inxiang retorted, looking at Tsunade with discontent. Aha, aha, she laughed. Tsunade chuckled awkwardly. All for the sake of Konoha, haha. All right, I'll leave this to you. I must return to my work, she said. With a sigh of resignation, Inxiang hoisted the body and departed from the Hokage building, seeking a suitable place to bury it. After interring the corpse, Inxiang returned home, cherishing a rare opportunity to rest for a few days. Before long, Junmaru returned as well. Hey, Inxiang, Junmaru remarked, removing his mask and shedding his tattered cloak, evidently having engaged in a fierce battle in the land of dumplings. You're back, Inxiang observed, noting the toll of the conflict on Junmaru. Our infiltration was discovered. There were only a handful of ninjas in the land of dumplings, and I accidentally ended up killing them all, Junmaru admitted, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. After the previous skirmish between the two nations, the land of dumplings had been left in disarray, teetering on the brink of annexation. With Junmaru's onslaught, the ninjas were decimated, and the feudal lord met a grim fate. So, you effectively annihilated the land of dumplings, didn't you? What a mess you've made, Inxiang remarked with a wry smile. Of course. I refrained from harming the ordinary villagers, Junmaru replied, sitting beside Inxiang. Why do you perceive me as so ruthless? Just a jest. I know your heart is kind. Inxiang laughed. So, How did things fare with Tenten? Ah, I was completely dumped, but I intend to make another attempt. Additionally, I plan to resign from the Umbu. In Xiang sighed. Resign from the Umbu? Is it because you lack time for Tenten? Junmaru paused momentarily before asking. Yes, In Xiang nodded, not denying it. However, I believe you shouldn't forsake your future and career for a woman. I mean, I'm not suggesting you abandon Tenten, but I feel this choice may not be wise. Junmaru advised In Xiang. Thinking back, I initially aspired to be an ordinary ninja, marry a simple wife, and live a peaceful life. Yet here I am, entangled in the Konoha Umbu, even on assassination lists in other nations. It's quite a headache, In Xiang remarked, grimacing. In terms of an ordinary wife, Tenten lacks a notable background and isn't particularly exceptional, save for her prowess with weapons, making her arguably the strongest among Konoha's ninjas. She might indeed be the best choice for your ideal partner, Junmaru pondered. Enough of this. You should refrain from worrying about such matters. You must be weary. Take a good rest. I have some days off, but you likely have tasks to attend to. In Xiang waved his hand dismissively. Very well, Junmaru nodded. Nonetheless, I still feel one should not abandon their path as a ninja for the sake of personal feelings. He stood and returned to his own room. Reflecting on Junmaru's words, In Xiang gazed at his Umbu mask hanging on the wall. The black sheen caught his attention as he turned to the photograph of Minato and Kushina holding him. And before he realized it, a tear slipped from his eye. Why am I crying? In Xiang sensed the tears streaming down his cheeks and wiped them away. If only I could employ the technique of reincarnation, I could revive you, he murmured, gazing at the photograph on the wall. Throughout the week, Tian remained reluctant to meet him, prompting In Xiang to resolve to continue his work in the Umbu. However, in contrast to before, his words had become significantly fewer. The more diligently he worked, the more enigmatic his Umbu captain appeared, leaving him utterly oblivious to the man's true identity. Moreover, this captain possessed formidable strength. One could only imagine, considering the renowned former Umbu captains, Uchiha Itachi and Hatake Kakashi. These two alone were enough to represent the prowess expected of an Umbu leader. Curiosity lingered. Yet the captain concealed himself so adeptly in everyday life that even now, In Xiang remained unaware of his true identity. Amidst the busyness of missions, a year slipped by, and the name Black Flash had become widely known among the 5 great nations. Numerous individuals infiltrated Konoha with the intent to assassinate this Black Flash. Yet none of the foreign assassins returned alive. In Xiang even magnanimously returned the corpses of those who attempted to assassinate him to the gates of their villages. Today, In Xiang finally encountered a matter that had long troubled him. Lord Danzo wishes to see you, he was informed. On his way home, he found himself surrounded in an alley by a dozen Umbu, all affiliated with Root. Let us proceed, he said, his brow furrowing beneath his mask. Realizing that Danzo could no longer contain his intentions towards him. The Black Flash had drawn too many foreign ninja and spies into Konoha, and Danzo believed it essential for this threat to vanish. Otherwise, peace would elude the village. Equipped with the Flying Thunder God technique, In Xiang harbored no fear of them. Should danger arise, he could simply flee. Following the group of ninja, he arrived at the headquarters of Root. In the aftermath of the Uchiha massacre, the higher-ups had ordered Danzo's removal from his position as Hokage's advisor, leading to the dissolution of the Root organization. However, it seemed that Root had resurfaced, likely supported by 2 advisors from Konoha, allowing for its reorganization. Upon entering a corridor with his escorts, In Xiang found Danzo awaiting him. As Danzo observed him, the Umbu halted and dispersed down the 4 corridors, effectively blocking In Xiang's path. He glanced at the ninja before stepping towards Danzo. What is it, Lord Danzo? He inquired. The Black Flash, that little rascal from years past, has grown into quite the figure, Danzo remarked, scrutinizing In Xiang. You flatter me, Lord Danzo. Yet, I assume you did not summon me merely for nostalgia, In Xiang replied. Indeed not, Danzo nodded. The threat posed by the name Black Flash to Konoha necessitates your disappearance. Is that so? In what manner must I disappear? In Xiang responded, revealing no hint of surprise. That depends on the choices you make, Danzo stated. His single visible eye radiating malice as the surrounding Umbu unsheathed their weapons. Join Root, or perish at its hands. In smiled and remarked. If it were not for Danzo-sama's persistent efforts to diminish the talented ninjas of Konoha, perhaps our village would have already mastered this world. Oh, it seems you are quite well informed. Danzo's gaze sharpened as he replied. I have noticed, Danzo-sama, that your targets are primarily those of humble origins. Why have you never considered taking action against the Hyuga clan? Is this not an act of bullying the weak? Even if it were bullying, what of it? Joining Root or perishing within its confines. Such is your choice, he stated coldly. You cannot hold me back, Danzo-sama. Iin maintained a polite address, his tone unwavering. Should I wish to leave, I could do so at any moment. My presence here is merely out of respect for a fellow villager. Your actions may be extreme, yet I must concede that you have contributed significantly to Konoha. What do you mean? Danzo furrowed his brow. You are aware of my capabilities. The fate of Root will not be favorable. I advise against harboring aspirations of becoming Hokage, for should you ascend to that position, your demise would swiftly follow, Iin warned. Gazing intently at Danzo. Foreknowledge. Danzo's brows knitted together. That is all I shall say, Danzo-sama. Iin nodded, and then transformed into a flash of darkness, vanishing from Danzo's sight. Indeed, a dark flash. Observing the shadowy figure, a faint smile crept upon Danzo's lips. I shall seek you out again. Upon returning home, Iin removed his mask. At 17, he bore a visage of maturity. His purple eyes now reflected a steely resolve, framed by tousled black hair, with a single lock cascading over his forehead. Thanks to the Nine Tails, no scars marred his body. Kimimaro had departed on a mission and had yet to return. As twilight enveloped the sky, Iin prepared a meal for himself and settled on the corridor, sipping sake while gazing at the moon. In the past, he would have felt a sense of nostalgia. Now, he remained silent. A year and a half of dark missions had fostered significant growth within Iin, transforming him from a mere genin who eliminated ninjas to a relentless machine capable of extinguishing all who obstructed his objectives. Yet, this killing machine was distinct from Root's. He retained his own thoughts and intentions. After finishing a flask of sake, Iin retired to his room, for tomorrow would bring new tasks. Has Danzo sought you out? Tsunade inquired as Iin entered her office the following day. Iin nodded. Nothing of consequence. Rest assured, sister. And today's assignment? Konoha has regained its vitality, and there are fewer tasks requiring the Umbu's attention. You shall find your duties less burdensome, Tsunade reassured him. I will issue a warning to Danzo regarding his actions. Understood. Iin acknowledged. What shall I do now? Stay here. I will send you if support is needed, Tsunade instructed. Yes, he replied, then made his way to the window, leaning against the wall as he gazed out at Konoha. In the bustling village of Konoha, the flow of people surpasses that of many other nations. Its streets perpetually alive with activity. Observing this vibrant Konoha, Iin Xiang feels an increasing desire to acquire strength to protect such a place. Compared to his initial aspirations, his motivations have strayed significantly. What are you doing up there? Ino called out, waving at Iin Xiang from below. He glanced down at her, reciprocating her gesture, but chose to remain silent. Noticing his silence, Ino leapt up to join him, standing beside him. Her hair had returned to its former long style, looking even more beautiful than it had a year and a half ago. Hey, what are you doing here? Ino leaned closer, peering into Iin Xiang's face. Waiting for a mission, he replied, meeting her gaze. Don't you have a mission? No, Konoha isn't like it used to be, Ino nodded. But you seem different too. Not quite the same as a year ago. She sat down next to him, lying on the rooftop. Iin Xiang placed his hands under his head and gazed at the sky. People change, after all. Ino looked at him, hesitating to speak. Just say it, he urged. I heard that Tenten seems to be with Niji now. So you too. A twinge of discomfort stirred within Iin Xiang upon hearing Ino's words. So Niji had made his move. That meant there was no chance for him and Tenten. I see, Ino said, hugging her knees and gazing skyward as a gentle breeze tousled her hair. As she tucked a strand behind her ear, Iin Xiang glanced at her, realizing she was no longer that little girl from before. What's wrong? Ino noticed his gaze and smiled. Nothing. He shook his head. Just say it. She mimicked his earlier words. Sitting up, he propped himself on one hand, removed his mask, and took off his hat, his black hair dancing in the warm breeze of Konoha. Ino, did you really like me for 2 years? He asked, recalling how she had been pursuing him for the past 2 years. To be precise, it's been 2 years, 2 months, and 15 days. She replied with a bright smile. Iin Xiang was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to remember so precisely. While Sakura still harbors feelings for Sasuke, I have been steadfast in my affections for you, Ino teased, casting him a flirtatious glance. I'm not one to procrastinate. So, Ino, I'm not in a position to date anyone right now. You should find someone else, like Shikamaru, Iin Xiang suggested. Shikamaru? He is certainly a good choice. But it seems he has a good rapport with Temari. I think they might be a thing, Ino remarked, demonstrating how girls never miss a beat when it comes to gossip. Then what about Shino? Shino is too gloomy. There's no way I would ever like him. How about Lee? I certainly do not fancy that individual with the thick eyebrows. Their taste is utterly lacking. Sighing helplessly, Inxiang remarked, as you can see, I am currently part of the Umbu, engaged in incessant missions. It is precisely due to these responsibilities that I am unable to see Tian every day, which led to our separation. Even if I were to agree to be with you, our encounters would still be infrequent. Isn't this an encounter in itself? Moreover, the situation in Konoha is far different from what it once was, Ino replied with a carefree smile. Umbu, the mission has arrived, Tsunade announced as she opened the window. Glancing at Inxiang, Ino is here as well. It is fortuitous, for this mission will involve both of you. Understood, Inxiang nodded, donning his mask and hat.